Chapter 1. A significant action. Why was I dismissed? Let me whisper this to you. Did you offend Director Xiao? This was instructed by him. Jiang Tian's expression remained tranquil. Over a decade ago, his father held the position of deputy mayor and chief of police, while his mother was a leader in the finance bureau. Jiang Tian had just embarked on his journey with a narcotic squad, whereas Xiao Bo emerged from a remote mountain village. Yet, Jiang Tian treated Xiao Bo as if he were a blood brother. Due to a tragic incident, Jiang Tian's mother was arrested, his father fell from grace, and Jiang Tian himself plummeted into a hopeless abyss. Ultimately, he leveraged his family's dwindling connections to elevate Xiao Bo's status. Years passed, and Jiang Tian found himself still grappling at the lowest rung of society, while the man he once fervently assisted ascended the corporate ladder, marrying a wealthy beauty and reaching the pinnacle of success of a decade prior. Had it not been for Jiang Tian's support, Xiao Bo would have remained just another face among the masses. However, Xiao Bo exhibited no gratitude. Instead, he seized the opportunity to dismiss Jiang Tian from his last position. Heartbroken, Jiang Tian rode the bus home, having been transferred to a remote township with few chances to return. Seizing this rare occasion to visit the provincial city, he decided to see his family. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a sight that shattered his heart. Adulterers. Witnessing Xiao Bo entwined with a woman on the sofa, Jiang Tian felt his mind explode. Bang! As fury surged within him, he barely uttered a word before a searing pain struck the back of his head. As he lay on the ground in disbelief, he turned to see his son, wielding an iron rod, standing behind him, a look of triumph on his face. Jiang Tian's wife, Wang Yifei, wore a cruel smile. Useless fool. Let me enlighten you. I have known Brother Xiao longer than you have. It was merely an arranged marriage by his family that compelled me to endure you, this good for nothing. Not only are you worthless, but your entire family is as well. Enough, don't corrupt Jiang Yu, Xiao Bo mocked, a smirk playing on his lips. Dad, don't call me Jiang Yu. This worthless man is not my father. I refuse to be associated with such a disgrace. We've had DNA tests done. You are my true father, and I should be called Xiao Yu. This old fool should have perished long ago, unworthy of a son, Jiang Yu flattered. Indeed, Brother Xiao, my son and I rely entirely on you. This waste, his family genes are nothing but inferior. They don't deserve to inherit anything. Each time I'm with him, I secretly take medication. Brother Xiao, your heir is undoubtedly your son. Beast! Jiang Tian roared in fury. Bang! A wave of intense pain enveloped him, plunging him into darkness. Jiang Tian, wake up! An emergency meeting is underway. In a hazy state, Jiang Tian vaguely heard someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a familiar yet foreign face. Don't just stand there. This mission is of utmost importance. I've heard that high-ranking officials are personally overseeing the operation, the voice reiterated. Jiang Tian focused on the speaker, his comrade and roommate, Zhao Wei. Had he been reborn? And could this be the critical juncture of his life? A jolt coursed through his heart as memories of his previous life flooded back, darkening his gaze. Did you ever expect this, you despicable creature? I have returned. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. At this moment, his father had yet to be subjected to dual regulation, and his mother remained unarrested. The chance to mend the fractures within his family and exact vengeance upon his foes had not slipped away. At that instant, a voice resonated. In this world, boundless evils inevitably arise as brilliance shines ever so brightly. So too do the horrors of malevolence loom large. Do you harbor a sense of justice, willing to rectify the societal wrongs? Jiang Tian was astonished to discover two options materializing before him. Yes or no. Indeed, with his rebirth, the enigmatic figure, Tongzi Guo, had appeared. I am willing. Jiang Tian hastily chose that. In an instant, a luminous glow appeared before him, visible solely to his eyes, resembling a panel. Name: Jiang Tian. Attributes: Proficient Marksman White, Mediocre Martial Arts White. Proficient Marksman White. Your shooting aptitude is rather ordinary. Unremarkable. Mediocre Martial Arts White. You possess no talent for martial arts throughout your life. You shall achieve little. Jiang Tian glanced at the panel, his face paling as he realized there were 6 attribute tiers: black, white, green, blue, red, and gold. To his dismay, not only did he lack any green attributes, but he also found himself utterly inadequate. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Jiang Tian inhaled deeply. You will randomly upgrade one attribute to the maximum level. Proficient Marksman White has upgraded to Unerring Shot Gold. Jiang Tian's heart raced, and in the next moment, he felt an influx of countless memories flooding his mind. These memories encompassed everything, from his muscles to every part of his being. His eyes transformed into a scope, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming confidence anything that appeared before him would be struck down without fail. This is incredible, Jiang Tian marveled, now grasping the sheer terror of the golden attribute. It was nothing short of invincible. Indeed, it could be said that regardless of the weapon, be a gun, a bow, or even a dart, should Jiang Tian desire it, he would hit every target with unerring precision. Most astonishingly, he now possessed the confidence to wield an AK-47 in rapid succession, executing maneuvers akin to that of sniper rifle. Was this not invincibility? Jiang Tian's spirit soared. They're coming, they're coming. The high-ranking officials have arrived. I heard they are leaders from Kyoto, here for a mission of utmost significance. Personally overseeing the command, Zhao Wei exclaimed, his breath quickening with anticipation. Jiang Tian abruptly raised his head, realizing he had unknowingly entered the operations conference room. At that moment, a pre-mission briefing was underway. The room was filled to capacity, with at least several hundred individuals present, all participants in this operation. Among them were not only drug enforcement officers clad in uniforms, but also a significant number of armed police officers. The next moment, a figure emerged at the podium, and upon recognizing that familiar face, Jiang Tian's entire being trembled. It was him, the sole occupant of the podium, with but one name, Gao Xiaolong. The man who altered Jiang Tian's life approached the podium with swift strides, surveying the surroundings, and it was evident that his gaze was predominantly searching for Jiang Tian. His eyes lingered on Jiang Tian for an extended duration. I shall now announce the operational tasks, Gao Xiaolong declared in a grave tone. Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement initially. Everyone believed this would merely be a minor skirmish, a unified action between the armed police and the narcotics officers, with little expectation of unforeseen consequences. However, no one anticipated the brutality and terror that would ensue from this conflict. It was this very mission that led to Gao Xiaolong's unexpected misfortune, resulting in his father being implicated and placed under investigation, while his mother was apprehended. This meant that as long as Gao Xiaolong survived, he and Jiang Tian would embark on a profoundly divergent path in life. We have received intelligence that a notorious drug lord from abroad intends to smuggle a vast quantity of narcotics across our Yunhai border. Chapter 2. The Commander's Vigil. Indeed, this is a significant catch. Jiang Tian, my brother, we are poised to make a remarkable contribution, Zhao Wei exclaimed eagerly. Do you think the leaders are watching me? Jiang Tian's lips twitched in response. However, Gao Xiaolong removed his police cap, his expression dark and brooding, as if it could drip with intensity. He spoke with a fierce demeanor. Today, a certain lady contacted my frontline anti-drug command center, requesting that I keep an eye on her son, a troublemaker who managed to find his way into my ranks. Yet, I take great pleasure in this, for what I relish most is seeing such a coward confront drug traffickers on the front lines, relishing the sight of their sheer terror. A hushed silence enveloped the room following his words. Almost everyone seemed to hold their breath, glancing around in search of the individual Gao Xiaolong had mentioned. Sitting beside Jiang Tian, Zhao Wei wore a smug expression. I wonder which unfortunate soul has found themselves in Gao's crosshairs. Jiang Tian glanced at Zhao Wei and then turned to Gao Xiaolong, who was fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Memories of his past life began to resurface. In his previous existence, it was precisely this kind of scenario that had unfolded. Tio speak of it. Jiang Tian's family was well off. His father served as the head of the Yunhai police and as the executive vice mayor, while his mother held a leadership position in the finance bureau. In the eyes of ordinary people, they wielded considerable power, which was indeed true. A position akin to Jiang Tian's father could command significant influence in Yunhai. However, when compared to Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian's father could be seen as insignificant. Gao was a figure of prominence, a person seemingly descended from the heavens. Concerned for Jiang Tian's safety, his mother had arranged for him to join a protective assignment, but little did they know that he would become embroiled in this monumental Operation. The catalyst for this mission, or rather the pivotal moment in Jiang Tian's past life, was vividly etched in his memory that it stemmed from the capture of the brother of the notorious drug lord Tu Cha by the Dragon Kingdom police at the border just days prior. At present, Tu Cha's brother had not yet been exposed on the Dragon Kingdom side. He was merely treated as an ordinary drug dealer during his arrest. Tuchik deliberately leaked traces of his drug trafficking activities. The Dragon Kingdom, indeed, took this matter very seriously and launched a large-scale operation. Yet, Tuchak's intentions extended far beyond this. He dispatched numerous drug dealers, splitting them into two groups. One to ambush the police involved in the operation, and the other to stealthily attempt to rescue Tuchak's brother. This is precisely why it is termed a turning point of destiny that in a previous life, under a similar fit of rage, Gao Xiaolong had rushed to the front lines to oversee Jiang Tian, ultimately falling into Tuchak's trap and meeting an unfortunate end. This incident triggered a seismic upheaval throughout the Dragon Kingdom, revealing all the antecedents and consequences. Issues such as Jiang Tian's mother utilizing backdoor connections were magnified immensely. Ultimately, this led to the double regulation of Jiang Tian's parents, while Jiang Tian himself was relegated to a small station for clerical duties, living out a mundane life, and dying in obscurity. The once illustrious Jiang family, with boundless prospects ahead, was thus irrevocably cast into the abyss. This was the pivotal juncture in Jiang Tian's fate. Father hasn't arrived. Was he deliberately kept away by Gao Xiaolong? After the meeting concluded, Jiang Tian surveyed the room. This operation gathered the deputy director of Yanhai, the head of the narcotics team, and the leaders of the armed police, all present. Logically, for such a significant operation, Jiang Tian's father, as the director, would certainly attend the meeting and possibly deliver a speech. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had not given this much thought. However, now he understood that it was likely due to Gao Xiaolong's wrathful targeting. This formidable figure, who harbored a profound disdain for evil, had set his sights on him, believing him to be cowardly and corrupt. Yet, a smirk curled at Jiang Tian's lips. The scenes of his past life would not repeat themselves. He instinctively touched the pistol at his waist, feeling an intoxicating connection surging within him. Next came the rearming of the entire team. They donned bulletproof vests and received standard-issue weapons, the QBZ-95, a rifle newly introduced into service. As soon as he grasped the weapon, all relevant data flooded into Jiang Tian's mind. The QBZ-95 fires a small-caliber 5.8 millimeters round, with an effective range of 400 meters, capable of firing 40 rounds per minute in single-shot mode and 100 rounds per minute in burst. Fire.it is equipped with 5 magazines, each holding 30 rounds. The Narcotics Team 1 is counting personnel, announced Song Ligua, the Narcotics Team leader, as he tallied the numbers within the transport convoy. The Yanhai Narcotics Team's operational group should consist of 35 members, with all 35 present. Report concluded. The deputy team leader soon followed suit with his report. Song Ligua nodded slightly, but his gaze shifted to Jiang Tian with a hint of concern. After all, he bore significant responsibility for this operation. Originally, Jiang Tian's mother had called him, but coincidentally, Gao Xiaolong was present, and upon seeing the official phone number, he answered it without hesitation. This incident incited Gao Xiaolong's fury. "Xiao Jiang, you will accompany me in this operation," Song Ligua stated after a moment's contemplation. "Understood," Jiang Tian replied, his lips twitching slightly. Having experienced his past life, he knew that their narcotics team was meant to provide tactical support, while the armed police would take the lead in the confrontation. After all, the primary responsibility of their anti-drug police lies in investigations and small-scale pursuits of drug traffickers, while significant confrontations with major drug lords are typically conducted in collaboration with armed police, who serve more as supportive forces that in truth, Jiang Tian understands that Gao Xiaolong, though outwardly fierce and vehemently opposed to evil, is capable of stepping up to rescue him in critical moments. Despite the unfortunate beginnings stemming from Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian has never harbored resentment. Even when Gao Xiaolong jestingly suggested that he should become a member of Suicide Squad, the actual focal point of their operations remained with the armed police on the front lines. The anti-drug police operated in the shadows. However, no one anticipated that the main forces of the operation would be concentrated in this narrow alley, leading to a horrific and significant loss. It has been declared the most devastating case since the founding of the nation, and one of the most impactful in recent years. In his past life, Jiang Tian was left dumbfounded upon first encountering the situation. Yet in this life, Jiang Tian gripped the Type 95 rifle with fervor, his gaze reflecting unprecedented excitement and determination that in his previous life, during the critical moment of engaging with drug traffickers, Jiang Tian was paralyzed by fear and was targeted and shot at by the traffickers, only to be saved by Gao Xiaolong's timely intervention. Jiang Tian survived, but Gao Xiaolong perished. This time, however, the narrative shall be rewritten. Jiang Tian peered through the window, his eyes deep and contemplative, as he took steady breaths to adjust his state of mind. In the next instant, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the air. Gao Xiaolong, accompanied by two heavily built bodyguards, boarded the vehicle. "Chief," he acknowledged. All present instinctively rose to their feet, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief, including the team leader, Song Ligua, whose heart raced with intensity. Chapter 3. Changing Destiny. Now commences. Do not be anxious. This time, I shall accompany you for better coordination, Gao Xiaolong said with a reassuring smile, subtly glancing at Jiang Tian. His eyes, however, were filled with a cold intensity and unbridled fury. "Chief, you cannot join us." Song Ligua's complexion turned a shade of green. The notion of Gao Xiaolong participating in the operation was nothing short of madness. Should any mishap occur, the ramifications would reverberate throughout Yanhai, from top to bottom. Song Ligua could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Indeed, in his previous life, the situation had unfolded similarly, as it had not only implicated Jiang Tian's parents, but also Song Ligua himself. The subsequent investigation revealed that a certain illicit phone call had been made to Song Ligua, leading to his total downfall. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had traversed into this present moment with a golden opportunity, and it was not yet too late. At that instant, Gao Xiaolong's gaze shifted to Jiang Tian, his expression laced with a mocking smile. "Why can't I come? If I had not, I would remain oblivious to the fact that there are such cowardly souls within our ranks. If one fears for their life, what compels them to join the anti-drug task force, only to endanger themselves and others?" Gao Xiaolong was consumed with anger as he regarded Jiang Tian. The narcotics enforcement officers operated on the front lines, facing perilous challenges. Joining the anti-drug unit, particularly in Yanhai, which was recognized as the foremost front line in the national anti-drug campaign, yet exhibiting such cowardice was utterly unacceptable. The ultimate consequence would not only jeopardize themselves, but could also endanger their comrades at critical moments. A cancer, he thought bitterly. That is what this cowardice represents within the team. "Chief," Song Ligua attempted to defend himself, but Gao Xiaolong swiftly interrupted. "There is no need for your words. As the squad leader, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Do you not comprehend the magnitude of danger posed by admitting a useless individual into our ranks? In my eyes, Jiang Tian epitomizes the inept and cowardly second generation." Upon hearing this, Song Ligua broke into a cold sweat, but remained silent. His family had wanted someone to look after him, and now Gao Xiaolong had taken it upon himself to do so. During this operation, he would serve as an overseer behind Jiang Tian. Should he dare to retreat during a confrontation, he would not hesitate to end this waste of space with a bullet. The anti-drug unit was no place for those seeking to gild their reputations. Previously, with a larger group, some semblance of decorum had been maintained, but now, with fewer members, Gao Xiaolong's words grew increasingly harsh and his voice louder. Inside the transport vehicle, the atmosphere shifted and all faces turned pale as they exchanged glances with one another, scrutinizing their fellow team members. Gao Xiaolong had refrained from naming anyone directly, leaving the identity of his target ambiguous. However, those who had joined the anti-drug unit possessed discerning eyes. Through Gao Xiaolong's intense gaze, they instinctively focused on Jiang Tian, surmising the unspoken truths. "Do you all understand?" Song Ligua addressed the group with a resounding voice. "Understood," came the collective response, including Jiang Tian. He offered no rebuttals, nor did he utter a word. There was simply no need. Actions would speak for themselves. Any further words would merely convey a sense of impotent fury. "This time, you shall undoubtedly see me in a new light," Jiang Tian mused inwardly. "Proceed," commanded Song Ligua, his face etched with bitterness, addressing the driver. The Yinhai Drug Enforcement Team, comprising 35 members, was accompanied by 4 or 5 vehicles, including a spacious 12-seat official car that Jiang Tian and Gao Xiaolong occupied, leaving 3 seats available for Gao Xiaolong. "Chief, would you like to take a seat?" Song Ligua offered his front position to Gao Xiaolong. However, Gao Xiaolong simply shook his head and strode directly towards Jiang Tian. Beside Jiang Tian sat Zhao Wei, who, upon seeing Gao Xiaolong approach, instinctively stood up to salute, trembling slightly. "Gao!" Zhao Wei began to speak. "What, Gao? Go find a place to sit. I'll take this seat." Gao Xiaolong brusquely pushed Zhao Wei aside. Zhao Wei, rendered speechless, swiftly retreated to the back, casting nervous glances at Gao Xiaolong seated beside Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian remained outwardly composed, yet his thoughts were racing. The peculiar state Zhao Wei exhibited upon encountering Gao Xiaolong, coupled with Gao Xiaolong's attitude, was anything but ordinary. Having navigated through decades of tumult in his past life, Jiang Tian keenly sensed that Zhao Wei's background was likely far from simple. With this realization, a jolt ran through him. Indeed, within the ranks lay hidden talents. In his previous life, he had squandered his days in a mundane clerical role, yet he recognized that many in this team operated under aliases. They may appear unremarkable, but they often accomplish their tasks as if aided by divine intervention. It was as if accolades were handed to them on a silver platter. Initially, Jiang Tian envied their fortune, only to later comprehend that their success was genuinely merited. The connection with Gao Xiaolong alone was noteworthy. However, Jiang Tian refrained from delving deeper, for his current priority was to devise a strategy to confront the formidable drug lord, Tu Cha. Undoubtedly, as the armed police advanced towards the main route, their small contingent of 35 was navigating an alternate path. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense yet devoid of significant psychological burden. Many, including the team leader and Gao Xiaolong, had never suspected that their detour was part of Tu Cha's true intentions. Crucially, Jiang Tian could not disclose this. Initially, he had contemplated warning Song Ligua to exercise caution. But now, due to misunderstandings with Gao Xiaolong and the latter's evident disdain, Jiang Tian found himself rendered mute. Any rebuttal or remark would be perceived by Gao Xiaolong as the antics of a jester, utterly ineffective and merely aggravating. Throughout the journey, Jiang Tian's mind replayed scenes from his previous life. Before long, the convoy entered a dense forest. Jiang Tian's gaze scrutinized the surroundings. After all, decades had passed, and some memories began to blur. However, the moment he stepped into the dense forest, a familiar sensation washed over him, akin to memories of yesteryear, enveloping him in an instant. It was this very expanse of wilderness. Jiang Tian's entire being trembled. Here, Zhao Wei had met his demise. Here, Gao Xiaolong had also perished. In total, there had been 35 individuals in their team, and with Gao Xiaolong, that made 38, yet only 8 remain alive. The haunting scenes of his past life flooded back. Zhao Wei, struck by a bullet, blood spilling from his lips, and ultimately sacrificing himself in this very place. A reality Jiang Tian had never comprehended, Zhao Wei's true identity. And then there was Gao Xiaolong. Oh no! The commotion stirred in his previous life likely extended beyond just Gao Xiaolong. There were even. Jiang Tian cast a glance at Zhao Wei and let out a deep sigh, gripping tightly the Type 95 rifle in his hands. He resolved that this life would indeed unfold differently. His aim would be unerring. Jiang Tian was eager to test his marksmanship, determined to alter the fates of his father, mother, and indeed his own destiny from this moment forth. Chapter 4. Deceiving Heaven, is it very tense? Beside Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong cast a sidelong glance, his sharp gaze immediately noticing Jiang Tian's hands tightly gripping the Type 95. In Gao Xiaolong's eyes, this was a sign of cowardice, a manifestation of anxiety. Unable to suppress a derisive snicker in his heart, he thought, a waste is a waste. Such a second-generation scion, merely gilding himself in other places, had the audacity to bring that insidious air into the anti-drug team. This thought only served to fuel Gao Xiaolong's growing anger. Inside the transport vehicle, silence reigned. Everyone, except the driver, instinctively turned their gaze toward Jiang Tian, drawn by Gao Xiaolong's voice. Report. Not nervous, Jiang Tian responded instinctively. In truth, he had been contemplating matters unnoticed in his previous life. In his past, the sacrifice of Gao Xiaolong and Zhao Wei had caused a significant uproar. The erroneous intelligence that led to such grave losses meant that Jiang Tian's family was merely collateral damage. Even without the incident involving Jiang Tian, his father would have faced dismissal and investigation. Following this incident, it seemed that the entire Yunhai was subject to a thorough cleansing, with the highest authorities purging from top to bottom. The nation was engulfed in a terrifying commotion. Originally, Jiang Tian would have been dismissed, but a beautiful young woman had come to meet him, inquiring about Zhao Wei. Later, Jiang Tian learned that she was Zhao Wei's sister, strikingly lovely. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to these details. Yet now he realized that his ability to transfer to a clerical position and remain there for an extended period was likely due to her influence. With this thought, Jiang Tian exhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying. He was determined to rewrite the conclusion of his past. Moreover, since he could not alter the combat plan in advance, and his voice carried little weight, he would inevitably have to rely on the weapon in his hands. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces within the vehicle, those officers fighting on the front lines, earning a meager monthly salary of around 3,000, yet risking their lives, Jiang Tian felt a deep sense of responsibility. Though he felt uncertain within, he maintained a resolute demeanor. Very well. Do not assume that our support means no conflict will arise. After the drug dealers engage with the armed police, they will certainly retreat, and there's a 90% chance they will take our route. Thus, we are highly likely to confront ruthless drug traffickers. Bullets do not discriminate. Should you flee in the heat of battle, I will be the first to eliminate you, Gao Xiaolong stated expressionlessly. With Gao Xiaolong's continuous disdain, the fire within Jiang Tian surged. Yes, you're a leader in the heavens, a paragon of righteousness. Yet, with each dismissive remark, Jiang Tian could feel his temper escalating. In a sudden burst of resolve, he rose to his feet, startling Gao Xiaolong, who instinctively leaned back. All eyes turned toward Jiang Tian. In the next moment, Jiang Tian's confident voice resonated. I will take a step back and execute myself before you can. Wow. Zhao Wei was left utterly dumbfounded. It was the first time he had witnessed someone displaying such audacity in front of Gao Xiaolong. Even Gao Xiaolong appeared momentarily bewildered. This guidance seemed to be a complete failure after all. His ability to speak so boldly in front of him intrigued Gao Xiaolong, who had a penchant for such individuals. However, a question arose. If he were truly this resolute, would he still allow his family to contact the higher-ups for special treatment? Unlikely. Thus, Gao Xiaolong concluded that this individual was merely masquerading. With a dismissive sneer, he acknowledged that this lad had nearly deceived him. Yet, even a clay figurine possesses some fire. How much more so Jiang Tian, who had been repeatedly insulted. Jiang Tian could endure, but he could not tolerate the disparagement of his golden bullet prowess. With this in mind, he resolved to deliver a significant retort. Before Gao Xiaolong could utter a word, Jiang Tian's voice continued. In the battlefield, I move swiftly and delve deeply. For your safety, it would be prudent for you to refrain from following me. If anything were to happen to your invaluable self, it would be a burden we cannot bear. Boom! What is a bomb? This is a bomb. Song Li was spat, staring at Jiang Tian in astonishment. Zhao Wei's expression was vacant, as if he believed he was dreaming. The colleagues present felt their scalps tingle at this scene. What had begun as Gao Xiaolong's insults of cowardice and being a second-rate offspring had transformed dramatically. Gao Xiaolong, momentarily stunned, sprang to his feet, his face flushed. This is outrageous. It's utterly preposterous. Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists, internally raging. You're talking nonsense. Gao Xiaolong gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. Jiang Tian exhaled, glancing around in surprise, seemingly perplexed by Gao Xiaolong's intense reaction. Jiang Tian was acutely aware of his own combat capabilities. especially considering the multitude of drug dealers he would face. In order to minimize casualties, he would need to penetrate deep into enemy territory. Gao Xiaolong, if he were to supervise him as he had in his previous life, would undoubtedly lag behind, and even if he kept up, danger would abound. Gao Xiaolong could not afford to encounter any mishaps. When Gao Xiaolong glared at Jiang Tian with fury, he noticed that Jiang Tian wore an expression of genuine concern. This only fueled Gao Xiaolong's desire to spit blood in frustration. This rascal! Gao Xiaolong's clenched fist trembled, and in the next moment, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting a smile. Do you think that by saying this, I will cease to monitor you? That I will no longer oversee your actions? Dream on. Such provocation does not work on me. Jiang Tian was at a loss for words, choosing to remain silent. At this point, any further discussion would be futile. Gao Xiaolong had already branded him as a second-rate failure, and anything he said would only lead to further misunderstandings. Jiang Tian held his tongue, for their vehicle had arrived, and the clock had struck 2 in the morning. The mountain road at night proved to be arduous, winding, and treacherous. Upon reaching a junction, everyone disembarked and concealed themselves. Song Ligua arrived at a fork in a narrow path. In truth, an essential reason for the catastrophic outcome in his previous life was the presence of erroneous intelligence. Initially, only a handful of drug traffickers approached quietly. After they were subdued, it was not deemed a significant threat. However, this was soon followed by a deluge of traffickers surging from all directions. After Jiang Tian dismounted, he equipped himself with a night thermal imager and sought refuge behind a tree by the roadside. Do not be overly anxious. It is always like this during the first time. After all, we have just graduated. We shall adapt, Gao Xiaolong remarked, crouching not far from Jiang Tian. After their disembarkation, the armed police vehicle had already departed, leaving 35 individuals shrouded in silence amidst the dense forest. Honestly, Jiang Tian felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated Gao Xiaolong's demeanor. Chapter 5. Speak clearly, young man. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong recalled the stubborn words Jiang Tian had uttered in the car, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. After all, he was merely a child just out of school, barely in his 20s. Observing Jiang Tian's silent demeanor behind the dark tree, Gao Xiaolong chuckled to himself, reminding himself that there was no need to get worked up over a child. Although his behavior was somewhat unsavory, he still possessed a degree of character, albeit a bit overly cautious. These traits were certainly amendable. At this juncture, Jiang Tian remained silent. For, to be honest, Gao Xiaolong held a position of considerable authority, a true heavyweight descending from the heavens. Yet for Jiang Tian, the paramount concern was to alter the misfortunes of his previous life, to minimize sacrifices within the team, and most importantly, to ensure Gao Xiaolong's safety. Meanwhile, Song Ligua, holding a walkie-talkie, addressed everyone. Let me clarify the mission objective. We have received intelligence that a major drug lord from overseas is planning to transport a substantial quantity of narcotics into the country tonight via an alternative route. Our task here is to prevent that drug trafficker from fleeing. Protect yourselves, Jiang Tian quietly murmured. Stay safe. Ha, what a joke! Gao Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes widening. What audacity! He, Gao Xiaolong, was being advised by this novice Jiang Tian to safeguard himself. The absurdity nearly made him laugh in exasperation. Suddenly, Jiang Tian's voice pierced the air. Someone's coming. Is it? Song Ligua responded, his expression one of astonishment, for he had not received any reports of the armed police engaging in combat. 5 individuals, Jiang Tian observed sharply, spotting silhouettes through the night vision goggles. Frankly, wearing night vision goggles significantly affects one's visibility. It is markedly different from what the naked eye perceives. Without rigorous training, adapting to such devices is challenging, especially when it comes to firing a weapon through them. Many are unaware of where their guns are aimed and end up firing indiscriminately. How can they arrive before the confrontation has even begun? Gao Xiaolong's gaze sharpened. Song Ligua leaned closer to Gao Xiaolong, anxious for his safety. It seems this drug lord is quite cunning. Perhaps he has split his forces, and there are others lying in wait here. Gao Xiaolong considered and speculated. It's also possible he has deployed a smoke screen, intending to maneuver past us without engaging. Both Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua were seasoned experts in criminal investigation. Based on their extensive experience, the primary objective of a drug lord entering the country would invariably be to transport narcotics, playing the role of a mouse. And they would never engage in a direct confrontation with the police. However, they overlooked a more significant issue. The true aim of their adversary this time was not the drugs at all. It was solely to rescue someone and exact vengeance. Concealed behind a tree, Jiang Tian listened to their discourse, his expression grave. It appeared that only the 5 of them were present, yet in reality, the opposition was already closing in. According to the detailed intelligence Jiang Tian had gleaned from his past life, he knew what was to come. At this juncture, the associates of the drug lord have abducted Tu Cha's brother from the escort vehicle. The adversaries deliberately released this information to lure a significant number of law enforcement officers. Fully aware that Tu Cha's brother would be transferred from a border detention center to the urban area of Yunhai City that very night. Regrettably, during the rescue attempt, Tu Cha's brother was tragically struck down by a stray bullet. Thus, they are confronted not only by Tu Cha, the notorious drug trafficker, but also by a cadre of elite mercenaries. Even more terrifying is the impending wrath that Tu Cha will unleash in retaliation, launching frenzied acts of vengeance. As the objective shifted from rescuing his brother, Jiang Tian felt an increasing weight of despair. Crucially, he found himself unable to articulate these matters, as the intricate web of events was unknown even to all members of their anti-narcotics team, let alone in light of the misunderstandings with Gao Xiaolong. Is it conceivable that the drug lord deliberately set this smokescreen for ulterior motives, perhaps to ambush them from behind? Jiang Tian calmly posited, "Impossible. Our intelligence is infallible. Moreover, without a motive for drug trafficking, he would never attempt to enter the country. You have only recently joined the anti-drug efforts. There is much for you to learn." Song Ligua patiently instructed. Jiang Tian sighed, opting for silence. "Young man, there is still a vast expanse of knowledge for you to absorb. I don't believe you are beyond redemption. Allow me to enlighten you. These individuals are likely scouts dispatched by the drug lord, contemplating a dual approach for drug trafficking. You have just graduated. Focus on your studies, and with experience will come understanding." Gao Xiaolong's perception of Jiang Tian began to evolve. However, the true test lay in battle, whether he would succumb to fear. With this thought, Gao Xiaolong, equipped with a thermal imaging device, observed while conversing with Jiang Tian. He noted that the young man did not seem as irredeemable as he had initially perceived. It is entirely normal for a young person to stray from the right path. A degree of naivety is to be expected. Mistakes can be made, but as long as one is willing to acknowledge and amend them, there remains an opportunity for redemption. After all, having just joined the anti-drug team, a certain apprehension is understandable. With proper guidance, there is potential for correction. As Gao Xiaolong adjusted the thermal imaging to focus back on the group, he continued his mentorship. The young man, fresh from his first mission, was undoubtedly influenced by too many crime films, fixating on notions of ambush suddenly. Gao Xiaolong paused mid-sentence. It seemed he had glimpsed something, an anomaly captured by the thermal imaging behind them. His expression turned to one of astonishment. "Are those animals?" "Commander Song, do we have a second batch of reinforcements behind us?" Gao Xiaolong inquired, bewildered. Song Ligua waved his hand dismissively. "Chief, we are merely assisting. Any reinforcements are not for our team. They have all been dispatched elsewhere." A chill of foreboding gripped Gao Xiaolong's heart. He hurriedly lifted his gaze. The next moment, Gao Xiaolong's mind was in turmoil. This was troubling. A crisis was unfolding. As he cast his gaze back towards the dense foliage, he discerned numerous figures illuminated by thermal imaging, at least a dozen by rough estimation. In the next instant, the captain reported a situation, indicating a significant gathering of individuals on the thermal display. Just then, the lookout suddenly spoke into the intercom. "Buzz." Gao Xiaolong sharply turned his head, and indeed, he beheld a multitude of red dots emerging ahead. Were they surrounded? Gao Xiaolong was taken aback. He glanced at the figures appearing on the thermal imaging both behind and in front of him, then looked at Jiang Tian. He gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "You truly predicted this, didn't you?" Chapter 6. A critical moment. At this moment, Jiang Tian found himself bereft of time to respond. in both his past and present. Today's events had haunted him countless times in the dead of night as he pondered solutions to the impending crisis. Initially, his sole concern was ensuring the safety of Gao Xiaolong. Yet he soon realized that, apart from Zhao Wei, the faces of his comrades loomed large in his mind. The anti-drug officers silently toiled on the front lines, safeguarding the interests and safety of the people with their own flesh and blood. Having been reborn, Jiang Tian felt an undeniable urge to take action. Thus, he resolved to devise a strategy to annihilate the enemy. "Let's first find a way to retreat and eliminate the drug traffickers behind us," commanded Song Ligua decisively. Time was of the essence, leaving little room for discussion. The number of red dots representing drug traffickers on the thermal imaging device was rapidly increasing and closing in. "Everyone, refrain from engaging and prepare to withdraw," Song Ligua said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The situation today was decidedly amiss. Nothing felt right. However, Jiang Tian quietly interjected, "I sense that retreating may be less advantageous than confronting them directly." "Huh?" Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong were taken aback, especially Gao Xiaolong, whose expression grew grave as he questioned, "Do you understand the implications of what you're saying? The thermal imaging shows at least 100 individuals ahead, and more keep arriving from behind." Yet, Jiang Tian continued, "Have you not noticed that while the drug traffickers in front appear chaotic, the more than 10 from behind exhibit remarkable coordination and discipline in their movements?" Without the memories from his previous life, Jiang Tian would not have observed and comprehended the situation with such clarity. It was precisely this group of mercenaries that had inflicted a swift and heavy blow during their retreat. Their anti-drug task force was hardly professional, despite some training. They were not on par with specialized armed police or elite soldiers in terms of combat strength and coordination. While their skills were adequate for dealing with drug traffickers, the prospect of facing seasoned mercenaries was grim. Jiang Tian recalled that in his past life, during an encounter, their 35 members, along with Gao Xiaolong, totaling 38, had suffered 9 fatalities in an instant. The opposing side was indeed professional. Even Jiang Tian, with his unmatched marksmanship, felt far from assured when confronting such a well-coordinated and equipped enemy. Suddenly, as Jiang Tian finished speaking, Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua exchanged incredulous glances. "Are you certain? Remember, the consequences of misjudgment are dire. If that's the case, we may be dealing with foreign forces." They spoke, their foreheads glistening with perspiration. The implication that foreign-trained individuals could be involved, advancing from behind, indicated a significant intelligence failure. Both men, seasoned in criminal investigation, quickly recognized the perilous predicament they faced. A mere cursory glance from Gao Xiaolong sent a chill down his spine, for it aligned perfectly with Jiang Tian's ominous assessment. Upon careful observation, one could discern that, in stark contrast to the previous disorganized drug dealers, the individuals behind them exhibit a meticulously arranged formation. Should a breakthrough occur from the rear without addressing the imminent issue, the consequences could be dire. Gasping in trepidation, Gao Xiaolong removed his thermal imaging goggles and turned his stiff neck to gaze at Jiang Tian. "What a remarkable lad," he thought. "You've truly accomplished something." Taking a deep breath, Gao Xiaolong reflected, "Have I truly achieved something?" Jiang Tian's brows furrowed in surprise. Was this considered an achievement? To be frank, he himself was taken aback. "Without you, our reckless advance could have resulted in significant casualties." Team Leader Song, "You must contact the armed police for immediate support," Gao Xiaolong urged, apprehensive. "It is crucial to understand the disparity between ordinary drug dealers and a group of well-trained foreign operatives." At that moment, a series of rapid gunfire erupted. The expressions of everyone present grew grim. Although the two paths were quite distant, the sound of gunfire echoed through the still night air. "What shall we do, Chief?" Song Ligua asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Tian glanced back and surmised that Song Ligua had likely just communicated with their counterparts. It appeared that assistance would be difficult to procure, as both the armed police and narcotics officers had already deployed in full force, leaving Yanhai with scant personnel. Mobilizing reinforcements would be a challenge, and by the time the military arrived, the confrontation might well be over. With a grave expression, Gao Xiaolong quickly made a decision. Order 10 personnel to provide suppressive fire against the enemy from the rear, while the remainder will prioritize eliminating the drug dealers ahead. He slammed his hand down decisively. Suppressive fire alone was not overly difficult, even against well-equipped and trained adversaries. Song Ligua vented his frustration, exclaiming, "What madness is this? What on earth is Tu Cha thinking tonight?" Having dealt with Tu Cha, the notorious drug lord of the Golden Triangle, on numerous occasions, Song Ligua understood the stakes. After all, the sole entry point for the Golden Triangle into the country was through Yunhai. Narcotics officers were the front line of anti-drug efforts, and Yunhai's officers were at the very forefront. This experience and record would greatly benefit future advancements, which is why Jiang Tian was assigned to this critical post. Generally speaking, a drug dealer's primary objective is to traffic narcotics and amass wealth. However, something felt amiss. If Tu Cha's intention was merely to smuggle drugs, why were individuals entering the country ahead of schedule, contradicting the reports? Moreover, why were large groups of drug dealers bypassing the usual routes? In other words, Tu Cha's primary aim might not be drug trafficking at all. Gao Xiaolong calmly analyzed the situation, demonstrating the composure of a seasoned leader even in a crisis. Indeed, Song Ligua, drenched in cold sweat, began to realize the implications. If their intent were merely to smuggle drugs, they would not be facing such peril. However, if their motives were ulterior, their situation could be dire. Cold sweat dripped from Song Ligua's chin, not out of fear for himself, but from the dread of losing the valiant anti-drug officers who had fought alongside him through countless battles. His greatest concern, however, was for the safety of Gao Xiaolong at his side. First, cover the chief's retreat, Song Ligua decisively commanded. Preposterous. According to the operational plan, ignore my orders. This is a command. Gao Xiaolong retorted, his anger palpable. Before Song Ligua could utter another word, he caught sight of Jiang Tian standing ominously behind Gao Xiaolong, gun raised, though he could not discern when it had happened. "Jiang Tian, what are you doing?" Song Ligua's eyes widened in horror, nearly succumbing to faintness. From his perspective, Jiang Tian was aiming his weapon at Gao Xiaolong. Has he lost his mind? In the next instant, a gunshot reverberated through the air. At that moment, as Gao Xiaolong turned his head, he distinctly felt a bullet whiz past his ear, accompanied by a faint, chilling sensation against the skin. Chapter 7. Upgrading the entry. Did you just shoot at me? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Gao Xiaolong's forehead, truly startled by the abruptness of the situation. Do you have a problem with me? I admit my voice was a bit loud during the meeting, but does that warrant you shooting at me? Gao Xiaolong stammered, still in shock. Before Jiang Tian had a chance to explain, Song Ligua rushed forward, gripping his Type 95 rifle tightly. With a voice trembling in fear, he said, "The commander reprimanded you for your own good. You must not act on impulse." "No, I just saved the commander," Jiang Tian replied, raising his hands in exasperation. "You shot at me, and yet you claim to have saved me?" Gao Xiaolong exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Tian nodded affirmatively. Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua turned to each other, their faces frozen in shock. At that moment, a sound echoed from the spot where Jiang Tian had fired. Suddenly, from the bushes, a body collapsed, having been shot in the head. Buzz! Upon witnessing this scene, both Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua felt their scalps tingle with fear, their minds buzzing. A person? An enemy? When did they arrive? Why didn't the thermal imaging detect them? They were chilled to the bone, horrified that the enemy had crept up behind them without their knowledge. In truth, the individual was exceptionally well camouflaged. If Jiang Tian had not been reincarnated and retained a vivid memory of this event, he would not have recalled it. In his past life, at the same location and direction, no one had noticed the enemy. "How did you know someone was here?" Gao Xiaolong asked in astonishment. Jiang Tian chuckled. "This person evaded thermal imaging detection, but even so, we had lookouts after we disembarked. In other words, this individual has been hiding here for quite some time. I only just noticed a slight anomaly on the thermal imaging." Goodness! As Jiang Tian finished speaking, Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua were taken aback. What kind of person uses thermal imaging to look at the ground? Indeed, as they approached, they found a fallen figure in the bushes, covered in mud. This was a tactic to evade thermal detection. This meant that the individual had been lurking there for an extended period, and their anti-narcotics team had exposed themselves early on. You brat, wow. After examining the corpse, Gao Xiaolong looked at Jiang Tian in shock, as if seeing him for the first time. Your attention to detail is remarkable, yet this is utterly outrageous. If I remember correctly, you haven't even been officially appointed yet? Gao Xiaolong's mouth dropped open. Song Ligua quickly responded. To be precise, he is still a senior this year, currently in the probationary period as a police officer, having just joined the team a little over a month ago. You are a genius, Gao Xiaolong gasped in awe, reflecting on how he had initially identified and analyzed the drug dealer, and now calmly shot and eliminated a lurking threat. Indirectly salvaging significant losses on 2 occasions would have been utterly impossible without extraordinary observational skills. This implies that the young man, if stationed within the narcotics unit, would indeed be underutilized. His talents would be far better applied in the criminal investigation unit for major cases. What a remarkable young man, a true genius. Though somewhat timid, his unexpected prowess is astonishing. Gao Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with realization. Fresh from graduation, he had managed to discern what even seasoned detectives had overlooked, while Jiang Tian had made 2 consecutive discoveries. However, there was little time for Gao Xiaolong to elaborate. As the sound of Jiang Tian's gunfire echoed, they all understood that their time was dwindling. The movements of the drug traffickers and the thermal imaging intensified, their madness palpable. What are you doing, Xiao Jiang? Song Ligua turned to see Jiang Tian crouched beside a trafficker. Nothing, Jiang Tian replied with an odd expression, before glancing down at the muddy corpse. Above the body floated a green item descriptor. A 5-tier descriptor, white, green, blue, red, gold. Having trained for 4 years at the police academy, Jiang Tian had only ever encountered 2 white descriptors. Yet, here he was confronted by a green one. Squinting, he discerned that despite the mud, the individual was clad in mercenary gear, indicating an overseas mercenary. Jiang Tian reached out, touching the descriptor, and in an instant, information flooded his mind. Insight into the human heart. Green when criminals are in your vicinity, you possess a unique sense. Wow, Jiang Tian couldn't suppress his excitement. If this were to upgrade to gold, would it not transform into a scanning radar, allowing him to sense the magnitude of crimes committed by those nearby? The prospect thrilled him. To upgrade the descriptor, all descriptors can be upgraded via 2 methods. The first involves synthesizing with descriptors of the same tier. The second allows for upgrades through the malevolence value accrued from capturing and judging criminals. The malevolence value is determined by the severity of the crimes committed. Current descriptors: unerring shot, gold; insight into the human heart, green; martial arts mediocre, white. Current malevolence value: 352. He pondered upgrading martial arts mediocre. In the next moment, he felt his malevolence value drop by 100. This meant that to upgrade from the lowest tier to green, 100 points were required. The purchasing power of this malevolence value was impressive. Martial arts mediocre, white, upgraded to martial arts minor accomplishment, green. In an instant, Jiang Tian felt an invigorating surge of power, and inexplicably, he recalled combat techniques he had previously struggled to remember. It was remarkable, yet he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in both his physical condition and the fighting skills he had learned at school. The immediate effect of the green tier was striking. If gold were to follow, would he not become a martial sage, combined with unerring precision? Jiang Tian abruptly turned to face the group of drug traffickers. In that instant, these criminals ceased to be a source of danger and transformed into instruments for his advancement. If he were to annihilate these traffickers, how much malevolence would he accumulate? Beyond the malevolence, what treasures might he unearth? Oh, he had yet to leave the novice village. Was this not a direct path to divinity? Jiang Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. Our position has been compromised. We cannot linger here. Xiao Jiang, stay close behind me. Song Ligua, to some extent, still intended to offer guidance. Under normal circumstances, a newcomer like Jiang Tian would be paired with a veteran mentor. However, due to his brief tenure in the anti-drug unit, no arrangements had been made, and he could only follow Song Ligua. Moreover, Jiang Tian had the additional responsibility of ensuring the safety of Gao Xiaolong. As Jiang Tian concealed himself behind a cluster of trees and glanced sideways, a grin crept across his lips. At this moment, The traffickers were less than 200 meters away, merely over 100 meters apart, and the tension was palpable. The sound of your gunfire only hastened their approach. Song Ligua exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of pressure. This time, they were in grave danger. Fire! Bang! In the next heartbeat, before Song Ligua could utter another word, he witnessed Jiang Tian raising his weapon and firing. At that moment, through Song Ligua's thermal imaging, he saw a trafficker collapse to the ground. In the depths of the night, from nearly 200 meters away, a single shot found its mark. Song Ligua was left astounded. A blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse. Gao Xiaolong looked on with a flicker of pride. His earlier instincts had proven correct. This young man was indeed not beyond redemption. Tonight's performance had utterly surpassed Gao Xiaolong's expectations. The stroke of luck was almost surreal. It was akin to a game of cards. There is always a grace period for novices. Song Ligua wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 8. You must be a ghost. Kid Fortune favored him, complemented by a keen sense of observation. Nevertheless, in the eyes of Gao Xiaolong and his companions, Jiang Tian had already proven himself to be a competent narcotics officer. As for his youthful fear of death, it was a sentiment shared by many. The lad's marksmanship appears commendable. Luck plays a part, yet one cannot dismiss his inherent prowess, Gao Xiaolong mused. Bang! Just as Gao Xiaolong spoke, Jiang Tian swiftly took cover behind a tree, raising his weapon to instantaneously eliminate a drug trafficker with a precise shot to the head. Impressive indeed. Gao Xiaolong observed the scene vividly through thermal imaging. With each gunshot, another foe fell, 3 in total. Today, Jiang Tian had dispatched 3 drug dealers, one of whom was disguised as a mercenary infiltrator. This was no mere coincidence. Gao Xiaolong was left astounded. Bang! In the next moment, Jiang Tian fired again. The Type 95 automatic rifle, developed in 1995, had become a staple by the 2000s. Although it utilized small-caliber rounds, its advantages were evident. It was lightweight and boasted minimal recoil, making it easy to calibrate. Its drawback, however, was a limited effective range of approximately 400 meters. Yet for Jiang Tian, this was more than sufficient. In fact, he could achieve lethal precision at distances ranging from 600 to 800 meters. Typically, beyond 400 meters, one might lose track of where the bullets would land, but Jiang Tian was known for his unerring accuracy. The mere sight of an adversary's head was enough for him to deliver a fatal blow, as if their minds were in sync. Armed with thermal imaging in the darkness, Jiang Tian perceived an abundance of malevolence, with countless opportunities and notorious drug traffickers awaiting him. Under ordinary circumstances, such a plethora of chances and resources would be unfathomable. Each of these criminals bore a significant evil value, often starting from dozens and occasionally exceeding 100. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with avarice, his lips unconsciously moistening with anticipation. If he could cultivate his skills and eradicate his fearfulness, he would undoubtedly emerge as an elite asset to the police force. Gao Xiaolong's enthusiasm grew with each passing moment, completely overshadowing his previous criticisms of Jiang Tian's capabilities. Rest assured, Chief, we will prioritize his training, Song Ligua declared promptly, feeling a weight lift from his chest. It appeared that this ordeal had passed, and Gao Xiaolong would not seek retribution. However, before Song Ligua could fully exhale, a cacophony of gunfire erupted nearby. As Jiang Tian engaged in combat, both sides were embroiled in a fierce gunfight, yet Jiang Tian showed no signs of retreat. After all, this was a moment ripe with opportunities, a harvest of evil value awaiting his collection. Following this encounter, Jiang Tian would undoubtedly emerge at the pinnacle of his potential. He could no longer remain idle. With a swift stride, Jiang Tian found an angle and charged forward, raising his weapon to fire. Bang! 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 Do not act impulsively, Song Ligua shouted from behind. Gao Xiaolong's expression stiffened, his face betraying discomfort. Is your face hurting? Just moments prior, he had remarked on Jiang Tian's fear of death. Yet here was Jiang Tian boldly advancing. In truth, despite Gao Xiaolong's earlier bravado about being part of a suicide squad, Jiang Tian was still a novice, his experience in the field woefully inadequate. This reckless charge could easily lead to his demise, even during moments when Jiang Tian had shown little promise. Gao Xiaolong would never have allowed him to walk into danger. "Come back," Gao Xiaolong shouted, even neglecting his own bruised ego in the heat of the moment. However, in the following instant, as Jiang Tian continued to fire, the sound of his shots began to resemble a rapid succession. Wildly shooting, aside from exposing one's position, served no purpose. Such reckless behavior would only alert the drug traffickers to their location, placing himself at grave risk. Gao Xiaolong exclaimed urgently. Rushing headlong into danger serves no purpose. Indeed, it was an act driven by sheer impulse, a clear indication that he needed further training. Song Ligua hastily concurred. Regardless of the situation, Jiang Tian's performance was commendable, and considering his background, any mishap would necessitate a difficult explanation to his family. There was an imperative need for enhanced training in this regard. Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. If teammates were present, it would be a grave danger to all, potentially turning into a malignancy within the unit. Gao Xiaolong was exasperated. Their position was crucial. The immediate priority was to execute a cautious retreat, especially for newcomers like Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei, who needed to be coordinated for withdrawal. Disregarding orders and acting recklessly, believing that such displays of fearlessness would earn them respect, was folly. Wildly firing and revealing their location was sheer madness. Jiang Tian, cease fire, Song Ligua commanded. He wanted both Jiang Tian and Gao Xiaolong to find an opportunity to strike. But this hasty revelation of their position had already attracted the attention of numerous drug traffickers and red dots approaching their vicinity. Was this not utter madness? Cease your reckless shooting, Jiang Tian, immediately. Yet, in the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's gaze swept across the scene, and he witnessed 3 approaching drug traffickers being swiftly neutralized. Hiss! What a remarkable display! The defense was solely reliant on Jiang Tian, and with the thermal imaging, Gao Xiaolong could see everything with utmost clarity. Following a rapid succession of 3 shots, the figures in the thermal imaging collapsed to the ground, lifeless and motionless, clearly having been struck fatally. This hardly seemed like random shooting. How had those 3 fallen? Were you hit? Gao Xiaolong's expression froze, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. His mind buzzed. This young man appeared to be far from the inexperienced novice he had presumed. Perhaps he truly possessed a degree of skill. Was it you who fired just now? Gao Xiaolong could hardly believe it. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Jiang Tian innocently turned his head and blinked, seemingly questioning if anything had gone amiss moments ago. Puffed. Gao Xiaolong nearly spat out his drink. Was there a problem? This was beyond mere issues. The act of shooting itself was not terrifying. What truly struck fear was the fact that, in the dead of night, he had fired 3 shots that seemed almost like a jest, successfully eliminating 3 drug traffickers. At such a great distance, utilizing thermal imaging in the stillness of the night. He had executed 3 consecutive shots, each striking true. Are you some sort of ghost? Surely, it cannot be that mere skill suffices. Chapter 9. Executing justice, how did you manage that? Song Ligua gasped in astonishment. In truth, during the execution of missions, thermal imaging is seldom provided. However, tonight's task was deemed exceptional, warranting special approval for its use to prevent drug traffickers from escaping. Ironically, the introduction of thermal imaging revealed Jiang Tian's celestial prowess. Observe closely. I shall demonstrate just once, Jiang Tian declared, and with a resounding gunshot, he fired without even glancing at the trafficker, his aim unfocused, merely raising his hand to shoot while maintaining his gaze on Song Ligua. In the blink of an eye, before Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong, a trafficker lay on the ground, clutching his neck. Good heavens! Song Ligua's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. It's as simple as that, Jiang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Silence enveloped the moment. Gao Xiaolong was rendered speechless. The notion of being shown up was the least of his concerns. Before him stood what appeared to be a divine being. Taking a deep breath, his heart raced involuntarily. Young man, I acknowledge that my earlier words may have been too loud and perhaps a touch harsh. I hope you won't take it to heart. However, you're still in your probationary period. The battlefield is perilous. Do not presume that a modicum of marksmanship allows you to act recklessly, nor should you let it inflate your ego. Gao Xiaolong suppressed his inner turmoil. Having witnessed many grand spectacles, this situation felt akin to encountering a deity. Yet, he managed to retain his composure. Even the elite soldiers in the military district could achieve such marksmanship. However, the battlefield is not so straightforward. A newcomer, lacking professional training, is not comparable to the specialized soldiers of the military. The dangers of such an environment are palpable. This is a remarkable talent, Gao Xiaolong mused, recognizing the potential before him. He conceded that his earlier tone was somewhat excessive, but he was willing to amend his approach. Now, his eyes sparkled with clarity as he realized that such a talent had been unearthed, igniting within him a desire to nurture this gifted individual. However, before Gao Xiaolong could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Tian had vanished into the dense forest ahead, his voice faintly echoing. This area is relatively secure. You two stay here. The traffickers will not arrive immediately. I shall handle the situation ahead. Restlessness surged within him. For Jiang Tian, this was a blatant opportunity, a pathway to accumulating significant merit. Come back, Jiang Tian. I command you to return immediately. It is dangerous ahead, and you are still in your probationary phase. Song Ligua urged, his voice laced with urgency. This young man, this audacious youth utterly unrestrained, provoking an ire within Gao Xiaolong that was palpable. This was indeed an affront to reason. Song Ligua, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently concurred. Chief, are you not overseeing this scoundrel? If he defies orders on the battlefield, he deserves to be executed. He is nothing but a malignant tumor, a scourge to our ranks. We must eliminate him decisively. If he dares to disobey now, he will surely overstep in the future. Such detrimental elements cannot be allowed to remain within our team. At that moment, Gao Xiaolong's irate tone faltered, and he cast a penetrating gaze towards Song Ligua. His fury towards Jiang Tian stemmed from the belief that Jiang's cowardice warranted punishment. He sought to compel him into combat, to demonstrate to those who exploit connections that the front line is no place for such individuals. Yet, what had Jiang Tian demonstrated? He had delivered an exemplary performance, accurately predicting the movements of drug traffickers, successfully neutralizing a formidable enemy, and indirectly saving lives. Now, he had eliminated 5 drug dealers as effortlessly as one might partake in a meal. His keen insight and remarkable marksmanship were undeniable. Initially, it was Zhang's fear of death that incited anger. Yet upon entering the battlefield, even in defiance, he charged forward to confront the traffickers. You would have me believe that such a promising talent deserves execution? Is this a jest? Little Song, if we must execute him, let it be. But considering this is his first offense, it is entirely unnecessary, Gao Xiaolong intoned gravely. Just then, the sound of gunfire intensified. Gao Xiaolong quickly employed thermal imaging to assess the situation. Jiang Tian was now advancing towards the drug dealers, moving with remarkable agility through the jungle. Thanks to the thermal imaging, he wielded it like a deadly weapon, swiftly identifying the traffickers' hiding spots, maneuvering through the darkness, and executing them with precision. In a brief span, Gao Xiaolong observed that any trafficker who dared to show themselves met a swift end. What? You question whether it is indeed Jiang Tian? At that moment, both sides were gradually advancing, with the anti-narcotics team taking cover behind trees, utilizing thermal imaging to engage in a strategic defense. Only Jiang Tian charged relentlessly towards the drug dealers, moving with incredible speed. In the thermal imaging, the only discernible figure amidst the mud was Jiang Tian, cleverly using the muck to obscure his heat signature. Otherwise, any heat source would have been easily detected. By heavens! Gao Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. This was sheer madness. In his extensive experience within the public security sector, he had encountered elite soldiers, yet none exhibited the extraordinary prowess of Jiang Tian. Was it as if his bullets had acquired sentience? Song Ligua stood speechless, while Gao Xiaolong fell into silence, his face flushed and aching. What was happening? Who had struck him? At that moment, as Jiang Tian continued his relentless assault, he dispatched the drug dealers with remarkable efficiency. They were a group lacking any substantial training, devoid of even the most basic military discipline, merely ordinary individuals armed with firearms. Some among them had already compromised their health through substance abuse, rendering their combat efficacy woefully inadequate. With the addition of thermal imaging, Jiang Tian navigated the darkness with remarkable ease. Coupled with the seamless union of man and weapon, his shots were unerring. A golden epithet of lethal precision. Slaughter. Who dares approach? Damn it, there's a sniper. Where on earth did this sniper come from? These drug traffickers are not fools. In a brief span, one by one, the night claimed the lives of these dealers. They had begun to realize the peril. Firing would inevitably reveal their positions. The gaze of these traffickers swiftly shifted from the anti-narcotics task force to Jiang Tian's direction. Jiang Tian, akin to a specter of death amidst the dense forest and the inky night, silently reaped the lives of those who were the very scourge responsible for the torment of countless families. Their demise was no loss. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a hail of bullets rained down, forcing Jiang Tian to swiftly take cover behind a tree. 34 down. Crack. Concealed behind the tree. Jiang Tian calculated his achievements for the night, casually replacing his empty magazine. With his weapon reloaded, he initiated a controlled burst, swiftly rising to aim. Bang, bang, bang. For more traffickers fell, their lives extinguished in the northwest. How brutal this is. Chapter 10. Tremors in the sea of clouds in a residential area with a splendidly verdant environment. A cacophony of disputes erupted from within. I had just received word that Xiao Tian had been personally dispatched by General Gao to the front lines. Fortunately, he was not stationed at the forefront, but rather engaged in a flanking maneuver. Jiang Peng exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze upon the woman sitting on the sofa. Her head bowed in distress. I am truly sorry. I had no idea that the caller was General Gao from Kyoto. Jiang's mother confessed, her head lowered in remorse. Nevertheless, it is pointless to dwell on this now. I hope tonight's operation proceeds smoothly. Jiang Peng sighed once more. Ultimately, this was all for Jiang Tian. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. Yet, an uneasy feeling lingered within him. Xiao Tian was merely an intern, still not officially confirmed in his position. Was I wrong to take these actions? Now, under General Gao's watchful eye, Xiao Tian, a novice facing his first real combat, was filled with trepidation. Jiang's mother clutched her heart, plagued by an unsettling premonition, and as the conversation progressed, she could no longer contain her grief, covering her face and weeping. General Gao is a decent person. He would not seek personal vendetta or intentionally place Jiang Tian in harm's way. So please, do not worry too much. Furthermore, over 100 armed police officers and all personnel from the Yunhai anti-drug operations are deployed tonight, so there should be no unexpected circumstances, Jiang Peng reassured her, attempting to provide comfort. Jiang's mother felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. However, in the next moment, Jiang Peng's phone rang. Buzz. As he comprehended the content of the call, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. Jiang Peng's expression darkened progressively. Yunhai Police Department, illuminated brightly. As the chief of police and also the deputy mayor, Jiang Peng's face bore a sense of urgency. Contact the military, the armed police, and even the resting criminal investigation teams to provide support. Hurry. Jiang Peng's mind raced with adrenaline. So many significant events had transpired today. Originally, he was supposed to be present at the operation tonight, even during the meeting, but because of Jiang Tian's mother's phone call, he had been sidelined and targeted by Gao Xiaolong. Thus, he was excluded from tonight's operation. He had been anxiously pacing at home, troubled, when the secretary called him to relay the situation on site. Jiang Peng felt a surge of panic as he rushed to the police station, where the Yunhai secretary awaited him, his expression grave and urgent. After arranging the necessary measures, the secretary patted Jiang Peng's shoulder and said, "Do not worry. We have a significant number of personnel deployed. We have just confirmed that it was the brother of the drug lord Tucha who was captured, and those drug lords are attempting to rescue him. The initial reports were merely a smokescreen. The military special operations team is already en route. You can rest assured that everything will be fine." Though he uttered these words, the secretary's heart was also fraught with anxiety. It was perilous, far too perilous, especially concerning General Gao's safety. How long until the military arrives? Jiang Peng inquired. Today. The majority of the military forces have departed for nearby exercises, and the latest reinforcements will likely take about an hour to arrive, Secretary Yunhai remarked. An hour? Jiang Peng instantly rose to his feet. At this point, it would be too late to do anything, whether it was recalling personnel from the police station, initiating emergency actions, or summoning military support. There simply wasn't enough time. It was maddening. Tu Cha's brother had been tragically shot dead by a stray bullet during a rescue operation, and now Tu Cha was likely engaged in retaliatory actions. As Secretary Yin spoke, he ushered Jiang Peng into the vehicle. The convoy quickly assembled at the police station entrance. This is all the personnel we could muster. Others are still en route. We should first assess the situation, Yunhai stated. Yunhai's name was Zhou Zhao. Generally, Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng did not share a particularly close relationship outside of their professional duties, but tonight was remarkably different. Zhou Zhao grasped Jiang Peng's hand, his face etched with urgency, and Jiang Peng sensed an unusual tension in the air. Secretary Zhou, how many drug traffickers are we dealing with? Jiang Peng inquired gravely. Zhou Zhao sighed and revealed a number. The revelation stunned Jiang Peng. Initially, it was merely a discussion of a drug trafficker trap with erroneous intelligence. But upon hearing the actual figures, Jiang Peng's scalp tingled with dread. There were over 100 traffickers on the side of the armed police, and nearly 200 in our Yunhai narcotics control team, which included a unit of foreign forces suspected to be mercenaries, Zhou Zhao explained. Jiang Peng's face turned pale. What about Jiang Tian? He thought, a terrifying, ominous premonition blossoming within him. Apart from Jiang Tian, he suddenly understood why Zhou Zhao was acting with such urgency. Because Gao Xiaolong was with the narcotics control team, any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Jiang Peng could scarcely bear to contemplate such an outcome. However, one thing was certain. If Gao Xiaolong encountered any issues, the entire Yunhai establishment would experience a seismic upheaval, a political earthquake of unimaginable proportions. And Zhou Zhao would be no exception. There are no outsiders here. We are all in this together, Zhou Zhao asserted. They arrived at the scene, with Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng leading the few personnel from the police station capable of combat. The incident occurred abruptly. No one had anticipated that these drug traffickers had laid a trap. In truth, neither Zhou Zhao nor Jiang Peng spoke of it, as they both understood the gravity of the situation. Their arrival at the scene was merely a desperate attempt at damage control. By the time they reached it, the narcotics control team would likely be in disarray, facing more than triple the number of adversaries, along with a squad of professional foreign mercenaries. These were individuals who killed without hesitation, experts in the art of murder. Secretary, I apologize, Jiang Peng stammered, his voice trembling. He knew that the death of his son Jiang Tian would mean little to others. However, Gao Xiaolong had personally overseen Jiang Tian's deployment to the front lines at the behest of Jiang's mother, which meant that if Gao Xiaolong were to face any misfortune, Jiang Peng would bear a heavy burden of guilt. Given the current circumstances, even if they were to arrive, it would merely be to retrieve the remains. Words now hold no meaning. I reviewed the documents, and, considering he is merely an intern yet to be confirmed, it is entirely reasonable to provide him some care. This cannot be held against you. Had the senior officials been aware of this matter, their ire would not have been so pronounced. Zhou Zhao sighed. At this juncture, no words could suffice. Gao Xiaolong and the narcotics control team. This thought gnawed at Zhou Zhao, casting a shadow over his dim future. Jiang Peng, reflecting on his son Jiang Tian, felt a pang of anguish. In his life, he has but one son and one daughter. His daughter has just gained admission to a prestigious university. Jiang Tian, too, graduated from the police academy, and no one could have foreseen such a calamity. May you find peace, Zhou Zhao said, gazing out the window. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Peng trembled, for he understood that the narcotics control team was likely beyond salvation. Chapter 11. The First World War annihilates 150 drug traffickers. Shocking news, they had already prepared for the worst, as the information they had gathered suggested that the front line was fraught with peril. Both Jiang Tian and Gao Xiaolong were likely in grave danger. Their survival hinged solely on fate. As for the 35 members of the anti-drug task force, they were no match for the circumstances they faced. The drug traffickers had plotted against them from the very beginning. 35 against nearly 200, especially in a situation where they had fallen into an ambush. Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng felt an increasing weight in their hearts as they contemplated the situation. Something was amiss, and it was bound to escalate into a major crisis. A catastrophe of monumental proportions. If casualties were severe, it could be said that even without Gao Xiaolong, they would bear immense responsibility. With Gao Xiaolong's involvement, the repercussions would be deemed one of the most devastating cases in decades. Upon their hurried arrival, they beheld a silent expanse of forest from a distance, evoking profound fear. The stillness seemed to echo like the gaping maw of a demon. Leader, the front appears perilous, and our communication with the anti-drug task force has been severed. The traffickers are evidently prepared. We cannot recklessly advance, stated Sun Jianhua, the deputy director of public security, his tone heavy with concern. Something felt amiss. After exiting the vehicle, Jiang Peng gazed ahead. How far are we from the ambush site? Zhou Zhao inquired. The deputy director stood beside them, fully aware of the situation, approximately less than 2 miles. 2 miles? A sinking feeling engulfed them. Upon hearing the deputy director's words, Jiang Peng and Gao Xiaolong's faces drained of color. It was over. The sky had fallen. This singular thought dominated their minds. Jiang Peng felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground, but the deputy director extended a hand to steady him. Those wretched drug traffickers deserve their fate. Do they not fear that we will mobilize our military to eradicate them? Zhou Zhao seethed in anger. For now, the armed police should be fine. But the most perilous situation lies with the anti-drug task force. 2 miles. Under any circumstances, we should be able to hear gunfire. But now, damn it, those traffickers truly deserve their demise. Jiang Peng's eyes blazed red as he clenched his fists. The gunfire ceased in their hearts. The anti-drug task force was deemed utterly lost. They had long since suffered total annihilation. As for the destruction of over 200 traffickers and a contingent of foreign mercenaries, the 35 members of the anti-drug task force, it was unfathomable. Even if special forces were to arrive, they would likely be unable to prevail this night. Find out when the military reinforcements will arrive. I want them to pay in blood for their transgressions. Zhou Zhao gritted his teeth and continued. The anti-drug task force are heroes. We cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. He understood that everything had come to a close. In the entire Yinhai region, from top to bottom, a complete overhaul was inevitable. As the secretary of Yinhai, Zhou Zhao could not escape culpability. This is the provincial capital, and as its chief, he holds a prominent position, being a cadre of the provincial party committee. However, he cannot absolve himself of responsibility in this situation, not to mention any prospects for advancement. The likelihood of facing severe consequences is high, as the incident is too egregious for anyone to evade accountability. The criminal investigation team was dispatched to assess the circumstances. Jiang Peng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. Just as the captain of the investigation team was preparing to take action, footsteps echoed in the darkness, resonating ominously. Almost everyone swiftly sought cover, readying themselves for confrontation. The speed with which the drug traffickers approached was infuriating. Zhou Zhao had already concluded that they were indeed coming. Everyone had tacitly accepted that the narcotic suppression unit had perished. The criminal investigation team, armed and ready, aimed their weapons at the source of the sound, holding their breath in anticipation. I don't care what methods you employ, just hold these traffickers off until the military arrives, Zhou Zhao commanded, determined to ensure the mission's completion. The captain of the investigation team solemnly assured him, even though they numbered only 20. In the next moment, the captain affirmed gravely, "Rest assured, leader, I will not let the sacrifice of the narcotic suppression unit be in vain, nor will I allow Captain Song's sacrifice to be meaningless. I will hold him off with my life." "Good," Zhou Zhao replied, his gaze softening with approval. However, before their words could fully settle, shadows began to materialize on the distant path, gradually becoming clearer. Once their outlines were discernible, Zhou Zhao's body stiffened in alarm. The moon tonight was exceptionally full, casting bright light upon the ground, illuminating it with an unusual brilliance. While it did not match the clarity of daylight, it was at least possible to see clearly within a 10-meter range. and even outlines could be discerned from several dozen meters away. Frankly speaking, the moonlight tonight mirrored Gao Xiaolong's mood, transitioning from an initial overcast to the present illumination. The feeling of survival after a storm did not evoke excitement within Gao Xiaolong. Until now, until everything concluded, he was still in a daze, convinced he was ensnared in a dream. Gao Xiaolong believed he was gravely ill, deeply immersed in a vivid dream. Otherwise, how could everything be so distinctly clear? In this dream, he witnessed a probationary narcotics officer, inexperienced yet boldly wielding a firearm, achieving headshots with every shot. A CSGO super expert? Surely, even a super expert could not perform like this. One man, like a tiger among sheep, grew bolder with each encounter. He dreamt of that probationary officer, equipped with an automatic rifle, seemingly fully automatic or perhaps semi-automatic, as the rapid fire created an illusion, decimating over 20 drug traffickers with a sweeping motion, each shot finding its mark. Gao Xiaolong often organized joint drills between the police and the military and had encountered many elite soldiers. Yet, none of those warriors could compare in the slightest to the figure in his dream. He had encountered the military elite, the kind who could single-handedly reload and dispatch foes with ease, sweeping through entire battalions. Yet, he felt that they paled in comparison to the man from his dreams. This individual had single-handedly eliminated 130 drug traffickers in a remarkably brief span, also taking down 2 mercenaries. The remaining criminals fled in terror, while he pursued them relentlessly, ultimately emerging victorious. His total kill count stood at 148, having fired 150 bullets, with 2 rounds striking their mark even in an empty chamber. In summary, he believed he was unwell. In a daze, he walked silently ahead, pondering when his dream would come to an end. It was not until he emerged from the dense forest that he realized his dream had not yet awakened. In a moment of confusion, as he stepped out with his hands clasped behind his back, he was greeted by a group of police officers who, led by Xiao Zhou, excitedly approached him. Smack! Gao Xiaolong delivered a sharp slap. The sting was real, dispelling any notion that he was dreaming. He felt a surge of joy, for he was not ill. Everything seemed to be genuinely unfolding before him. The intern officer, Jiang Tian, whom he had deliberately targeted, turned out to be a sharpshooter. A true marksman. It was no dream. All of this was indeed reality. Gao Xiaolong gazed at his own hand, murmuring to himself, "Old Gao, you are still alive. I am not dreaming." This slap also roused Zhou Zhao, bringing him back to reality with tears of joy in his eyes. He lives. Old Gao is still alive. Thank the heavens, he exclaimed. Indeed, I'm not dreaming, Gao Xiaolong replied quietly. If none of this was a dream, it meant that everything was real. Reflecting on the harsh words he had hurled at Jiang Tian, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. This was no rogue. He was clearly a guardian of justice. Rest assured, old Gao, reinforcements from the military will arrive soon and will deal with those drug traffickers. You all must hurry and escape. We will hold them off. Zhou Zhao seized the moment to reassure him. The erroneous intelligence was their collective failure. The chaotic situation in Yinhai had already sparked discontent from above, particularly as the number of drug traffickers continued to rise, seemingly uncontainable. As the first line of defense against drugs, Gao Xiaolong had traveled from Kyoto specifically to oversee matters, given Zhou Zhao's already tenuous standing with his superiors. This incident had further escalated his desire to rectify the situation. Drug traffickers? At the mention of these words, a momentary confusion crossed Gao Xiaolong's face. Yes, drug traffickers. Rest assured, old Gao, we are here. You will be safe, Zhou Zhao quickly assured him. Where are the drug traffickers? Gao Xiaolong instinctively inquired. Zhou Zhao's heart sank at the question, his face pale as he began to wonder if old Gao had sustained injuries in battle, leading to memory loss, or perhaps even a head wound, explaining his bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jiang Peng was urgently searching for his beloved son. Following Gao Xiaolong were numerous individuals. A cursory glance revealed at least 30 people trailing behind him. Among them, some were injured, while others were supported. There were sacrifices, approximately 4 or 5 individuals. After all, on the battlefield, bullets have no eyes. Even if Jiang Tian is a sharpshooter, he still requires time. when the conflict erupted, facing attacks from all sides. It was inevitable that a few were struck by bullets from all directions. Indeed, this is the nature of anti-narcotics police work, beneath the facade of peace. In this seemingly tranquil world, countless admirable individuals carry their burdens in silence. Where there is combat, there are bound to be casualties. Yet, this situation was a million times better than what Jiang had anticipated. But among the fallen, was Jiang Tian among them? Jiang felt a heavy weight, as if his feet were burdened by 1,000 pounds, an overwhelming heaviness. Moreover, he was consumed by anxiety. "Good day, Director." As Jiang arrived, the members of the anti-narcotics team greeted him warmly. Jiang nodded with a smile, but deep within, his unease grew. Each step felt tremulous and laden. Finally, in the next moment he saw him, Jiang Tian. From the very beginning, when Jiang Tian joined the anti-narcotics team, he never disclosed to anyone that he was the director's son. This was an unspoken rule. Regardless of one's background, one must remain low-key within the system. Now, seeing his son, Jiang felt as if the stars were converging around him. Holding his weapon, Jiang Tian bore a newfound resilience that was somewhat unfamiliar. Good. Jiang smiled. After enduring the ravages of war, he could distinctly sense that his beloved son had undergone a profound transformation, as if he had been baptized by fire. Yet, why did those around Jiang Tian seem to create such a large space for him? Was it to isolate him? Jiang furrowed his brow, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. After today's events, Jiang found clarity. Perhaps some matters should not be forced. If one lacks the ability, it is best not to push oneself into a situation that could cause harm rather than help. Perhaps it would be wise for his son to lead a humble life, marrying and raising children, pursuing a mundane office job. Jiang contemplated this notion. He had even begun to consider moving Jiang Tian away from the front lines, relegating him to a standard clerical position. If necessary, even working as a minor police officer in the household registration office would be a commendable choice. After today's events, Jiang had come to a resolution. He decided to seek out Gao Xiaolong to admit his mistakes, to take responsibility, and to promise that he would ensure Jiang Tian was transferred to the household registration office as a minor officer, as a form of disciplinary action. Turning his head, Jiang caught a glimpse of Gao Xiaolong watching his son, his expression laden with complexity. Taking a moment to reflect on himself, Jiang sighed internally. The future of his son seemed irrevocably compromised, and his own prospects appeared equally bleak. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang pulled Song Ligua aside, sharing a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, he said, "Old Song, I am grateful that Xiao Jiang is alive. Thank you for looking after him. I will remember your kindness, and if the opportunity arises, I will surely repay you." He understood that Jiang Tian was merely a fresh graduate, hardly more than a fledgling, just beginning his internship. In such perilous circumstances, for Jiang Tian to emerge unscathed, it must have been due to Song Ligua's protection. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily on Jiang. However, as Song Ligua lit a cigarette, his hand, which held the cigarette, became utterly rigid upon hearing the words. "You must have misunderstood something," he said. "Director, please allow me to explain." Song Ligua sought to elucidate his observations on the battlefield, where he witnessed Jiang Tian's extraordinary prowess as a marksman. He wanted to articulate how Jiang Tian single-handedly vanquished a multitude of drug traffickers, each shot a precise strike to the head, each bullet delivering fatality. While their guns were akin to blind shots, Jiang Tian's weapon seemed imbued with life, accurately targeting the enemy's cranium as if the bullets were guided. Even if Jiang Tian were just about mastering the art of gunplay, claiming he could make bullets curve, Song Ligua would find it plausible. Yet, just as he sought further explanation, Jiang had already approached Gao Xiaolong. At that moment, Zhou Zhao was about to express concern over whether Gao Xiaolong had sustained a head injury, but Jiang's arrival interrupted him, as well as Gao Xiaolong, who was lost in contemplation, lamenting his own misjudgments. "Chief Gao, I have erred and hope for your forgiveness. I am acutely aware of my grave transgressions and the severity of this incident, all due to my son, Jiang Tian. Chief Gao, I also recognize that my son is a disruptive element, a malignant presence within the ranks, consumed by a fear of death. Therefore, I implore you to grant him an opportunity to transfer to logistics. I have considered it thoroughly. Let him take on a role at the Household Registration Office, serving as a minor officer. Should you have any objections, I am prepared to have Xiao Tian leave the force altogether. Jiang Peng's words were deeply sincere, brimming with regret and remorse, as if he were lamenting the impulsive decision that led his son into the police force. Thus, he now sought to amend his mistake, willing to accept punishment not only for Jiang Tian, but for himself as well. A sense of anger welled up within him. Jiang Peng's heart sank. He, adept at discerning emotions, felt an increasing weight upon him as he observed the flames of fury igniting in Gao Xiaolong's eyes, leaving him cold with dread. Chapter 12. The hexagonal warrior, invincible upon emergence. The atmosphere in the room was rather subdued, and even Zhou Zhao, in this moment, cast a slightly tense gaze towards Gao Xiaolong. Gao Xiaolong held a position of immense stature. He was a figure of authority, a person whose words bore the weight of absolute certainty within the realm of public security. Even Zhou Zhao, the esteemed secretary of the provincial committee, found himself hesitant to utter a single word in this charged moment. After Jiang Peng made his statement, he too fell silent, apprehensive of the repercussions. Yet Gao Xiaolong felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. The world had turned upside down. The situation had spiraled out of control. It seemed that Han Dong had indeed revolted. Xiao Tian was a rogue element, and while I, as his father, recognized my own failure to correct him in time, I still hoped that the esteemed leader would grant him an opportunity. Jiang Peng implored. This request was entirely reasonable. Even Gao Xiaolong could discern no fault in it. It was a perfectly plausible plea. Did he possess grounds to refuse? Absolutely not. Gao Xiaolong jolted awake from his reverie. The world had indeed shifted, for it appeared that someone sought to expel his champion from the ranks of his police force. Such audacity! Gao Xiaolong thundered, his voice echoing through the hall, silencing all present. Jiang Peng trembled, his gaze flickering. Could it be that the esteemed leader was truly unwilling to entertain even this modest request? Just then, reinforcements from the military arrived, swiftly passing by on their way to the scene of the recent conflict. The military leader, having arrived unannounced, stood behind the group, his brow furrowed. He too had come seeking assistance, and, upon grasping the situation, felt a chill of foreboding wash over him, mourning the plight of the Yunhai narcotics police. Yet amidst this turmoil, he spotted a familiar figure. Though the military operated outside the bureaucratic framework, Gao Xiaolong was a name often seen in the limelight of national conferences. Gao Xiaolong was unharmed. A wave of relief washed over the military leader. But in the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice resonated with a gravity that startled the military leader. The expression on Gao Xiaolong's face was dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The military leader understood. Despite Gao Xiaolong's survival, the leaders of Yunhai would likely face severe repercussions. It remained uncertain how far the fallout would extend, and the military leader silently prayed for the Yunhai officials and the police force. Indeed, Gao Xiaolong was enraged. In a fit of fury, he demanded, "You would remove Comrade Xiao Jiang from the front lines? What is your true intent?" Jiang Peng, disheartened, looked up in astonishment. Zhou Zhao, who had been quietly lamenting Jiang Peng's fate and contemplating how to distance himself from him, also shifted his gaze, surprised by the sudden turn of events. At first, it was presumed that Gao Xiaolong had encountered an unfortunate incident, rendering Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng indistinguishable, akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same string. Consequently, there was an affinity towards Jiang Peng, as Gao Xiaolong's predicament exemplified the indiscriminate devastation of collateral damage, leaving no one unscathed. However, with Gao Xiaolong's survival, accountability had to be sought, and in his wrath, Jiang Peng found himself ensnared, necessitating a severance of ties to ensure his own safety. This reaction merely epitomizes the inherent human instinct to evade peril and seek fortune. He was already positioned at the rear, poised to observe the unfolding drama. Yet, Gao Xiaolong's tone was decidedly amiss, strikingly inappropriate. It did not convey the essence of settling scores. In the ensuing moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice resonated with fury demanding. Are you aware of the immense contributions made by Xiao Jiang? Contributions? Jiang Peng's expression morphed into confusion. Jiang Tian. Could it be that he had performed exceptionally well? Gao Xiaolong's accusatory tone persisted. Do you realize that without Jiang Tian, we would all have perished? A jolt coursed through Jiang Peng's heart. Zhou Zhao, equally astounded, questioned, what is High Commander referring to? He continued, in this battle, Comrade Jiang single-handedly confronted over 200 drug traffickers, firing 150 rounds and eliminating 148 of them. Gao Xiaolong articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. The revelation was explosive. Zhou Zhao staggered, nearly collapsing. The military leadership instinctively recoiled, shaken by the gravity of Gao Xiaolong's declaration. As for Jiang Peng, he was engulfed in bewilderment, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. What was High Commander implying? Comrade Jiang, was he referring to Jiang Tian? One man with a single firearm, achieving such an extraordinary feat against an overwhelming force of drug traffickers and mercenaries? As the chief of public security, Jiang Peng understood the mechanics of marksmanship. During the anti-Japanese war, many veterans had not collectively reached double digits in their total kills. Yet, what was he now hearing? An automatic rifle, not a sniper rifle, was employed, an instrument meant for close-range engagements. The miraculous achievement he was now hearing seemed unfathomable, almost dreamlike. Wait, it appeared that High Commander intended to convey more than just this. Gao Xiaolong's piercing gaze swept the room as he continued with measured intensity. We were besieged by mercenaries and drug traffickers, and Comrade Xiao Jiang infiltrated their ranks. Yet you dare label him a malignant tumor, a scourge among us. How could you so vilify our hero and undermine our guardian of justice? What is your true intent? Staggering back a step, Jiang Peng found himself grappling with the reality that this was the work of his own son. Confusion clouded his mind. Zhou Zhao's gaze drifted towards the distant shadow, which appeared to be Jiang Tian. He had seen him during operations. High Commander had been particularly vigilant, prompting him to observe closely. He had learned that Jiang Tian's performance in Police Academy was average, his combat skills were unremarkable, and his exercises were nothing out of the ordinary. How could such a miraculous feat be attributed to an ordinary police intern? No, this must be a jest, a surreal trick played by High Commander. At this moment, Song Ligua, the captain, could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to reproach Mayor Jiang, although we maintain a cordial relationship. I absolutely cannot tolerate your blatant insult towards our police deity, our savior. Were it not for Comrade Xiao Jiang, we would all have been annihilated by the drug traffickers. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Everyone was processing this shocking revelation, leaving the newly arrived military leader utterly bewildered. Had he not known Gao Xiaolong, he might have thought this was merely a performance staged by the Yanhai police. As a military leader, he understood the magnitude of this achievement. It was an impossible miracle. In the next moment, a military officer hurried over, standing at attention to report, "We have just inspected the battle site and accounted for a total of 167 drug traffickers, 5 of whom are alive but injured. 14 succumbed to their wounds, while 148 were executed with a single shot to the head." A collective gasp ensued. It was indeed true. Among those severely injured drug traffickers, it was clear that Jiang Tian had single-handedly eliminated a vast number of them, allowing the remaining anti-drug team to surge forward. Simultaneously, this incident would serve as a terrifying deterrent to all those harboring nefarious intentions. Wait, if all of this is accurate. The military leader's eyes ignited with fervor. He had just heard someone refer to Jiang Tian as a tumor within the team, a rogue element. Such an extraordinary individual, and yet you, the police, deem him unworthy. We in the military shall gladly accept him. General Gao, I am the commander of the 346th Regiment stationed in Yanhai. The military leader leaned in excitedly. Silence. Get lost. Gao Xiaolong cut him off, denying him the chance to speak. We requested your support, and instead of cooperation, we were met with indifference. Now that our police deity has finally showcased our prowess with a single gun, how dare you approach with ulterior motives? Moments later, Gao Xiaolong, his eyes glinting with intensity, declared, "Should you dare to lay a hand on him, I will not hesitate to sever yours." There was a palpable tension. The commander of the 346th Regiment felt a jolt of fear. Yet, with such a formidable achievement and such a heroic figure, even the finest soldiers would dare not challenge him. He could not afford to lose this opportunity. Ignoring the commander, Gao Xiaolong turned his gaze towards the now cowering Jiang Tian. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had never anticipated that his son would be a police deity, a hero, while he himself remained timid and cowardly. However, considering Jiang Peng's role in nurturing such talent for the police force, Gao Xiaolong resolved to extend a temporary forgiveness. As Gao Xiaolong confronted the situation, Zhou Zhao swiftly approached Jiang Tian. He was almost incapable of containing his excitement. He envisioned a radiant police deity rising to prominence. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was still tallying his earnings for the day. Indeed, he had struck gold. This evening, Yinhai was engulfed in a frenzy. That evening, an event transpired, reverberating all the way to the heavens. The news reached Gao Xiaolong, who promptly made inquiries throughout the night. Upon confirming the sequence of events, he was taken aback. After returning, Jiang Tian first visited the police station, where he collaborated with the Narcotics Enforcement Unit and high-ranking officials to compile a battle report. The only regret he harbored was that the despicable figure responsible had not shown his face throughout the ordeal. Had he eliminated that individual, Jiang Tian could scarcely fathom the amount of malevolence he would have accrued. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, one must not be greedy, lest they be consumed by ambition. After a long and arduous night, upon returning home, Jiang Peng chose not to divulge the events of the day to their mother. Merely stating that Jiang Tian had achieved a commendable feat. Once in his room, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to assess his gains. The rewards were bountiful. As he opened his interface, excitement surged within him. Perfect shot, gold. Insight into humanity, green. Scanning radar, gold. Martial arts proficiency, green. Martial arts master, red. Robust physique, green. Disguise proficiency, green. Exceptional memory, green. Gambling skills, green. A cursory glance at his panel revealed 2 golds and 1 red, alongside numerous greens. Many entries, such as those pertaining to theft, have been synthesized by Jiang Tian, rendering the superfluous aspects obsolete, resulting in a predominantly green display. The spoils were indeed substantial. After eliminating over 100 drug traffickers, this was the entirety of Jiang Tian's loot. A significant portion of the funds had been utilized for upgrades. For instance, the gold-tier scanning radar had been acquired from the very trafficker he had dispatched, which he prioritized for enhancement. With the scanning radar, any criminal within a 1,000-meter radius would be detected by Jiang Tian. In essence, with a mere thought, the area transformed into a map, revealing all transgressors within that span. No one could elude his awareness. This was nothing short of a divine ability, honed for the purpose of eradicating drug dealers. All forms of disguise were futile against him. Next in line was his elevation to the rank of martial arts master, now merely a step away from achieving gold status. In Jiang Tian's mind, he could now claim to possess nearly all combat skills and techniques known to exist in the world, including devastating moves like eye strikes and groin kicks. Coupled with his robust physique, although classified as green, he ranked among the elite in special forces. This all had equipped Jiang Tian with an unparalleled combat prowess, rendering him a veritable 6-dimensional warrior. With a slight enhancement to his physical capabilities, he would transcend the limits of humanity, achieving true invincibility. The exhilaration was palpable. Of course, these matters were secondary. The most pivotal aspect was the alteration of his fate, his significant destiny. The following morning, Jiang Tian awoke, gazing at the ceiling above. It was not the despairing scene of his previous life, and he finally comprehended that he had indeed been reborn, not merely dreaming. Xiao Tian, it's time for breakfast. The gentle voice of Jiang's mother resonated. Here I come, Mom. Jiang Tian's eyes glistened with tears. This was the voice he yearned to hear day and night. Haunting his dreams, seated at the dining table, Jiang Peng was enjoying a morning meal when Jiang's mother poured some millet porridge for Jiang Tian and handed him a peeled egg. At that moment, tears brimmed in Jiang Tian's eyes. In his previous life, during the battle the night before, Gao Xiaolong had perished. The following day, Jiang Peng was suspended and placed under investigation. Jiang Tian was also sent home on leave, awaiting inquiry. Soon after, Jiang's mother was similarly placed under investigation and sentenced. Yes, you read that correctly. She was sentenced to 2 years for abuse of power. In his former existence, Jiang Tian's life was a dismal one, his fate plunging him into the depths of despair. While languishing in prison, Jiang's mother fell gravely ill and passed away shortly after her release. Jiang Peng, heartbroken by his wife's death, succumbed to despair and departed from this world a few years later. Jiang Tian became a solitary spirit, adrift in this realm, until he encountered that woman. In his years of despondency, when he was afflicted by illness, her words struck him. "You useless fool. Do you even deserve to have a child? This child belongs to Xiao Ge. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've raised this child for over a decade, and you're on the brink of death. I've taken medication secretly every time we were together. You are worthless. Your entire family is worthless, unworthy of leaving a legacy in this world." Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a deadly coldness. "Wang Yifei, are you ready to face my vengeance? And you, Xiaobo." Chapter 13. Viciously beating an enemy. Xiao Tian, you are currently basking in glory, yet it is imperative to remain modest. At times, excessive brilliance may not bode well. Jiang Peng advised Jiang Tian while enjoying his breakfast. Such wisdom stems from the experiences of one who has walked this path before. Jiang Tian was acutely aware of this truth. An overt display of talent often invites envy, a sentiment that transcends locations, particularly in his previous life. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. In his past existence, he had regarded Xiao Bo as a brother. Even after his family's downfall, the connections left by his parents could have assured him a degree of influence. Yet, he unwittingly utilized these connections to elevate Xiao Bo instead. While a portion of this was due to Wang Yifei's meddling, the greater part was rooted in Jiang Tian's misguided affection for Xiao Bo, whom he had entrusted without reservations. Ultimately, this blind trust led to his betrayal. However, fortune seems to have smiled upon him now. By the way, regarding your colleague Xiao Bo, I have already arranged for his promotion. If all goes well, it should be resolved in a few days, Jiang Peng remarked suddenly as he ate. This revelation shed light on Xiao Bo's duplicity. Even someone as astute as Jiang Peng failed to see through Xiao Bo's true nature. Had Jiang Tian not experienced rebirth, he would never have fathomed the depths of Xiao Bo's treachery. "Why the long face, Xiao Tian? Wasn't it you who implored me multiple times?" Jiang Peng asked, puzzled, noting the chilling aura that enveloped Jiang Tian upon hearing Xiao Bo's name. This was a palpable sense of menace. After Jiang Tian had dispatched over 100 drug traffickers, an aura of intimidation had unconsciously surrounded him. "Did I ever ask you for that?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. As memories flooded back, he finally grasped the situation. Indeed, in his previous life, despite Xiao Bo's relentless obstruction, the conniving woman Wang Yifei had incessantly whispered in his ear. Jiang Tian had foolishly assured Xiao Bo that he could assist him in securing a promotion. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could he have been so naive? Clearly, they had conspired together, one whispering sweet nothings while the other feigned purity by rejecting the promotion, all while portraying an image of integrity. He had been utterly oblivious, even growing to value Xiao Bo more highly. He truly was a fool, if not for the events of his past life. And then there was Jiang Yu. Wang Yifei, who had previously maintained a distance, had suddenly drawn near, perhaps already bearing Xiao Bo's child, seeking him as a fallback. Veins throbbed on Jiang Tian's forehead. Xiao Tian Jiang Peng's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Tian snapped back to reality. "Father, let us forget about Xiao Bo's promotion. What is the matter?" Jiang Peng inquired. "Father, Xiao Bo previously mentioned to me that he disapproves of taking shortcuts. After some contemplation, I realized it would be unwise to impose my will upon him, so I decided to let it be." Jiang Tian lowered his head, attempting to conceal the murderous intent brewing within him. "All right, let us hasten our meal. Xiao Bo is a good child. Although yesterday, he kindly reminded me to call Captain Song to take care of you, which inadvertently caused trouble, his intentions were nonetheless for your benefit. Jiang's mother spoke with a radiant smile. Suddenly, Jiang Peng cast a sharp glance at his mother. Jiang Tian fixed his gaze intensely upon her. In his previous life, he had never heard his mother mention this matter. No, a sudden recollection struck him. After his mother was released from prison and learned of his circumstances, she had hesitated to speak. At that moment, she must have wished to discuss this very issue. Yet, he had paid it no heed, even boasting about his good friend Xiao Bo's recent promotion. Xiao Bo Jiang Tian clenched his fists, taking leave, and furthermore, facilitating his mother's ascent through back channels. It was hard to believe that Xiao Bo could have known anything in advance. The forthcoming truth was singular and glaring. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. In typical circumstances, the offspring of the elite often enter the system while concealing their true identities. This is an unspoken rule. You can surmise it, and I know you can, yet none of you dare to articulate it. Jiang Tian was no exception. Jiang Peng casually remarked that they would temporarily set aside thoughts of Xiao Bo's extraordinary promotion upon returning home. Yet Jiang Tian sensed that Jiang Peng was aware of something significant. Very well, quite impressive, Jiang Tian mused as he gazed into the mirror. With Jiang Peng having left for work, Jiang Tian donned his uniform, which he wore with an air of concealed identity, aside from Captain Song. None of his comrades were privy to his true status. After a lengthy hiatus, the police uniform once again enveloped him. The reflection in the mirror revealed a robust figure, tall and imposing, with a fair complexion and resolute features. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly remark upon his strikingly handsome appearance. A new life was about to commence. Once downstairs, Jiang Tian mounted his small motorcycle. The millennium had only recently dawned, and the national economy remained both lagging and rapidly evolving. Civil servants' salaries were modest, and while narcotics officers faced perilous duties with decent benefits, even their compensation was barely sufficient to support a family during these financially strained times. A frontline narcotics officer might earn around 1,000 yuan monthly, including bonuses, whereas Jiang Tian, as an intern, received a mere 500. As the cold wind whipped around him, Jiang Tian spotted a luxurious car speeding past, envy glimmering in his eyes. He thought of those drug traffickers, each ensconced in wealth. While the lives of narcotics officers were fraught with hardship, this very reality presented an immense challenge for narcotics officers, who were perpetually besieged by the temptations of bribery from traffickers. Timing his arrival, Jiang Tian reached the police station. Just yesterday, Gao Xiaolong had informed him before his departure that a surprise awaited him today. To be honest, Jiang Tian was filled with anticipation. Could it be an individual, first-class merit? His heart raced at the thought. Or perhaps a direct promotion to full-time status? His spirits soared at the prospect. Little Jiang has arrived. Little Jiang, call me brother. Indeed. Laughter erupted as the teammates who returned yesterday greeted Jiang Tian with an extraordinarily high level of respect upon his arrival. There was no denying that the lives of every member of the narcotics team were, in a sense, saved by Jiang Tian. Moreover, despite the mistakes made by their department during yesterday's events, the eradication of so many drug traffickers warranted collective commendation, regardless of their personal involvement. Thus, everyone greeted Jiang Tian with beaming smiles. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke through. Jiang Tian, you're here. How wonderful. I thought you were taking the day off. I heard that the senior official scolded you as a malignant tumor and a harmful element. What on earth happened? Concern and care permeated the air. The narcotics department fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Jiang Tian's expression was filled with derision as he turned to face Xiao Bo, who sat at his station, seemingly worried about him. Indeed, it was Xiao Bo, whom Jiang Tian had once considered his best brother in previous life. However, various indications suggested that this despicable person was, in fact, the orchestrator of all the turmoil. While feigning sincerity, he had secretly harmed Jiang Tian's entire family. Especially now, while pretending to care for him, the senior official had not explicitly mentioned Jiang Tian's name during yesterday's reprimand, merely referring to a certain comrade. With so many present, who could ascertain it was Jiang Tian? This implied that the senior official had shown leniency, granting Jiang Tian an opportunity. Yet today, Xiao Bo had brazenly brought the matter to light, nearly naming Jiang Tian directly in front of everyone. In other words, had Jiang Tian not achieved significant merit yesterday, even if the senior official had returned safely, the criticism aimed at him would still have been disseminated through Xiao Bo's words. This despicable individual likely could not fathom that Jiang Tian had annihilated over 100 drug traffickers last night, receiving accolades from a senior official as a guardian of the law. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered as he coldly regarded Xiao Bo. Both Jiang Tian and Xiao Bo had graduated from the same school, yet Xiao Bo was 2 years his senior, and their relationship had always been amicable. From the beginning, Xiao Bo had been aware of Jiang Tian's true identity and had endeavored to befriend him. However, in his past life, Jiang Tian had been utterly foolish and blind to Xiao Bo's vile nature. "What are you doing, Xiao Bo? Have you lost your mind?" Zhao Wei frowned and stood up. Xiao Bo quickly wiped his mouth and, with a face full of contrition, apologized. I should not have spoken out of turn. Let us forget about it, Xiao Tian. Tonight, I'll treat you to a meal, and we'll put this behind us. By the way, could you fetch me a glass of water? I'm a bit parched. Then we can continue with the narcotics techniques. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt a smile creeping onto his face as he observed Xiao Bo sitting there, completely composed, with no trace of remorse on his expression. In a previous life, during their school days, Xiao Bo excelled academically and served as the vice president of the student council, while Jiang Tian's performance was merely average. Thus, upon joining the anti-drug unit, Jiang Tian had always followed in Xiao Bo's footsteps, striving to learn from him. This devotion is what fueled Jiang Tian's heartfelt admiration for Xiao Bo. However, the veil has now been lifted, revealing Xiao Bo's true nature. With an expression devoid of emotion, Jiang Tian approached him. "Xiao Tian, I'm feeling a bit parched. Did you not hear me ask for a glass of water?" Xiao Bo remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed something was amiss with Jiang Tian today. Is it that a mere word can suffocate the truth of your mistakes? Jiang Tian retorted, a cold smile gracing his face. "Xiao Tian, I have noticed an issue with your attitude that must be corrected. How can a petty-minded individual serve as a competent anti-drug officer?" Xiao Bo's irritation was palpable. "Are you even an anti-drug officer?" Jiang Tian inquired. "What do you intend to do, Jiang Tian? This is working hours. We are in the anti-drug unit, not a venue for your emotional outbursts," Xiao Bo exclaimed, rising from his seat in anger. Afterward, he silently awaited Jiang Tian's apology, recalling how such scenarios had unfolded numerous times before. Each time he displayed even a hint of anger, Jiang Tian would hastily apologize and treat him to a meal as recompense. "Good lad, daring to confront me today. I shall make my move tonight against Wang Yifei," Xiao Bo mused, a smile unconsciously creeping across his lips. Jiang Tian, being a second-generation offspring, was his unattainable goddess, yet she was now within his grasp, manipulated at his whim. However, before he could complete his thought, a sharp pain surged across Xiao Bo's face. A resounding slap echoed throughout the room. Xiao Bo, clutching his face in disbelief, exclaimed, "How dare you hit me, Jiang Tian? You are a pariah, a malignant tumor in our ranks. What can you do besides exploiting backdoor connections? You worthless fool." In the next moment, a horrific pain radiated from his lower regions, sending shockwaves through him. He collapsed to the floor, trembling from the intensity of the agony. "Indeed, I am malignant tumor, the pariah. What of it? Are you unsatisfied?" Jiang Tian scoffed, as he beheld the terrifying expression on Jiang Tian's face. Xiao Bo realized he had never witnessed such a demeanor in the years they had known each other and the myriad of political resources he had obtained through Jiang Tian. This visage was utterly foreign to him, exuding an overwhelming terror. Yet at that moment, Xiao Bo's hypocritical side resurfaced. "What do you intend to achieve, you pariah? Do you wish to be expelled? We share a good rapport. If you apologize now, I might still find it in my heart to forgive you." Despite the excruciating pain, Xiao Bo was lost in his own thoughts. Although he yearned to see Jiang Tian expelled immediately, the events of yesterday remained unclear to him. However, recognizing the futility of direct confrontation, Xiao Bo contemplated a shift in his approach. After the events of yesterday, Xiao Bo found it hard to believe that Jiang Tian could continue to remain in this team. The second generation was not favored by many. With the occurrence of yesterday's incident, he doubted that the high-ranking officials would easily let it slide. However, Jiang Tian wore a cold smile. Had it not been for yesterday's events, this individual might indeed have had a chance of success. His hypocritical expression made their differences instantly apparent. But now, this little wretch, did he understand the magnitude of a savior's kindness? Did he comprehend the significance of the contributions made to the collective? Very well, let him maintain this facade. Jiang Tian crouched down, grasping Xiao Bo's hair and tapping his face gently. Even his adversaries, Jiang Tian could not help but admire Xiao Bo's disguise. Unfortunately, Jiang Tian could see through it all too clearly now, recognizing the hatred and malice in those eyes. His hands were nearly digging into flesh. Yet, he still insisted on maintaining an air of nonchalance, which was quite the feat just a moment ago. He had been furiously denouncing himself as a traitor, exposing his own flaws, and once he had sullied his reputation, he swiftly attempted to redeem himself with a display of magnanimity. This maneuver was a direct step onto his own downfall. With a swift motion, Jiang Tian stomped down once more on Xiao Bo's face. Chapter 14. Distinguished Achievements and Honors. A fractured mindset to consider such a person as a brother is beyond Jiang Tian's comprehension. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike him across the face. How could one be so self-deprecating, malicious, and venomous? Jiang Tian could discern the underlying motives of the other party, stemming from an imbalance created by Jiang Tian's privileged status, which subsequently fostered a desire for retribution. Had it been merely a day prior, Jiang Tian's demeanor had not been so aberrant. Even if he had narrowly escaped peril, even if Gao Xiaolong had likewise survived by sheer luck, Xiao Bo had nevertheless exposed Jiang Tian's attempt to leverage connections, leaving an indelible impression of cowardice among their colleagues. With the presence of the armed police, numbering in the hundreds, who could ascertain the identity of Gao Xiaolong's target, unless Jiang Tian stood up to acknowledge it, no one would know that Gao Xiaolong's vitriol was directed at him. Yet, Xiao Bo had deliberately chosen to bring it up today, casually mentioning it upon seeing Jiang Tian arrive and scathed for work. This subtle maneuver was transparent to Jiang Tian. Xiao Bo sought to incite public outrage against him, capitalizing on the events of the previous day. Had he faltered even slightly, he would have found himself unwelcome in this team, with dire consequences looming. Reminiscent of his past life, in that past existence, Jiang Tian had utilized the connections left by his parents to push Xiao Bo, a wretched individual, forward, only to be ensnared by the enticements of Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei, a duplicitous duo. For over a decade, Jiang Tian had wandered aimlessly, culminating in a dismal conclusion. In contrast, Xiao Bo appeared to have unlocked the gates of fortune, marrying the daughter of a wealthy merchant, while his own career trajectory soared to unprecedented heights, a notion that Jiang Tian had once envied. Countless times he had envisioned, had it not been for that fateful incident, he too might have basked in such glory. Yet, a flicker of realization crossed Jiang Tian's mind. He recalled Wang Yifei whispering to him that Xiao Bo's current fiancée was indeed the daughter of that affluent businessman who held Xiao Bo's qualifications in disdain. Xiao Bo, having graduated 2 years prior and recently promoted to a third-level police officer, faced an arduous climb ahead. The hierarchy consisted of second- and first-level officers. Yet due to the conflict within the civil service system, such positions were primarily reserved for vocational school and high school graduates. The formal police selection process commenced at the undergraduate level, making the role of police officer rare. Following the probationary period as a second-level trainee officer, one would typically become a police officer upon successful transition. Under normal circumstances, for Xiao Bo to ascend, he would require 3 years at the first level. It would take nearly 2 additional years to elevate from a third-level officer to a second-level officer, contingent upon a smooth progression. However, the path to advancement was fraught with challenges, where a single misstep could result in a prolonged wait of 3 years, akin to many who, after a lifetime of toil, remained mere junior clerks, an encapsulation of the principle that one carrot fits one hole. The conditions set forth by the wealthy merchant's daughter stipulated that Xiao Bo must achieve promotion to second-level officer this year to validate his capabilities. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Xiao Bo propped himself against the table and gradually rose, his expression turning grave as he spoke. Brother, I misspoke earlier. I recognize your volatile temperament and should not have provoked you. After all, these words were merely the slander of others, labeling you a pariah and a malignant presence. I, Xiao Bo, erred in my speech, and now, let us consider this matter resolved. Upon uttering these words, the fury within Xiao Bo threatened to consume him entirely. In that moment, he fervently wished to trample Jiang Tian beneath his feet. However, reason cautioned him against such an action. Engaging in that would jeopardize Jiang Tian's ongoing inquiries into his superior's promotion issues, leading to disastrous consequences. His demeanor had already softened. Traditionally, whenever he expressed such sentiments, Jiang Tian would venerate him, considering Xiao Bo a true man of integrity and magnanimity. Not only would they reconcile, but Jiang Tian would also, filled with remorse, extend an apology and invite him to dinner. Yet now, without Jiang Tian needing to speak, Zhao Wei was already seething with indignation, exclaiming, "Enough! Who do you dare to label a malign influence and a cancer?" Interrupted mid-sentence, Xiao Bo furrowed his brow slightly. Yesterday, the senior leader was furious during the assembly regarding someone's use of connections to gain favors. "Oh, Jiang Tian, I'm not referring to you. Please don't take offense. We have indeed erred, and mistakes must be borne. Concealment is futile, is it not? It is entirely natural to fear for one's life. Everyone understands, especially on the front lines. What matters is the potential for correction." He said this with what he believed to be an enigmatic smile, thinking himself clever. Crack! At that moment, Xiao Bo noticed the peculiar looks from everyone in the office. Before he could ponder further, the door to the office swung open. A heavy voice resonated. "You dare to claim that Jiang Tian fears for his life, labeling him a malign influence and a cancer?" With a dark expression, Song Liwa stepped forward. He had overheard the commotion outside earlier, but remained silent, absorbing the unfolding events. Upon hearing Xiao Bo's remarks, he could no longer remain passive. Did he not realize that the senior leader had been incensed yesterday due to a lack of clarity regarding the situation? He felt guilty and distressed. He was still in a state of remorse. And now, this fool had emerged, making a mockery of the senior leader's attempts to obscure the matter. Not only did he audaciously proclaim it, but he also approached the very subject of the discussion, presenting himself like a duplicitous charlatan. Initially, no one had connected the senior leader's remarks about a malign influence and a cancer to Jiang Tian. They presumed it was aimed at some member of the armed police or the narcotics task force. But now, it was apparent to all that the senior leader's ire had been directed at Jiang Tian. This was not merely embarrassing for Jiang Tian. It was a significant affront to the senior leader's dignity. This fool may have deceived Jiang Tian in the past, but he could not fool these seasoned veterans. Previously, they had been indifferent, feeling it was not their place to intervene. However, circumstances had changed. Who was Jiang Tian? He was a guardian of the law, a strategic asset of their narcotics task force. The team leader, Xiao Bo, approached with a beaming smile, submissively offering a cigarette. "Team leader, my apologies for allowing this matter to surface. However, I believe that sooner or later, everyone will become aware. Teammates are meant to have each other's backs. And hiding the truth cannot last." Song Ligua's face darkened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. His fist clenched involuntarily, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "Xiao Bo, you have gone too far." Xiao Bo, oblivious to the unusual tension, continued to assert with a righteous demeanor, "No, Captain, we are on the front lines. Who would entrust their back to a cowardly individual? It is imperative that everyone knows the truth. This is our responsibility." He cast a furtive, venomous glance at Jiang Tian. Did they harbor animosity towards each other? Not really. However, Xiao Bo felt a deep-seated envy towards Jiang Tian, a second-generation elite. His underlying motive was political gain. He understood all too well that Jiang Tian's presence in the team meant not only would he be denied access to political resources, but Jiang Tian could also potentially become an obstacle in his path. He was unwilling to accept this. If he could bring Jiang Tian down, a simple apology, given his knowledge of Jiang Tian, would likely elicit immediate gratitude and unconditional support from him. This was Xiao Bo's calculation. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted through his face. Xiao Bo was left in a state of confusion. Turning his head, he was met with the furious visage of Song Ligua, who articulated each word with a heavy emphasis. You dare say that Comrade Jiang Tian is a liability? Slap. Without hesitation, Song Ligua delivered another blow. You dare call Comrade Jiang Tian a malignant presence? Slap. You dare accuse Comrade Jiang Tian of cowardice? With each statement, another slap followed. Previously, Song Ligua had regarded Xiao Bo as a somewhat clever young man with potential for development. However, at that moment, his fury was on the brink of explosion. Who gave you the audacity to speak such words? Comrade Jiang Tian bravely fought on the battlefield last night while you were at home sleeping. He faced over 200 drug traffickers alone, battling for his life while you lounged in the comfort of your air-conditioned home. And now you dare to label him a coward? Who, then, is truly the malignant presence in our ranks? Xiao Bo's face throbbed painfully, visibly swollen. Yet, the physical pain paled in comparison to the tremors of fear within his heart. He turned and noticed that everyone was observing the spectacle, many surrounding Jiang Tian, expressing concern and camaraderie towards him. Meanwhile, he reflected bitterly on how Jiang Tian had likely received word of the impending danger and fled. He recalled that for over 2 years, Jiang Tian had never taken a day off, believing he was committed, yet coincidentally chose to absent himself during a significant mission. Was it not the case that he knew of the peril and, in his cowardice, shamelessly sought to malign Comrade Jiang Tian? What a farce! Did he know that Jiang Tian had saved the entire anti-drug unit? Did he realize that had it not been for Jiang Tian, their tactical analysis of the previous night would have concluded with a singular outcome? None would survive before rescue arrived. After 10 simulations, each resulted in total annihilation, with survival being a mere stroke of luck for 1 or 2. Knowing this, who would not feel dread? Yet, it was because of Jiang Tian that they were spared. They successfully preserved the majority of their strength at the cost of merely a few comrades. It was Jiang Tian who granted them a second chance at life. With a weight of public scorn upon him, he had nearly become a pariah. In the past, Xiao Bo had often engaged in such actions, receiving support from many. However, under his subtle guidance, Jiang Tian inadvertently incited discontent and even animosity among numerous individuals. The sole friend who remained steadfast was Zhao Wei. And now it was his turn. What had transpired? What exactly had happened? Xiao Bo was nearly driven to madness. Before Song Ligua could utter another word, a group entered from outside. Numerous leaders arrived, including Director Jiang Peng and Deputy Director, with the prominent figure being the esteemed Gao Xiaolong. The atmosphere was filled with celebration, the sounds of drums and gongs resonating throughout. The plaque for first-class merit was presented. As expected, Comrade Jiang Tian, may you continue to receive support in the future. Indeed, the people in the room were all congratulating Jiang Tian. This worthless individual, it was impossible. Xiao Bo scoffed darkly. Are you jesting? With this good-for-nothing, you expect first-class merit? Yet, in the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's expression turned serious as he approached Jiang Tian. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Comrade Jiang Tian, last night, an urgent report was submitted to the capital regarding your miraculous performance. The higher-ups were profoundly shaken and have specially approved your first-class merit. This was a surprise that Gao Xiaolong had prepared overnight, an expedited approval under urgent circumstances. Jiang Tian gazed at the medal on the plaque, its brilliance and radiance captivating. Jiang Tian's father, following behind Gao Xiaolong, could not help but wipe away tears as he witnessed this scene. At that moment, he longed to proclaim loudly, "This is my son." Yet he understood that now was not the time. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, raising his gaze to his supportive teammates and to the scorned Xiao Bo, then to Gao Xiaolong, who took the first-class merit medal and personally affixed it to Jiang Tian's chest. Everything had changed. In that moment, he truly believed that the wheels of fate had shifted. On this very day last year, he should have been suspended at home, awaiting notification. Soon after, a group of uninvited guests had arrived, handcuffing his father and mother. After several days of disorientation, he had met Zhao Wei's sister and, shortly thereafter, found himself reassigned to a mundane position. But now, everything had transformed. The situation of his parents being detained had shifted to one where they were proud of him, bringing honor to the family. This first-class merit bore significant meaning. As the saying goes, third-class merit is received standing, second-class merit lying down, while first-class merit is claimed by family. Though not an absolute rule, it underscored the terrifying difficulty of attaining first-class merit in peacetime. As the exceptional medal hung upon his chest, Xiao Bo's mind was in turmoil. How could this be? How could it be? First-class merit? A living first-class merit. What did this signify? A brilliant future lies ahead. One might say that Jiang Tian's name is already inscribed in the annals of recognition. Even without considering family background, his ascension will undoubtedly prioritize him. At this moment, however, Gao Xiaolong interjected, "Comrade Xiao Tian, I apologize for the indignity you have faced." What? Xiao Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. A first-class merit, and yet it is deemed a slight? What audacious rhetoric! Xiao Bo trembled, glancing around, only to find that everyone appeared to accept this statement as the norm. Indeed, they seemed to concur wholeheartedly. Do you not feel even a twinge of shock? The astonishment rendered Xiao Bo oblivious to his own pain. Indeed, the high-ranking official was correct. A first-class merit truly felt inadequate. Given yesterday's circumstances, I sensed that even a special merit would have been justified. Chief, could it possibly not be a special merit? After 1955, it was universally believed that the era of peace could not yield special merits, leading to its cancellation. A pity. No, this is madness. Utterly absurd. Is the world truly descending into chaos? Xiao Bo staggered back, his face a mask of shock, his pupils constricting. To his surprise, Gao Xiaolong wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "Indeed, I initially sought a special merit for you. However, the higher-ups deemed that reinstating the special merit would have significant implications, and considering your youth, many opportunities await you." He then patted Jiang Tian's shoulder, saying, "The future rests upon the shoulders of you young individuals. Xiao Tian, you have not disappointed me, nor have you let anyone down. I apologize for the events of yesterday. I acted hastily without thorough investigation and wronged you." Last night, Gao Xiaolong meticulously gathered information and ultimately discovered that the matter of favoritism was orchestrated by Jiang Tian's mother, unbeknownst to both his father and Jiang Tian himself. In his inquiry, Gao Xiaolong learned that Jiang Tian was wronged. His mother, considering Jiang Tian was a mere intern just entering the police force, sought assistance from acquaintances, a commonplace act. Ultimately, it was merely a misunderstanding. Yet he had nearly condemned a genius. Last night, Gao Xiaolong was plagued with guilt, sleepless as he fervently advocated for Jiang Tian's recognition. Alas, it was unfortunate. Moreover, Comrade Jiang Tian, in light of your exceptional performance last night, which impeccably safeguarded the lives and properties of the nation and its people, resulting in significant contributions, you are hereby awarded a first-class merit medal. Furthermore, your internship period is to be concluded prematurely, promoting you to the rank of second-level police officer, skipping directly over the usual progression. This leap allowed Jiang Tian to save 4 years of time, 1 year of internship and 3 years of advancement. A total of 4 years, accomplished by Jiang Tian in a single night. Xiao Bo watched in disbelief as Gao Xiaolong personally adorned Jiang Tian with the first-class merit and offered his apologies. This spectacle shattered Xiao Bo's composure. For him, witnessing Jiang Tian's accolades felt more excruciating than death itself. At this very moment, Xiao Bo, overwhelmed by indignation, stepped forward and exclaimed vehemently, "On what grounds does he, and in turn, deserve to be awarded first-class merit? What justifies his promotion to the rank of second-class police officer? He is nothing but a coward, driven by fear of death." Chapter 15, Promotions and Raises, Explosive Mentality, and Jealousy Gone Wild Within the Confines of the System. The path to promotion is akin to ascending to the heavens, one step at a time. Starting from the rank of a third-class police officer after formal confirmation, the foundational requirement for advancement is a minimum of 3 years. One is granted an opportunity every 3 years, but such chances are scarce and not afforded to all. With numerous new recruits entering, the available slots are exceedingly limited. Why should one be favored for promotion? Missing one opportunity means waiting for another 3 years. effectively extending the wait to 6 years. As for Jiang Tian, he has ingeniously bypassed an entire year and simultaneously saved 3 years of waiting. This scenario has led to a catastrophic explosion of Xiao Bo's mentality. How could a first-class merit be awarded, and yet he remains aggrieved? The esteemed leader, Gao Xiaolong, personally extended an apology, and with a swift promotion to second-class police officer, he has risen from being a mere subordinate, previously trained to serve tea, to Xiao Bo's direct superior overnight. The psychological shattering of Xiao Bo has rendered him devoid of all rationality. There is indeed a dark undercurrent at play. In this moment, Xiao Bo is unwaveringly convinced that Jiang Tian is entangled in nefarious dealings, acting with impunity and unrestrained audacity. The audacity of these privileged second-generation individuals is infuriating. He had believed that the high-ranking officials detest evil, only to discover they are complicit in a corrupt alliance. Trembling with rage, Xiao Bo pointed at Jiang Tian, vehemently denouncing him as a worthless individual. What gives him the right to receive a first-class merit? What justifies his abrupt promotion? He is merely a cowardly sycophant who has taken advantage of his connections. Reality can indeed drive one to madness, especially when stark comparisons arise. Observing Jiang Tian ascend the ranks and bask in the glory of success while he struggles in the mire is disheartening. The demands of his fiancée weigh heavily upon him, and after toiling tirelessly to orchestrate his own promotion, the coveted position remains tantalizingly out of reach. A mere afterthought for Jiang Tian as he effortlessly secures his first-class merit. What did you say? Gao Xiaolong, with a beaming expression, patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder. Suddenly, an outburst of discordant questioning pierced the air, causing him to furrow his brow in irritation. Confronted by an unfamiliar face, he recalled having scrutinized the visages of all members of the anti-drug unit, including the fallen, following the previous night's operation. He was certain he had no recollection of this individual. The anti-drug unit is of paramount importance. Outsiders are rigorously vetted. Who are you, and how did you gain entry? Gao Xiaolong inquired, his brow furrowed. Xiao Bo hastily clarified, Leader, I am also a member of the anti-drug unit. Why did I not see you last night? Did I not mention that all personnel in the unit were to participate in the operation? Gao Xiaolong pressed further. I was feeling unwell, Xiao Bo stammered, his swollen face betraying his discomfort. Thus, you do not acknowledge Comrade Jiang Tian's achievements, believing him to be a malignancy and a detrimental presence? Gao Xiaolong's countenance revealed no discernible emotion. Xiao Bo hastily nodded and remarked, Chief, he is nothing but a waste. Even during his time at the police academy, he proved to be utterly inept. This is not an insult, but rather an acknowledgement of his shortcomings. A person of such mediocre ability should not be hastily promoted, as it bodes ill for his future. He still requires time for refinement. Moreover, how could a commendation of first-class merit be bestowed upon such a failure? It is preposterous. Jiang Tian, observing from the side, gradually wore a sardonic expression. He was bewildered by the audacity Xiao Bo exhibited in questioning Gao Xiaolong, or in disputing the accolades for Jiang Tian's remarkable eradication of over 100 drug traffickers the day before. Jealousy had rendered reason and decorum irrelevant. However, Gao Xiaolong was known for his fiery temperament and would not indulge such insolence, especially upon learning of Xiao Bo's situation, which only served to stoke his rage. Smack! The sound of a slap resonated as Gao Xiaolong struck Xiao Bo, whose already swollen face became even more pronounced and his eyes nearly narrowed to slits. When teammates were in peril, he was absent. When they achieved success, he questioned their efforts, and now he harbored jealousy over their promotions. Smack! As he spoke, Gao Xiaolong raised his hand once more, poised to strike again. Yet, in the next moment, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury that burned within him. The anger was palpable. Yesterday, it was Jiang Tian who, against insurmountable odds, performed a miracle, not only saving their lives but also decimating the majority of the drug traffickers. And here was a man on leave who dared to cast doubt on Jiang Tian's accomplishments. What is your name? Gao Xiaolong's voice, laden with fury, was cold and grave, almost a growl of indignation. Xiao Bo's heart sank. Sir, my name is Xiao Bo. I am part of the drug enforcement team, Action Team 1, First Squad. From the crowd emerged a robust middle-aged man, the captain of Action Team 1, who also commanded Jiang Tian's team. Very well, Xiaobo, from this moment forth, you are indefinitely suspended and required to reflect at home, Gao Xiaolong declared, his voice seething with anger. Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. The sky had fallen. Xiaobo's face turned pale. It felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He hailed from a village in a mountainous region, the first university student to emerge from his rural community in recent years, particularly after enrolling in the police academy. His family's threshold had been crossed repeatedly, bringing them immense pride. This very pride fueled his relentless ambition. Upon entering university and expanding his horizons, he began to resent the heavens for not granting him birth into a powerful family, and he grew increasingly bitter towards the privileged second generation. Now, the thought of his family's reaction to his suspension shattered his composure entirely. I refuse to accept this. Why should Jiang Tian, that good-for-nothing, be awarded first-class merit? Why should mere words from others lead to his suspension? Has the darkness truly engulfed the police force? Just yesterday, you proclaimed the need to eliminate the rotten apples. Yet now it appears that because he has influential connections, the common folk like us are left with no means to survive. Just because one does not retreat in the face of drug dealers, he is granted first-class merit? Yet, all of us have stood firm before such threats. Why are we not similarly recognized? Xiaobo seeks to elicit sympathy from everyone. However, as he glanced around, he discovered that no one was willing to speak in his defense. Gao Xiaolong's expression turned icy as he declared, "Let me tell you why Comrade Jiang Tian received first-class merit. Because he single-handedly eliminated 150 drug dealers yesterday." This, Xiaobo's pupils contracted. 150 drug dealers? Nonsense. Moreover, the reason for your suspension has nothing to do with this. It was you who contacted Jiang Tian's family to report him to the police, and you timed it perfectly to coincide with my presence in the office, didn't you? That landline number was also provided by you to Jiang Tian's family, wasn't it? Gao Xiaolong's face was grim. He had not anticipated that upon arriving here, he would be ensnared by such a petty individual, nearly wrongfully accusing a heroic officer, a genius. Is it wrong for me to care about Comrade Jiang Tian and inform his family of the situation? Xiaobo defended himself stubbornly. All right. The people present were almost laughing in outrage. Even now, he continues to distort the truth. It is simply malicious, narrow-minded, and filled with jealousy. You are the true rotten apple, the real malignancy. Gao Xiaolong's expression was frigid, if not for his rationality. He would have been tempted to draw his weapon and eliminate this scoundrel. At that moment, Jiang Tian cast a sidelong glance at Xiaobo, filled with disappointment. Xiaobo, now utterly drained, sat helplessly on the ground, his combat prowess woefully inadequate. Initially, he had intended to bide his time for revenge, to make Xiaobo's life unbearable. Yet, who would have thought that before Jiang Tian even exerted himself, Xiaobo would be finished? An indefinite suspension for reflection. But Gao Xiaolong's words nearly amounted to a direct dismissal from public office. Xiaobo was utterly finished. Jiang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. One must admit, this is fate. In his past life, Jiang Tian experienced a similar fall, crushed under Xiaobo's heel, plunging into the abyss. For over a decade, he lived in a state worse than death, with his family succumbing to relentless torment. Ultimately, even the son he believed he cherished betrayed him. The wife he thought was his ally turned out to be his greatest conspirator. Regrettably, he realized this too late in his previous life. But now, it is not too late. All has been redeemed. Who would have thought that Xiaobo, who appeared so amiable, could be so malicious? It is shocking to see how he cunningly calculated, knowing of Jiang Tian's connections, and discreetly provided the superior's phone number for backdoor dealings. Truly despicable. How utterly revolting. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Song's establishment of the nation could not have anticipated the intricacies concealed within this situation. Ultimately, is this individual who orchestrated everything behind the scenes. How infuriating! As Xiaobo departed, the atmosphere around Jiang Tian was filled with a chorus of praise. Moreover, Gao Xiaolong had even brought with him a bonus of 50,000 yuan, along with a collective second-class merit award. The collective second-class merit was commendable, particularly due to Jiang Tian's outstanding contributions, with others acknowledging that this merit was largely derived from his efforts. Initially, yesterday's operation had not only resulted in no accolades, but had also incurred significant losses due to erroneous intelligence, warranting accountability for the entire Yunhai anti-drug team. However, in a balancing act of merits and demerits, coupled with Comrade Jiang Tian's annihilation of numerous drug traffickers, a collective second-class merit award was specially conferred upon you. Gao Xiaolong promptly announced. Wow, this was not only an honor for everyone, but also an enormous surprise. At the doorway, Xiao Bo, upon hearing this, turned with wide eyes, his gaze bloodshot, observing Jiang Tian, who was surrounded by admirers, adorned with a first-class merit badge on his chest and a second-class shoulder insignia. He radiated brilliance. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo had been suspended from his duties. His envious eyes burned with a deep-seated animosity. Jiang Tian had become the object of his utmost hatred. Witnessing Jiang Tian ascend the ranks and bask in success was more painful for him than death itself. Ding ding ding. At that moment, as Xiao Bo simmered with envy, a phone rang. He immediately bent forward and greeted, "Yinner, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call." Yinner was Xiao Bo's fiancée, whose engagement was contingent upon his promotion this year. The cold voice on the other end inquired, "How is your promotion progressing?" "My father has made it clear that if you do not achieve a promotion this year, our engagement will be impossible. You know our family does not tolerate incompetence." Xiao Bo, with a facade of eagerness, replied, "I am confident, Yinner. Await my return. We shall surely be engaged by year's end." After hanging up, his ingratiating expression morphed into a menacing scowl, his grip on the phone so tight that it seemed ready to shatter. In his view, all of this should have belonged to him. Every accolade should have been his. He believed it should have been Jiang Tian who left in disgrace. While he stood at the center of attention, basking in admiration, it was he who had stolen everything from him. As for Xiao Bo's departure, Jiang Tian remained utterly unconcerned. Although everyone had achieved recognition, it was essential not to celebrate prematurely. The actions of the drug traffickers were a blatant provocation against our nation and an affront to our entire department, which is absolutely intolerable. At this juncture, Gao Xiaolong paused briefly before continuing. Aside from the drug traffickers, the situation in Yunhai is dire. The rampant drug dealers are closely linked to the inadequate oversight in Yunhai. Regardless of your methods, I have but one request. Eradicate the drug traffickers in Yunhai. This matter is of utmost importance. Statistics reveal that 70% of the nation's drugs enter through Yunhai, reflecting your negligence. The drug trafficking issue in Yunhai is severe. Due to its proximity to the Golden Triangle, Yunhai has become the primary route for drug trafficking. Moreover, the environment in Yunhai is interconnected and the transportation channels are exceedingly convenient. This place has become a veritable paradise for drug dealers, with a vast number of them daily transporting narcotics across the borders through various means, some of which evade detection while others do not. The multitude of methods employed makes it nearly impossible to guard against them all. Upon Hai Xiaolong's departure, Song Ligua abruptly canceled the celebratory event for achievements. His expression darkened as he convened an urgent meeting, berating his subordinates. He ordered immediate action, assigning tasks to every team, instructing that from this moment on, all personnel engage in a sweeping operation to apprehend the traffickers. Furthermore, Comrade Jiang Tian, your action team leader, was sacrificed yesterday, and for the time being, you will lead your team, as manpower is scarce. With further personnel adjustments to follow, Song Ligua concluded. What a remarkable turn of events. Has he been promoted? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Not only has his rank been elevated, but his position has also been upgraded. Incredible. Brother Jiang is impressive. Zhao Wei remarked with a thumbs up. Jiang Tian felt quite elated, for as team leader, aside from designated tasks, he could essentially conduct operations at will, forming teams of 3. This allowed him to activate his scanning radar, pinpointing targets within a kilometer radius with precision. The team leader who had accompanied Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei tragically fell the previous day, and Jiang Tian conveniently filled this vacancy. However, the team was still short of one member, leaving only Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei to act temporarily. Climbing into the official vehicle, both were fully equipped. Generally impressive, Jiang Tian modestly remarked. Seated in the passenger seat, he squinted at Zhao Wei, who was driving with an understated demeanor. Had it not been for his rebirth, Jiang Tian would have never fathomed the depth of Zhao Wei's background. Ding, ding, ding. Brother Jiang, your phone is ringing, Zhao Wei reminded him. Jiang Tian retrieved his phone, glancing at the caller ID. Wang Yifei? His brow furrowed deeply upon seeing that name, an unnamed fury igniting within him. Had it not been for her confession in his past life, he would have never known that the child was, in fact, Xiaobo's. Even more infuriating was the fact that, according to past events, it was on this very day that Wang Yifei had intoxicated him and taken advantage of his vulnerability. A month later, she informed him of her pregnancy. In reality, Wang Yifei was already with child now. Chapter 16. The rescue of Jiang Xiaoyu and the drug lord of Yunda Jiang Tian was engulfed in despair. His mother had been apprehended, and his father was suspended. In the span of a single night, his world crumbled, much like it did in his previous life. The reasons behind this calamity remained a mystery to him. It was orchestrated by Xiaobo, with the involvement of that woman, Wang Yifei. Jiang Tian's grip on his phone tightened unconsciously, the cold light reflecting his rising intensity. The animosity from his past life would find its retribution in this one. Moreover, he had not forgotten the child that Wang Yifei carried, his own flesh and blood, whom he had nurtured for over a decade, only to learn that it was the harbinger of his downfall. Now with this call, Jiang Tian surmised that Wang Yifei had just discovered her pregnancy and was hastily seeking a surrogate partner, since Xiaobo was pursuing another woman. Wang Yifei could only consider him a backup. Tragically, Jiang Tian had devoted so much time to pursuing her, only to realize that she had treated him as a mere alternative from the outset, stringing him along until he unwittingly became her fallback. Countless regrets filled Jiang Tian's mind as he pondered the loss of his once happy family and blissful life, which had been irrevocably altered overnight. With a decisive click, he ended the call without answering. Now that he understood the full context, he was ready to unfold his plan for revenge, knowing that time was on his side. He would bide his time for now. Meanwhile, at the police station, Jiang's father and Gao Xiaolong remained, gathered in Jiang Peng's office. Song Ligua expressed his concern. Although Jiang Tian was exceptionally capable, he had only just graduated and lacked substantial investigative experience. Assigning him to lead a team felt like an act of premature advancement. Everyone present, including Jiang's father, nodded in agreement. Proficiency in combat and agility in the field did not necessarily translate to effectiveness in apprehending drug traffickers. The young often become overconfident after achieving success, and sometimes a minor setback can be beneficial. Gao Xiaolong, with his seasoned wisdom, remarked, "Ah, so this was your plan all along, Chief Gao?" Jiang Peng was taken aback, feeling a sense of inexplicable sorrow for Jiang Tian. Indeed, the drug problem in Yunhai is deeply rooted and complex. Uncovering it is no simple matter. Otherwise, the long-standing efforts to combat drug trafficking would not have been in vain. Without a seasoned narcotics officer, one would only flounder about like a headless chicken. Gao Xiaolong stated leisurely. As he articulated, the battlefield differed fundamentally from the pursuit of drug traffickers. The essence of narcotics enforcement lay in the ability to locate these criminals. Usually, confrontations were straightforward and overpowering, employing various strategies to ensnare them. However, a direct confrontation with a drug enforcement officer, akin to a battlefield clash, was a rarity. At that moment, a hurried voice called out from behind Jiang Tian's vehicle. "Wait, Jiangge, wait for me." With a screech, Zhao Wei slammed on the brakes, followed by a woman rushing to get into the car. "Li Jie, what brings you here?" Zhao Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "Captain Song has just assigned me to your team." Li Zijing quickly replied. "What? You got to be kidding," Zhao Wei said, utterly taken aback. He glanced around, his gaze landing on Jiangge, who had recently completed his internship and was suddenly promoted for his remarkable prowess on the battlefield. Then, he looked at his own insignia, still bearing the rank of a probationary officer, not yet confirmed in position. Finally, he observed Li Zijing's delicate demeanor, feeling flustered. "What kind of look is that? I've been in the anti-drug squad for 3 years. You two are merely newcomers, and I have far more experience, Li Zijing proclaimed with pride. Jiang Tian discreetly acknowledged the pride in Li Zijing's chest with a nod. Indeed, she had reason to be proud. He felt no aversion to her joining, primarily because in both this life and the last, he harbored a significant fondness for her. In his previous life, due to his naivete, he had been subtly belittled by Xiao Boming, and Li Zijing had often spoken out on his behalf. Regrettably, he had not taken her words to heart at the time. Additionally, in his past life, Li Zijing had perished amidst an ambush by drug dealers. Just before her sacrifice, she had warned Jiang Tian about Xiao Boming's dark nature. Li Zijing frequently brought meals for Jiang Tian, caring for him in her own way. "Jiang, where are we headed now?" Zhao Wei inquired. "First, we'll patrol the streets," Jiang Tian replied, fully equipped, seated in the back. In the year 2000, aside from official vehicles used during operations, the patrol cars were primarily Santanas. The windows were shrouded in darkness. A directive had been issued to locate the drug dealers, and aimless wandering would yield no results. Li Zijing remarked. "Who said that?" Jiang Tian smirked. "Scanning radar. This is a golden entry. With it, anyone carrying a criminal record within a kilometer will not escape my notice." As Jiang Tian activated the scanning radar, numerous small dots appeared before his eyes. Ordinary individuals were marked in white, while those with a hint of guilt were tinged with red, indicating they had committed some illegal act. However, Jiang Tian disregarded those with only a trace of color. He meticulously observed the pedestrians along the road. "Stop the vehicle." As they approached the school, Jiang Tian suddenly straightened up. At that moment, the scanning radar in his mind distinctly revealed several bright red dots. "What is this?" Jiang Tian exclaimed, stepping out of the car, his face a mask of surprise. "Jiang, this is Yunda," Zhao Wei explained. "Yunda?" Jiang Tian frowned, pondering for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Yunda was indeed the university where his sister studied. It was the only double first-class university in Yunhai province, and Jiang Tian's sister, through her own efforts, had gained admission. However, in his previous life, their relationship had fractured due to Wang Yifei. After their parents had passed away, his sister had returned home while still in school, and Wang Yifei had targeted her relentlessly. Jiang Tian, lost in sorrow, had failed to intervene. After Wang Yifei drove Jiang Tian's younger sister away, the homeless Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly returned to live at school. That day, when Jiang Tian learned of the tragic news, it was revealed that his sister had succumbed to hallucinations induced by drug abuse and had jumped to her death. In that moment, Jiang Tian was engulfed in despair, tormented by countless waves of self-hatred, feeling as if his very heart had extinguished. Subsequently, Jiang Tian's sister's close friend approached him, revealing the truth. On that fateful day, several individuals at the school had forcibly administered drugs to Jiang Xiaoyu. Unable to bear the humiliation, she had leapt from the school's rooftop. Crack! At this thought, Jiang Tian instinctively clenched his fist. Wang Yifei and Xiao Bo had utterly ruined his life. Moreover, there were the drug dealers within the school. No, they should be referred to as drug addicts. Later, Jiang Tian discovered that the individuals who had driven Jiang Xiaoyu to despair were led by someone who had pursued her relentlessly, despite her repeated rejections. In a fit of madness, he sought to control her through drugs, or rather, to possess her. "Brother Jiang, school is over," Zhao Wei said, leading a police dog eagerly. It was indeed a holiday. Li Zijing was puzzled by Jiang Tian's presence. "Oh right, today is Saturday." Zhao Wei, realizing belatedly, scratched his head. "Our holiday this week has vanished." Jiang Tian raised his hand and struck Zhao Wei lightly. "As a competent drug enforcement officer, you must understand that millions of people in Yunhai live in dire straits, threatened by drugs. If you wish to join the anti-drug squad, you must be prepared to be separated from your family at any moment. Do you understand?" Jiang Tian's thoughts drifted to Zhao Wei's sister, whose gaze was haunting, as if she could see through one's soul. Truth be told, Jiang Tian never wished to encounter that woman again. She was somewhat terrifying. Zhao Wei shuddered, his eyes glistening with tears. "Brother Jiang, I am guilty. As a drug enforcement officer, my understanding has been lacking." Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction. "Brother, over here." Just then, a voice filled with joy rang out. Jiang Tian turned to see Jiang Xiaoyu, like a whirlwind, leaping into his embrace. The sweet fragrance enveloped him as her head nestled against his chest, a long-lost scent and feeling. Jiang Tian's lips cracked. This familiar voice and aroma momentarily led him to believe he was dreaming. In his past life, for over a decade, he had dreamt countless times of this scene, envisioning his sister still alive. "Damn, Brother Jiang, I misjudged you," Zhao Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide, nearly choking on his own disbelief. Moments ago, he had spoken of drug enforcement officers living a life of austerity, devoid of holidays and the need to keep distance from family, insisting on self-discipline and working overtime. Yet now, in the next instant, a sister had run into his embrace. "Stop nuzzling, it's a holiday, right?" Jiang Tian gently patted Jiang Xiaoyu's head, feeling the weight of his guilt transform into something palpable at that moment, especially for such a considerate sister who cherished being close to him. "Woo, brother, I'm hungry." Jiang Xiaoyu pouted. "Brother takes you out for a lavish meal." Jiang Tian waved his hand grandly. After all, who wouldn't cherish their sister? "However, Captain, we are still on a mission, and the higher-ups are quite strict. Failure to meet the task requirements may result in penalties." Li Zijing, standing aside, felt an overwhelming reluctance to intrude. Yet, considering the urgency from above and the rampant drug trafficking in Yanhai, she could only speak up to interrupt this tender moment. "In the vastness of the world, nothing is more significant than sharing a meal with my sister," Jiang Tian declared with a flourish. "Brother, what about me?" At that moment, a little girl trailing behind Jiang Tian's footsteps brightened up and inquired. Jiang Tian finally squinted and turned his gaze toward the young girl behind Jiang Xiaoyu. He had been too engrossed in reminiscing with Jiang Xiaoyu to remember an important detail. Observing this young girl, Jiang Tian's eyes shimmered with admiration. Lien Xin, in a previous life, was Jiang Xiaoyu's close friend who had revealed all the truths to Jiang Tian. Later, Lien Xin even collaborated with Jiang Tian to gather evidence against the drug traffickers after graduating from law school, providing it to Xiaobo. Although they managed to dismantle the drug ring, it also contributed to Xiaobo's advancement. However, everything has since been rewritten. Together, Jiang Tian gestured grandly. With a recent bonus of 50,000 yuan, Jiang Tian was quite generous. "Long live my brother," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian ignored Jiang Xiaoyu's enthusiasm and instead swept his gaze around, promptly noticing a shadow trying to evade. In that instant, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with a crimson glint, a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent. But he quickly suppressed it and calmly addressed that classmate over there. "I saw you speaking with Xiaoyu just now. You must be her friend. Please don't rush off." "That's not a friend, brother. You're mistaken." Jiang Xiaoyu's complexion changed as she hurriedly interjected. "How can it not be? Xiaoyu, I was just about to mention, how could you leave your friend behind while dining?" "I saw that classmate following closely behind you," Jiang Tian spoke gently. "I." Jiang Xiaoyu was exasperated, shaking her small fist against Jiang Tian's chest. "Brother, you're driving me crazy. I won't talk to you anymore." "Hello, brother, I'm Gao Fei, a classmate of Xiaoyu." The male student trailing Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward to shake Jiang Tian's hand. Jiang Tian offered a slight smile. "We are all friends here. Let us dine together. No need for formality." "Thank you, brother." Gao Fei glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, nodding excitedly. Due to the inadequacy of a single vehicle, Jiang Tian led everyone directly to a grand hotel across from Yun University. On the way, Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Tian's police insignia with wide eyes, then looked at the two trainee officers following Jiang Tian. "Brother, aren't you a trainee officer? Where did you steal that insignia from?" Jiang Xiaoyu whispered. "Don't speak carelessly. Does my brother need to steal his insignia?" Jiang Tian replied, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Brother, you haven't really been promoted, have you? I remember you just graduated." Upon arriving at the restaurant and ordering dishes, Lien Xion's face was filled with astonishment. "Fortuitously achieving merit. I received an extraordinary promotion," Jiang Tian said modestly. "However, my friend, is it not rather extravagant for us to dine in a private room?" Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated. "Splitting the bill is no extravagance," Jiang Tian replied, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Fei. Indeed, is hardly a burden. After all, no expense is too great when compared to Gao Fei. As expected, Gao Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. He was pleasantly surprised by the turn of events today. A fly does not land on a seamless egg. Gao Fei's relentless pursuit of Jiang Xiaoyu was not solely due to her beauty. He had inadvertently witnessed Jiang Peng coming to collect her. Coincidentally, Gao Fei was aware that Jiang Peng was the director of the Yunhai Public Security Bureau. If he could manage to pacify Jiang Tian, would it not be possible for Jiang Peng to resolve matters effortlessly and perhaps even win Jiang Xiaoyu's affection through Jiang Tian? As for the means to achieve this, Gao Fei had already devised a scheme in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Zijing and Zhao Wei fell silent. Their attitudes had shifted. Their Captain Jiang was not a paragon of virtue. Neither Xiao Bo nor the senior officer from yesterday had erred in their criticisms. He truly was a bad apple. Was it truly acceptable to engage in smuggling so brazenly under the guise of public funds? Ahem, Captain, our team's budget is rather constrained, Li Zijing whispered discreetly. Unfortunately, it seemed Jiang Tian was oblivious to her words. Allow me to treat you, Brother Jiang. It is my pleasure today, Gao Fei declared generously as he rose. A smirk crept across Jiang Tian's lips. He had been waiting for this moment. The audacity of drug traffickers in Yunhai was something many had not experienced firsthand and could scarcely comprehend. Chapter 17. Why do I want to cut a watermelon and yet find myself accused of a crime? For instance, Jiang Tian brought his team to a more upscale hotel for a meal, startling both Zhao Wei and Li Zijing. As narcotics officers, they earned a meager salary, barely exceeding a few hundred yuan a month, even under a system with relatively generous subsidies. In contrast, a typical civil servant might earn only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan annually. Tragically, in the event of sacrifice, Jiang Tian recently learned that a fallen comrade's family received a mere 80,000 yuan in compensation. Such a sum pales in comparison to the value of a life. Even if preferential treatment is afforded to the children of martyrs, what difference does it make? The pillar of a family is lost. Yet, this reality only emboldens the drug traffickers. While narcotics officers struggle to support their families on a salary of 600 to 700 yuan a month, they face drug dealers who easily offer bribes amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions. The most terrifying aspect is that many traffickers have infiltrated the anti-narcotics team, knowing intimate details about the officers' family situations. Jiang Tian recalled instances where teammates had encountered personal tragedies, and it was not an isolated occurrence. The brutality of drug dealers is unimaginable. Captain Jiang, I have fallen head over heels for Jiang Xiaoyu. Could you grant me an opportunity to pursue her? I swear I will treat her well, Gao Fei declared, raising his glass. Jiang Xiaoyu, seated beside Jiang Tian, flushed with anger at his words. Her palms sweaty as she gripped her brother's hand. Jiang Tian gently patted the back of his sister's hand before responding, his expression inscrutable. My sister is exceptionally beautiful. Many suitors vie for her attention, and who are you among them? Gao Fei remained unperturbed, glancing around with a flickering gaze, before smiling at Jiang Tian. Captain Jiang, might we step outside for a private discussion? Oh, certainly. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Older brother, Jiang Xiaoyu, said anxiously. Xiaoyu, wait here patiently, Jiang Tian advised. Turning to see Jiang Xiaoyu's friend, Lien Xin, animatedly discussing the delicious food. Today, Jiang Tian spared no expense, ordering precious delicacies like sea cucumbers and abalone. Captain, where are you going? Li Zijing invited, het tonneurgent. She was eager to make a contribution, but now she harbored serious doubts about whether following Jiang Tian was the right choice. She could not help but speculate. Could he truly be a wolf in sheep's clothing? A slightly skilled marksman who might be corrupt? Captain, we have laws governing police conduct and civil service. Accepting bribes is illegal, Zhao Wei chimed in, swallowing hard. It seemed to him that the circumstances had shifted. Why did Jiang Tian's actions increasingly resemble those of a corrupt official, a mere squad leader? Now, being courted to dine out. What would be next, bribery? Zhao Wei, cautious by nature, sensed something amiss. Even the most naive could perceive the oddity in Gao Fei's demeanor. We are the esteemed servants of the people. What is wrong with accepting a meal from them? Is there any fault in reasonably addressing the demands of the populace? The path of righteousness shines brightly before us. Gao Fei, standing nearby, found his eyes gleaming with newfound brightness, his smile radiating even more warmth. Meanwhile, Li Ziqin and Zhao Wei exchanged astonished glances. Zhao Wei, filled with fury, was about to rise. However, upon facing Jiang Tian's upright yet shameless countenance, he promptly sat back down, muttering, "Captain, I saw nothing." Gao Fei's vigilance diminished slightly. "I have a few brothers who have long admired Captain Jiang. They have reserved a private room upstairs, eagerly awaiting your arrival," Gao Fei stated, leading the way. Jiang Tian adjusted his collar, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he followed. How could he forget? In his previous life, when these individuals were apprehended, Jiang Tian had asked Gao Fei why he had driven his sister to despair. Gao Fei's words still echoed in his mind, daring to show disdain. "If you had a father like that, Mayor, it would be one thing. That old fool is out of the picture now. What did it matter if she was killed? Alas, I had already disrobed, but did not have a chance to enjoy her before she leapt away." Gao Fei was nothing but filth, societal refuse, a scoundrel, a drug dealer. In his past life, such a wretch had the audacity to look down upon them. It was then that Jiang Tian realized that in this world, lacking power or influence meant being trampled underfoot by even the most despicable of beings. Thankfully, all of this had changed. Just as he stepped outside, Jiang Tian paused momentarily, turning to gaze at a woman, Wang Yifei. They were dining in a private room on the first floor, while accommodations awaited on the top floor. At that moment, Wang Yifei stood at the elevator entrance, clinging to Xiao Bo's arm. Upon seeing her, a flicker of hatred ignited in Jiang Tian's eyes. In his previous life, he should have basked in glory, yet due to the machinations of the treacherous couple, Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei, he had been ensnared. Even his father had fallen victim to their schemes. His entire family had suffered due to these two. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian retrieved a hidden camera from his pocket, capturing footage of Wang Yifei and Xiao Bo. At this juncture, his relationship with Wang Yifei was quite intimate. They had even established a romantic connection. However, prior to this, Wang Yifei had consistently claimed to be a conservative woman, adamantly refusing to engage in premarital intimacy. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiang Tian. On this very day, in his previous life, he had succumbed to despair and drunkenness, only to awaken the following morning to find Wang Yifei lying bare upon his bed, a pool of blood beside her. Alongside the blood, an unmistakable scent lingered in the room. At that time, Jiang Tian had genuinely believed he had violated Wang Yifei. But that was not the truth. As Jiang Tian suddenly recalled, when he assisted Wang Yifei out of the hotel, that scoundrel Xiao Bo was lounging in the lobby, ostensibly concerned for him. In other words, from the very beginning, it seemed he had never truly interacted with Wang Yifei in his previous life. It was even possible that Xiao Bo had taken advantage of his drunken state to compromise Wang Yifei right before him. Subsequently, after their relationship was established, throughout the following year, Jiang Tian had never laid a finger on her, her excuse being that she was pregnant and thus could not engage in such activities. The notions of chastity and loyalty were utterly nonsensical. She was merely a wanton woman. A cold smile spread across Jiang Tian's face. This pair of despicable lovers would deserve death, yet even that would be too lenient for them. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Tian. Zhao Wei's sister, that enigmatic woman, had found him within the hotel. When the door swung open, both he and Wang Yifei were completely unclothed. At that moment, Jiang Tian distinctly perceived the profound disappointment reflected in her eyes, accompanied by a tone of desolation as she remarked, "Originally, my brother said you were quite decent, but I never imagined that after such an incident, you would still engage in such behavior in a hotel." This implied that even if he had fallen, there was still a chance for redemption, solely due to the existence of this detestable couple. "Captain Jiang?" Gao Fei gasped at the sight of the hidden camera being produced, his expression shifting to one of immediate wariness. However, Jiang Tian explained with a hearty laugh, "Haha, Gao, that woman is my girlfriend." "Huh?" Gao Fei's wariness transformed into confusion. He glanced at the affectionate couple by the elevator, then looked back at Captain Jiang, standing at the corner clad in his narcotics officer uniform, adorned with dual police insignias, exuding an air of striking handsomeness. He couldn't fathom what kind of extraordinary woman she must be. "Captain Jiang, are you truly not deceiving me?" Gao Fei asked, astonished. Jiang Tian smiled, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Yifei, waiting for the elevator, made a move and pulled out her own phone. As soon as the call connected from several dozen steps away, Gao Fei distinctly heard the woman's furious voice at the elevator entrance. "Jiang Tian, why did you hang up when I called? What do you mean by this? Just after promising to pursue me, you act this way. Are you already seeing someone else? Truly, all men are the same. All you needed to do was buy me a birthday gift. If you're broke, you should have said so sooner. Why act this way?" Goodness, Gao Fei could hear her voice clearly from such a distance. "Captain Jiang, my condolences," he offered silently after a brief moment of contemplation, ultimately seeking to comfort him. Yet, seeing Jiang Tian's calm demeanor filled Gao Fei with admiration. Maintaining such tranquility amidst turmoil was commendable. It is indeed challenging for even a hero to thrive in adversity. After capturing the footage, Jiang Tian switched off the hidden camera. Gao Fei completely relaxed his vigilance, a gleam of confidence illuminating his face. Initially, he had only a 50% assurance, but now he felt a solid 90% certainty. A few minutes later, Jiang Tian and Gao Fei arrived at the private room upstairs, where 4 individuals awaited them. Jiang Tian's brow furrowed slightly, realizing something was amiss. In his previous life, when this group was apprehended, there had been a total of 6 individuals. In other words, one person was absent from the scene. Let me introduce Captain Jiang, the son of our deputy mayor of Yanhai, who currently serves as the captain of the drug enforcement team. Let's extend him a warm welcome. Gao Fei made a grand introduction. "Greetings, Captain Jiang. It is a privilege to meet someone of your stature," the welcoming voices echoed. However, Jiang Tian remained noncommittal. After the enthusiastic reception, Gao Fei felt the atmosphere was sufficiently buoyant and could not resist inquiring, "Captain Jiang, how much does one earn as a drug enforcement officer in a month?" Jiang Tian, casting a sidelong glance, replied stoically, 600 yuan. "Only 600? Captain Jiang, you risk your life for such a meager sum?" Laughter erupted around the table. Jiang Tian surveyed the faces before him, each one etched in his memory, as they were all culprits from his past life who had forcibly injected drugs into his sister, ultimately leading to her demise. After all, he was committed to protecting the lives and properties of the nation and its people. Jiang Tian displayed a hint of indignation, which further stirred Gao Fei's excitement, prompting him to think that there was potential in this exchange. "Captain Jiang, a small token of our appreciation," Gao Fei said, pulling a box from beneath the table and laboriously placing it on the surface. "What is this?" Jiang Tian feigned surprise. "Captain Jiang, this is a gesture from our brothers," Gao Fei explained. Jiang Tian lowered his gaze, opened the small box for a fleeting glance, then pondered for a moment, preparing to turn the tables. "Inside is 1 million. If you work, can you possibly earn this much in a lifetime?" Gao Fei inquired. "With a monthly income of 600, amounting to 7,000 a year, indeed, to accumulate 1 million, it would take at least 130 years. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Tian maintained his composure, though a cold smile brewed within him. "We have a shipment we want to bring in, Captain Jiang. Could you facilitate this when you're on duty at the border?" Gao Fei stated. As he spoke, Jiang Tian discreetly scanned the room, noticing that everyone at the table was tense and on high alert, as if sensing something amiss. And they suddenly sprang into action. "You are all the pride of Yunda. How did you end up on this path?" Jiang Tian feigned ignorance. "The pride of Yunda can hardly make a fortune. Like you, Captain Jiang, after graduating from the police academy with great effort. Your father is the deputy mayor and a public security chief. Yet what does it matter? You still find yourself empty-handed. Our one-time shipment yields profits that are astronomical, unattainable in a lifetime," Gao Fei continued. However, Jiang Tian steadfastly shook his head, asserting, "You are misguided. The risks are far too great. You should devise your own solutions." The faces of everyone present shifted dramatically. Jiang Tian sighed and reiterated, "You earn so much from a single shipment, yet are only willing to offer such a meager profit. The risks do not correspond to the returns. Gao Fei visibly relaxed. Captain Jiang, just name your price. Jiang Tian extended one hand. What? Gao Fei abruptly sat up. Reflecting on his return to this era, Jiang Tian could not help but lament the rampant drug trafficking of the time, with bribery occurring so brazenly. The narcotics officers endure the peril faced by their families, while simultaneously resisting temptation and combating drug traffickers. One can only imagine the horrifying price paid by these officers in this era, where every semblance of peace is hard-won. Captain Jiang, I must make a phone call. Gao Fei's expression darkened. He anticipated Jiang Tian's insatiable appetite for power, feeling as though he was losing control. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian unconsciously tightened his grip. His expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was profoundly shaken, realizing that Gao Fei was not acting alone. In other words, there were others behind him. Serendipitously, Jiang Tian did not foresee the sudden arrival of good fortune. Initially intending to rescue his sister while dealing with a petty drug dealer, he never dreamed that the dealer was connected to a larger drug trafficking organization. This could indeed lead to significant accomplishments. After Gao Fei left, his whereabouts remained a mystery. But an hour later he returned with several boxes, 5 in total, containing a neat sum of 5 million. This was rampant. The audacity of drug traffickers in this era is utterly terrifying. Jiang Tian was certain that the lavish offer was a ploy to ensnare both him and his father. Once the money changed hands, they would be irrevocably bound together. Yet, they likely could not fathom the turn of events. Captain Jiang, the money is all here. Gao Fei felt a twinge of bitterness, secretly resenting Jiang Tian's greed. However, the thought of being able to manipulate the Jiang family from that moment on filled him with a tremor of excitement. He thought of Jiang Xiaoyu. A cold smile crept across Gao Fei's face. He envisioned reclaiming not only his funds, but also exacting further retribution from Jiang Xiaoyu. As he pondered these thoughts, his pain lessened slightly as he picked up a fruit knife to slice a watermelon. Captain Jiang, this watermelon is quite good, Gao Fei remarked cheerfully. What do you intend to do with that knife? Jiang Tian suddenly stood up, furious. Me? Gao Fei was taken aback, only then realizing that an invisible camera had been discreetly attached to Jiang Tian's chest. Jiang Tian, visibly shaken, exclaimed, You traffickers possess not only audacity, but also the gall to threaten police officers openly with a knife? Gao Fei's head buzzed as confusion enveloped him. But upon witnessing Jiang Tian draw his gun, he cried, No, I was merely cutting watermelon. Jiang Tian, bang. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the private room, Li Zijing stood with Jiang Xiaoyu and 2 others, having overheard every word spoken inside. Is he really? Jiang Xiaoyu covered her mouth in disbelief. Zhao Wei and Li Zijing wore expressions of sheer terror, unable to comprehend Jiang Tian's boldness. They never imagined he would become a harbinger of chaos. A malignant tumor. This is a malignant tumor. Li Zijing seethed through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Lien Xian trembled behind Jiang Xiaoyu. Just then, bang! As they remained engulfed in shock, the sound of a gunshot erupted from the private room, reverberating ominously. This is bad, Zhao Wei gasped, his face paling in alarm. As they burst in, the scene that greeted them was striking. Jiang Tian stood with a gun. As if taking roll call, the individuals seated at the table appeared oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Bang! 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 Jiang Tian fired at their heads, expressionless. Gao Fei, seated beside him, held a fruit knife, his face a mask of confusion. Zhao Wei, please document the following. Just now, 5 drug traffickers brazenly attempted to bribe me, a servant of the people, with money, seeking my assistance in their narcotics trafficking. I would rather die than yield. When the traffickers attempted to attack with a knife, I was left with no choice but to retaliate with my firearm, successfully neutralizing 4 of them, capturing 1, and seizing 5 million in their illicit funds. Gao Fei muttered in disbelief. All I wanted was to cut a watermelon. How did it come to this? Chapter 18. Collapse. You are not a policeman. You are a madman. 3 minutes prior, as Gao Fei entered the private room, Li Zijing and Zhao Wei, filled with apprehension, descended from downstairs with their associates. Having served in the police force for 2 to 3 years, Li Zijing possessed a keen intuition, quickly discerning that Gao Fei was undoubtedly suspicious. Coupled with Jiang Tian's behavior, there was an unmistakable air of corruption surrounding them. Jiang Xiaoyu, too, was fraught with impatience. Do not worry, Xiaoyu. Brother Jiang cares for you deeply. He would never permit Gao Fei to pursue you, Lin Xian consoled her. The four approached the entrance of the private room, where the door, not entirely sealed, allowed the conversations within to resonate clearly. Inside, Gao Fei and his 4 accomplices were engaged in jovial dining. Who was Jiang Tian, a young and formidable leader of the anti-drug unit? Most alarming was the influence behind him. His father was the police chief of Yinhai. In this context, dragging Jiang Tian into the mire would inevitably ensnare his father as well. Across the entirety of Yinhai, they would be free to act without restraint. What did this signify? Enormous profits, 5 million. A staggering sum, particularly in this era. For those entrenched within the system, it was an astronomical figure. After all, Jiang Tian's monthly salary was a mere 700 yuan post-confirmation. Prior to that, during his internship, he earned only 230 yuan a month, which was still considered a high standard of welfare. In fact, his current salary eclipsed that of Jiang Peng, the police chief, whose monthly earnings were only 500 yuan. Yes, you read that correctly. This was the net amount received each month. 5 million was indeed a terrifying number. Yet, for Jiang Tian, it represented a provocation from drug traffickers, a challenge to the judicial authorities. Gao Gu, your skill in slicing watermelon is remarkable, precise, and straight. One of the accomplices chuckled. Rest assured, Captain Jiang, our shipping routes are utterly inconceivable to anyone. Indeed, in a brief exchange, Jiang Tian grasped the situation. It could be summarized in 4 words: audacious and reckless. They had descended to the depths of using Yun University as their drug den. They had rented a classroom in the university's entrepreneurial park, conducting their drug dealings there. It was the epitome of operating under the radar. One could scarcely imagine that a drug den was nestled within a prestigious university. If exposed, it would unleash a catastrophic tremor. They could swiftly and efficiently assimilate students within the institution, transforming some of the brightest into addicts. The case was monumental and chilling. Captain Jiang, what do you think? Is 5 million sufficient? Gao Fei grinned as he sliced the watermelon, yet harbored deep disdain for Jiang Tian. Gao Fei believed that his current standing was solely attributable to his own efforts. Although he had embarked on a path of crime, he felt he had taken a crucial step towards wealth. Given the current volume of transactions and circumstances, he envisioned a future that would only grow more illustrious. As for Jiang Tian, he regarded him as nothing more than a spoiled heir, living off the fruits of others' labor. Gao Fei mused that if the anti-drug enforcement team were composed entirely of such inept individuals, it would be quite advantageous. With a beaming smile directed at Jiang Tian, he felt confident that the offer of 5 million would be utterly irresistible, perhaps even overwhelming. 5 million? Do you really expect me to work for you? Jiang Tian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What do you mean by that? Jiang Tian, don't be ungrateful. Are you attempting to deceive us? Young man, do you think just because you are affiliated with the anti-drug unit, you can toy with us? We are well aware of your family's circumstances. Do not provoke us. Think not only of yourself, but also of your sister. With a sudden surge of anger, a drug dealer rose from his seat, only to be met with the ominous sight of a gun's muzzle. Bewildered, he raised his hands, but in the next instant, he realized with terror that Jiang Tian had disengaged the safety and fired without hesitation. The bullet entered through his lower abdomen and exited through his back. Adrenaline surged as he sat pale and gasping. Quick, call an ambulance. Yet, Jiang Tian, standing resolutely, shot him in the head. Blood erupted forth. How brazen to threaten an anti-drug officer and seek vengeance against my entire family. Unfortunately for you, that opportunity has vanished, Jiang Tian stated, as he methodically executed the 3 standing drug dealers. The remaining dealer, seated across from him, wore a look of utter confusion, unable to comprehend how, moments before, they had been engaged in a negotiation, and now 3 of his associates lay dead. Wasn't Jiang Tian merely a foolish heir? Hadn't they bribed him? You can't kill me. You're a police officer, the drug dealer exclaimed as he raised his hands in surrender. What do you intend to do with that fruit knife? Are you trying to coerce me, intimidate a police officer? Jiang Tian's face was a mask of cold amusement. It was absurd. To threaten him was one thing, but to endanger his family was another. In a previous life, this gang had caused the death of his sister. Jiang Tian had no interest in playing their games. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the drug dealer fell lifeless to the ground. Thus, when several individuals entered the room, they were greeted by the sight of 4 bodies sprawled haphazardly across the floor. The only survivor was Gao Fei. However, Jiang Tian refrained from killing him, sensing that there were likely bigger fish behind Gao Fei. To eliminate Gao Fei, the mastermind would be too lenient. When Li Zijing and Zhao Wei entered, Jiang Tian instructed, Zhao Wei, record the following. 5 drug dealers attempted to openly bribe me, a servant of the people, with money. In an effort to enlist my assistance in their drug trafficking, I stood firm against their coercion, and when they attempted to attack with knives, I was compelled to retaliate with my firearm, resulting in the successful elimination of 4 and the capture of 1, along with the seizure of 5 million in drug money. The fruit knife clattered to the ground as Gao Fei stared blankly at Jiang Tian, lost in confusion. Despite having the intellect to gain admission to the prestigious Yunnan University, he could not comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Jiang Tian had worn a greedy expression, seemingly amenable to negotiation. Yet in an instant, he raised his firearm and eliminated them without hesitation. What had they done to deserve such a fate? No, I'm not a drug dealer. I merely cut watermelons. I have evidence. This is the watermelon I sliced. I will report you. You narcotics officers are committing acts of indiscriminate murder. Gao Fei stood up, overwhelmed with despair, and shouted. Bang! In the next moment, the deafening sound of a gunshot echoed. Gao Fei felt a terrifying force strike his leg, and after being shot, adrenaline surged within him. It wasn't particularly painful, yet when he looked down, he realized he had been hit. The mastermind behind the drug trafficking, faced with capture, attempted to resist, prompting the officer to fire again out of necessity. Jiang Tian, calmly holding the gun, blew away the smoke that curled from its barrel before nonchalantly resting it at his waist. Gulch! Zhao Wei swallowed hard. Li Zijing gazed up at Jiang Tian, stunned. After being shot, Gao Fei sat on the booth S bench, his face pale, hands clutching his thigh, eyes wide with fear as he looked at Jiang Tian. He was terrified. A madman. This was a lunatic. Gao Fei stared at Jiang Tian, momentarily dazed, recalling how he had initially perceived him as a mere lamb, a worthless offspring of privilege, waiting to be effortlessly manipulated by the drug dealers. They had thought that luring him into their scheme would be simple, believing they could easily control him. Though this private room appeared innocuous, it was equipped with the most discreet surveillance cameras. Once Jiang Tian accepted their money, he and his father would remain perpetually ensnared in their grasp. This was a common tactic employed by drug traffickers. A school official had once fallen victim to this very method, easily manipulated for a sum of 100,000 yuan, allowing them to brazenly distribute drugs in the school's entrepreneurial zone. They had assumed Jiang Tian was akin to that official, expecting to pay a slightly higher price while believing the eventual returns would justify the risks. However, they soon realized that Jiang Tian was far from a mere lamb. He was a complete madman. Just because he wielded a watermelon knife to slice fruit, he had turned and shot his own accomplices dead, gunfire erupting in rapid succession. Crack! Reflecting on this, Gao Fei, bloodied and trembling, struck himself across the face in disbelief. How foolish he was to think he could bribe a lunatic, a cold-blooded killer. No less. What was he dawdling for? Had he recorded everything? Having just taken lives, Jiang Tian radiated an aura of lethal intent. His eyes seemed to glow with a crimson hue, and his words dripped with menace. Zhao Wei shuddered, his hands trembling as he hastily retrieved his notebook and pen, scribbling furiously. I've noted everything. Please don't kill me. Hey! Jiang Tian was speechless. Did he truly appear so terrifying? If these drug traffickers had merely threatened Jiang Tian and his sister, it might have been tolerable. However, The audacity with which they threatened his sister and family was utterly unacceptable to Jiang Tian. Furthermore, it is the inherent duty of the police to combat drug traffickers. The regulations governing narcotics officers are stringent, permitting them to exercise unrestricted self-defense whenever they perceive a threat to their safety. This right to self-defense is considerable. Observing Li Zijing's bewildered expression, Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. It was no wonder that these traffickers were so brazen, given the lack of quality in their opponents. For Jiang Tian, the only way to eradicate these criminals was to be even more formidable, more ruthless, and far more vicious. Jiang Tian retrieved handcuffs from his waist, snapping them around Gao Fei's wrists behind his back. "I'm bleeding. I need to go to the hospital," Gao Fei exclaimed in despair. As time passed and the adrenaline waned, he was overcome by a piercing pain, his complexion paling in an instant. With a swift motion, Jiang Tian delivered a sharp slap. "Silence! Do you not see that I am performing my duty? Obstructing my work is a serious offense," he admonished, while his radar detected Gao Fei's vividly red marker. He was eager to ascertain the terrifying number of judgment points that would accompany Gao Fei's trial. "I will sue you, you deranged fiend. You are no police officer. You are an executioner, a lunatic, a complete madman." Gao Fei was on the verge of insanity, convinced that Jiang Tian was indeed a maniac. A police officer, more brutal than they, the very traffickers themselves, had already executed several without a trial. Do you not require evidence for execution? You condemn someone merely for wielding a fruit knife to cut a watermelon? Suddenly, a wave of retching erupted. Jiang Tian turned to see Jiang Xiaoyu and Lian Xian outside the door, violently vomiting. These young girls, still in school, were witnessing horrors beyond imagination. Gao Fei was a classmate, yet despite his incessant pursuit of Jiang Xiaoyu, his boundaryless behavior had rendered him detestable and revolting. However, they had never contemplated murder or execution. Though Gao Fei's associates were not from their class, they belonged to the same department, frequently seen during lectures. These individuals were their peers, now lying lifeless in pools of blood, their faces unrecognizable, punctured by bullets. When had these young girls ever encountered such trauma? Fear gripped them entirely. Lian Xian collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably, while Jiang Xiaoyu, pale as a ghost, struggled to maintain her footing. Lian Xian was merely gripped by the fear and revulsion associated with the sight of the deceased, yet Jiang Xiaoyu's concerns ran much deeper. How could her brother have executed each of those mere charlatans? "Brother, you have committed murder," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face etched with terror. At that moment, her primary worry was for Jiang Tian. Taking a life is a grave offense, punishable by death, a lesson ingrained in her since childhood. He won't face execution, will he? She trembled in fear, to which Jiang Tian offered words of comfort from his side. Meanwhile, within the private room, Li Zijing was nervously dialing the phone to contact Captain Song. Upon seeing her name flash on the screen, Song's lips curled into a knowing smile. It was hardly surprising. After all, tracing drug traffickers was no simple task, especially when one was floundering like a headless fly. To locate such criminals, one must rely on technology, subtle clues, and reports, none of which were within the grasp of Jiang Tian and his companions. Eliminating the minor threats posed by Xiao Jiang was indeed a positive development, and Song felt quite pleased with himself. Of course, he was in high spirits. With an elite officer under his command, how could he not be? Moreover, he had even received commendations from higher-ups. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Little Li, have you found any leads? If not, you might take your police dog to the border to assist local authorities in searching for passers-by. You may stumble upon something." "Captain Song, it's bad news. At the Shengxiang Hotel across from Yin University, Captain Jiang has killed 4 or 5 people." Li Zijing's voice trembled as she spoke. A heavy silence fell over the line. After what felt like an eternity, a quivering voice emerged from Song. "Jiang Tian has executed 4 or 5 individuals. Yes, 4 were shot in the head, and 1 was hit in the thigh," Li Zijing clarified. Suddenly, Song remembered something he had overlooked. Due to the urgency of the situation, Jiang Tian had returned home early the previous night, and Song had neglected to provide him with the necessary psychological support. The thought sent a chill through his heart. Just moments ago, he had observed them preparing several million to bribe Captain Jiang, only to have the entire plot thwarted by Jiang Tian's decisive actions. Chapter 19. A catastrophic incident unfolds for the police force, as well as the military personnel. Any situation involving casualties necessitates psychological counseling. However, due to Jiang Tian's commendable achievement yesterday and the urgent awarding ceremony today, the psychological support was somewhat delayed. The absence of immediate intervention in such matters can have a profoundly terrifying impact on an individual, particularly in the aftermath of taking a life, an understanding that Song Ligua, as someone who has experienced it firsthand, is acutely aware of. A sense of foreboding gripped Song Ligua's heart. The ominous premonition grew increasingly intense. Damn it, they had finally welcomed a formidable hero in Yanhai, and if inadequate psychological support were to lead to a grievous error or indiscriminate slaughter, no amount of merit would absolve Jiang Tian. Half an hour later, Song Ligua arrived at the scene. Before him lay 4 lifeless bodies scattered haphazardly in the private room, alongside one injured individual who was bound. Jiang Tian. Song Ligua's expression turned grave. For lives lost. This was a catastrophe, an immense tragedy. The loss of 3 lives at once, regardless of the circumstances, is an event of monumental proportions. Even in the case of an accident, 3 or more fatalities are horrifying and can have far-reaching consequences. Furthermore, for individuals had already perished. Song Ji. All 5 individuals at the scene are students from Yun University. Jiang Tian reported with a salute. Gasp. Song Ligua's face drained of color. Damn it, they were the pride of Yun University? His mind was racing, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. This was spiraling into something monumental. The sky had fallen. Having served in the anti-drug unit for many years, Song Ligua had encountered only a few such earth-shattering incidents. Yet in the span of 2 days, the sky had fallen twice. Whether it was due to his advancing age or the overwhelming stimuli he had endured, he felt symptoms of cardiac distress creeping upon him. The pride of Yun University, and they managed to take 4 lives? Song Ligua's mind spun. Song Ji. They are not only the pride of Yun University, but they are also exceptional students from a top-tier institution, yet they are a group of depraved, audacious drug traffickers. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered with concern. Drug traffickers? Song Ligua tilted his head back and took a deep breath. Good grief. 4 esteemed students from Yun University, and they were all involved in drug trafficking? His complexion grew even paler. Was this a positive development? No. This was far from a good thing. Damn it, university students, especially from a prestigious university, had embarked on the path of drug trafficking in Yanhai. This underscored just how rampant drug trafficking had become. The authorities were already discontent with the situation in Yanhai. And now, with drug rings emerging from respected universities, Song Ligua dared not contemplate further. If even a prestigious university harbored drug dealers, how rampant must the drug problem be throughout the entirety of Yanhai? Jiang Tian also sighed. To be candid, in his previous life, his father Jiang Peng and Song Ligua had been subjected to the same fate of being investigated together. To speak candidly, during the past month since joining the team, Song Ligua has indeed shown exceptional care for Jiang Tian. Particularly in numerous matters, Song Ligua consistently prioritizes Jiang Tian's well-being and beyond their official relationship. Their personal rapport is commendably strong. Having been neighbors since childhood, the bond between their families has always been robust. The dual circumstances leading to Song Ligua's predicament are noteworthy. It is in the wake of his downfall that he perceives the grim truth of Jiang Tian's current plight. The rampant drug trafficking syndicate in Yunhai has spiraled out of control. In the initial 2 months following Jiang Tian's induction, a significant operation targeting a notorious drug lord resulted in the seizure of over 100 kilograms of methamphetamine, colloquially known as ice. This successful case should have been a cause for celebration. However, it also unveiled the inadequacies in the national drug enforcement efforts, prompting serious concerns from the higher authorities. The destructive potential of drugs is universally acknowledged. 300 kilograms can devastate countless families. While 50 grams is sufficient for a death sentence, 300 kilograms is a staggering figure. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the origin of these drugs was traced back to Yanhai. This incident ignited considerable dissatisfaction among the higher echelons. Furthermore, in cases where drugs have been intercepted domestically, an alarming 70%, if not more, can be attributed to the proliferation from Yunhai. Consequently, there is a growing discontent regarding the anti-drug policies in Yunhai, and the notion of personnel changes is already being considered. Jiang Tian is acutely aware that without demonstrable results, both his father and Song Ligua may soon find themselves reassigned. Although the drug traffickers Jiang Tian neutralized yesterday may temporarily mitigate the situation, it is merely a superficial remedy. The core issue remains. The drug trade in Yunhai continues to thrive. Even a drug enforcement officer dares to openly engage in bribery. Jiang Tian shudders at the thought of the true extent of the terror and lawlessness perpetrated by the drug dealers in Yunhai. He suddenly recalls a haunting memory from his past life. After his father's departure, the newly appointed director met with an untimely demise just 3 months into his role. An accident that also claimed the lives of his family members during a car crash, allegedly linked to the pursuit of a drug dealer. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Tian acknowledges that the path to drug enforcement in Yunhai is fraught with challenges. Clenching his fists, he resolutely vows to prevent the recurrence of such tragedies from his previous life. While he may lack the power for now, the terrifying reality he faces compels him to believe that he must eradicate the drug menace in its entirety. The drug trade has even infiltrated Yun University. Song Ligua's eyelids twitch with concern. The situation is alarming. Merely scratching the surface reveals a terrifying underbelly. As the saying goes, when one sees a cockroach, there are countless others lurking in unseen corners. The pride of Yin University, destined for a brilliant future upon graduation, has taken such a misguided path. What sort of education is being imparted to the students there? Song Ligua clutched his heart, which was racing from the shocking revelations. Jiang Tian did not conceal the gravity of the situation. Not only had they turned Yun University's entrepreneurial park into a hub for drug trafficking, but the audacity of their actions was staggering. Truth be told, had they not spoken of it, he would never have fathomed such brazen behavior. Boom! Song Ligua felt as though he had been detonated. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Jiang Tian. It was as if his chest was exploding, and his mind echoed with the weight of the implications. Jiang Tian, can you truly stand by every word you have uttered? He trembled, his voice low and quivering. The implications were monumental, and the enormity of it all was suffocating. Could one even imagine that a prestigious double first-class university would harbor drug dealers? The anti-drug police would never have envisioned such a scenario unfolding in such a place. It was madness, complete madness. Song Ligua understood that this matter was destined to erupt. I am utterly confident. Just moments ago, they offered me 5 million as a bribe, and one of them even brandished a fruit knife, seemingly intent on assaulting me. To protect myself, I had to act preemptively and neutralize the drug trafficker leading the operation. I took a considerable risk in remaining behind. This is acceptable. I assenti it. Jiang Tian explained in a hushed tone. Regardless of the circumstances, for lives were at stake, a grave matter indeed. If what you say is true, then these actions are not only justified, but commendable. A remarkable achievement, Song Ligua replied, his teeth clenched in frustration. The credit for exposing the scheme would undoubtedly fall to Jiang Tian, yet the Yunhai anti-drug team would face scrutiny from above. Fortunately, the culprit had inadvertently revealed the truth, allowing for redemption. Had an outsider discovered this, Song Ligua dared not even contemplate the consequences. By the way, I suggest we expedite the interrogation of Gao Fei. He has connections, and there may be accomplices still at large, Jiang Tian urged swiftly. Song Ligua recognized the seriousness of the situation. I am well aware of that without your prompting. As a university student involved with such criminal enterprises, he surely has someone guiding him. Captain Gua, take your team to the university for an immediate investigation. If the evidence proves valid, lock down the entire campus. Jiang Tian, accompany me to report to Chief Gao, Song Ligua commanded resolutely. A prestigious university. Mishandling this situation could lead to a catastrophic scandal. And Song Ligua dared not act unilaterally as he led Jiang Tian away. However, as they departed, Jiang Tian caught sight of Xiao Bo lurking near the elevator. his face twisted with malice. Not only that, but he was also on the phone. Yes, Director Sun, I assure you this is absolutely true. The audacity is staggering. They have slandered university students as drug traffickers and have murdered several in a dispute. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. I stake my integrity on it. Xiao Bo's integrity seemed to hold considerable weight, and once the call ended, it was unclear what actions would follow. Jiang Tian and Song Ligua, accompanied by their witnesses, Jiang Xiaoyu and Lian Exine, two junior students, sat in the back of the police vehicle, their youthful faces pale. The wailing sirens pierced the streets as they rushed forward. In this moment of urgency, there was no time to conceal their whereabouts. The situation had escalated dramatically. Before their arrival at the police station, Secretary Zhou Zhao of the Municipal Committee, along with Director Jiang Peng and Deputy Director, awaited them at the entrance. Gao Xiaolong led the way, his demeanor grave and serious. If what Jiang Tian claimed was true, Gao Xiaolong could hardly fathom the extent of the drug trafficking operations in Yunhai and the rampant behavior of the drug dealers. The very thought of a prestigious university being turned into a drug den, with its students becoming traffickers, was nothing short of a provocative affront to the authorities. Report. This is Action Team 2. We have uncovered 20 kilograms of methamphetamine in the Entrepreneurship Park. Upon their arrival at the police station, the nearest university, Yin University, had already been stormed by Captain Gua and his team, who indeed found evidence of illicit drugs. At that moment, the voice from the intercom broke the heavy silence. Jiang Peng's expression was somber as he observed the anti-drug convoy entering the precinct. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and not a soul dared to utter a word. Who would be bold enough to speak? Gao Xiaolong's countenance was dark enough to drip water. Who had dared to label Jiang Tian as a pariah? A malignant tumor in their ranks? Gao Xiaolong turned to glare at those behind him. The execution of 4 university students had garnered the utmost concern from the higher-ups. Their immediate visit to the police station had been for the purpose of demanding accountability. Yet, more importantly, who had conveyed the message that Jiang Tian was unruly, a detrimental presence within the police force, and that he deserved capital punishment for gunning down 4 students in a fit of rivalry as a narcotics officer? Gao Xiaolong's voice rose in anger. He was furious. It was unfathomable that when he had gone to the municipal committee to grasp the situation regarding drug control in Yunhai, suddenly, officials barged into his and Zhou Zhao's office, exclaiming in shock over the shooting of 4 students. They were taken aback, but upon investigating, they discovered that the reality was far from what they had assumed. The killing of 4 students? A necessary action. It was, in fact, indicative of the rampant drug trade. Narcotics officers faced immense pressure and peril from drug dealers, constantly living with the specter of death. In such dire circumstances, their own colleagues were adding to the burden. Containing his ire, Gao Xiaolong directed his gaze toward Jiang Peng's companion, Deputy Director Sun Haiba. It was he who had hastily informed the municipal committee without fully understanding the situation, making the call without consulting Jiang Peng. A glance exchanged between Jiang Peng and Sun Haiba revealed their long-standing discord, with Sun Haiba frequently resorting to underhanded tactics against him. On ordinary days, Jiang Peng preferred to remain aloof. However, the recent events have crossed all bounds. The information reached the police station, yet instead of promptly relaying it to him, it was escalated beyond the appropriate channels, even embellished with exaggeration. Gao Xiaolong's desire for vengeance had intensified. With such leadership, it is no wonder that drug traffickers in Yunhai run rampant. If leaders behave in this manner, how can the narcotics officers beneath them carry out their duties? Who would dare entrust their life to those who betray them? At this moment, the most shattered mindset belonged to Sun Haiba. He was well acquainted with Xiao Bo's character. In the past, he held Xiao Bo in high regard, admiring him as a capable individual who approached tasks with moderation. His expertise and understanding of human relations were commendable. Well-nurtured, he was destined to take over the narcotics team, and at that time, the team would fall under his command. This time, Sun Haiba decided to place his trust in Xiao Bo. Should he succeed in toppling the currently prominent Jiang Peng and his son, the vacant position would naturally be his. Yet, who could have foreseen the outcome? To his dismay, he found himself severely undermined by Xiao Bo's actions. Witnessing the disdain from the city committee, he perceived the murderous intent directed at him. The leader's contempt was palpable. Sun Haiba felt an icy chill within. How could someone he admired and trusted betray him so grievously? Xiaobo, you have doomed me, he thought, his eyes filled with resentment. Nevertheless, at that moment, Gao Xiaolong appeared to refrain from pursuing the matter further. For the paramount concern remained the drug trafficking case at Yun University. Comrades, this is an affront, a tremendous disgrace. I have been dispatched here prepared for the rampant drug trade in Yunhai, only to discover it has escalated to this terrifying level. A prestigious university has become a drug den, and students are involved in trafficking. What is this? This is a dereliction of duty in the fight against drugs. This is your failure, the failure of the entire Yunhai. Gao Xiaolong's fury erupted. Chapter 20. I am achieving merit. Xiaobo, what are you doing? At this critical juncture, it is imperative to interrogate the captured Gao Fei, as he is the sole survivor. Jiang Peng had no choice but to muster the courage to speak up. As the chief of police, he bore the weight of responsibility for such a significant and terrifying oversight within his jurisdiction. As for Liu Haiba, who had been reporting behind his back, Jiang Peng could scarcely afford to concern himself with that now. It was certain that Sun Haiba's political career had effectively come to an end. The audacity of his report had escalated to the municipal committee, culminating in a scandalous blunder that sent shockwaves through the ranks. To think that several university students from Yunhai had been shot dead over a mere rivalry. There was no way Jiang Tian could escape unscathed. Even Gao Xiaolong was not exempt, as this was a matter that could truly shatter the heavens. One need only observe that even a single suicide from academic pressure could incite panic throughout an entire university, let alone multiple fatalities. However, if these individuals were drug dealers, the ramifications would not diminish in the slightest, as it signified an even more horrifying influence. As Jiang Tian stepped out of the vehicle, an ambulance was already attending to Gao Fei, though it could hardly be termed a rescue. The bullet had merely grazed his thigh, necessitating only some urgent measures, which did not impede their interrogation efforts. Upon exiting the car, he turned to hear the sounds of reprimand and discussion at the entrance of the police station. Jiang Tian's hearing was extraordinary, with numerous attributes to his name. He was akin to an impeccable hexagonal warrior. His marksmanship was unparalleled, his combat skills were formidable, and he possessed an athleticism that surpassed human limits. Although not yet golden, his abilities were far beyond those of an ordinary person, enabling him to hear clearly from a considerable distance. Sun Haiba. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling Sun Haiba. If anyone had been the most ruthless in taking advantage of their family's downfall in his previous life, it was undoubtedly Sun Haiba, who had been the most zealous in his oppression, gleefully blaming Jiang Peng for the chaos among Yunhai's drug dealers. Beyond this, Sun Haiba could also be regarded as Xiaobo's benefactor. Xiaobo's ascent was significantly aided by Sun Haiba's influence. Yet Jiang Tian's gaze flickered. If memory served him correctly, Sun Haiba would face a reckoning in a few years' time. After Jiang Peng's fall from grace, the newly appointed chief would meet with misfortune, and following Sun Haiba's exposure, it would be confirmed that he was the architect behind it, entangled in a terrifying major case. The whistleblower, if all went as it had before, would be none other than Xiaobo, whom he had personally promoted. Xiaobo would leverage this achievement to further his own career, advancing beyond Jiang Peng by the time Jiang Tian traversed back in time, achieving remarkable success before the age of 40. It was indeed a time of boundless glory. However, in the previous life, the intricacies of fate were revealed. In this life, Jiang Tian is eager to discern what path Xiaobo might yet traverse. Nevertheless, I have now discerned your true nature. It appears you have misled Sun Haiba, engendering such a profound misunderstanding. Xiaobo, in this lifetime, what assets do you possess? Jiang Tian pondered. He felt a lingering sense of insecurity. It seemed entirely plausible to seek an opportunity to submit the photographs he had taken to the fiancée of Sun Haiba. Comrade Jiang Tian, you have performed admirably. The case you have solved is of utmost significance. Time is of the essence. You must swiftly aid Song Ji in tracing all drug trafficking networks associated with Gao Fei. After Jiang Tian approached, Gao Xiaolong was the first to speak to him. To speak candidly, during the meeting at the municipal committee, Gao Xiaolong lamented alongside Zhou Zhao that Jiang Tian's personal capabilities are indeed sufficient. However, narcotics officers differ from military personnel. It is not merely proficiency with firearms or agility that ensures competence. An extensive reservoir of experience in drug enforcement and criminal investigation is requisite. Narcotics officers are arguably the most perilous and challenging branch of law enforcement, demanding comprehensive professional knowledge and expertise, based solely on yesterday's performance. While I acknowledge Jiang Tian's combat capabilities, I remain skeptical regarding his investigative and narcotics experience, viewing it with a degree of bemusement. This promotion was primarily intended as a means of tempering his skills. According to administrative hierarchies, a squad leader corresponds to a deputy section chief, while a team leader equates to a section chief. Having been employed for merely a month, the decision to promote him was made with the intention of honing Jiang Tian's abilities. To my surprise, on the very first day, he resolved such a monumental case, demonstrating a ferocity and decisiveness that is sorely needed among narcotics officers. Reflecting on this, Gao Xiaolong increasingly admired Jiang Tian. Just last night, during a meeting, he had berated Jiang Tian as a disruptor, even seeking others' opinions, discovering that many had labeled him a malignant presence and an opportunist. His disdain for Jiang Tian had been profound. Yet now, Gao Xiaolong was consumed by curiosity. Who was spreading these rumors? Who was targeting this prodigious officer? Yes, Jiang Tian saluted. Witnessing Jiang Tian escort his team into the interrogation room, Gao Xiaolong's eyes brimmed with resentment. Who, in their ignorance, dared to malign such a talent? In the conference room of the police station, a vast space of 400 to 500 square meters, capable of accommodating dozens to hundreds of individuals, it was evident that matters could not rest solely on Jiang Tian's testimony. Although the evidence was irrefutable, regulations were in place. Subsequently, Jiang Tian continued to provide a statement regarding the events of the day, along with his colleague Jiang Xiaoyu, whose accounts were largely consistent. Jiang Tian did not seek to conceal anything. He openly recounted the details in front of the assembled leaders, including the 5 million in bribes, and so forth. Wait, how can we ascertain that this was not an initial attempt at extortion, only to resort to violence upon discovering someone outside was eavesdropping? Sun Haibo seemed to have unearthed something and spoke eagerly. The Jiang family shone brighter than ever. For Sun Haibo, it felt as unpleasant as consuming excrement. As a deputy director, lacking any influence or presence within the police department rendered his position utterly futile, particularly in light of Jiang Tian's rapid ascendancy and promising future. Sun Haibo's discomfort was akin to enduring a foul ordeal. With Jiang Peng still standing strong, was he destined to languish in his position until retirement? Now that he had finally grasped the potential leverage, how could Sun Haibo possibly relinquish it? After all, Jiang Tian's achievements had already reached staggering heights yesterday. And with another significant accomplishment today, who could possibly suppress the momentum of the Jiang family? Sun Haibo, now fully aware of the case details, fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Tian. Could it be that your intentions were initially to accept bribes? Furthermore, based on surveillance, it appears that the initial sum was insufficient, leading Gao Fei to later channel an additional 4 million. Was your ultimate aim to eliminate witnesses, only to be thwarted unexpectedly by Li Ziqin and her associates, resulting in a misfired shot that spared a life? As Sun Haibo's words echoed, all eyes turned towards Jiang Tian. This was no trivial matter. In truth, Sun Haibo's line of questioning had long lingered within the police force, particularly given the stringent oversight of narcotics officers. Drug traffickers would stop at nothing to entice these officers with money, beauty, and other temptations, even resorting to threats involving their families. The bloodshed of past incidents and the regulations that followed served as grim reminders of harsh lessons learned. The interrogation of Gao Fei continued, and Jiang Tian had not been involved in this particular matter, as the police station had its own interrogation specialists. Jiang Tian was initially assisting with the case, but had unexpectedly been summoned midway. After Sun Haibo's analysis, a sense of clarity washed over him, as all the causes and effects seemed to align. His reasoning was sound, and the gathered individuals found it quite compelling. After all, criminal investigations were fundamentally about analyzing facts. Yet, an unsettling sensation permeated the atmosphere. Jiang Tian regarded Sun Haiba, the very individual who had reveled in his misfortune after his downfall, and pondered the significant cases linked to him. No one anticipated the terrifying implications underlying Deputy Director Sun Haiba's involvement, implications that could eclipse Xiao Bo's promising political future. At that moment, a sardonic smile crept across Jiang Tian's face. "You missed your mark with that shot. Shall we wager, Deputy Director Sun? If you can run 3,000 meters, I will give you a sniper rifle, and I guarantee I can take you down with a single shot." Suddenly, everyone recalled Jiang Tian's formidable record from the previous night. Every shot fired had found its mark. "Deputy Director Sun, could it be that you are unaware? If I did not demand bribes, how can the drug dealers trust me? How then would I ascertain their hideouts at Yin University?" At this juncture, Jiang Tian's expression remained unchanged. Yet Sun Haiba's face turned a deep shade of purple as he forcibly retorted, "You possess excellent marksmanship. Why not capture them and allow us to strategize for their apprehension? Why act without consulting your superiors?" At this point, Sun Haiba could only endure and press on. Indeed, if a plan had been devised, the outcome might have been more fruitful. However, if they had not threatened Jiang Tian's family, he might have even accompanied them to gather further evidence. Am I to confront 5 drug dealers alone? Are you blind to the weapons they wield? Jiang Tian erupted, rising from his seat to point accusingly at Sun Haiba. Presently, with Jiang Tian holding a position of authority, it could be said that even as deputy director, Sun Haiba felt no intimidation. Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Peng, was not particularly weak-willed, yet neither was he excessively assertive. His reputation within the police station was mediocre, and Sun Haiba had previously leveraged his seniority to vex Jiang Peng. Now, Jiang Tian would not indulge him any longer. "You dare to insult me? I'm the deputy director. What is wrong with my inquiries? They are merely slicing watermelons." Sun Haiba's expression darkened further, losing face in front of most members of the narcotics team. "You assert they are merely slicing watermelons? The dealers are ruthless, and we, the frontline operatives, are perpetually in danger. Should they choose to turn violent, the safety of narcotics officers is our paramount duty, as stipulated by police law. Or perhaps, Director Sun, you would prefer to engage with a few drug dealers yourself? Can we not take action unless provoked?" Jiang Tian countered with compelling logic. At this point, a cold smile graced Jiang Tian's face. "Moreover, I am the one achieving results, while you have accomplished nothing yet interrogate me as though I were a criminal. What is your true intent, Sun Haiba?" Jiang Tian escalated his tone, observing the leader's furious expressions directed at him. Sun Haiba felt a chill run down his spine. He had incited their ire. A glance at the narcotics officers revealed their fiery gazes, clearly indicative of their discontent. Jiang Tian had just thrust him into opposition. In the past, Jiang Peng remained indifferent, while Sun Haiba relentlessly sought to assert his presence and consolidate power, earning the grassroots support. After all, Sun Haiba and Xiao Bo were cut from the same cloth, fervently amassing loyalists. Many had staunchly defended Sun Haiba, yet now, Jiang Tian's words implied that Sun Haiba, secure in his office, was suppressing the accomplishments of those on the front lines. Suddenly, Jiang Tian recalled the unrelenting oppression he had faced from Xiao Bo in his previous life, likely at the behest of Sun Haiba. Very well, Jiang Tian resolved. He would investigate Sun Haiba in the next case, for if his memory served him correctly, Sun Haiba had purchased a villa concealing a terrifying sum of cash. That would suffice. Sun Haiba had something to articulate, but Gao Xiaolong had already slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What time is it? Why are we still bickering? And you, Sun Haiba, should recognize that Comrade Jiang Tian is a hero in the fight against drug trafficking. Instead of commending him, you adopt an aggressive stance. What are your intentions? Comrade Jiang Tian is a valiant figure, not a criminal under your command." Sun Haiba's face turned pale. Comrade Sun Haiba's personal qualities as a cadre require enhancement, Zhou Zhao remarked with a subtle frown. In simpler terms, it could be said that he had lost his way. "Report, The interrogation results are in. Although Gao Fei initially held steadfast, our interrogation specialists, through their principled approach, successfully led him to acknowledge his transgressions, and he has provided a full confession. Just then, the conference room door swung open as Song Ligua entered briskly, holding a report. There's no other way. This matter is beyond the capabilities of the Drug Enforcement Unit to handle. It has escalated dramatically, even reaching the capital. It's alarming, especially given the implications of Yunda, a prestigious university, which have proven to be exceedingly detrimental. The situation has deteriorated to the point where this case cannot even be made public. According to the interrogation of Gao Fei, it became evident that he had concealed crucial information. While he admitted to drug trafficking and the involvement of accomplices from the school, the sixth individual, as recalled by Jiang Tian, remains unaccounted for. Furthermore, the individuals behind Gao Fei are not forthcoming with information. Jiang Tian scrutinized the confession, his brow deeply furrowed. He understood that this matter needed to be resolved swiftly and with utmost efficacy. He was acutely aware that the scrutiny surrounding this case was not merely from Gao Xiaolong and his team, but from individuals in the capital. Resolving this case would at least safeguard Xiao Bo's standing from his previous life. A shift in power dynamics. In this lifetime, Jiang Tian was keen to witness Xiao Bo's expression when their roles were reversed. I am achieving success. While you, Xiao Bo, what are you doing? Jiang Tian tightly clutched the confession. Chapter 21. The Brazen Acts of the Scoundrels. A call for doubling the retribution. I share your sentiments. Jiang Tian. I did not anticipate your keen observation, remarked Song Ligua, somewhat astonished. As a seasoned narcotics officer, it is evident that narcotics enforcement is intricately linked with criminal investigations. To a certain extent, the two branches are inseparable. Often, cases involving narcotics necessitate collaboration with a major crimes unit. However, let us not forget that Jiang Tian has already exhibited extraordinary prowess. Could it be that even criminal investigators are beginning to comprehend his capabilities? Good heavens! Jiang Tian appears to have only recently graduated. In fact, he has merely been in the police force for a month. Strictly speaking, he has yet to receive his graduation certificate. Students at the police academy typically enter their internships in the latter half of their senior year, and provided their performance is satisfactory, they are granted a certificate of internship. If all goes well, they may subsequently secure a permanent position within their original precinct, although it is not uncommon for some to be deemed unsuitable or to wish to transfer. Jiang Tian has essentially stepped directly into the narcotics unit in the latter half of his senior year. This implies that Song Ligua, observing a senior student, finds Jiang Tian's extraordinary performance to be more astonishing than that of an experienced narcotics officer like himself. This is quite understandable. The testimony collected not only identifies the school authorities, but also outlines the routes utilized by the drug traffickers. Yet, how could a university student possibly be acquainted with such matters, particularly one so distinguished, unless someone was pulling him into the fray? Jiang Tian pondered. In his previous life, he was aware of this case, but by that time, he had long been reassigned for narcotics enforcement, having only learned about it through Wang Yifei's incessant boasting. Indeed, over the course of more than a decade, every time Xiao Bo received a promotion or achieved a breakthrough, Wang Yifei would boast about it, only to subsequently belittle him. During that period, Jiang Tian felt a deep sense of inadequacy, watching Xiao Bo ascend the ranks while he could only offer heartfelt congratulations and lament his own missed opportunities. Dreaming countless times of altering that fateful event, he had never imagined that the two of them would become so intimately connected, nor could he have anticipated the depths of Xiao Bo's shamelessness. Indeed, we have promptly investigated the families of the 4 individuals you shot, and they predominantly hail from remote areas, their relatives being rather honest and unassuming, with little likelihood of having connections to drug trafficking, Song Ligua affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's thoughts were consumed by the 6th individual. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Jiang Xiaoyu. The case remains unresolved, indicating that Jiang Xiaoyu could be in imminent danger. Particularly, Jiang Tian considered his own family, although they held positions of authority and resided in secure environments. The age-old adage rings true. A thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a vigilant guardian cannot be present every moment. The paths to and from work, as well as Jiang Xiaoyu's safety, could be jeopardized by potential retribution from drug traffickers. Jiang Tian, you must exercise caution in the coming days. Your sister should refrain from attending school for now, Song Ligua advised earnestly. This case has effectively revealed nearly all of Jiang Tian's information to the traffickers. In other words, he must devise a more comprehensive strategy to ensnare them all. However, the final outcome remains unchanged. Jiang Tian neither possesses the time nor the inclination to indulge the other party, particularly given that they wield Jiang Xiaoyu as leverage. How could Jiang Tian possibly tolerate such a threat? Regardless, the priority is to apprehend the implicated leader. Jiang Tian promptly entered his vehicle and departed. He felt an urgent sense of purpose. The sixth individual was of secondary importance, for Jiang Tian already had a clear target in mind. What he could not allow, however, was the formidable drug lord lurking in the shadows. No matter the circumstances, this case had exploded into chaos. As the initiator of this investigation, Jiang Tian once again captured the attention of the upper echelons. In a mere 2 days, his name resurfaced in the eyes of the high-ranking officials. Provided no unforeseen events occur, his future appeared destined for brilliance. Upon reaching the police station, Jiang Tian summoned team leader Song, requesting that he arrange for his sister, Jiang Xiaoyu, to return home. Be careful, brother. Jiang Xiaoyu, aware of the dangerous individuals involved, understood the terrifying implications of the case and looked at Jiang Tian with deep concern. I'm fine, Jiang Tian reassured her. Turning, he noticed Lien Xian gazing at him with admiration, causing him to unconsciously straighten his posture. It was worth noting that in his previous life, Lien Xian had regarded Jiang Tian with disdain and resentment. For had it not been for Wang Yifei, Jiang Xiaoyu would not have returned to school. Most importantly, Wang Yifei had bullied Jiang Xiaoyu, his own sister, while Jiang Tian had turned a blind eye. Yet, it was too late to lament. No amount of self-reproach could alter the past. Before his transmigration, if memory served correctly, there had been an important case seminar in their region, where a partner from a prestigious law firm in Kyoto engaged in jovial discourse with party leaders, while Jiang Tian could only observe from the sidelines, taking notes for his learning. That partner was none other than Lien Xian. After more than a decade apart, Lien Xian's gaze towards Jiang Tian still seemed to harbor lingering resentment, though she had also let go of much. She extended an invitation for a meal, suggesting she could assist Jiang Tian in obtaining a lawyer's license and re-entering the prestigious law firm. Upon returning home, Jiang Tian relayed this to Wang Yifei, who promptly accused him of colluding with that bitch and chastised Lien Xian in turn. In a fit of anger, Jiang Tian threatened divorce, only for Wang Yifei to apologize, claiming her excessive love made her overly sensitive. Jiang Tian, Navi, believed this to be the case, only to later realize that this woman had intentionally sought to harm him. She had likely communicated this information to Xiao Bo, who feared Jiang Tian's resurgence and subsequently issued orders against him. Nevertheless, this lifetime would unfold differently. Lien Xian, you and Xiaoyu should refrain from attending classes for now. Come stay at my house until we resolve this case and prevent any potential retaliation from the desperate drug traffickers, Jiang Tian proposed. Every regulation and every caution stems from harrowing lessons learned through bloodshed. Even the most adept narcotics officers must conceal their identities. The vendetta of drug traffickers against narcotics officers has never ceased, nor will it ever cease. At this moment, Lien Xian appeared utterly enamored with Jiang Tian. In a previous life, over a decade hence, Jiang Tian could only gaze up at the other from a lofty perch. In this life, however, he had transformed into her devoted admirer. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction and nodded before departing fully equipped. As he turned, sunlight cascaded over his profile. His tall, imposing figure radiated an aura of security, leaving Lien Xian spellbound. She vowed that the scene, frozen in time like a photograph, would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Hey, wake up! Lien Xian snapped back to reality, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu puffing her cheeks like a small goldfish. Her eyes filled with wariness. Are you going to eat my brother? Jiang Gu is remarkable. This case, once concluded, will certainly earn him another first-class merit. Zhao Wei, driving the car, gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up. As someone who had come down from Kyoto, Zhao Wei gazed at Jiang Tian, his eyes sparkling with admiration. What a remarkable individual. He executed such a critical mission yesterday, and, fresh out of graduation, already earned a collective second-class merit, even if he was merely a bystander. Yet, Zhao Wei felt as though he had encountered a deity. This was no ordinary brother. He was a true heavyweight. He had initially thought that being part of Jiang Tian's team might yield some recognition in the future, but he could scarcely believe the swift turn of events. The very next day, Jiang Tian had once again achieved greatness. He was a veritable pillar of strength, and Zhao Wei's admiration for him was reaching a fever pitch. In that moment, Jiang Tian was nothing short of a god in his eyes. The quantity of drugs discovered among a few traffickers was not extraordinarily large. Yet the significance of the operation lay in the fact that it was situated within a prestigious university, a veritable stroke of fortune. Clinging tightly to this opportunity, Zhao Wei's eyes grew increasingly misty with excitement. "Oh no, a red light!" he exclaimed. Jiang Tian had already grasped the seatbelt switch. Zhao Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and his breath quickened, resembling a fervent admirer. As they barreled through the red light, a large truck veered dangerously close, nearly colliding with them. Despite Jiang Tian's prowess, he could not withstand the weight of a massive truck. "Brother Jiang, my apologies. I didn't TC it," Zhao Wei chuckled awkwardly. "Damn it. 200 drug traffickers didn't take me down, but you almost did." Jiang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Brother Jiang, henceforth, we shall never doubt you again," Zhao Wei exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "Quickly head to Yun University. It's already on holiday. We must expedite the investigation." At this juncture, Jiang Tian could only conduct a peripheral investigation. Song Ligua and Captain Gua were following up, but no one could usurp Jiang Tian's credit. They could only share in his glory to a limited extent. Currently, Jiang Tian enjoyed a high degree of autonomy in assisting with the case. The sirens blared as they raced toward Yun University. Upon Jiang Tian's arrival, the security personnel, alerted by the wailing police sirens, hurriedly emerged from their booth. "I am Jiang Tian, the squad leader of the Yuhai anti-drug team, and here is my identification." Jiang Tian presented his credentials. Considering the environment of the school, it is imperative to manage the situation discreetly, especially regarding the dissemination of information, as the repercussions could be profoundly detrimental. "All right, comrade, I shall open the door immediately." The security guard responded, hastening to unlock it. It was evident that the security personnel had already sensed something amiss. The first wave had seen 3 anti-drug vehicles enter, and now more were arriving. Yun University, anti-drug police? Could it be that a student from Yun University has fallen into the clutches of drugs? Surely, such an extensive mobilization is unwarranted, the gatekeeper mused silently. Having gained admission to Yun University, their future should be bright. Who in their right mind would entangle themselves with narcotics? The elderly gatekeeper opened the door, allowing the police vehicles to enter the campus. However, just as he was about to board, Jiang Tian felt the radar warning activate. The radar warning system alerts him if anyone with malevolent intent or significant criminality approaches within a kilometer. This is a remarkable and terrifying feature of the Golden Tier scanning radar. In essence, should anyone harbor intentions of harm towards Jiang Tian, he would be forewarned, rendering any surprise attack futile. Feeling the presence of malice, Jiang Tian paused momentarily, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the upper floors of a nearby hotel. Could it be Xiaobo? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, just as he entered the police vehicle, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he found it was Wang Yifei. The mere sight of her name ignited a fury within him. This woman was relentless. In his previous life, she had caused him immense suffering, and now, before he could even begin his revenge in this lifetime, she was still entangling him in her troubles. Unfazed, Jiang Tian answered the call without uttering a word. "Jiang Tian, I apologize if my voice was too loud at noon." Wang Yifei's voice came through. Jiang Tian's face curled into a cold smirk. Her heavy breathing led him to suspect that she and Xiao Bo were engaged in some tumultuous affair at the hotel. However, while at the police station, he had conveniently copied images from the surveillance cameras showing Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei entering the hotel together. As these were anti-drug surveillance cameras, the footage was undeniably clear. If only he could let Xiao Bo's wealthy fiancée know, he would be doomed to a life devoid of hope for redemption. What is it? Jiang Tian replied with an indifferent tone. You no longer love me, do you? You haven't, shown any concern for me. I apologized, and yet you remain indifferent. Just yesterday, you professed your love for me. Have you found someone new? Wang Yifei began to question him gradually. Jiang Tian could hardly contain his laughter in exasperation. This audacious woman had gone to a hotel with another man and now had the gall to confront him? You and Xiao Bo checked into a hotel at noon, thinking I wouldn't find out? How dare you call me? Jiang Tian was utterly bemused by her shamelessness. Are you following me? Wang Yifei suddenly demanded sharply, her breath hitching. Moments later, Wang Yifei seemed to realize she had let something slip, and her voice softened. Xiao Bo has been suspended today because of you and has even awarded you a first-class merit. He came to inquire about the situation, wondering if there was some misunderstanding between you. Is that why you harbor such distrust towards me? Jiang Tian could only inwardly exclaim at the absurdity of all. He had been punished for his own misdeeds, yet somehow it was being pinned on him. The implication that the first-class merit was somehow a concession from Xiao Bo felt utterly ludicrous. Moreover, the two of them were getting cozy on the phone, seeking thrills. And yet she dared to accuse him of mistrust? What a shameless woman. If it weren't for the ongoing investigation into drug dealers, Jiang Tian would have stormed in and dealt with the two scoundrels himself. Fine, I forgive you. Let's not dwell on this. I have something important to discuss with you. Xiao Bo said you're valued by the high-ranking official. You should speak to him and ensure Xiao Bo is reinstated. Wang Yifei continued. How audacious! Jiang Tian spat in disdain. This wretched woman had the nerve to issue him commands? Did she truly believe he would heed her? He abruptly hung up the phone. There was no need for restraint. Jiang Tian held a formidable hand, poised for victory with 2 kings and 4 pairs of 2s, making significant strides in solving cases and securing a brilliant future. As for Xiao Bo's chances of redemption, they had dwindled to nearly 0. Yet that was still not enough. At that moment, Jiang Tian arrived at the entrepreneurship park, which was now surrounded by narcotics officers. Curious glances from passing graduate students and lingering undergraduates fell upon the scene. Chapter 22. Political Legacy and the Pinnacle of Power. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating the profound impact of the situation. Although he was the one who unveiled the case, he was acutely aware of the terrifying ramifications it had on society. During the meeting, Gao Xiaolong repeatedly cautioned Jiang Tian to exercise utmost prudence regarding this case, particularly emphasizing that the details must remain confidential. Any exposure could potentially trigger significant upheaval in the community. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was not a matter of decades past. Had it occurred in the era of internet and social media, the moment their narcotics officers entered a prestigious university, the entire online world would likely have erupted. Nonetheless, this matter must remain concealed. Everyone, please focus on your studies. We are here solely to investigate a minor detail of the case, and I urge you not to spread rumors, as it is illegal. Is that understood? Jiang Tian addressed those lingering curiously. Curiosity is a natural instinct, he mused, as he promptly made his way into the corridor. At this moment, Jiang Tian's foremost priority was to locate the 6th individual. He sensed that this elusive figure was central to the case. In his past life, he had gleaned some information, primarily from Lien Xin. 6 individuals had coerced Jiang Xiaoyu, yet only 5 drug dealers were apprehended in the subsequent pursuit. Lien Xin had communicated with Jiang Tian afterwards, but they ultimately discovered that the 6th person had vanished. Jiang Tian had an inkling that this missing 6th individual was indeed the crux of the case. Particularly in this lifetime, he had initially assumed the 6th person would appear alongside the others, only to realize that was not the case at all. With a solemn expression, Jiang Tian ascended to the entrepreneurship park. Captain Gua, Jiang Tian nodded in greeting. Captain Guo, the head of their team, held an administrative rank equivalent to that of a department chief, making him Jiang Tian's direct superior. Historically, Jiang Tian's relationship with Captain Guo had been quite ordinary, further strained by Xiao Bo's instigations, which had soured Jiang Tian's rapport with the entire police force. Fortunately, following yesterday's incident with the drug dealers, everyone harbored immense gratitude toward Jiang Tian. Captain Guo greeted him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiang, you have achieved great merit once again. I have nearly completed my investigation here, and the school officials have already been apprehended. You are certainly due for another first-class merit award, in just 2 days." As he spoke, Captain Guo's face radiated envy. Such achievements were beyond jealousy. After all, while the audacity of drug dealers was one matter, Jiang Tian's ability to ignore the temptation of 5 million and directly execute a drug dealer was extraordinary. That was 5 million. Even someone of Captain Guo's rank would feel a tremor at the thought. How many years would it take for them to hope to earn 5 million? Of course, Captain Guo also believed Jiang Tian feared having his accomplishments overshadowed, thus subtly acknowledged Jiang Tian's merit, affirming that the credit belonged to him, with others merely sharing in the spoils. After all, being a newcomer, Captain Guo could empathize with Jiang Tian's position. "Captain Guo, I have just recalled some details regarding the case and came here to investigate," Jiang Tian stated. Captain Guo furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "First, bring in the school leaders involved. I need to question them," Jiang Tian insisted, feeling an urgent desire to locate the elusive 6th individual. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had repeatedly sought Xiao Bo's assistance in hopes of uncovering the whereabouts of this mysterious 6th person. Yet over a decade had passed, and the 6th individual seemed to have vanished without a trace. Upon revisiting the case, Jiang Tian was horrified to realize that the matter was far more complex than he had initially presumed. The school leaders corrupted by Gao Fei were not high-ranking officials, but merely an administrator of an entrepreneurial park. Despite their seemingly modest position, the administrator wielded considerable power, overseeing the leasing and allocation within the entire park. The administrator brought into the large classroom appeared pale, struggling to walk even with the support of 2 narcotics officers. Jiang Tian shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." "Are you aware that the other party was dealing drugs?" Jiang Tian inquired. He meticulously searched the classroom, which was quite simple, containing only 2 basic pieces of equipment. Though he had joined the police force merely a month ago, Jiang Tian could recognize the apparatus instantly. This was a tool for fine processing, the final step in the production of ice. Alas, no criminal investigation terminology emerged. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, as the evidence at the scene did not reveal any significant issues, aside from the bags containing narcotics and some scattered ice on the tables, along with 5 stools. Could it be that the trail of the case was about to go cold? A chill ran through Jiang Tian at this thought. Should this lead vanish, the missing 6th individual could pose a terrifying threat to Jiang Tian's family at any moment, particularly if this unidentified individual remained unresolved. Jiang Tian feared for Jiang Xiaoyu's safety should she continue to attend this school, as her life could be in constant jeopardy. Drug traffickers are a reckless breed, devoid of regard for life. I had no idea. They offer me 100,000 yuan just to help them secure a small classroom. Had I known they were involved in this, I would have never approved it. The administrator's legs trembled, his face a mask of despair. "You dare to accept 100,000 yuan?" Jiang Tian asked sternly. The administrator, a man in his 30s, held no official position within the school, yet possessed significant authority. This reminded Jiang Tian of cases in the future where employers paid exorbitant prices to transport drugs via truck. "I was wrong, officer. Please give me a chance, and I will return all the money." The administrator's eyes welled with tears. Jiang Tian activated the scanning radar to assess the administrator, noting that the criminal value displayed was quite low in hue. This indicated that he was indeed not affiliated with the drug traffickers, further deepening Jiang Tian's disappointment. How many individuals were involved in this operation? "Be clear," Jiang Tian directly demanded. The 5 individuals rented the space together, yet frequently, 2 unfamiliar faces from society would accompany them. The administrator confirmed. Are you certain? Jiang Tian's brow furrowed deeper. I'm certain there are only 5 people. The administrator nodded persistently. The crucial aspect for drug dealers lies in their connections, both upstream and downstream. Gao Fei had divulged all pertinent details regarding his network. Among his subordinates, 2 individuals from society had dispersed, and transactions occurred within the confines of classroom in a prestigious university. Remarkably, this esteemed institution had transformed into a venue for drug trade. Had they had any contact with others? Jiang Tian inquired, racking his brain. Yes, you. No. They paid me handsomely, which prompted my heightened vigilance. The administrator hastily shook his head. This was troublesome. The subordinates connected to Gao Fei had already been apprehended, while the upstream contacts were primarily linked individually, only communicating during deliveries. The delivery location was predetermined, but the counterpart only reached out upon arrival. Jiang Tian repeatedly reviewed the intricate details of past cases in comparison to the present. Numerous secrets lingered, particularly concerning the 6th individual. It was possible that this 6th person had either eluded detection in the previous life or had been apprehended but remained undisclosed, perhaps intentionally concealed. Jiang Tian pondered. In his previous life, he had attributed the credit for this discovery to Xiao Bo, whose family's influence had propelled him into the political stratosphere. Yet in this life, the dynamics were entirely reversed. Just as Jiang Tian was lost in thought, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Song Ligua and quickly answered. Jiang Tian, are you with Team Leader Gua? Song Ligua inquired directly. Yes. We are at the school conducting an investigation, Jiang Tian replied. Good. Your intuition was correct. There is indeed a 6th person. Gao Fei has just implicated him during our interrogation, Song Ligua swiftly articulated. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened, and his heart thudded heavily. Indeed, Jiang Tian focused intently. The previous revelation of only 5 individuals had always seemed amiss. Given the magnitude of this case, it was implausible for anyone to escape unnoticed. Gao Fei could not possibly conceal anything from interrogation experts. In other words, the identity of the 6th person was classified, belonging to a category of exceptional circumstances. Wei Rong, a senior at Yin University and the president of the student council, is also among the top 10 outstanding students at the university. He may be on campus. Initiate a search there. Additionally, based on Gao Fei's statements, Wei Rong harbors a strong vendetta, so proceed with caution, Song Ligua urged. Understood. Jiang Tian felt a profound sense of relief. As long as they had identified the individual, it sufficed. Although Jiang Tian still found it puzzling. While a student council president's influence could be detrimental, it did not warrant absolute secrecy. He sensed a much larger entanglement behind this. And likewise, the significance of this discovery would continue to escalate. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian felt an immense sense of relief. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated through the air. Jiang Tian turned to see a group of elegantly dressed individuals, their foreheads glistening with sweat, rushing in with great urgency. The leader of the group, upon catching sight of the various apparatuses within the classroom, as well as the glaringly conspicuous small bags of white powder laid out on the table, turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Jiang Tian could empathize with him. Just consider the outrage that would ensue if a student succumbed to pressure and took their own life at school, let alone the gravity of their students engaging in drug trafficking. If he were in the position of the school's administration, he too would likely be overwhelmed with dread. Hello, young comrade. I am Lianing, the principal of the school. The drug enforcement team has already informed me of the situation you're facing, and we are profoundly outraged by the actions of these 5 individuals involved in drug trafficking, Lianing said, shaking Jiang Tian's hand, his demeanor icy. One could only imagine how a seemingly pleasant Sunday, meant for leisure, had turned into a calamity with the revelation that his students were involved in such nefarious activities. Lianing? Jiang Tian's ears perked up, pondering the coincidence. However, recognizing Lian Ying's fervor, Jiang Tian expressed his understanding. We, the police, fully comprehend your anger, Principal Lian. We hope the school can enhance its management moving forward. Incidentally, Officer Song just called me regarding the latest developments in the case. The president of your student council, Wei Rong, who you honored as one of the top 10 outstanding students, is the mastermind and instigator of this group. We hope the school can cooperate with us in swiftly apprehending the criminals, as they may have already fled. What? Wei Rong. Lian Ying's expression froze, and the officials behind him turned ashen. Is something amiss? Jiang Tian inquired curiously. Comrade, Wei Rong hails from one of the affluent families in Yanhai. Not long ago, his family made a generous donation to our school, and his father is a representative in our Yunhai conference. Lianing explained. Good heavens, Jiang Tian exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated such connections. There was no time to ponder how Wei Rong, as a scion of wealth, could be involved in drug trafficking. Which dormitory is Wei Rong in? Jiang Tian asked directly. When Officer Song had called, a considerable number of police forces had already been mobilized to investigate and pursue Wei Rong. In addition to the forces from their school, others had also been dispatched to locations Wei Rong was likely to frequent. With the turn of the millennium not long past, the prevalence of surveillance cameras nationwide was still limited, which posed significant challenges for solving cases and making arrests compared to later times. The crime-solving rate during this era was exceedingly low. I know the place. I will take you there, Lianing said hastily. One could scarcely believe it. Lianing had even visited Wei Rong's dormitory just a few days prior to engage with this exemplary student and inquire about his living conditions. And now, the situation had drastically changed. Lianing harbored a desire to eliminate Wei Rong. Observing Lian Ying's brisk pace, Jiang Tian remained silent, lips pursed. At that moment, he experienced a revelation regarding why Xiao Bo soared to success after his own downfall in his previous life. The reason was simple. He had entrusted Xiao Bo with the clues and accolades pertaining to the cases involving Jiang Xiaoyu and others. This not only granted Xiao Bo immense exposure and merit, but also implicated Lianing. As the principal, Lianing had eradicated drug dealers from his school, extinguishing evil in its infancy. Yet, he appeared unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the potential repercussions he might face. The true horror lay in the possibility that if the culprits were not apprehended and exposed, it could lead to an increasing number of students being dragged into the mire. The implications were chilling. Should matters spiral out of control, Lianing might find himself ensnared as well. In this light, Jiang Tian suddenly considered that Lianing, in his previous life, might have felt a profound gratitude toward Xiao Bo. Furthermore, Yun University, with its esteemed principal, possessed political connections and positions that even Zhang's father could scarcely envision. Yet now, what belonged to me, Xiao Bo, would forever remain beyond your reach. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply. If this were merely the extent of the situation, it would be one thing. The crux of the matter was that Xiao Bo harbored no semblance of gratitude. Instead, he relentlessly suppressed Jiang Tian, ultimately seeking to obliterate all avenues of his existence. From facilitating his resignation to orchestrating the brutal demise of the creature he had nurtured for over a decade. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian's gaze shimmered with determination. He would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of power. Comrade, just ahead lies Wei Rong's dormitory, he thought, as Lianing, with a beaming countenance, regarded Jiang Tian with an increasingly favorable demeanor. Chapter 23. Rescuing Principal Yun, the frenzied drug dealer. He resided on the third floor, in room 309, and now Wei Rong's whereabouts were uncertain. After all, it was Sunday, and Wei Rong's family lived in the city, so he might have returned home. Lianing spoke up. Goodness, Lianing thought to himself, fully aware of Wei Rong's character. This individual, due to his family's donations to the school and his commendable academic performance, not only served as the student council president, but was also honored as one of the top 10 outstanding students. The mere thought of this made Lian Ying's expression sourer than one who had tasted something foul. Jiang Tian observed Wei Rong's demeanor and could guess what Lianing was contemplating. If he were in Lian Ying's position, he too would feel an overwhelming urge to spew forth a torrent of frustration. However, Jiang Tian understood that despite Lian Ying's seemingly amiable disposition, he was indeed the principal of a prestigious university, a position of considerable influence. This was true authority, surpassing even Jiang's father's administrative rank. Compared to Jiang Tian, Lianing had once seemed like a celestial being. Yet now, in light of this case, If the impact were minimal, it could be bluntly stated that it had salvaged Lian Ying's political career. This political legacy, Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss from his previous life. Ever since his family's downfall, Xiao Bo's rise had been meteoric. At that time, he had given it little thought. But now, reflecting on it, he realized that he had inadvertently provided Xiao Bo with the clues for this case, ultimately furnishing him with ample political resources and the means to pursue that second-generation heiress, thereby ascending to greater heights. One could say he had bestowed upon Xiao Bo a divine opportunity, yet for all the clues and insights he had offered, Xiao Bo exhibited not a shred of gratitude. It had to be him, Jiang Tian mused, cursing inwardly. 500,000 was so easily procured, a true scion of wealth. And yet, instead of indulging in wholesome pursuits, he had chosen the path of drug trafficking. After silently lamenting this, Jiang Tian turned to Principal Lian. Principal Lian, please wait here for a moment. We cannot ascertain whether the drug dealer possesses any dangerous weapons. I apologize for the inconvenience, and thank you for your patience. Principal Lian's face radiated appreciation. Jiang Tian then glanced at Captain Guo. Initially, he had not intended to say much, as many matters could be handled through Captain Guo. However, upon seeing Principal Lian approach him directly, Jiang Tian could only helplessly shrug. It's no trouble at all. You've done exceptionally well. This time, you have mitigated significant losses for us in Yanhai. It's just unfortunate that the drug dealer has become so brazen, Captain Guo replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Given the magnitude of the case, they would undoubtedly benefit from it in the end, perhaps even sharing in the collective accolades. Following Jiang Tian's lead, how could Captain Guo harbor any resentment, especially after he had just saved them? He maintained a demeanor of utmost cordiality towards Jiang Tian. But just as Captain Guo and his team were about to enter, Jiang Tian suddenly halted him. Wait, what is it? Captain Guo inquired, his eyes clouded with confusion. At this moment, they were nearing the dormitory building of Yunda University, a prestigious institution with an expansive campus. Initially, there was no sense of foreboding upon entering the university. However, as they approached closer to the male dormitory, Jiang Tian's radar alert activated, a vivid crimson warning. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Tian pondered the possibility that Wei Rong might be armed. Observing the ominous target, he speculated that a drug dealer of such caliber could indeed possess firearms. Regardless, Wei Rong was still a student. We must exercise caution to ensure our safety, comforted team leader Guo. Lianing also chimed in, reassuring him, young comrade. It's likely that Wei Rong isn't here. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the dormitory. Students bustling in and out of the building cast curious glances in their direction. This was the male dormitory. As a key university, Yunda attracted students from all corners of the country, and even during the holidays, many opted to remain on campus over the weekend. Lianing could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue if Wei Rong indeed wielded a weapon within the dormitory. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Young comrades, I appreciate your hard work. Lianing attempted to offer further encouragement. Yet, before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Almost spitting blood, Lianing exclaimed, Did you kick me? Meanwhile, within a 6-person dormitory, only 2 students remained due to the weekend. What on earth is happening? There are so many police cars. One student gasped, leaning out the window in shock. President, do you think something has occurred in our dorm? He casually inquired. Bang! Just as the student finished speaking, an ear-splitting sound reverberated, echoing painfully in his ears. The noise was deafening, akin to a colossal firecracker exploding right beside him, leaving his head buzzing. His eyes widened in horror as he caught sight of the president, who was now aiming a gun downwards, causing a chill to envelop him. Smoke still wafted from the gun's muzzle, indicating that the man had just fired, the barrel still warm to the touch. In the fleeting moments before the gunfire erupted, Jiang Tian's radar warning reached a fever pitch in his mind, while a sharp pain throbbed in his forehead. The police cars had parked directly below the dormitory, and as everyone disembarked, Jiang Tian stood alongside Lianing, preparing to instruct the leaders to remain outside while they rushed in. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within him. Flawless marksmanship, gold. Scanning radar, gold. Martial arts master, red. Robust physique, green. Disguise proficiency, minor. Exceptional memory, green. Gambling skill, minor. Criminal value, 2,000. Jiang Tian's attributes had reached an astonishing pinnacle, particularly the scanning radar, which could instantaneously alert him to any threats or enemies within a kilometer radius, especially in moments of life and death. A terrifying instinct akin to a spider's sensitivity can emerge, coupled with the combat prowess and reflexes of a martial arts master. Jiang Tian delivered a decisive kick that sent his opponent flying without a moment's hesitation. You dare to kick me? Even Lianing, who had held considerable power for so long, had never been subjected to such indignity until today. As Jiang Tian's foot connected, he leaned into the momentum. Bang! At that critical juncture, the sound of gunfire erupted. Lianing instinctively covered his ears, his face paling dramatically. Quickly, the second window on the third floor, fire. Team leader Gua, momentarily stunned for half a second, shouted the command. After all, they were seasoned narcotics officers, having faced countless bullets and engaged in fierce battles with ruthless drug traffickers, individuals capable of the most heinous acts, devoid of humanity. In that brief moment, Gua assessed the gunfire, pinpointing the location and issuing orders without delay. There was no time for second-guessing. Jiang Tian seized the dazed Lianing and dashed into the dormitory. As the gunfire echoed outside, Lianing's complexion turned ashen. He felt a peculiar itch in his ears and instinctively touched them, only to discover his hands smeared with blood. Principal Lian, the situation was dire, Jiang Tian remarked, his heart racing as he clutched his handgun. They had narrowly escaped. Standing alongside Lianing, Jiang Tian sensed an overwhelming urgency, and in that fleeting moment, he barely had time to discern whether the bullet was aimed at him or Lianing. In such a critical situation, he had no choice but to act decisively. However, upon surveying the trajectory, Jiang Tian was fairly certain the bullet was intended for Lianing. It made sense, he thought, given Wei Rong's circumstances. It was improbable that the assailants could identify him in such a short span of time, especially since he was fully armed and donned a helmet. An unfamiliar face would hardly be recognized. Thank you, young comrade, Lianing said, his pallor betraying his anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He looked at Jiang Tian, aware of how close they had come to disaster. Was it really Wei Rong? Lianing found it hard to believe, as his previous interactions with him had always been positive. Jiang Tian nodded, gun in hand. Is it any wonder we are so relentlessly and rigorously fighting against drugs? Once ensnared in this world, whether as a dealer or a user, they are capable of anything. They are truly ruthless. To be honest, Jiang Tian felt a profound sense of danger. It's no surprise that narcotics officers are among the few departments still navigating a storm of bullets during peacetime. This is because drug traffickers are indeed capable of the most dreadful acts. Thank you so much, young comrade. Lianing expressed his gratitude, still shaken. Everyone, return to the dormitory and keep your heads down, Jiang Tian urged, noticing students peeking out from their rooms. Fortunately, it was the weekend, and the number of students was relatively low. Jiang Tian, gun in hand, was about to ascend the stairs when he glanced at the scanning radar and noticed the red dots moving incessantly. Team leader Guo looked at Jiang Tian, who was not following. Where are you going? The traffickers are upstairs. Never mind, this young man still has much to learn. Let's ascend first and gradually guide him later. Guo, trailing off, appeared hesitant. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Tian had acted independently, failing to pursue the drug traffickers. Had it not been for yesterday's incident, Guo would have nearly chastised this cowardly miscreant. I possess a god's eye perspective. What can you possibly contest against me? Unbeknownst to Jiang Tian, he departed with a sense of exhilaration, having missed Guo's remarks. This divine perspective was indeed a formidable weapon. He did not ascend the stairs, but instead observed the movement of the red, traversing through the dormitory to a corner by another staircase, where he pressed himself against the wall. His gaze from this vantage point allowed him to glimpse the staircase above. Though silence reigned, Jiang Tian, through his god's eye, discerned that Wei Rong was situated just above. Indeed, moments later, a foot cautiously descended the staircase. Crack! At that moment, A dormitory door beside Jiang Tian swung open, and a head peeked out. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Tian saw the foot retract, and he signaled the inquisitive student to be silent. Damn it, had the situation permitted, Jiang Tian would have slapped him. What audacity to witness such chaos. Fortunately, mere seconds later, the footsteps seemed impatient, hurriedly descending. In the next instant, the entirety of the figure came into Jiang Tian's view. Upon facing him, the individual appeared momentarily stunned, raising his hands in surrender upon realizing Jiang Tian was aiming a gun at him. Bang! Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Jiang Tian shot his hand, causing the handgun to clatter to the ground. Wei Rong was utterly dumbfounded, even momentarily forgetting the searing pain in his arm. I already declare my surrender. Why did you shoot me? Jiang Tian retorted, surrender comes with discarding your weapon. How can anyone know if you intend to resist while raising your gun? As he spoke, Jiang Tian, with handcuffs in hand, swiftly secured Wei Rong's wrists. Gazing at Wei Rong's face, Jiang Tian felt a mix of emotions. This was his first encounter with the last foe responsible for his sister's demise. Even in his previous life, he had learned of a sixth perpetrator, but he had never laid eyes on him, nor had he known what he looked like. It is over. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. Truth be told, that shot had initially been intended to be lethal. In his past life, Wei Rong had murdered his sister. Although it had yet to transpire in this life, the animosity from his former existence remained vividly etched in his memory. However, Jiang Tian reconsidered. This scoundrel was essentially facing a death sentence, and moreover, it was customary to capture drug traffickers alive. Upon joining the anti-drug police, Jiang Tian had learned that often, officers risk their lives to apprehend suspects, even in the face of potential sacrifice. The primary reason for this was the immense value of a living drug trafficker. Firstly, for the leads to higher-ups, and secondly, for information about lower-level operatives, both of which held significant intelligence worth. Wei Rong, alive, would yield maximum utility. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Captain Guo led his team into the fray, and upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground and Wei Rong crouched in despair, with a discarded handgun lying nearby, he felt a surge of relief as two of his men swiftly apprehended Wei Rong, narrowly preventing his escape. The prospect of Wei Rong fleeing with a firearm into a densely populated area would have been catastrophic. As for the school and dormitories, Guo was confident that a minor lockdown would suffice to contain the situation and prevent any information from leaking. Approaching Jiang Tian, Guo enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Goodness, have you truly predicted the movements of the drug dealer? Remarkable." Initially, Guo had thought Jiang Tian was hesitating or lacked the experience necessary for apprehending drug traffickers. To his astonishment, Jiang Tian had indeed apprehended the dealer on the first floor, successfully anticipating his escape route. Guo recalled his earlier doubts at the stairwell, questioning whether Jiang Tian was too timid to charge in. He felt as though he had been slapped in the face by reality, a realization that brought a flush to his weathered cheeks, a sensation akin to being humbled. The dormitory typically has 2 staircases, which I had anticipated, Jiang Tian explained. Guo regarded him with admiration, realizing that such innate talent was beyond envy. This young man had not only achieved success, but had also secured his place as a valued asset at Yun University, especially after saving the university president. The implications of Jiang Tian's future prospects were staggering. With 2 commendations already under his belt and burgeoning connections, who could possibly impede his ascent? Guo deemed Jiang Tian a natural prodigy in the art of narcotics enforcement, a significant appraisal indeed. Chapter 24. The Perfect Goddess Muya. You are unworthy of Xiao Bo. I must report this. I must report this police officer who, after my surrender, continued to fire at me intentionally. He has committed a crime, and I will hold him accountable. Gripped forcefully by 2 narcotics officers, Wei Rong could only feel the excruciating pain searing through his arm. The flames of rage burned fiercely within his heart. Damn it! This is truly infuriating. The agonizing pain shattered Wei Rong's composure. Yet, amidst that torment, he found himself consumed by an overwhelming desire to eliminate the officer before him. What is happening? Captain Guo inquired, his brow furrowing as he turned to Jiang Tian. If shots were fired after surrendering, it would constitute a grave incident. Although narcotics officers possess the highest degree of self-defense rights among all departments due to their frequent encounters with drug traffickers, whose danger level surpasses even that of criminal investigation officers, this situation was particularly delicate. I surrendered the moment I saw him, yet he shot at me. This officer has broken the law, and I request that you apprehend him as well for intentional injury. Wei Rong exclaimed, his agitation palpable. The eyes of everyone present turned toward Jiang Tian. This was no minor incident. Although Wei Rong was indeed a drug trafficker, his identity was exceptional. Any violation in this matter would complicate subsequent handling. Quickly arrest him. We must take him into custody as well. Wei Rong urged impatiently. Even in death, he desired to drag someone down with him. He was brandishing a firearm. How could one discern whether he was surrendering or shooting? Jiang Tian shrugged. What a joke. Was he in the wrong for firing? True, he recognized the surrender. But does that mean he should be lenient? This man was responsible for the death of my younger sister in a past life. Ah, then this is no longer an issue? Captain Guan nodded in understanding. What? Wei Rong stared blankly at those around him. Jiang Tian approached, his expression icy as he regarded Wei Rong. Damn it. This scoundrel is the mastermind behind my sister's demise in my previous life. He has committed numerous atrocities. Jiang Tian observed the nearly crimson and violet points on the scanning radar. He had come to grasp the functionality of the radar. The lower the crime value, the less malevolent the intentions, indicating fewer criminal acts. Conversely, the brighter and redder the points, the deeper the sins. Clearly, Wei Rong was steeped in wrongdoing. I will accuse you all of mutual protection. Wei Rong's heart sank. Just as Captain Guo opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Tian stepped forward and, with a resounding thud, raised his fist and struck Wei Rong squarely in the face. This punch was restrained. Otherwise, with Jiang Tian's mastery of martial arts, he could easily employ countless lethal techniques within a second. Even this single blow, given Jiang Tian's near-peak physical prowess, would be more than sufficient to incapacitate Wei Rong. Blood gushed from Wei Rong's mouth, and it seemed he had lost a tooth. In the next moment, a piercing pain throbbed at the crown of his head, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld Jiang Tian, whose face was adorned with a mocking smile. One hand clutched his hair. I warn you, do not cause trouble here. You are now a drug dealer, devoid of any human rights. You deranged fiends, I could easily end your life. Ooh, I will sue you. I will sue all of you. Wei Rong mumbled incoherently. As a top-tier scion of Yunhai's elite, he appeared to bask in glory, power, beauty, wealth, all within his grasp. Through monetary influence, he had corrupted countless individuals, yet this time was different. How ruthless! Zhao Wei gasped in shock. To be candid, Zhao Wei and Jiang Tian had joined the police force together, but in Zhao Wei's recollection, Jiang Tian had been rather unremarkable over the past month, until yesterday. Bang! In the next moment, as Wei Rong's words lingered in the air, Jiang Tian's fist struck again, simultaneously gripping Wei Rong's hair. Jiang Tian could not fathom why drug dealers dare to be so audacious. Surely they must know that human rights do not extend to their kind. If memory served him correctly, a month later in his previous life, due to rampant drug trafficking, an inspection team from Kyoto had been dispatched to Yunhai to address the drug problem, even facing threats from the dealers themselves. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. This underscored the sheer audacity and terror of the drug trade in Yunhai, where even the inspection team was threatened. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the proximity to the border and the city's affluence. Yunhai was virtually a paradise for drug dealers, entrenched in their illicit activities. Xiao Jiang. Stop hitting him, stop. If you keep this up, he'll be dead, and interrogation will be impossible. Team leader Guo interjected, visibly alarmed. Damn it. Jiang Tian is too brutal, he thought, witnessing the relentless slaps that were leaving Wei Rong's face nearly unrecognizable, his speech now a muddled blur. It's hard to contain myself with a drug dealer so brazen, Jiang Tian explained. The crux of the matter was that such a defiant dealer still clamored for so-called human rights. How could such a vicious criminal even dare to ask for them? Team leader Guo, I have a feeling this man is involved in more than just directing drug trafficking. There may be other cases at play, Jiang Tian suggested, drawing attention to the vivid marks on Wei Rong. You are indeed correct. Team leader Guo recalled the audacity with which this man had fired a gun in public. By the way, where did that bullet strike? In the next moment, team leader would notice the principal of Yun University, Lianing, clutching her bloodied ear as she approached. Principal Lian, what brings you here? Hasn't the ambulance arrived to take you to the hospital? Jiang Tian inquired. Young comrade, I couldn't rest easy, so I came to check on you. Thank you for saving me just now. Had it not been for you, the forensic team would have told me that bullet would have blown my head off, Lianing replied, still trembling from the ordeal. Damn, team leader muttered, realizing that the hurried actions had led him to overlook many crucial details. Now, the voice of the principal resonates. Captain Guo has arrived, having saved a principal from Yunda. What does this signify? It signifies connections, vast connections. This is what we ought to do. Jiang Tian senses an excessive warmth from the other party. However, he forgets the profound feeling one experiences when faced with life and death crises and the gratitude toward the Savior. Comrade, I will surely represent Yunda to present a banner to your police force. Lianing expresses his gratitude once more. This is not solely my achievement, Jiang Tian responds. Upon hearing this, Lian Ying's gaze flickers. He holds a position of great power, and his connections within Yunhai are formidable. He has even made calls to ascertain that this very individual before him has cracked the drug trafficking case linked to Yunda, thus saving his political career not once but twice, first from the shadows and then directly from under the gun. The humility displayed by this young man immediately makes Lianing realize that he is no ordinary individual. Yes, my mistake. Your police force will indeed receive a banner. Lianing concedes. Jiang Tian nods and departs with his companions. As they leave, students in the dormitory behind them peek out, having stealthily observed the scene moments earlier. Did you see? That police officer is about your age, yet he wields a weapon, defending our nation and combating drug traffickers, while we, as students of a prestigious university, have some among us engaging in criminal behavior. Aren't you ashamed? Lian Ying's smile vanishes as he turns and sternly reprimands them. Unfortunately, Jiang Tian does not hear these words. He sits in a modest official vehicle from Kyoto Jeep, flanked by Wei Rong, with Captain Guo on the other side. Although Wei Rong is bleeding profusely, the case is too crucial and complex to delay. As a police car departs in a hotel suite across from Yunda, Xiaobo stands by the window, observing the drug enforcement officers clad in their tidy uniforms, armed with the newly equipped Type 95 rifles and sidearms. A multitude of police cars has arrived. What has transpired at Yunda? Wang Yifei, appearing unexpectedly bare, embraces Xiaobo from behind. Those are our city's drug enforcement officers. Xiaobo grits his teeth. He should have participated in the operation. The Yunda case could very well be of significant consequence, and cracking it might lead to substantial accolades. Yet now, he finds himself suspended. All of this is due to Jiang Tian. Damn Jiang Tian, ungrateful and heartless. After all the care I provided him within the police force, Xiaobo's forehead veins throb. In his fervor, he fails to recall how he had plotted against Jiang Tian within the precinct. Had it not been for Jiang Tian's timely intervention yesterday, he and his family would likely be confronting a terrifying crisis today. All of this is due to his scheming behind the scenes. That scoundrel Jiang Tian had the audacity to get you suspended, despite your unwavering support for him. He even dared to insult me today, calling me a wretched person. Wang Yifei spoke through gritted teeth, her frustration palpable. Having achieved some merit, that scoundrel has become insufferably arrogant. Xiaobo, in a fit of rage, seized Wang Yifei's hair, as if such an act could somehow avenge Jiang Tian. Brother Bo, didn't you say he has gained the leader's favor due to his accomplishments? Tonight, I will invite him out for dinner. Rest assured, Brother Bo, once I show him a little kindness, he will immediately grovel and plead for your reinstatement to the police force. Wang Yifei replied, pursing her lips. Xiaobo was increasingly satisfied with her plan. However, the next moment his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and hurriedly gestured for Wang Yifei to be quiet. Cautiously, he approached the window and answered the call. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Is there something you need? I'm at the police station now, came Xiaoya's voice from the other end. Xiaobo's expression shifted dramatically. Muya, the second-generation heiress he had been pursuing fervently. A few years ago, the police department organized a cloud-based learning opportunity, and by sheer luck, Xiaobo secured a spot to study advanced drug enforcement techniques. It was during this time that he inadvertently discovered the powerful connections behind Muya, connections that had remained unknown to others at school. While rumors suggested she came from a modestly affluent background, the truth was that her father was merely a businessman, with her grandfather harboring far more formidable influence. Upon learning this, Xiaobo became infatuated, pursuing her relentlessly. Not only was her background enticing, but her beauty was the purest and most captivating he had ever encountered. He was terrified of losing Muya and employed every tactic he could think of, yet contact remained elusive. Muya seemed to be consulting her family regarding her decisions, which kept her from committing to him, but he willingly endured the uncertainty. Recently, as he sought to advance their relationship, Muya's family had set forth a condition. She must demonstrate her capabilities and earn a promotion through her own merits this year. This was a modest test, yet her father had stipulated that until she met this requirement, Xiaobo must not lay a finger on Muya. The thought of her influential background filled him with dread, and he dared not entertain any inappropriate notions. Yet, with Jiang Tian's entry into the police force, he began to devise a plan to have Jiang Tian's family elevate his own status. Now, however, he found himself not only without a promotion, but also suspended, having offended a high-ranking leader. The mere thought of Muya's family discovering this drove him to the brink of madness. "Xiaoya, don't come over," Xiaobo urged frantically. "Why not?" Xiaoya inquired, curious. I'm handling a case outside, a significant one," Xiaobo replied hastily. "Really?" Muya's voice brimmed with excitement. "My father mentioned that the city's drug enforcement officers cracked a major case and received a collective second-class merit award. Anticipating that everyone might have the potential for exceptional promotion, she deliberately allowed herself to visit Xiaobo today." A wave of emotion washed over her as she reflected on Xiaobo's arduous efforts in solving the case yesterday. And now, he was still engrossed in another significant investigation. It felt as though she had the power to choose him. In the next moment, Muya spoke into the phone. "I have arrived." Suddenly, Xiaobo's complexion drained of color. He was engulfed by a frantic fear that Muya might uncover the truth, for that would signify her departure from his life. At that instant, a familiar male voice emerged from Muya's phone. "Comrade, you look familiar. Are you looking for Xiaobo?" Upon hearing that voice, Xiaobo's mind spun, nearly causing him to collapse. He recognized it. It was Jiang Tian's voice. If Jiang Tian revealed his current circumstances, and if Muya learned that he had been suspended, it would mean the end of their relationship. He would lose Muya, his true love, and all the prospects for future advancement. Muya was more essential than his very existence. Beauty, power, and wealth, all three were encapsulated in Muya's family, making her the quintessential dream partner of his life. "No, Xiaoya, please do not speak with him," Xiaobo implored frantically into the phone. However, to his dismay, Muya appeared not to hear him. Instead, she engaged with the person on the other end. "Hello, officer. My name is Muya. Could you please tell me where Xiaobo is?" "Please, no. Do not reveal anything." Xiaobo's hand trembled around the phone, gripped by dread at the prospect of the truth being exposed. Chapter 25. A whip and a kick shattered the drug dealer's arrogant dream at the entrance of the police station. Jiang Tian was forcefully dragging Wei Rong down from the police car, his actions both simple and brutal. It is worth noting that Wei Rong's arm had already been severely injured by Jiang Tian's gunfire, causing excruciating pain, compounded by the relentless beating Jiang Tian unleashed upon him. The narcotics officers understood this well. After all, Wei Rong had dared to fire a weapon, and the fact that he was still alive was testament to his fortune. Was it wrong to be a bit rough and to enforce the law strictly? "Pain, pain, pain," Wei Rong cried out, his eyes flickering with flames of hatred and fury as he glared at Jiang Tian. This police officer was etched in his memory, particularly the grudge he bore from this day. "Good. It should hurt. Why else would I strike you?" With no one around, Jiang Tian swiftly delivered a resounding slap. "My father is Wei Yudao. You dare to take personal revenge on me. Boy, I will remember this." Wei Rong's eyes were swollen, yet he continued to glare malevolently at Jiang Tian, his mind consumed with thoughts of vengeance. One might wonder why he was so audacious. The answer was simple. His father was Wei Yudao, a name powerful enough to command respect in Yanhai. Wei Yudao had amassed considerable influence and wealth. Jiang Tian had learned of Wei Rong's background upon his arrival. Wei Yudao had risen to prominence in the 80s shortly after Wei Rong's birth, doting on his only son. Initially, he had made his fortune through transportation, controlling the market for vegetables and other products in Yanhai, later investing in real estate, which propelled his success to remarkable heights. Today, his enterprise stood as a dazzling beacon of local prestige, a hallmark of Yanhai. Thus arises the question, why would the son of such a wealthy man engage in drug trafficking? Jiang Tian squinted, sensing something amiss. Fearful, are you? If you kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I might just let you off. Wei Rong sneered, his expression dripping with mockery. The name and reputation of Wei Yudao, as a leading figure in Yanhai, carried a certain ruthless weight. The brighter the facade, the darker the shadow behind it. If Jiang Tian were an ordinary officer, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Wei Rong's retaliation. Beg you? Jiang Tian's mind struggled to comprehend. Boy, do you not understand the methods of vengeance employed by drug dealers? Have you not heard of the fates that befall the families of your predecessors in the force? Wei Rong's face twisted into a sinister grin. Suddenly, flames of fury ignited within Jiang Tian's mind. Everything else was inconsequential, but family, since his rebirth. That was his Achilles heel. In this second life, he had come to see through the world and the hearts of others, awakening to the truth of existence. Now, openly threatening him with his family was an affront he could not tolerate. Scoundrel, kneel and beg me, and perhaps I will spare your family. Wei Rong continued to laugh maniacally. All records in our police department are confidential. How could you possibly know my family's details? Jiang Tian restrained his anger. The audacity of the criminal was palpable, as he taunted the police officers with a contemptuous grin, suggesting that if he were to kneel and crawl beneath him, perhaps he might spare the lives of the officer's family. The scene ignited a fierce anger within Jiang Tian, who was simultaneously struck by the shocking nature of the confrontation. What left him most astounded was the sight of another squad leader, a veteran narcotics officer named Li Feng, who, despite being of equal rank, bowed his head in silence, suppressing the arrogant Sarong. This submission to the drug dealer's insolence symbolized the terrifying prevalence of lawlessness. Jiang Tian clenched his fists, recognizing that this grotesque spectacle was a mere reflection of the chaos enveloping Yanhai. Sarong, cornered between the two officers, halted in his tracks, defiantly spreading his legs. When Jiang Tian glanced at Li Feng, he was met with a subtle shake of the head, a gesture that implored him to endure the moment and refrain from confrontation. This disheartened Jiang Tian, for he was undeterred by his own background or achievements. However, the fact that Li Feng, a man of no influential connections, was faced with such a malevolent drug dealer was troubling. It led him to ponder the source of the intelligence leak that had exposed the narcotics officers. Come over here, Sarong growled menacingly. He had tolerated the presence of others at school, but in this secluded setting, he was determined to teach the young officer a lesson. Meanwhile, at the police station's entrance, Muya remained on the phone with Xiao Bo, yet her gaze was fixated on the unfolding scene. The brazen display of the criminal, revealing his background and threatening officers to kneel, tightened her small fists in indignation. How could such a thing happen? The criminal dared to threaten the families of the officers. Muya was rendered speechless, her sheltered worldview shattered by the stark reality before her. She couldn't fathom the depths of the drug dealer's arrogance. Would the threatened young officer indeed kneel? Faced with such a threat to his family, would he succumb to the humiliation? Biting her crimson lips, her heart swelled with both anger and sympathy for the narcotics officers, who, amidst a hail of bullets, risked their lives to apprehend criminals, placing not only themselves but also their loved ones in peril. This profound sense of bravery inspired Muya's unparalleled admiration for the police, particularly those on the front lines, which is why she had not outright rejected Xiao Bo, but instead offered him a test of character. Yet now, she found herself witnessing the darkest corners of the world. What would this young narcotics officer choose to do next? In the next moment, she observed as the criminal, legs crossed, awaited the officer's submission. The young narcotics officer knelt slowly, succumbing to the threats of the drug dealer. Was this capitulation? Muya's lips nearly bled from biting them. Not out of embarrassment for the young officer, but from the profound distress at witnessing a principled narcotics officer faced with threats to his family, forced to compromise and kneel in humiliation. Wei Yudao was none other than the most prominent businessman in Yanhai, a representative of the conference. How could the young officers resist against the threats from his son? If they hadn't seen it, it would have been one thing, but now that they had, Muya could not bear to witness such a scene unfold before her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she was prepared to intervene. Yet just as she lifted her leg, a sudden bang erupted. The kneeling young narcotics officer struck. His kneeling was not an act of submission, but a prelude to action. In Muya's gaze, the young officer raised one foot while the other seemed to spring upwards, soaring high into the air, his body twisting elegantly. With a swift back kick, his foot connected directly with the criminal's face. The crack echoed. From a distance of 10 or 20 meters, Muya instinctively winced, feeling a shared pain in her nasal bridge. However, despite the brutality of the moment, her eyes shone with an uncontainable brilliance. The once dim glow now radiated brightly. Jiang Tian's back kick was quick, precise, and merciless. Wei Rong's nose was almost obliterated by the force of Jiang Tian's strike, with just a tad more strength. Wei Rong's entire body was lifted off the ground, suspended for a moment before crashing heavily to the earth a couple of meters away. In that instant, Wei Rong's visage was utterly transformed. His eyes, seemingly unable to open, were overshadowed by the turmoil within. Why did he dare? How could a mere police officer challenge him? The son of a conference representative and a wealthy magnate in Yanhai. Wei Rong's body trembled from the pain and fear. That single back kick shattered his arrogant dreams. It was a ferocity so overwhelming that even Li Feng, the captain of another squad within the same task force, instinctively leapt forward to embrace Jiang Tian, fearing he would go further. Xiao Jiang, stop. If you continue, something terrible will happen. Li Feng clung to Jiang Tian's chest, panic-stricken. The impact of that kick had driven him to madness. The grace and power of that strike, he believed, he could never replicate in his lifetime. Oh no. Li Feng hastily banished such thoughts from his mind, dragging Jiang Tian away. Meanwhile, Captain Gua, who had been the first to disembark from the vehicle, was hastily making his way toward the police station when he turned back, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had just grabbed the documents and stepped out, eager to report to Officer Song, only to find himself caught off guard. Upon turning, he witnessed the elegance of Jiang Tian's kick, so impressive that even with his extensive training and self-proclaimed prowess in combat, he knew he could never execute such a move. Xiao Jiang, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Gua, the team leader, was on the verge of losing his composure, charging forward with determination. It was imperative to act swiftly. Jiang Tian, with resolve, pulled away Li Feng, who was clinging to him, and hastened towards Wei Rong, who lay sprawled on the ground. Quick, lend a hand. Gua rushed to grasp Jiang Tian. At that moment, Jiang Tian observed the two individuals clutching his legs. Zhao Wei and Li Zijing held his arms, while Li Feng and Gua fiercely obstructed his path. Although Jiang Tian possessed the fighting prowess to easily shake them off, he hesitated, contemplating the consequences of unleashing his full strength, which would likely be lethal. Please, don't hit me. Wei Rong, with his arms incapacitated, bloodied face, and shattered nose, could only retreat, trembling in fear as he watched the 6 individuals grappling with Jiang Tian, his terror palpable. The kick he received jolted him back to reality. Yet, Jiang Tian's fury began to subside slightly as he pointed at Wei Rong, stating, "Do you see? A drug dealer's arrogance must be met with punishment. A couple of lashes will bring them back to their senses. We cannot indulge these harmful criminals. A swift kick will remind them of their place." While Jiang Tian could tolerate the brazen behavior of drug dealers, his family was a non-negotiable boundary. The officers restraining Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, and some had already begun dragging the incapacitated Wei Rong away. Once the criminal had been dealt with, Gua, after assessing the situation, could not help but smirk slightly. This brat truly deserves it. Even Gua, who was merely an observer, felt a surge of anger. All right, I understand the situation. Xiao Jiang, calm down. Do not participate in the interrogation just yet. We need to gather more information from him, Guo urged rapidly. Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. He had refrained from using lethal force. Although capable of delivering a fatal blow, he exerted restraint, for the life of a drug dealer could sometimes provide valuable leads. If he were to kill Wei Rong, such intelligence would be lost. You're impressive, Li Feng gasped, having exhausted every ounce of strength to stop Jiang Tian, only to realize in horror that Jiang Tian remained unmoved, as if he were facing an indomitable elephant, terrifyingly formidable. The most frightening aspect was that he had succumbed to fear, not only for himself, but for his family as well. However, witnessing the audacity of drug dealers ignited a fierce anger within him, and Jiang Tian's actions undeniably filled him with awe and exhilaration. A single kick shattered the arrogance of the drug dealer. Truly, that was a lethal strike. Li Feng swallowed hard, having spent just over a month with Jiang Tian, now realizing the depth of his terrifying prowess. One must not fear drug dealers. Only by being fiercer and more ruthless than them can one put an end to their tyranny, Jiang Tian remarked with a chilling smile. He had every intention of eradicating the entire family of the drug dealer. While responding to violence with violence is generally frowned upon, it is, without a doubt, the most effective course of action. Captain, what are we to do now? Zhao Wei asked, bewildered, as he followed Jiang Tian into the vehicle behind them. They had heard the commotion, but had not arrived in time to intervene before Jiang Tian took action. Did you not hear? Captain Gu has instructed me to take a temporary respite and refrain from any further interrogations, awaiting the guidance of psychologists, Jiang Tian remarked with evident irritation. However, before Jiang Tian could finish his statement, he caught sight of a striking figure out of the corner of his eye. Oh no, it felt oddly familiar. In the next moment, memories from a past life came flooding back. Muya. In this lifetime, Muya did not recognize Jiang Tian, but the Jiang Tian of your possessed an intimate understanding of her essence. In his previous existence, he had been oblivious to Xiao Bo's true nature. However, it appeared that Muya gradually uncovered the despicable side of Xiao Bo following their marriage. Yet, she chose not to divorce, opting instead for separation, as she believed that enduring alone for a lifetime was a feat worth envying, leaving Jiang Tian's eyes nearly brimming with envy. Such a woman is a rarity in this era. In his past life, Jiang Tian was plagued by the tumultuous antics of Wang Yifei, who frequently resorted to threats of divorce. Jiang Tian endured for the sake of their offspring, often pondering whether only someone like Xiao Bo was truly worthy of Muya. Now, in hindsight, he could scarcely believe his own foolishness, longing to strike himself for such misguided thoughts. Why had he not seen through Xiao Bo's true character sooner? In his previous life, Muya had been exceptionally considerate towards Jiang Tian, perhaps having discerned Xiao Bo's true nature. She had subtly indicated to Jiang Tian on numerous occasions that Xiao Bo was a petty man, lacking the integrity he outwardly presented. Yet, the Jiang Tian of that time seemed bewitched, unable to see past Xiao Bo's fade. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming influence of Xiao Bo upon his entry into the police force that clouded his judgment. Even after several warnings, Muya's disappointment in Jiang Tian's ignorance was palpable. Particularly during frequent quarrels with Wang Yifei, Jiang Tian would often confide in Muya, as she embodied the role of a beloved older sister in his heart. In his past life, regardless of whether it stemmed from guilt or something else, Muya always treated Jiang Tian with kindness. Even during moments when he was brought home by Xiao Bo, who mocked him in front of her, Jiang Tian endeavored to comply, appearing as weak as an ant. Yet, Muya never regarded him with disdain, continuously offering her encouragement. As the past swirled like clouds, Jiang Tian's momentary daze dissipated. It must be said that the Jiang Tian of the future understood Muya's true identity. It was precisely this understanding that illuminated how remarkable a woman Muya truly was. Her family background, beauty, physique, and character appeared to be flawless. At this juncture, Xiao Bo seemed to still be pursuing her, and Muya had not acquiesced, which implied, what could Jiang Tian possibly say? Such a woman must never be allowed to fall into Xiao Bo's clutches. Where has Xiao Bo gone to carry out his mission? Muya pondered it, recalling the earlier incident where even a prominent representative of the conference, the son of the illustrious Yunhai magnate, had been apprehended. Unable to suppress a gulp, she inwardly mused, indeed, Xiao Bo did not deceive me. This is truly a significant undertaking. The absence of Xiao Bo suggests that there may be subsequent operations for capture in progress. The narcotics officers are truly remarkable. Muya's eyes sparkled with an increasingly resplendent brilliance. Chapter 26. The Truth Revealed. Xiao Bo unmasked as a beast. I am not a mere comrade. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Tian. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Jiang Tian reflected on his past life. Recognizing that while he had previously been deprived of opportunities, this time he would not permit such a precious flower to be sullied by the likes of Xiao Bo. Reborn into this life, Jiang Tian needed only a moment's contemplation to grasp the extent of Xiao Bo's clandestine machinations aimed at undermining him and tarnishing his reputation. Ordinary, mediocre, and privileged second-generation elites had already begun to circulate rumors within the police force, casting Jiang Tian in an unfavorable light. All of this was orchestrated by Xiao Bo, driven by greed and malice. He had even claimed the son Jiang Tian had nurtured for over a decade as his own. The devastation of Jiang Tian's family was also a consequence of Xiao Bo's treachery. Resolute in his newfound life, Jiang Tian decided that he would seize control of his fate, especially when it came to the stunning goddess who deserved to be cherished. Jiang Tian? Muya exclaimed, her voice betraying her surprise. You know me? Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Muya, visibly awkward, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Xiao Bo had often spoken of Jiang Tian, the gilded second-generation officer who had joined their ranks, inciting Muya's disdain due to her strong aversion to corruption. She had heard the insidious whispers that Jiang Tian was nothing more than a slacker, a burden dragging them down, compelling them to take risks for his benefit. Her resentment deepened, knowing that perhaps the accolades meant for Xiao Bo had been unjustly appropriated by Jiang Tian. With this thought in mind, Muya instinctively stepped back, maintaining her distance. Officer Jiang, I apologize for my earlier slip, she said, her tone now laced with detachment and a hint of disdain. In that moment, Jiang Tian understood the stark contrast in her demeanor. Rage surged within him as he realized the duplicitous nature of Xiao Bo, who feigned benevolence while secretly reveling in his efforts to undermine Jiang Tian. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had suffered immensely, but in this incarnation, he was gradually rewriting his narrative. He recognized that Muya was not the fickle type. Despite Xiao Bo's betrayal, she remained steadfastly committed, a silent partner aiding him in navigating the chaos he had created. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Bo was also entangled with another, Wang Yifei, his insipid girlfriend. In normal circumstances, pursuing Muya would be akin to scaling a mountain. However, Jiang Tian remained unfazed, for he possessed a secret weapon. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Muya would learn of Xiao Bo's betrayal, of how he had cavorted with her while she risked her life on the front lines. The thought of witnessing her reaction upon uncovering the truth filled Jiang Tian with anticipation. Officer Jiang, I have come to seek your colleague, Xiao Bo, who is present here as a narcotics officer. May I inquire if he is currently engaged in a significant mission outside? Muya, with a cold demeanor, looked at Jiang Tian and spoke with evident disdain. Just moments ago, when Jiang Tian executed a kick, Muya instinctively tucked away her phone, forgetting to even end the call. He is undertaking a grand mission? Jiang Tian's gaze flickered, while Zhao Wei and Li Zijing behind him nearly burst out laughing. Unsure of how to respond, both turned their attention back to Jiang Tian. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Tian had completely captivated these two subordinates. Oh no, there's also a younger sister involved. Yet at this moment, a smile adorned Jiang Tian's face. A grand mission? Observing the anticipation on Muya's face, it indeed was a significant undertaking, albeit one that involved revelry with women in a hotel, specifically with Jiang Tian's current girlfriend. At that juncture, Muya continued to inquire, I see that you have apprehended the son of our city's renowned Wei Yu Dao. This must surely be a major case. What? Xiaobo? who was hurriedly dressing and listening intently on the phone at a hotel frequented by Yunda, was left utterly stunned. The police force was undertaking another significant operation, and by the looks of it, it involved the son of a wealthy magnate from Yunhai. The fact that they had already made an arrest indicated solid evidence had been gathered. Regrettably, Xiaobo realized he was not part of this operation. The thought made his expression turn pale. However, on the other hand, a sense of dread crept over him, fearing the ramifications of such revelations. Xiaobo felt a shiver run down his spine. He could not afford to lose Muya, for she was his very lifeline. "Brother Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? People are waiting for you, and today is only the second time. Come on." Wang Yifei, nestled on the bed, seductively embraced Xiaobo's back. Were Jiang Tian to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly mock this woman for her blatant double standards. In their past life, she had become pregnant with Xiaobo's child, and even then, she had not allowed Jiang Tian to lay a finger on her, under the pretext of protecting the child. This meant that Jiang Tian had never touched Wang Yifei, yet she had cunningly managed to make him support her child for over a decade. Yet, in her dealings with Xiaobo, she exerted every ounce of her allure. "Get lost. I don't care what methods you use. You must get Jiang Tian, that useless man, to believe this child is his." Xiaobo coldly shoved Wang Yifei away. However, Wang Yifei showed no signs of anger, continuously nodding in agreement. "Brother Xiao, I have already devised a foolproof plan." Xiaobo said nothing and hurriedly departed. Though suspended from duty, he needed to return to gather information. He could not afford to wallow in despair here. "Jiang Tian, you beast, allowing you to raise a child for me is a privilege in itself." As Xiaobo pushed through the door, he mused about the considerable favor he was bestowing upon Jiang Tian. The notion of a second-generation official raising a child for someone who had emerged from a rural background exhilarated him to the point of trembling. Before departing, Xiaobo cast a scornful glance back at Wang Yifei. The wretched woman is indeed quite provocative, yet before his goddess Muya, she appears nothing more than an unsightly duckling, unworthy even to carry her shoes. However, as Xiaobo hurriedly made his way over, he listened intently to the voice on the phone, his emotions taut to the brink of explosion. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Tian had already recorded the footage of their entrance into the hotel. Had he been aware, the weight of despair in that moment would have been unbearable. On the other end of the line, Muya furrowed her brow, sensing that the atmosphere was amiss. The two individuals behind Jiang Tian wore expressions that were seemingly flushed with suppressed emotions, as if they had something to convey. "What is the matter? Did you leave him behind to undertake a perilous mission?" Muya inquired further. Jiang Tian, intrigued, responded, "Who informed you that Xiaobo was on a mission?" To his astonishment, Jiang Tian found himself in an unexpected situation regarding the case today, primarily due to the audacity of the drug traffickers. Xiaobo had long been suspended. Was he truly attempting to claim credit for this? Jiang Tian could barely stifle his laughter. "You mean this task was supposed to be led by Xiaobo, correct?" Despite her desire to maintain distance from Jiang Tian due to Xiaobo's influence, Muya hesitated before asking, recalling how Xiaobo had often remarked that Jiang Tian, the wealthy heir, was a burden to him. Yet the truth was that while Jiang Tian's abilities had once been mediocre, he had always been a loyal subordinate to Xiaobo, diligently attending to his needs. In return, he had faced Xiaobo's malicious slander and various schemes against him. "Miss Mia, this case has nothing to do with Xiaobo from beginning to end." Jiang Tian smiled, his lips curling in a grin. "Ah." Muya felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She was not unreasonable, nor was she prone to causing trouble. Her demeanor towards Jiang Tian had been shaped by Xiaobo's relentless brainwashing. Embarrassment washed over her as she felt her cheeks burn, fanning herself with her delicate, snow-white hands in an attempt to cool down. "Jiang Tian, you beast!" Xiaobo slammed his fist against the taxi, rage igniting within him. He had never expected Jiang Tian to audaciously reveal the truth. Could he not have concealed it for him? Why could he not relinquish this credit in front of Muya? "Xiaoge has always treated you well. Why can't you assist him even in this trivial matter?" Ungrateful wretch. In his fury, Xiaobo seemed to forget that he had never truly assisted Jiang Tian. Rather, it was Jiang Tian who had served him. Yet, hatred and fear clouded his judgment. He understood that Muya detested being deceived, and having just claimed to her that he was engaged in a significant mission. If she were to discover the truth, combined with his suspension, he was drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror. Jiang Tian, you worthless fool, despicable waste. At that moment, a voice emerged from the phone, Muya's voice. Xiao Bo listened with bated breath. Muya, appearing somewhat embarrassed, attempted to alleviate the tension. Perhaps he is engaged in another substantial task. Xiao Bo's heart raced. Jiang Tian, you worthless fool. Surely you wouldn't dare to unveil the truth, would you? Because Xiao Bo remembered that he had boasted more than once to Jiang Tian about his pursuit of Muya, mentioning her family circumstances, hoping to use emotional leverage to persuade Jiang Tian to elevate his status through his connections. With this thought, Xiao Bo relaxed for a moment. Alas, the next moment, you say Xiao Bo, he has been suspended. Jiang Tian seemed to take a long time to recall this. Yet, his calm words were like a chilling wind, sweeping through Xiao Bo's already frigid heart. Jiang Tian, you worthless fool, you truly deserve this. Xiao Bo's eyes turned bloodshot. Indeed, with this sentence, the scene fell into stunned silence. Muya was genuinely taken aback. She could not fathom that this was the answer. Have you all made a mistake? How could someone as outstanding as Xiao Bo be suspended? At this moment, Zhao Wei stepped in with a striking revelation. How could this be? It was a direct order from a high-ranking official from Kyoto. Why? Muya found it hard to believe. Even more unbelievable was the notion that Xiao Bo had deceived her. It wasn't exactly heartbreak, as she had merely held expectations and was still in the assessment phase without any emotional attachment, yet being deceived left her somewhat disheartened. She hoped even more that Xiao Bo was wronged. Have you all wronged him? Muya looked at Jiang Tian, inquiring. Xiao Bo hung up the phone, frantically redialing, wishing to end Muya's conversation. Zhao Wei emerged angrily from beside Jiang Tian, stating, yesterday, that scoundrel Xiao Bo went to Brother Zhang's house, leveraging the connections there, and, seeing the high-ranking official visiting the police station, he misled Brother Zhang's mother into making a call to pull strings, causing Brother Jiang to be severely reprimanded at the conference by the high-ranking official. This beast framed his own colleague. Buzz, muy evident hideous. Breath caught in her throat. He did such a thing? How malicious. So malicious that it chilled her heart. She was even too stunned to feel embarrassment. Staring blankly at the faces of the three before her, the two behind Jiang Tian, radiating fury, clearly not lying. However, Muya could scarcely believe it. Her worldview was undergoing a tremendous upheaval, for she distinctly remembered how Xiao Bo had depicted Jiang Tian as utterly useless, a beast, a burden, while exalting himself as magnificent. On the other hand, he displayed his own brilliance, looking down upon authority. But she could never have imagined it to be this way. The image Xiao Bo had constructed in her mind was crumbling. Just then, Muya's phone rang. She took it out, realizing it was Xiao Bo, who had forgotten to hang up the call and was now desperately trying to interrupt them. Yet, Muya merely glanced at it before returning it to her pocket. She felt a deep-seated doubt toward Xiao Bo. This was not solely due to Zhao Wei's words, but also because of Jiang Tian's earlier demeanor towards the drug dealer and his handling of the situation. That fierce kick, which seemed capable of incapacitating a person with a single strike, was ruthless and decisive. And when it was time for calmness, he wore a tranquil expression, devoid of anger. Such a person, Muya could not believe, was the pompous second-generation waste that Xiao Bo had described. By the way, what is your relationship with Xiao Bo? Zhao Wei inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Friends, I suppose, Muya replied, a fleeting unease crossing her face. It's best to keep your distance from him. He's quite insidious. Brother Jiang has always catered to him, unaware of the treachery lurking beneath the surface. He even asked Brother Jiang to leverage family connections for a promotion, which Jiang agreed to, only to discover later how devious this person truly is. Zhao Wei vented his frustration, feeling a surge of anger for the betrayal against Brother Jiang, which he perceived as a direct threat to his own well-being. He even contemplated taking drastic measures against that scoundrel. Did he really do that? Muya's face clouded with confusion. She was torn between disbelief and the rational understanding that the three narcotics officers before her, including a female officer, were unlikely to deceive her. However, on emotional level, it was unbearable to accept that the only person she had ever felt a flicker of affection for turned out to be such a vile individual. All right, let us not frighten Miss Mu, Jiang Tian interjected with a hearty laugh, clapping his hands. The captain has granted us leave. Let us go about our business. He yearned to return and spend time with his sister, to converse and bridge the gap that had lingered for over a decade. In his past life, he had harbored guilt for not seeing her again, but now, with all the criminals brought to justice, he felt a sense of relief knowing she would no longer be in danger. As for Muya, Jiang Tian refrained from revealing the damning video that could seal Xiaobo's fate. The time was not yet ripe. Disclosing it now might ruin Xiaobo. But Jiang Tian was still not close enough to Muya, and he needed a catalyst to facilitate that connection. If memory served him right, in his previous life, Xiaobo had boasted excessively about his pursuit of Muya. There was an incident when Muya went camping in the suburbs, coinciding with a prison renovation. A major drug trafficker, sentenced to life imprisonment, seized the opportunity to escape with a firearm, taking Muya hostage in the mountains. During the search operation, Xiaobo fortuitously displayed bravery and rescued her. Officer Jiang, may I have your contact information? If any issues arise, I would like to discuss them with you. Muya cautiously requested, her rational mind grappling with the heavy truth she had just accepted, feeling a twinge of guilt for misjudging Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian provided his phone number. Just then, Xiaobo tumbled out of a taxi, rushing toward Muya, breathless and flustered. Muya, I'm so sorry. I was late due to an urgent task. It's a significant case, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, feigning busyness. Then, in a hushed tone that only they could hear, he urged, don't believe them. Jiang is just a spoiled rich kid. You know I come from humble beginnings. Those two are his lackeys, deliberately slandering me. Muya, trust me, I was working hard on a dangerous drug case while that worthless scoundrel was back there defaming me. Worse than an animal. Muya hesitated, torn on whom to believe, when suddenly she noticed a large bus approaching behind Xiaobo. On the vehicle, the words Yenda's school bus were clearly inscribed. What is this? Muya felt perplexed. Yet, moments later, a throng of impeccably dressed individuals descended from bus. The most striking among them holding a ceremonial banner aloft. Muya's gaze flickered, her eyes glimmering with hope as she beheld the banner. This must be a tribute for Xiaobo. Have I wronged him? Muya's brow furrowed slightly. She glanced at Jiang Tian, her teeth lightly biting her lip. If this were true, then Jiang Tian was utterly reprehensible. Should it indeed be the case, she resolved to explain the situation to his grandfather. However, in the next instant, the leader holding the banner spotted Jiang Tian, as if he had encountered a benefactor. With great fervor, he raised the banner and proclaimed loudly, Comrade Xiao Jiang, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, and to the narcotics officers as well, on behalf of the entire faculty and student body of Yenda University. I present you with this ceremonial banner. Additionally, there is another one for your police team, and this particular banner is a personal token of my gratitude for saving me. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you have saved the lives of our faculty and students. Jiang Tian was presented with 2 banners in total. Xiaobo's head buzzed with disbelief. Yet the events were far from over. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed, and Xiaobo felt an acute pain across his face. Chapter 27. Paving the way, a resounding slap echoed through the air, drawing Lin Ying's gaze upward. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the girl who had struck the blow. However, at that moment, his mind was clouded, as gratitude consumed his thoughts. He was profoundly grateful to Jiang Tian, and to the narcotics officers who had dedicated themselves to their cause. Without Jiang Tian and the presence of these officers, Yenda might have unknowingly devolved into a den of vice. Yet, Lianing failed to recognize Muya, while she and Xiaobo were acutely aware of him. Muya had once been a prominent figure at Yenda, the embodiment of many dreams and an epitome of beauty. Xiaobo had furthered his studies at Yenda, acquiring advanced knowledge in drug enforcement. Thus, their recognition of Lin Ying was immediate and startling. The sight of him personally honoring Jiang Tian with 2 banners left them astounded. One banner was presented in the name of Yenda, a prestigious double first-class university, while the other was from the president of Yenda himself. What did this signify? Xiaobo, momentarily forgetting the pain from the slap, was consumed by envy and disbelief. It was inconceivable. This so-called waste could not possibly have achieved such recognition without leveraging his connections. They, the offspring of officials, often secured advancement through the privileges of their family ties. Xiaobo was on the brink of madness from jealousy. As for Muya, her astonishment quickly shifted to a flicker of disappointment as she turned to Xiaobo. To be candid, she had harbored some affection for him, and after witnessing the recent events, she had placed a modicum of trust in his claims of being bullied by the powerful. Had that been true, she would have sought her grandfather's assistance. However, upon hearing Xiaobo's words, disappointment deepened. Are you suggesting that Jiang Tian, with merely a bureau chief for a father, could compel the president of Yunda to bow in deference? This president of a double first-class institution holds a rank equivalent to a department head, revered by many. Would such an individual deign to express gratitude to the son of a mere bureau chief? Muya spoke each word with icy precision. Lianing held a position of great significance. To put it bluntly, Jiang Tian's father ranked even lower, as he was merely an associate department head, not yet part of the executive cadre. Could someone of such standing genuinely bow before Jiang Tian, a mere second-generation official? This was not only envy of competence, but also a profound short-sightedness. Xiaobo trembled, his face flushing, his eyes ignited by the flames of jealousy. The idea that Jiang Tian could achieve such recognition and be favored in this manner was, to him, an unbearable affront. Just then, Lianing's voice resonated once more. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I have specifically reported to the higher-ups. Frankly speaking, you have salvaged Yunda and, in doing so, saved countless teachers and students. It appears that the situation involves merely a handful of individuals engaged in drug trafficking, utilizing Yunda as their base of operations. However, in this era, there are far too many impoverished students. From the initial 5 or 6 individuals, they possess the ability to corrupt, even infiltrating the faculty and students. One should not underestimate a person's inherent flaws and moral boundaries. It will not be long before the consequences become terrifying. Fortunately, everything is currently under control, and the situation has not escalated to an alarming degree. At this moment, there remains an opportunity for redemption. Jiang Tian has even indirectly salvaged the reputation of all the leaders at Yunda. Everyone gazes at Jiang Tian with piercing admiration. Additionally, Lian Ying's remarks have incited a palpable jealousy within Xiaobo, causing him to tremble with rage. Why? What right does this worthless individual have? To this day, Xiaobo still looks down upon Jiang Tian, perpetually regarding him with disdain. In his mind, Jiang Tian is merely a useless entity, trailing behind him like an imbecile, manipulated at his whim, and yet expressing gratitude as if he were a second-rate scion. He relishes this feeling, as it bestows upon him an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. What of being the child of an official? What of having a father who is a director? They're still like playthings in his hands. Deep down, he holds this worthless individual in contempt. Yet now, he finds that this very person he despises has fortuitously achieved significant recognition not once, but twice in succession. The first instance he could overlook, but the second was undeniably a stroke of luck. Indeed, it was sheer luck. Had he not been suspended, Jiang Tian's position and accolades should rightfully have been his. It was this worthless individual who usurped his achievements. The thought of this nearly drives Xiaobo to the brink of apoplexy. He glares at Jiang Tian, as if he has truly stolen his glory. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian remains indifferent to Xiaobo's ire. Before he could respond, a bespectacled individual emerged from behind Lianing. With half of his hair turned gray, he fixed his keen gaze upon Jiang Tian and inquired, Comrade Xiao Jiang, where did you attend university, and how long has it been since your graduation? Jiang Tian, puzzled, scratched his head and replied, honestly, I graduated from our Yunhai Police Academy. I am currently in my final semester of my senior year and have yet to graduate. Gasp! The leaders of Yunda exchanged glances, and the speaker's face lit up with delight as he said, This is perfect. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am the dean of the law department at Yunda, and we formally invite you to apply for a graduate program under my supervision. Jiang Tian blinked in surprise. Yunda is a prestigious institution a top-tier university. To be candid, Jiang Tian's grades barely met the standards for the police academy, and his academic performance has been mediocre. He had never even contemplated the possibility of pursuing a graduate degree at Yunda. However, he suddenly recalled his previous life, where Xiao Bo, the scoundrel, seemed to have received case clues from him, and, after solving the case, he subsequently enrolled in Yunda's graduate program and became a renowned expert in criminal investigation and legal studies. If that is the case, this must be Yunda's expression of gratitude. In his previous life, Xiao Bo attributed his admirable achievements solely to his own merit. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian could not suppress a bitter laugh. In his past existence, it was Xiao Bo who, with the assistance and clues he provided, facilitated his ascent. Yet, Xiao Bo had constantly conspired against him, ultimately colluding with a vile creature he had nurtured for over a decade to bring about his demise. Now, however, all of this had merely returned to where it rightfully belonged. Comrade Jiang, do not underestimate Director Qin Gang, Lian Ying explained. He is not only a renowned legal expert in our nation, but also possesses remarkable accomplishments in criminal investigation, often invited to participate in major cases at the Bureau. Buzz, standing not far away, Xiao Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a prominent figure was actually considering taking Jiang Tian as a disciple? What did this entail? Jiang Tian was equally astonished by the swift and fierce return of Lian Ying's favor. Xiao Bo had never anticipated that Jiang Tian would receive such an invitation. The implications were profound. The graduate exam might merely be a formality. Passing or failing aside, Yunda would find a way to ensure his acceptance. This was tantamount to being informally recognized as a student of a celebrated expert in criminal investigation and law. What was even more daunting was that such luminaries often had numerous students, all of whom were bound to achieve great success, thus expanding Jiang Tian's network, a network stemming from his mentor. Realizing this, Jiang Tian nodded vigorously. Did he have a right to refuse? Absolutely not. Moreover, he understood that the limitations of his current specialization would restrict his future achievements. However, obtaining a research certificate in law would undeniably broaden his horizons. No wonder Xiao Bo had risen to the position of executive vice mayor within a decade, overseeing crucial aspects of public safety in Yanhai. From this, Jiang Tian grasped the key reasons behind Xiao Bo's rapid ascent in his previous life. One was the support of Muya, and the other was this very incident. Yet, Jiang Tian was curious about the outcome for Xiao Bo in the absence of these two advantages, the cunning creature that emerged from a mountain village. At this thought, a surge of vengeful satisfaction ignited within him. "Thank you," Lianing said, patting Jiang Tian's shoulder with great delight. "I should be thanking you." Subsequently, Jiang Tian led Lian Ying and the others into the police force, representing Yunda to express heartfelt gratitude to the entire Yanhai narcotics team. He concluded by presenting a banner belonging to Yunda. Clap, clap, clap. The applause resonated through the air. The expressions of everyone present were filled with exhilaration, for this recognition affirmed their efforts. Most importantly, all eyes were now fixed upon Jiang Tian. Outside the police station, Xiao Bo continued his desperate attempts at reconciliation, pleading, "Muya, believe me, I truly did not deceive you. Jiang Tian is utterly useless. From now on, we should not meet again." Muya retorted with a face of disgust, turning away. After understanding the course of events, even the president of Yunda had come to express gratitude. Could it be that Jiang Tian's father, merely a director, could summon all the leaders of Yunda to stand in acknowledgement? Was this not absurd? Ultimately, it is Jiang Tian who has made a significant contribution. In contrast, Xiao Bo has not only schemed behind the scenes to undermine his colleagues, but has also spread malicious rumors about them. While others are achieving merit, what is he doing? Muya feels a profound disappointment as she begins to ponder whether her father's words hold truth. Xiao Bo may not be the virtuous man he appears to be. Indeed, her family does not approve of Xiao Bo. They are indifferent to social status, yet place immense value on character. They discerned instantly that Xiao Bo is not as upright as he seems. Nevertheless, Muya has remained steadfast in her support. Now, however, she is disheartened to realize that perhaps her family was right. This revelation leaves her in a state of confusion. Uncertain of what to do or whether she should forgive Xiao Bo outside the police station, Xiao Bo listens to the enthusiastic applause from within. He gazes enviously at Jiang Tian, who stands at the center of attention, basking in the accolades of the crowd. This intensifies Xiao Bo's jealousy, causing him to tremble with rage. Regrettably, Jiang Tian does not even regard him, or rather, he has yet to reveal his full strength. As the celebrated Jiang Tian casts a sidelong glance outside the police station, he notices Xiao Bo's reddened eyes filled with jealousy, while Muya has already departed. A slight smirk appears at the corner of Jiang Tian's mouth. He understands that merely causing Muya disappointment is insufficient. He knows too well that Muya possesses a traditional character. Once she commits to someone, it is a lifelong dedication. Although her relationship with Xiao Bo has not yet progressed significantly, Muya is not devoid of compassion, and it is not her nature to sever ties so ruthlessly. Such a woman is indeed rare to find. If they were to become engaged, even if Jiang Tian unveiled his most damning evidence, it is likely she would not waver. Once she has made a commitment, it is for life. Wow, Jiang Tian is truly remarkable. What is this Jiang Tian? He should be called Brother Jiang. Damn, his methods are ruthless, yet he is undeniably handsome. In this era, the underworld is excessively rampant, and drug dealers operate with alarming audacity. Among them are various criminals with substantial backgrounds, who tread carefully while handling cases. They must consider not only their own safety, but also that of their families. These individuals are genuinely deranged. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of their entire family by these ruthless drug traffickers. Yet, Jiang Tian dares to strike decisively against a drug dealer with such formidable connections. Many cannot help but admire him in secret, their hearts filled with exhilaration. This is what it means to be a narcotics officer. Uncle, where's my daddy? Why can't I find him? At that moment, Jiang Tian felt a tug on his pant leg and looked down to see a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, gazing up at him with innocent and curious eyes. Stunned, Jiang Tian crouched down and asked, "Little girl, what is your father's name?" "Brother Jiang." "My father's name is Meng Yang. He sacrificed himself yesterday," a new recruit from the police station murmured beside Jiang Tian. Yesterday, despite Jiang Tian's formidable prowess on the battlefield, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the shroud of night, the skirmish raged fiercely. The drug traffickers were not without their own arsenal. Their firepower was substantial, making it challenging for Jiang Tian to penetrate deep into enemy lines. It was Meng Yang, accompanied by 3 companions, who launched a vigorous assault from an alternate flank, drawing the enemy's fire and allowing Jiang Tian to seamlessly reposition himself. This diversion enabled Jiang Tian to execute a devastating sweep from the side, catching the traffickers off guard and decisively tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Tragically, however, Meng Yang sustained 3 gunshot wounds and heroically sacrificed himself. This morning, upon receiving the report, his commendation for first-class merit was swiftly approved overnight. Today, his family arrived to claim him. Meng Yang had only been married for 5 or 6 years and had a 3-year-old son. His elderly father, nearing 70, now faced an uncertain future. Those aware of the situation could not help but express their sorrow. A child of 5 or 6, oblivious to the finality of death. At this moment, Jiang Tian's expression bore a complex mixture of emotions. The celebratory voices had ceased, even amidst the sadness of a fallen comrade. Witnessing the anguish of families reclaiming their loved ones was a profound reminder of the fragility of life. Each of these men was a pillar of their family, and with their fall, the collective spirits of many were dampened. In times of peace, there exists an unseen cadre of individuals who march quietly forward. Jiang Tian felt the weight of melancholy settle upon him. Meng Yang had drawn enemy fire on his behalf, resulting in a young child losing his father. Last night, 5 men had perished. Out of 38 who had set forth, only 33 remained, with 3 others injured and receiving treatment in hospital. "Little girl, what is your name?" Jiang Tian managed to force a semblance of a smile. In this moment, even his thrill of accomplishment had vanished. "Uncle, I am Meng Tingting. Where's my father?" The young girl pressed on. "Tingting, come here. It's time for us to leave." Just then a frail, stooped elderly man with a head full of white hair emerged slowly from the office, his gait unsteady. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, and his eyes appeared dim, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Jiang Tian recognized him as Meng Yang's father, accompanied by a middle-aged woman whose reddened eyes indicated she had been weeping for quite some time. In that moment, a heavy sorrow enveloped Jiang Tian. He felt an overwhelming urge to effect change in this era, to alter the course of fate. Lacking the capability was one thing, but now he sensed a compelling necessity to ascend, to gradually climb to the pinnacle of power, and to eliminate all the malevolent forces that plagued their world. Chapter 28. The high-ranking official dazed. The young man remains composed. Song Ji. Was that just now a family member of Team Ming? Jiang Tian stepped into Song Li's office. With a soft click, Song Li lit a cigarette. As a narcotics officer, the risks associated with the job and the psychological pressures are immense. It is no surprise that more than half of the team members are smokers. In his previous life, Jiang Tian abstained from both cigarettes and alcohol during his university years. But within a month of joining the police force, he too became an avid smoker. However, upon his rebirth, Jiang Tian found himself largely unaffected by nicotine cravings. Though he did not deliberately abstain, given his physical constitution, it posed little harm to him. Through the swirling smoke, Jiang Tian caught a glimpse of Song Li's despondent expression. During his internship, he had closely followed Team Ming, who, regrettably, had met with a tragic end. Although Jiang Tian had been promoted, the sight of Team Ming's family extinguished any joy he might have felt about his advancement. For over a month, Team Ming had looked after Jiang Tian, ultimately sacrificing himself to draw fire away from Jiang. Jiang Tian vividly recalled that in his past life, Meng Yang had survived. Yet in this life, it was because of him that Team Ming had perished. Today, when you went to apprehend Wei Rong, the family of yesterday's fallen officer came. They received a 10,000 yuan compensation, Song Li was stated. 10,000 yuan is already an exceedingly high standard. However, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Song Ji, Team Ming's family has no earning members, and with 2 children to support, how will they survive on 10,000 yuan? 10,000 may appear to be a substantial sum, but for a family's expenses, it is merely a drop in the bucket. This amount is already a preferential treatment. Under normal circumstances, they would not have received so much. You must understand, a portion of that came from our case funds. Song Ji could hardly be unaware of Jiang Tian's thoughts. Yet some matters are beyond his control. Did I not just seize 5 million? Jiang Tian suddenly remarked. Song Li looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment. Unfazed, Jiang Tian continued, you should apply to the higher-ups, stating that our operational funds are critically insufficient and that the welfare of the officers is inadequate. This is detrimental to our efforts in eradicating drug traffickers. Moreover, the hardships faced by narcotics officers embolden these criminals to brazenly offer bribes. Why not request that those funds be allocated to our narcotics unit to improve our welfare? Indeed, Jiang Tian intended to utilize that sum, albeit not for personal expenses. At its core, he simply could not bear to witness the plight of narcotics officers. It is not that their treatment is poor. Rather, it is essential to possess the necessary living conditions to combat the immensely wealthy and ruthless drug lords. Jiang Tian firmly believed that the rewards should be commensurate with the sacrifices made. Retaining 5 million for operational funds would prove far more beneficial than surrendering it. That may be quite challenging, Song Li pondered, recalling their recent contributions, though he felt the chances were slim. Draft the application, and I shall endorse it. Just then, the office door swung open, and Gao Xiaolong entered, his face brimming with exhilaration. Especially upon seeing Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong's face was alight with a profound sense of satisfaction. Heaven knows the turmoil he felt upon discovering that drug traffickers were armed at Yunde University and had nearly assassinated the university's president. When he learned that the president had personally come to express gratitude with a ceremonial banner, Gao Xiaolong's elation was almost beyond words. For it was Jiang Tian who orchestrated all of this. Gao Xiaolong had thoroughly investigated the matters concerning Yunde and understood the perilous situation involved. Most crucially, they had apprehended a high-profile drug lord. He rushed over, and although the president had already departed, Gao Xiaolong felt no disappointment. As he approached the office door, he heard Jiang Tian's voice. At this moment, merely 2,000 years had just passed. At least for Jiang Tian, who was well-versed in the ways of the modern era, the police station felt dilapidated and replete with a primordial atmosphere. The office door was nothing more than an iron barrier, lacking any soundproofing or modern amenities. Gao Xiaolong listened intently to Jiang Tian's words. This proposal is excellent. Only by enhancing the welfare of our officers can we ensure their unwavering commitment to the front line, free from concerns. After entering, Gao Xiaolong spoke directly. Following him was Jiang Peng, who seemed like a mere shadow, devoid of any presence. However, it should be noted that in recent days, Jiang Peng had shone brightly within the political landscape of Yanhai. Everyone was aware of his lineage, and Gao Xiaolong, as a prominent figure, held Jiang Tian in high regard. As fate would have it, Jiang Tian's recent triumph had not only spared Jiang Peng from suspension, but had also dramatically altered his destiny. He was not only retained in his position, but had also garnered the implicit trust of the leadership in Yanhai. Particularly, Jiang Peng was aware that prior to this, Secretary Zhou had sought him out for a conversation, subtly praising how Jiang Tian had been nurtured and hinted at the future necessity of reporting work to him. This was unprecedented. It signified that Zhou had begun to view him as one of his own. All of this was due to the assistance of his son, Jiang Tian. Jiang Peng had never imagined that the benefactor who would elevate him would be his own son. He had provided no resources to his child. Yet now he was reaping the rewards of his son's efforts, filling him with bittersweet joy and secret delight. After Gao Xiaolong concluded his remarks, he approached Jiang Tian and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Jiang, no one believed in you, and I was among those who had the least faith in you at the outset. Yet you have proven us all wrong." A hush fell over the office at this proclamation. What did this mean? It represented Gao Xiaolong's full endorsement. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, Gao Xiaolong continued. "Whether through luck or skill, your achievements stand undeniable. You have repeatedly salvaged immense losses for the nation and its people, and your contributions are invaluable." Jiang Tian felt a jolt of affirmation. This acknowledgement was the highest praise he could receive. Jiang Tian clenched his fists, for his destiny had been irrevocably altered, as had that of his father. The man who, in a previous life, sacrificed himself to save him, ultimately dragging Jiang and his entire family into the depths of despair, had now granted him unequivocal recognition. Furthermore, I have the authority to decide. If you possess the capability, retain whatever you seize for the narcotics team. Do not submit it, for this is my promise to you. Ideally, such matters should be resolved by the state, yet our current resources are woefully limited. Gao Xiaolong sighed as he spoke these words. To be frank, the conditions within the police force are rudimentary, and the welfare of the narcotics officers is alarmingly inadequate. These are pressing issues he cannot be oblivious to. Yet, knowing the problems does not equate to their resolution. The upper echelons are also deprived of funds, and the entire nation is tightening its belt to make ends meet. This situation compels each officer to confront ruthless drug traffickers day and night, while also facing the terror of bribes amounting to hundreds of thousands. A moment of weakness could plunge them into the abyss. Thank you, Chief Gao and Officer Song. I hope this sum can provide some assistance to the families of those who sacrificed their lives yesterday. Without their pillars of support, they find it nearly impossible to survive. A mere 180,000 is but a drop in the ocean, Jiang Tian remarked. Gao Xiaolong regarded Jiang Tian with a gaze filled with appreciation. He felt a sense of camaraderie with such a capable ally. How many such talents could there be in the world? This was indeed a remarkable individual, a prodigy, and Gao Xiaolong resolved to nurture him earnestly in the future. Undeniably, Jiang Tian had unwittingly amassed formidable political resources. With Gao Xiaolong's support and Yinda's backing, it seemed that, barring any unfortunate events, Jiang Tian was destined to ascend effortlessly. Chief, I shall take my leave now. I still need to complete a psychological evaluation. After addressing these matters, Jiang Tian submitted his report. It was a stringent protocol to conduct an evaluation post-incident, and he could not evade it. Stay here for a while. The case is somewhat intricate. I have not gathered much information on the way here, and since you were the one who apprehended the suspect and discovered the case. There's no rush for the evaluation report. You should listen in, Gao Xiaolong asserted decisively. The case, while not overly complex, also presented significant challenges. Wei Yudao had risen to prominence 2 decades ago, establishing a leading enterprise in Yinhai that impacted various aspects of public life. Given the magnitude of his business, he should not be entangled in these affairs. Recently, during narcotics operations, we discovered that many young individuals, despite having decent familial backgrounds, still gravitate towards drug use and trafficking, lamented Song Ligua. He was at a loss for words to describe this prevailing trend. It is a matter of educational reform that necessitates urgent attention. This urgency is precisely why drug enforcement must be prioritized to eradicate such detrimental influences. Gao Xiaolong furrowed his brow in concern. The ramifications of this case were substantial, and he was acutely aware that it had attracted the attention of higher authorities. How is Wei Rong's interrogation proceeding? Jiang Peng inquired hastily. Song Ligua cast an awkward glance at Jiang Tian. Goodness. Song Ligua observed the individual before him, nearly failing to recognize that this was indeed a human face. Currently in a state of unconsciousness, medical personnel are administering basic treatment, explained Song Ligua. How can someone fall into a coma from a gunshot wound to the arm? This is absurd. This case is of utmost severity, and the higher-ups are monitoring it closely. We must set a deadline to resolve it swiftly. How can we interrogate him in this condition? Who is his superior? How is he involved in drug trafficking? We must extract this information promptly. Jiang Peng sensed something amiss. Such an injury could be managed simply. Removing the bullet and applying a basic bandage would allow for immediate questioning. Song Ligua hesitated, unable to disclose that Jiang Tian had delivered the kick. Such actions could occur, but must not be publicly acknowledged. At the police station entrance, this drug dealer was exceedingly arrogant, threatening to annihilate my entire family after I kicked him, Jiang Tian explained, stroking his chin. However, he understood the force behind that kick was controlled. Wei Rong could not possibly be unconscious. These damn drug traffickers. I must assess the situation, Gao Xiaolong murmured, recalling Jiang Tian's actions which evoked some painful memories. Not his own, but those of the predecessors in the anti-drug unit. The heinous nature of these criminals was no mere rhetoric. There were numerous precedents. Each occurrence was a profoundly disturbing case that could not be publicized, as it would incite widespread panic. At the end of the day, anti-drug officers are human, fearless in adversity, possessing unwavering character, unafraid of threats. What a commendable individual. How could anyone label him a rogue? Gao Xiaolong found himself silently praising Jiang Tian. What a remarkable young man. His willingness to confront drug dealers head-on was truly admirable. Soon, Jiang Tian arrived at the treatment room, where a simple bed was set up. Wei Rong lay bound, with 2 doctors calling out to him, yet he appeared lifeless, devoid of any response. Sir, we administered some anesthetic while treating his wounds, but he should regain consciousness shortly, one doctor explained. Gao Xiaolong furrowed his brow deeply. Make it quick. However, as Gao Xiaolong spoke, Jiang Tian's gaze remained fixed on Wei Rong, noticing a slight movement of his brow. Damn it, he's faking it. It was no wonder Gao Xiaolong had not detected this. After all, Wei Rong's visage had been thoroughly altered by Jiang Tian's kick, making his unconsciousness quite believable. Chief Gao, there's no need for concern. I have a method to awaken him immediately, Jiang Tian asserted, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Unconscious, and you think you have a solution? Do not cause trouble, Song Ligua quickly interjected. The doctors recommend waiting for him to awaken. Do not act recklessly. Jiang Peng also frowned slightly, primarily wishing to caution Jiang Tian against becoming overconfident after a single achievement. Regardless of his accomplishments, in their eyes, yesterday proved Jiang Tian's capability, while today merely indicated a stroke of luck, an unfortunate coincidence involving drug dealer bribery. After all, Jiang Tian had only been with the anti-drug unit for a month. He could not afford to become arrogant without substantial evidence of merit. Xiao Jiang, Wei Rong's identity is unusual, Gao Xiaolong added. I will take an oath to resolve this matter, Jiang Tian insisted. To be honest, he too wished to solve this case swiftly, pondering whether Wei Rong had any accomplices. If he did, those individuals must be apprehended. And then there was Wei Yudao. He had captured his son. Jiang Tian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. For him, in this lifetime, he dared not gamble. Thus, he could not afford to wait. He decided to give a try. Just as Song Ji was about to say something further, Gao Xiaolong made a decisive statement. All right. Jiang Tian retrieved a black stick the size of a flashlight from his waist. Upon seeing the object in Jiang Tian's hand, the three of them were momentarily stunned. What the hell? Jiang Tian, what are you doing? Song Ji's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. There was no other reason. Wei Rong was truly terrifying at that moment. His face grotesquely disfigured, and his arm shot. Song Ji genuinely feared he might be interrogated to death. Calm down, young man. Gao Xiaolong took a sharp breath. Others might be oblivious, but they were well aware. Crackle. Indeed, the next moment, an electric arc crackled from the stun baton in Jiang Tian's hand. Gao Xiaolong felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. This young man was too ruthless. After all, he was still a rookie in the police force. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong had intended to give Jiang Tian some lessons. However, in the next moment, Jiang Tian pressed the stun baton directly against Wei Rong's groin. Just before he pressed down, Gao Xiaolong caught sight of Wei Rong's face, drenched in cold sweat. It was evident. This fellow was merely putting on an act. He had been schooled by this young man. What the hell? Gao Xiaolong was left utterly astounded. Then, in the blink of an eye, he watched as Jiang Tian, having clearly seen the other party's eyes wide open, still pressed down with the stun baton. A hoarse, agonizing scream reverberated for dozens of meters around, until Wei Yudao, who had just received a notification and was entering the police station, faintly heard that wretched cry. Why did that scream sound eerily similar to my son's voice? Chapter 29. Revenge from a notorious drug lord. At this very moment, Jiang Tian was engaged in an intense interrogation. In his previous life, he had no opportunity, but in this life with a platform at his disposal, Jiang Tian was determined not to squander any chance. The plummet into despair over the past decade had exposed him to the myriad facets of human emotions. As Jiang Tian diligently conducted the interrogation, Wei Yudao stood at the entrance, engrossed in a phone call. How could such a grave oversight occur? Wei Yudao furrowed his brow. This fiasco arose solely because they targeted a drug enforcement officer named Jiang Tian, attempting to bribe him, only to have that very officer eliminate several of their men. Wei Rong even suffered a gunshot wound at school and has been apprehended. A voice emanated from the phone, causing Wei Yudao's expression to shift dramatically. Have they lost their minds? No. It appears that Wei Rong has taken an interest in Jiang Tian's sister, instructing his subordinate Gao Fei to make contact, hoping to ensnare them through Jiang Tian. According to their investigation, Jiang Tian is rather unremarkable. Who would have guessed he would dare to respond so decisively? This must have been orchestrated by you. Wei Yudao seethed, suppressing his fury. Do not be upset. Do you not have connections? You can leverage them. Moreover, with your position, safeguarding your son should be a mere formality. The voice on the phone replied casually. Fuming, Wei Yudao abruptly ended the call. As he turned to enter the police station, he muttered Jiang Tian's name with a scowl. Here comes Wei Yudao. Is there a possibility he was involved? Gao Xiaolong speculated. Just moments ago, Jiang Tian had struck Wei Rong with an electric baton, causing him to scream in shock. The specifics of the interrogation would be handled by professional experts. Jiang Tian stood behind Gao Xiaolong and the others, facing a one-way mirror that offered a clear view of the interrogation room. Since Wei Rong's capture, although a trial had yet to occur, Jiang Tian had already accrued 2,000 points of malevolence. This meant his total had now reached 4,000 points. With no arbitrary allocations made, primarily due to the absence of suitable attributes, his mastery of martial arts was already sufficient, and his physical capabilities were adequate for the time being, so he refrained from further enhancements. Wei Rong alone had contributed 2,000 points to this total. Now, the crimson appearing on Jiang Tian's scanning radar was even more vibrant than Wei Rong's, twice as intense. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, Li Zijin opened the door and announced, Leader, Wei Yudao has arrived. Wei Yudao? Jiang Tian's gaze turned grave at that instant. He realized why this case had not resulted in subsequent oversights in his previous life. As far as Jiang Tian knew, Only a handful of individuals, including Gao Fei, were involved, and even Wei Rong was oblivious to the larger picture. Was it genuine ignorance, or had Xiao Bo refrained from pursuing the investigation further, fearing the ramifications? Regardless of the reason, Jiang Tian fixed his eyes on the terrifying crimson light on the radar, fully aware that Wei Yudao harbored significant issues. "I will have a word with him," Song Ji declared, rising from his seat. After Song Ligua departed, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Jiang Peng tentatively analyzed the situation. Given Wei Yudao's notable reputation in Yanhai, it seemed improbable. Indeed, devoid of any motivation. He possessed not only fame but also wealth and power, making it unlikely that he would venture down such a perilous path. Gao Xiaolong concurred. Certainly, if it weren't for Jiang Tian's scanning radar, he would remain oblivious to the terrifying issues surrounding Wei Yudao. In comparison, based solely on the radar's findings, Wei Rong appeared almost insignificant next to Wei Yudao. Perhaps he was a major drug lord. Jiang Tian licked his lips, overwhelmed by the implications. In his previous life, even decades later, the drug trafficking issue remained unresolved, largely due to the complex geographical and cultural environment. The terrain, filled with mountains and interconnected routes, was practically a paradise for drug traffickers. Eradicating it would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. Jiang Tian pondered slowly. In his past life, Wei Yudao had not faced any consequences, remaining active until 5 years later when the case finally emerged. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Song Ji entered, stating, "I just spoke with Wei Yudao. Judging by his expression, he appears completely unaware, not at all acting." Indeed, Jiang Tian exhaled. All along, Wei Yudao had eluded detection. Excitement surged within Jiang Tian, for this Wei Yudao was undoubtedly a significant drug lord. Capturing him would constitute a monumental achievement. If memory serves, 5 years hence, this accomplishment would further elevate Xiao Bo's position at a critical juncture. Jiang Tian reflected inwardly, suddenly realizing why Xiao Bo had taken such pleasure in undermining him in his previous life. The sense of retribution was undeniably gratifying. Most importantly, it was a matter of reciprocity. Xiao Bo owed him from their past, and in this life he intended to ensure that Xiao Bo repaid him tenfold. "Chief, the interrogation has concluded, and the results align closely with Gao Fei's directives," an interrogation specialist announced as he entered. "All right, I understand. Take him for treatment." Gao Xiaolong nodded. "Xiao Tian, the police station has scheduled a psychological evaluation at Yanhai First Hospital for you. Please attend for a psychological report." Jiang Peng instructed Jiang Tian as he departed the police station. Having changed out of his police uniform into civilian attire, Jiang Tian still carried his handgun, as frontline officers like him were granted special permits. After all, narcotics officers frequently faced unpredictable dangers or retaliation from drug dealers. He donned his leather jacket, which he hadn't worn in over a decade. Since his return, Jiang Tian had been in uniform, and slipping back into this era's distinctive garb felt somewhat disconcerting. Overall, it struck him as peculiar, yet he dismissed such thoughts. "Young man, may we have a word?" At that moment, a vehicle emblazoned with a blood-red insignia came to a halt beside Jiang Tian, prompting him to pause. He watched as the rear window rolled down, revealing a warm, middle-aged visage. Jiang Tian recognized this as Wei Yudao. To speak candidly, if it were not for the terrifying crimson mark seared into his mind, even he would not have realized that this genial-looking man, possessing a seemingly honest demeanor, was, in fact, a notorious criminal, possibly even a major drug lord. "I am Wei Yudao. My son has caused you trouble," he began to explain. "Ah, so you're the father of that drug trafficker. I must say, it is perplexing how such a seemingly straightforward individual could raise such a deranged creature. Mr. Wei, it seems your methods of education are questionable. Are you here to seek vengeance against me?" Jiang Tian appeared genuinely astonished. A fleeting glint of ferocity crossed Wei Yudao's face, yet he masked it well, maintaining a smile as he replied, "My apologies. I have heard that you apprehended him. I wish to thank you for bringing him to justice. That scoundrel was executed on the spot. You need not thank me." Jiang Tian casually waved his hand. Wei Yudao felt a pang of pain in his jaw. Despite his immense self-control, an overwhelming urge to eliminate Jiang Tian surged within him. Poisonous. Wei Yudao perceived that this rogue was truly toxic, always touching upon sensitive topics. No, Officer Jiang, your actions in ridding the nation and its people of such a menace deserve my utmost gratitude. Wei Yudao nearly ground his teeth. Yet his face remained a mask of forced civility. You are a peculiar one. I am on the verge of executing your son, and yet you still wish to thank me, Jiang Tian said, an odd smile creeping onto his face as he observed the radar, which was glowing ominously. At this point, Jiang Tian had gathered sufficient understanding. The deeper the red, the greater the sin, and the brighter the light, the more intense the hatred directed at him. Thus, it was evident that Wei Yudao harbored a desire to end his life, especially if he were to comprehend the full circumstances. But equally, Jiang Tian had set his sights on him. Jiang Tian, you scoundrel, why did you not answer my call? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Jiang Tian turned to see a woman of decent appearance, yet with a fierce expression, striding toward him. In a daze, memories flooded back. A familiar face, too familiar indeed. Wang Yifei. Indeed, Wang Yifei had arrived. Jiang Tian remained unaware that, while he was engrossed in his investigation, Xiao Bo had endured unimaginable torment. Losing Mu Ye was akin to losing his very existence, and all of it stemmed from Jiang Tian's actions. Xiao Bo yearned to see Jiang Tian stripped of everything. Yet he was equally terrified at the prospect of being dismissed from his position. For him, that would be akin to the sky collapsing. Upon returning home, Xiao Bo unleashed his fury upon Wang Yifei, displaying little regard for the child she bore. He madly vented all his resentment towards Jiang Tian onto her. And so, Wang Yifei, trembling with weakness and still bearing the remnants of her flushed cheeks, sought out Jiang Tian. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Jiang Tian squinted, observing Wang Yifei, who appeared as if she had just completed an arduous workout, causing his fists to clench with a crackling sound. This was not due to lingering feelings for Wang Yifei. It was solely because this wretched woman was exceedingly infuriating. Yet, as he contemplated further, Jiang Tian's thoughts shifted. Xiao Bo, that wretched creature, is so infatuated with that woman. I wish them well together. But as for Mu Ye, I shall show her no respect. This contemptible woman has caused him so much harm. Jiang Tian knows full well that she is devoid of humanity. In his previous life, when Xiao Bo attained power and influence, she may have been wholly devoted to him. However, now that Xiao Bo faces hardship, Jiang Tian is intrigued to see if he will follow the same path as before. With this thought in mind, a profound curiosity stirred within Jiang Tian. In this life, their positions have reversed, and a smirk graced Jiang Tian's lips. Those two wretches, even if I were to rid the world of them, it would still be too lenient. Ah, I have just blacklisted you. You shall certainly not receive my calls. After being harassed twice, Jiang Tian decided to blacklist Wang Yifei. You worthless creature dare to blacklist me? Wang Yifei exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief and shock, seemingly unable to fathom that the once devoted admirer would dare to cut her off. Wang Yifei and Jiang Tian were former university classmates. At that time, Jiang Tian, in a moment of folly, had become Wang Yifei's devoted admirer. Wang Yifei had kept him as her backup for 4 long years, and only after graduation. When Jiang Tian's background was revealed, did she finally begin to relent. A month ago, Jiang Tian felt an instant connection with Xiao Bo and introduced him to Wang Yifei. Jiang Tian suspected that the two had secretly become involved, perhaps even to the point of pregnancy. It can only be said that like attracts like, this woman's virtue exists solely in his presence. Before others, she is but a harlot. Who gave you the audacity, you vile creature, to put on an act before me? Jiang Tian turned to leave. In truth, he had planned to take action today and investigate Wei Yudao, a dog that does not bark and still bite. And Wei Yudao instilled in Jiang Tian a profound sense of crisis. Prior to this, he had no desire to indulge this contemptible woman. Officer Jiang, I wondered why you had no time for me. It turns out you were quarreling with your girlfriend. Wei Yudao jested from the car, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Tian cast a glance at him, disregarding him completely as he departed. He could not afford to alert the snake, but he resolved that tonight he would confront this man, come what may. With a heart steeled for action, thoughts of vengeance began to arise. Ah, so you fear my retribution. Hence your feigned quarrel with your girlfriend. Yet, little do you know that I see through your facade. Ha ha, the agony of losing loved ones must be unbearable, and you, before me, still have a long way to go. Watching Jiang Tian leave, Wei Yudeo's gaze instantly turned icy. He had interpreted everything that had just occurred as Jiang Tian's performance, an attempt to safeguard the woman. Chapter 30. The Frantic Assault. The disappearance of Jiang. What should Xiaobo do now? Today, he witnessed us entering the hotel, and it seems he is quite disappointed in me, ignoring me completely. As she watched Jiang Tian ride away on his bicycle, Wang Yifei, without hesitation, dialed Xiaobo's number. Meanwhile, Xiaobo was racking his brain, contemplating how to explain things to Muya, even considering advancing their relationship further. Why don't you give him a little sweetness? You can't just ignore him, Xiaobo exclaimed in frustration. But you said I shouldn't let him touch me, Wang Yifei replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Indeed, their acquaintance stemmed from an incident when Wang Yifei visited the police station to see Jiang Tian, during which Jiang Tian was ardently pursuing her. At that time, Wang Yifei had also begun to relent, and their relationship was developing when Xiaobo happened to catch sight of them. Upon seeing Wang Yifei, Xiaobo's mind turned devious. He instantly perceived that she was not to be trifled with. Ultimately, with just a few manipulative tactics, Wang Yifei became infatuated with him, to the extent that she was virtually inseparable from him. In a moment of impulse, Xiaobo conceived the idea of having Jiang Tian raise a child, leading to the two conspirators' clandestine arrangement. Thus, they had never taken any safety precautions, and fortune favored Wang Yifei, as she soon found herself pregnant. Xiaobo insisted that Wang Yifei maintain her relationship with Jiang Tian while ensuring he never laid a hand on her. Wang Yifei complied with his demands without question. Although Jiang Tian was a fool with little wit, Xiaobo believed that one must not leave him entirely without any incentive. Dangling a little sweetness would at least keep him interested. But he refuses to see me, Wang Yifei lamented. All right, return for now, and we will devise a plan. This afternoon, you should visit Jiang Tian's home and speak with his family. His mother is just as simple-minded as he is and can easily be deceived, Xiaobo advised. To this day, Xiaobo remained unconvinced of any change in Jiang Tian, believing him to be the same fool he had always perceived, a mere lucky fool who had stolen his glory. Fine, I will go over, Wang Yifei replied, ending the call. As she gazed at Jiang Tian's retreating figure, she bit her lip, her fox-like eyes revealing a hint of disdain. P.S. Getting off easy. It seems a small sacrifice is in order. Perhaps I shall share a bed with this fool tonight. Surely he will be grateful, and I can gradually manipulate him. The thought of such a fool touching me is truly revolting. Wang Yifei mused that Jiang Tian's disappointment stemmed from his unfulfilled desires, and with a little sweetness, this devoted fool might even turn back. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian leisurely rode his bicycle. Today was a day of administrative leave, a paid holiday. Yet he had no intention of resting. He was determined to thoroughly investigate Wei Yudao. If he uncovered something, that would suffice. If not, such scum should not be allowed to linger. Jiang Tian furrowed his brows, his gaze subtly shifting toward a distant intersection where an old Santana waited at a traffic light. Under normal circumstances, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Jiang Tian felt no particular unease. However, had it not been for the glaring warning flashing in his mind, he might not have realized that his life was in jeopardy. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. It is often said that while one can evade an overt attack, a concealed threat is far more insidious. He was grateful that during his confrontation with drug traffickers, he had managed to level up, which had granted him the ability to deploy a scanning radar. Otherwise, facing such ruthless, organized, and premeditated criminal syndicates would have been exceedingly difficult. At that moment, every hair on Jiang Tian's body stood on end. Though he appeared to be distractedly surveying his surroundings, his eyes were fixated on the Santana across the intersection. The next instant, the traffic light turned green, and the Santana erupted with a thunderous roar. Jiang Tian prepared to evade, but then, in a blink, he realized the vehicle was not aimed at him. Not me? He thought, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the malice was unmistakable, and the radar's warning was no illusion. Moments later, the car surged forward, hurtling towards a person standing behind Jiang Tian. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Tian caught a glimpse of the assailant's face, a man in his 40s, his visage betraying a hint of inebriation. Jiang Tian had heard of such acts of unexpected murder, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed in the air. The distance was considerable, perhaps 400 to 500 meters, and the vehicle continued its reckless trajectory, crashing into a telephone pole after colliding with the unfortunate victim. Without any sign of halting, the car swiftly reversed, evidently intent on fleeing the scene. No, if it were not for the radar in my mind, this would merely be a hit and run. Moreover, with the radar, it becomes clear that this was not a simple case of drunk driving, but a calculated act. Jiang Tian sprinted after the vehicle, but it sped away like a maniac, showing no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, atop a rooftop 2 intersections away, Wei Yudao, who had already departed, observed the scene through binoculars, a sardonic smile etched across his face. He reveled in the spectacle, his expression one of satisfaction. Let us see how you cope with the anguish of losing a loved one. Some matters are beyond the grasp of a mere narcotics officer like you. You lack the qualifications to act so brazenly in my presence, he scoffed. After a moment, he instructed his secretary, arrange for Lao Lu to cross the border tonight and take refuge in a neighboring country. Understood, boss, replied the secretary. Wei Yudao nodded, his gaze drifting back to the distance, where the man behind the wheel, Lao Lu, was situated. Just then, a flicker of surprise crossed Wei Yudao's face, followed by a smirk. Is this kid out of his mind? Or perhaps he has gone mad from losing his beloved. Brandishing a flimsy pistol with an effective range of 50 meters while firing at a moving vehicle 300 meters away. A pause ensued as the smile on his face broadened. Why did he not focus his attention on Jiang Tian, despite the obvious opportunity? Was it out of fear of repercussions? No, it was merely that a simple act of killing Jiang Tian would not suffice to assuage his wrath. His expression grew increasingly frosty. After decades of navigating this tumultuous world, he understood that benevolence was never an option. He aimed to plunge Jiang Tian into despair. The notion that having a police officer for a father could elevate him amid such chaos was naive. He intended to inform the unsuspecting young man that today served merely as a lesson, to offer a sum of money and see if he accepted, while devising a plan to rescue Aron, hoping he would not prove ungrateful. However, in the next moment, a gunshot rang out, which Wei Yudao dismissed, believing that even a sharpshooter could not possibly hit the mark. Boss, the car is stalled, exclaimed his secretary, panic evident in her voice. Does Lao Lu wish to continue playing? Wei Yudao mused, feeling the need to discipline Lao Lu for his arrogance. Boss, look quickly. Lao Lu has been dragged out of the car. It appears he has been shot. The secretary continued. What did you say? Wei Yudao's eyes widened with alarm. Lao Lu had been with him from the beginning, not merely a formidable bodyguard, but also a brother who had shared the struggles of his rise. Most critically, Lao Lu was privy to many of his illicit dealings. Quick, we must check on him. He cannot be allowed to survive. Wei Yudao's calm demeanor shattered. His scalp tingled with dread. Madness. How could they have hit the target? No, he could not allow Lao Lu to live. A chill coursed through him. If Lao Lu spoke out, there would be no escape for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, who was dragging the driver, observed with astonishment, noting the high level of criminality, which at the very least rivaled that of Wei Rong. But there was no time for deeper contemplation. He sought to check on the injured. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Child, my child. Jiang Tian turned, stunned to find Wang Yifei lying in a pool of blood, clutching her abdomen. So Jiang Yu was lost before even being born? His face contorted in disbelief. In his past life, he had met his end at the hands of this ungrateful wretch. No, he should be called a bastard. To think he had met his demise under such unforeseen circumstances? The butterfly effect? Jiang Tian's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the driver, convinced that this was a premeditated act. What, then, was the perpetrator's objective? As thoughts raced through his mind, he sensed that he was on the verge of achieving something monumental. Regardless of who lurked in the shadows, this time, he would uncover the truth. Chapter 31. Do not let him drift away. What? He has accomplished something again? Who sent you here? Jiang Tian, dragging the man who was driving, keenly sensed something amiss. The atmosphere fell off. Although Jiang Tian had not been a narcotics officer for long, his experience in this unit had frequently exposed him to drug dealers and addicts. Initially, he thought the man before him appeared to be intoxicated, but it was evident he was under the influence of drugs. Just moments ago, Jiang Tian had fired a shot that did not take him down. It merely grazed the side of his skull. This speaks volumes about Jiang Tian's exceptional marksmanship. Striking the side of the head caused the man to momentarily lose consciousness. With prompt medical attention, his life would not be in jeopardy. However, this outcome hinged on someone possessing Jiang Tian's remarkable shooting prowess. I. The reckless driver shook his head, appearing dazed and bloodied. Crack. Yet, Jiang Tian said nothing. He retrieved handcuffs from behind and swiftly secured them around the man's arm. Having completed this task, he finally turned his attention. At that moment, Wang Yifei was clutching her abdomen, blood streaming down her legs. Jiang Tian was taken aback by this scene. In an unforeseen twist of fate, the child that would have brought about his demise had been lost. How unpredictable life can be. Jiang Tian had been lost in thought about the future of that wayward child, who had inherited the traits of the despicable Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei. He had no doubt that the child would become a menace, especially since in his previous life it had been responsible for his death. Jiang Tian had been contemplating the right moment for retribution, yet unexpectedly, before he could act, the wretched offspring had vanished. I'll call an ambulance. Jiang Tian dialed the emergency services on his phone. However, based on his experience, he anticipated significant complications. Wang Yifei remained seated on the ground, her legs unmoving. It was possible she could suffer paralysis from the waist down. Thank you for saving me, Wang Yifei said, clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. Yet she expressed her gratitude towards Jiang Tian. One must acknowledge that the reckless driver, upon realizing he had not directly killed her, had still attempted to run Wang Yifei over. Ultimately, Jiang Tian's timely intervention had afforded her a chance at survival. Particularly, Jiang Tian's decisive action had a profound impact on Wang Yifei. She was a woman who admired strength, and her admiration had reached a fervent level. In that moment, gazing at Jiang Tian's profile, she suddenly contemplated that perhaps reconciling with him and spending a life together was not such a bad idea after all. Initially, it had been a trivial scheme by Xiao Bo that had driven her to fervently pursue him. At its core, she recognized her own weaknesses. It's the first time I've heard a thank you from you, Jiang Tian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. This statement left Wang Yifei momentarily stunned. Jiang Tian, given my condition, you do not even consider my well-being, instead fixating on such trivial matters. I thought you had grown a little, yet here you are, unchanged. Jiang Tian could hardly contain his laughter. He truly wished to slap that wretched woman, questioning why he should care for her after saving her. As if he owed her something, Jiang Tian examined the wounds of the drug dealer, indifferent to the blood staining his hands. His primary concern was the fear of the dealer dying, which would complicate matters significantly. He did not respond to Wang Yifei's words, lost in contemplation. The notion of Wang Yifei was clearly implausible. In his previous life, she had not encountered an attack, yet in this one, she had, indicating that the issue lay not with her, but with himself. There were only a couple of days of actions that could lead to someone harboring enmity against him. This suggested that Wei Yu Dao had misunderstood something, perhaps seeking revenge or issuing a warning against him. The sinister visage of Wei Yu Dao lingered in Jiang Tian's mind, solidifying his suspicions. However, this very conjecture sent a jolt through him. The audacity of the drug dealer was enough to leave even Jiang Tian breathless. Previously, when he had seen such cases, he felt little, but experiencing it firsthand rendered the reality unmistakable. He could hardly bear to imagine what his feelings would be if it were not Wang Yifei lying there, but rather Jiang Xiaoyu. Wei Yu Dao. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply. The peril faced by narcotics officers extended beyond personal risk. It encompassed the safety of their families as well. Yet, The brazen terror of drug dealers in this era surpassed all conceivable limits. Resolute in his aim, Jiang Tian concluded that it was imperative to act without delay. Wei Yudao must be dealt with by the end of the day. He possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. Thus, Jiang Tian retrieved his phone, preparing to update Song Ligua on the situation. Song Ligua squinted, the office enveloped in a profound silence, yet his spirits remained high. After a reversal of fortunes yesterday, Jiang Tian had achieved remarkable results today, especially in front of Gao Xiaolong. In just 2 days, Song Ligua's perception of Jiang Tian had undergone a complete transformation. How had this young man accomplished such a feat? Song Ligua mused silently over a sip of water. Previously, Jiang Tian had exhibited an overly mediocre performance. It was not that he was inept, but rather he had been like a handsome face with lackluster grades, barely passing through the police academy. Once admitted, it was unclear whether it was due to an inability to learn or other reasons, but he had consistently struggled academically. In fact, in hindsight, Song Ligua had even advised Jiang Peng against allowing Jiang Tian to join the police force, primarily due to the perception of Jiang Tian's past timid demeanor. To put it bluntly, he appeared weak and easily intimidated. This submissive attitude made Song Ligua question his own memories, especially since Jiang Tian was a neighbor he had watched grow up. This young man had undoubtedly concealed his true self. Considering not only last night, but also today's decisive actions in capturing Wei Rong, he was far from the timid figure he once seemed. Captain Guo reported the details of today's operations to Song Ligua, who nodded continuously, knowing that Jiang Tian's internship in the police force was under the guidance of Meng Yang, a subordinate of Captain Guo. To be precise, Captain Guo of the 1st Brigade is indeed the immediate superior of Jiang Tian. You are not mistaken. However, this young man is still in his early years. Once he returns from the first hospital, it would be prudent for you to look after him closely, particularly in terms of his mental fortitude. We must ensure he does not become overly arrogant after achieving success. Youth is often prone to such hubris. Song Ligua savored a sip of tea, a smile gracing his features. Rest assured, I sense that with that extraordinary marksmanship, within 2 years, this lad will become a pillar of our team. Captain Guo rose to his feet, saying, Song, I'll take my leave now to investigate the 2 dealers involved in drug trafficking with Cha and Gao Fei. Just as Song Ligua began to respond, the phone rang. He smiled faintly at Captain Guo, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button. The call was from Jiang Tian. As soon as the connection was made, he exclaimed, What? Really? All right. What did you say? This individual under the influence of drugs deliberately rammed into someone and even attempted a second hit? The victim has been saved? Good, I understand. Comrade Xiao Jiang, splendid work. Truly splendid. Upon concluding the call, excitement coursed through Song Ligua, causing his hands to tremble. It is unimaginable the pressure he has endured. To put it plainly, the arrival of Gao Xiaolong was primarily to oversee their operations. Despite his prolonged presence, Yunhai had not produced any significant cases. Yet, the drug traffickers in Yunhai remained unabated in their ruthless endeavors, and their inability to capture them had pushed Gao Xiaolong to the limits of his patience. In this context, the narcotics team, in their fervor to achieve results, finally uncovered intelligence regarding overseas trafficking. They had hoped for a substantial breakthrough, but were instead met with a colossal challenge. Had it not been for Jiang Tian, they would have faced utter devastation. Less than a day had passed, and this morning another group of drug traffickers was apprehended, still linked to Yun University. While returning from administrative leave, they encountered a drug user engaged in murder. As a seasoned narcotics officer, Song Ligua instinctively sensed the underlying complexities of the situation. This realization fueled his excitement. It is worth noting that prior to this, Gao Xiaolong had berated him on numerous occasions, even suggesting that if they could not perform, more capable individuals should be brought in. Jiang Peng had also faced severe repercussions due to the unsatisfactory drug control efforts reported by Gao Xiaolong. By heavens, Song, is this fellow about to achieve recognition again? Captain Guo was taken aback. What is this? In just a couple of days, he is all fired up, and with a holiday, could he possibly secure another accolade? However, Captain Guo was not preoccupied with anything other than shock and exhilaration. This young man had previously been unable to hold his head high during provincial meetings. enduring scorn from others who pointed fingers, blaming Yunhai for their failures in drug control, claiming that most of the narcotics flowed from their jurisdiction. Countless instances of ridicule echoed in his mind. This young man seems to possess extraordinary luck. The first-class merit from Yin University is still under review. Could he once again be on the brink of recognition? Captain was swallowed hard. Indeed, some individuals effortlessly attain first-class honors, while others seem to acquire them in bulk. Let me take a look. It is quite likely that he has at least a third-class merit. Song Ji picked up his clothing, for after all, this was a matter of saving lives. In just 2 days, he has accumulated 3 commendations. Goodness. Song Ji reflected on his own journey. After so many years of diligent service in the narcotics division, he now finds himself nearly surpassed by Jiang Tian in just a couple of days. Though he may not have exceeded in the total count, the quality of Jiang Tian's achievements has undeniably outshone his own, as he has yet to receive a single first-class honor. Chapter 32. The Tribute of Merit. Blessings from the God of Wealth when Song Ligua and his companions arrived. The sight before them was of Jiang Tian securing a prisoner. Not far away stood a young woman, as the police station was nearest, and thus, when Song Ligua and his group arrived, the ambulance had yet to arrive. What is the condition of the injured? Song Ligua inquired, his expression grave. Driving under the influence of drugs is far more serious than driving under the influence of alcohol. The situation is critical. She is bleeding profusely from her lower body. We will have to wait for the Dr.'s assessment. I did not touch her. Jiang Tian provided a brief explanation. As a righteous narcotics officer, despite his disdain for Wang Yifei, he adhered to a professional demeanor in such situations. During working hours, Jiang Tian remained impartial and did not allow personal biases to cloud his judgment. However, to expect him to provide tender and considerate care, fulfilling the role of a boyfriend, was utterly absurd. Well, that is somewhat reassuring. Let us conduct a thorough interrogation. Song Ligua breathed a sigh of relief, glad that no lives had been lost. Moreover, interrogating a drug user might yield leads that could unravel a larger network. Wait a moment, Jiang. Is this not your girlfriend? At that moment, Captain Gua, who had been following behind, cast a scrutinizing glance, which left him stunned and retreating a step. His pallor suggested a haunting memory had resurfaced. Having been in the police force for so long, particularly in narcotics, Captain Gua had witnessed the retaliatory actions of drug dealers against their families, with precedents firmly established. Upon hearing Captain Gua's comment, Song Ligua turned his head. It was undeniable that a regret lingered from the past. He had once had a wonderful daughter, who was a classmate of Jiang Tian's, and they had grown up together. Song Ligua had once hoped for a romantic bond to blossom between them. Although Jiang Tian had been rather ordinary back then, at least he was honest, which gave Song Ligua some comfort. Unfortunately, it seemed Jiang Tian had never harbored feelings for his daughter, and Song Ligua had not pressed the matter, allowing it to fade away. Eventually, his daughter went abroad for her studies. No, she is not. Don't say such things. Jiang Tian quickly shook his head. Damn it, reflecting on this. He wished he could slap himself for being so foolish as to associate with such a despicable woman, particularly one who flaunted her connection to the police force. Have you broken up? Song Ligua inquired, slightly taken aback. Jiang Tian nodded resolutely. We broke up long ago. Song Ligua patted Jiang Tian's shoulder. Your sister Qiu will be back the day after tomorrow. Let us gather together. It has been a while since you last saw each other. Sister Qiu is coming? Jiang Tian's expression brightened with surprise. It was worth noting that in a previous life, Song Qiu had faced a tragic fate. During that time, she was abroad, and Song Ligua had already been suspended from duty. Jiang Tian had heard during a drinking session with Song Ligua that a drug-fueled man had attempted to assault her, ultimately leading to his death by gunfire. However, in that previous life, there was no invitation from Song Ligua. Jiang Tian had still been pining after Wang Yifei, and thus, Song Ligua likely wished to avoid any adverse consequences from their meeting. I understand, Jiang Tian nodded. As they conversed, the ambulance arrived, whisking Wang Yifei away, while Jiang Tian did not even cast a glance at her. That wretched individual, Jiang Tian had just rescued her, acting upon the moral imperative of his role as a police officer. Subsequently, Jiang Tian re-entered the police force for the 3rd time, providing a fundamental report on his mission. A shot had pierced the side of suspect head from 200 or 300 meters away, yet the intoxicated driver had not been killed. Such marksmanship sent shockwaves through the police department. Goodness, it was astonishing, an unparalleled sharpshooter. Zhao Wei stared in disbelief at his brother Jiang. I reckon applying for a third-class merit should pose no issue this time, remarked Song Ligua to Jiang Tian. Third-class merit? Jiang Tian mused briefly, feeling somewhat dismissive of the accolade. Is that all? Song Ligua, noticing Jiang Tian's disdainful expression, instantly darkened, exclaiming, "Get lost. Hurry to the hospital for a psychological assessment. Consider it a paid 2-day leave. Is that sufficient?" "That will suffice," Jiang Tian replied, swaying slightly as he leisurely exited the precinct. Gradually, the smile on his face faded. Before him, a shimmering light curtain appeared, visible only to him. Detected that the host has received multiple commendations. The stamp collection achievement task has been activated. 1. Please collect 3 first-class merits to receive the reward, the Wealth God title, which, when equipped, generates a certain amount of wealth every minute. 2. Please collect 1 each of first, second, and third-class merits to receive the reward, the Body Mastery title, which, when equipped, grants the host the most perfect physique and coordination in the world. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The situation at Yun University indicated that merely solving cases was insufficient. Having saved Principal Yining, he would likely receive a first-class merit as an exception. This meant he was just 1 first-class merit short of 2. If he were to eliminate Wei Yudao, that accomplishment would surely merit at least a first-class recognition. The prospect of a second title was equally enticing. Although his physique had improved somewhat, it was still only marginally muscular and lacked the desired harmony. From Jiang Tian's perspective as a martial arts master, many parts of his body were incapable of exerting full power or executing corresponding movements. Muscle development and physique could only be achieved through consistent training over time. With this title, the prospect of attaining the most flawless form was undeniably alluring. The Wealth God title was equally captivating. While Jiang's father owned a public bus, Jiang Tian could not utilize it for personal purposes, and the police department's vehicles were off-limits as well. He still commuted on a small bicycle. Having 50,000 yuan to purchase a car was simply inadequate. With the Wealth God, Jiang Tian would no longer fear financial constraints. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian felt invigorated, pedaling his bicycle directly towards the city center. While at the police department, Jiang Tian had already researched information on Wei Yudao. Moreover, a faint impression from his past life lingered in Jiang Tian's mind. 5 years later, Wei Yudao would be exposed due to a factory in the outskirts that emitted a pungent metallic chemical odor daily. Following a report, an investigation revealed it was a drug manufacturing facility, and the owner was none other than Wei Yudao. Once one enters the underworld, it is as deep as the sea. Despite Wei Yudao's frenzied desire for redemption, the truth remains that darkness is darkness. Once entangled in this world, escape is an impossibility. However, after the investigation unfolded, Wei Yudao managed to flee, culminating in the issuance of a Class A wanted notice. Yet, even until Jiang Tian's rebirth, Wei Yudao had not been apprehended. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian felt a surge of confidence that resolving this case would undoubtedly secure him significant merit. Reborn, he envisioned 3 accolades of first-class merit in his grasp. His heart raced at the thought as memories of his past life flooded back. At that moment, he was at his lowest ebb, with his parents under investigation and himself suspended at home. Relatives who had once sought his favor scattered in an instant, fearful of any association with his family. However, the fate of this life had been irrevocably altered. As evening fell and the stars twinkled brilliantly, Jiang Tian arrived at the outskirts of Yanhai. The region was enveloped by mountains on 3 sides, with various tunnels leading to distant locales and even abroad. The expansive forested terrain provided fertile ground for nefarious activities. Jiang Tian scoured the area throughout the afternoon, and finally, just before dusk, he discovered a concealed factory. The metallic scent, pungent and overwhelming, assaulted his senses. Although he had only joined the anti-drug unit for a little over a month, he had studied narcotics during his academic years. This was the process of producing methamphetamine, which, After exposure to high temperatures, emitted a strong metallic odor, distinctly acrid. Surveying the surroundings, Jiang Tian noted that the drug manufacturing facility was situated on the outskirts of Yanhai, in a secluded location, with a small village a few miles away providing the only access route. Ostensibly, it appeared to be an ordinary steel mill. Had it not been for the dense red dots on his scanning radar, he might have overlooked it entirely. Its concealment was so effective that it was no wonder the drug factory had remained undiscovered for years. With keen eyes, Jiang Tian observed without haste. His assessment indicated that two individuals were stationed as lookouts on the perimeter, yet he found himself effortlessly able to infiltrate. Peering through the gaps in the windows of the factory, he discerned at least 20 figures moving about. Undoubtedly, this was a large-scale drug production facility. Additionally, he noticed a luxurious vehicle parked within the yard. It belonged to Wei Yudao. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened as he contemplated notifying the police. In the next moment, Wei Yudao emerged from the factory, flanked by associates, holding a large Tibetan Mastiff on a leash. Lao Ding, this is entrusted to you. Ensure safety at all costs, and be cautious not to attract any attention, he instructed. Rest assured, I know what to do, replied Lao Ding, seemingly the factory's foreman. Be aware that Yunhai has intensified its crackdown on narcotics, with reports of senior officials personally overseeing anti-drug operations. We must complete this batch swiftly and then lay low until the storm passes, Wei Yudao remarked coolly. Tomorrow, this batch of goods will be complete, replied Lao Ding. Wei Yudao nodded, stating, the sooner, the better. With these words, Wei Yudao turned to his secretary, instructing, exercise caution for now. Do not disturb Jiang Tian's other family members. However, find an opportunity to eliminate that narcotics officer associated with Jiang Tian. When Wei Yudao uttered this command, it appeared as if he was not contemplating the taking of a human life, but rather the mere act of dispatching a lesser creature. His indifference toward human life had reached a chilling apex. Boss, we have discovered that Jiang Tian's father is the director of our Yanhai Bureau. Should we proceed with this? The secretary hesitated. And what of the director? Were it not for the scrutiny that has fallen upon Yanhai, I would have eradicated his entire family. Wei Yudao replied with a placid expression, suggesting that such actions were not new to him. To a man as ruthless as he, human life might hold less value than that of dog. Concealed behind the wall, Jiang Tian's gaze burned with fierce determination. Fortunately, they acted swiftly. Had they delayed, Wei Yudao might have resorted to violence against Xiao Yu and the others. Jiang Tian's face was etched with a murderous intent, his mind sharpened to the peril he faced. Dealing with these drug traffickers and police officers was a different matter altogether. The narcotics officers confronted organized and far more vicious criminals. These individuals, devoid of humanity and driven to madness, would resort to any means of vengeance when cornered. Moreover, most traffickers had blood on their hands. Suddenly, the sound of barking pierced the silence of the desolate mountainous region in the still factory, striking an especially jarring note. The Tibetan Mastiff, tethered to Wei Yudao, glared menacingly in one direction, barking ferociously as if yearning to break free and pounce. Curiosity flickered in Wei Yudao's eyes as he turned, asking, Is there a newcomer in the factory? Lao Ding shook his head in confusion. Boss, you know that those officers have been patrolling everywhere for clues. We haven't dared to bring anyone new in for over half a year. As Wei Yudao listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he abruptly turned toward the wall, his scalp prickling with alarm, bellowing, Who is it? Panic set in. If discovered, he was not merely a wealthy magnate of Yanhai, a representative of the Grand Assembly, or a renowned philanthropist who had donated to numerous primary schools. If exposed, he would be branded a drug trafficker, with over 50 grams warranting execution. His extensive history of drug production and trafficking rendered him culpable beyond measure. The thought of execution loomed like a specter. How could he not be anxious? Without evidence or discovery, he could operate with impunity. However, if uncovered, he would be at odds with the machinery of the state, and even Wei Yudao, despite his ruthlessness, retained his wits. Go, he commanded. Moments later, sensing the stillness around him, Wei Yudao led the Mastiff and his men to hide behind the vehicle, signaling to the security guard stationed at the factory. The four guards exchanged glances, cautiously stepping out of the vehicle's range toward the wall's edge. 10 meters. 5 meters. In the next instant, a flash of silver gleamed. Chapter 33 Upgrade, Triple Limit, a crushing blow in the dimness of the night. The conference room in the provincial hall was ablaze with light. Gao Xiaolong occupied the principal seat, while below him sat the provincial director and the head of the Yunhai Bureau, Jiang Tian. Surrounding them were the leaders of the anti-drug units, including Song Ligua, as well as the head of the provincial anti-drug team, among others. Sun Haiba sat at Jiang Peng's side. Each face bore a serious expression, brows furrowed, as they awaited Gao Xiaolong's address with bated breath. Gao Xiaolong did not disappoint. He cast a fleeting glance at the provincial director, Shun Han, who, after checking the time, spoke with a heavy demeanor. This afternoon, the anti-drug team apprehended a group of traffickers at the bus station. To our astonishment, they were armed with a substantial cache of firearms, resulting in the tragic loss of 6 anti-drug officers. Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, Gao Xiaolong rapped the table, his expression grave. Comrades, our provincial city has become a den of narcotics. The drug-related crimes in Yunhai have reached a critical juncture. This is a grave matter. The most terrifying aspect is that the drug trade in Yunhai not only persists, but appears to be escalating despite our efforts to suppress it. Jiang Peng and Song Ligua, representatives of the Municipal Bureau, were visibly sweating, their palms clammy with anxiety. Their apprehension was palpable. While they had previously been oblivious, they now comprehended the true purpose of Gao Xiaolong's arrival from the capital. It was a direct investigation into their operations. It was clear that he intended to hold them accountable. Though they had been granted a reprieve due to Jiang Tian's valiant actions during a prior confrontation with traffickers. Chief Gao, please allow us to explain, Jiang Peng began. Seeking to offer clarification, Gao Xiaolong raised his hand to interrupt. I am not interested in explanations. I demand to see results of visible commitment to eradicating drug trafficking and concrete breakthroughs in major cases. Shenkan Zayali Zwisha. He understood all too well that pursuing major cases was far from straightforward. With years of experience battling drug traffickers, he recognized the ruthless ingenuity employed by these criminals, employing methods of concealment that were often unfathomable. Many tactics were nearly impossible to detect. In a moment of frustration, Shun Han directed his ire towards Jiang Peng. The provincial anti-drug team oversees the entire province, which is understandable, but what on earth is happening with your municipal anti-drug unit? How are you handling these cases? Although Jiang Peng wished to defend his team, he found himself at a loss. Every drug trafficking organization was seasoned and possessed extensive experience in evading law enforcement. Some cases, once investigated thoroughly, had even led to threats against the families of the officers involved. This was a deeply entrenched issue, not one that could be resolved in just a few years. And the provincial hall had little power to rectify the situation. Upon hearing that the provincial hall had suffered the loss of 6 anti-drug officers while pursuing major cases, everyone instinctively began to breathe more rapidly. This was no trivial matter. It was a significant issue that had reverberations reaching the capital. This further illustrates the incompetence of your municipal bureau. Over the years, have you managed to present a single significant case? The anti-drug efforts appear to be merely for show, while drug dealers run rampant. Shun Han continued, Excuse me, Director, but yesterday one of our sharpshooters eliminated 150 drug traffickers on the spot. Song Ligua expressed some discontent. I am aware. Was it necessary for you to remind me? Aside from that, Shun Han's brow twitched. As the director, how could he possibly be unaware of such a monumental event? He had even personally rushed to the scene afterward, vividly recalling the sharpshooter known as Jiang Tian. By the way, today we have successfully cracked a drug trafficking case involving Yun University, and our comrade Jiang is set to receive his second first-class merit award. Song Ji continued, although it was all Jiang Tian's merit, it was their team that accomplished it. Song Ligua felt his body stiffen, his face radiating determination. Things have changed. Shun Han's eyelids fluttered. He understood that this individual, once the target of ridicule and derision within the provincial office, had transformed. Comrade Jiang remains exceptional, but he is still young and requires growth, as well as time for development. Now, I announce that due to today's case, which has attracted attention from Kyoto, we shall establish a special task force, the 512 Task Force, in collaboration with the Drug Enforcement Agency and the Municipal Bureau's team, to solve the case within a specified time frame. Shen Han, as the director, you will lead this task force, Gao Xiaolong declared, slamming his hand on the table. Gao Xiaolong did not regard Jiang Tian with much seriousness. After all, Jiang was still young, merely possessing excellent marksmanship and a stroke of luck. The apprehension of drug traffickers was no simple task. Given his inexperience, Gao Xiaolong refrained from discussing Jiang Tian further, nor did he suggest Jiang's inclusion in the task force. Ding ding ding! As everyone stood up, poised to respond, a sudden ringtone echoed through the room. All eyes swiftly turned toward the source of the sound, Song Ligua. If Song Ligua had ever been subjected to such scrutiny, he would undoubtedly have broken into a cold sweat. However, now he stood tall, having previously needed to lower his head upon entering the provincial office. For the first time, in the presence of these esteemed figures, he dared to hold his head high and answer the phone. With 2 major cases handled so impeccably by Jiang Tian in just 2 days, he felt emboldened. Hello, Comrade Jiang, Song Ligua answered. Song Ji, I am on the summit of Jailing Mountain, where I have discovered a drug manufacturing factory. Furthermore, the owner is present. It's Wei Yudao. I request immediate assistance, Jiang Tian stated directly. However, Song Ligua's expression abruptly changed. What did you say? A drug manufacturing factory? He was rendered speechless. Who was Wei Yudao? A wealthy tycoon, a representative of the assembly, wielding power and influence. He had everything one could desire. Therefore, even if they had never been able to apprehend Wei Rong, they had never doubted Wei Yudao's integrity. Yet now, they had uncovered a drug factory and even witnessed Wei Yudao in action. Song Ligua's heart raced. This is madness. This lunatic, oh no, what a precious treasure. They are the precious gems of their police force. Song Ligua swallowed hard, nearly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You must hide well, no matter what happens. Ensure your safety. I will immediately dispatch comrades for support, he hastily instructed, his urgency palpable. He was deeply concerned about Jiang Tian's safety, fearing any danger or complications. At this moment, Jiang Tian's significance in Song Ligua's heart had risen to unprecedented heights. Before Song Ligua could ponder further, a loud barking erupted from the receiver. A jolt surged through him as Jiang Tian's voice broke through. I've been discovered. A dog has caught my scent. Startled, Song Ligua leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Hold on. I will be there at once. Do not hang up. When he looked up, he was surprised to see several faces before him, particularly Jiang Peng, who leaned in closely. Breathless, what did you just say about Jiang Tian? Xiao Jiang has just uncovered a drug manufacturing facility, and now he has been detected, Song Ligua succinctly replied. The mention of a drug factory sent shockwaves through everyone present. The existence of such a facility signified a terrifying criminal syndicate capable of operating on a grand scale, indicating a monumental advancement in their anti-drug operations. At that moment, the call that had not been terminated emitted a chilling sound, a sharp object penetrating flesh. A brief silence was shattered by the echo of gunfire. As they rushed into action, police cars blared from the provincial headquarters, racing through red lights towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was already underway at Jiang Tian's location, situated in a remote area. Even if they drove at full speed, reaching this suburban mountainous region from the provincial headquarters in the city center would take at least 30 minutes to an hour. Thus, Jiang Tian had no intention of waiting for backup. Additionally, he was eager to experience the formidable power that such a prestigious title promised. Add some system. Upgrade my strong and sturdy attribute, Jiang Tian urged impatiently. Unerring aim, gold. Scanning radar, gold. Master martial arts, red. Strong and sturdy, green. Talented, blue. Your physical attributes have been significantly enhanced, surpassing human limits by threefold. Disguise mastery, green. Exceptional memory, green. Betting skills mastery, green. Sin value, 5000 to 4000. These 5,000 points were accrued from the arrest of Wei Rong, the drug driver Lao Lu, and a few others including Gao Fei. However, the bulk of the contributions came from Wei Rong and Lao Lu. Jiang Tian had been frugal, saving points for unforeseen circumstances. Despite the 6 levels of attributes, black, white, green, blue, red, gold, he noticed that the initial rewards typically appeared as white, while black had rarely been encountered. With a mere 100 points of malevolence, one can ascend to the green tier, while 1,000 points elevate one to blue. To reach the red tier, one requires 10,000 points, and an astounding 100,000 points for gold. Jiang Tian, through arduous efforts, extinguished over 100 heinous foreign drug traffickers and, supplemented by numerous low-level, inconsequential attributes, managed to forge 1 gold and 1 red, along with several green attributes. At this juncture, concerned about his physical constitution, Jiang Tian preemptively upgraded his bodily attributes. Indeed, at that moment, he felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him. The green attributes brought him perilously close to the limits of human capability, while the blue attributes surpassed it by threefold, instilling in him a profound sense of security and combat prowess. Thus, when 4 security drug traffickers approached for reconnaissance, Jiang Tian concealed himself behind a wall, relying solely on his scanning radar. He then casually picked up a branch from the ground. As a martial arts master endowed with a physique 3 times the human limit, Jiang Tian's close-quarters lethality rendered him virtually invincible. As anticipated, one of the armed security drug traffickers cautiously peered around the wall. In the next instant, with a swift thrust, Jiang Tian pierced the assailant's eye, driving the branch deep into his brain. The drug trafficker had no opportunity to struggle, succumbing instantly. Being a martial arts master allowed Jiang Tian to discern all of his opponent's fatal weaknesses and flaws, blending countless martial arts techniques into lethal strikes. His attacks were decisive and fatal. The nearest security drug trafficker, taken aback, raised his weapon to shoot. Yet in the blink of an eye, Jiang Tian closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow to the assailant's throat, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to survive. Each strike was a lethal move. Having dispatched 2 individuals felt to Jiang Tian as effortless as a mere wave of his hand, leaving him in a state of astonishment. He seemed far more formidable than he had imagined, and these drug traffickers were in for a dire reckoning. A grin crept across Jiang Tian's lips. Chapter 34. Madness Unleashed. A single individual overcomes 28 drug traffickers with the prowess of a martial arts master combined with an extraordinary physique. Jiang Tian felt an exhilarating surge throughout his body, a sensation akin to an explosion. The tripling of human limits, in conjunction with his mastery of martial arts, was exhilarating. Yet, Jiang Tian sensed a deficiency. Should he elevate the attribute of his physical capabilities to the red tier, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly amplify severalfold. However, such aspirations were mere thoughts, as enhancing a talent to the red tier required a staggering 10,000 sin points, of which he still lacked 6,000. Beyond these considerations, Jiang Tian found himself yearning for an upgrade in his criminal investigation attribute. Although narcotics officers may not require it as urgently as criminal detectives, the ability to track and clarify cases made the investigative attribute invaluable. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind. After shattering the throat of the second drug dealer, he deftly seized the AK-47 from the lifeless hand of his opponent. Today, he was not on a mission. As a narcotics officer, he possessed the privilege of carrying a firearm. There have been numerous unforeseen incidents when narcotics officers were unarmed. Behind every regulation lies a blood-soaked lesson, especially for those who face perilous tasks daily. The freedom regarding firearms afforded to narcotics officers far surpassed that of their criminal detective counterparts. Yet despite this liberty, Jiang Tian wielded only a standard handgun, with a limited magazine that would soon be depleted amidst such a crowded scene. Bang! 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 At that moment, 2 others brandished their weapons and opened fire. However, Jiang Tian's reflexes were consistently swifter. He raised a foot and delivered a powerful kick to the body of the fallen assailant, propelling it into the air to intercept the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, the AK-47 in his grasp unleashed twin streams of fire, striking the heads of the 2 assailants. In the blink of an eye, 4 individuals lay lifeless on the ground. The entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds. from Jiang Tian's initial strike to the demise of the four adversaries. With unerring accuracy and the martial arts mastery, complemented by thrice the physical capacity of an ordinary human. It was no exaggeration to declare that Jiang Tian had become a living strategic weapon. Additionally, with the aid of scanning radar, he was equipped in every conceivable manner. Awestruck, completely bewildered, Wei Yudao stood in shock, his gaze fixed upon the four corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground behind the wall. Not a single cry of despair pierced the tranquil air, enhanced by the suburb's pristine atmosphere and the moonlight's glow. Wei Yudao could even discern a branch embedded in the eye of one corpse. A chill ran down Wei Yudao's spine. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Is that the police? He wondered, crouching behind the car, his heart racing. Boss, it's the cops. Old Ding's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Moments ago, they had merely witnessed a fleeting shadow. They were oblivious to how many individuals lurked outside the wall. Impossible. The police could not be so ferocious. Wei Yudao swallowed hard, his face paling. The instantaneous demise of four men had terrified him. Who among the heroes has come to seek me? Wei Yudao called out loudly. He understood law enforcement as a narcotics officer understands drug dealers. In Wei Yudao's impression, the anti-drug police posed no threat to them whatsoever. Over the years, this assertion has been substantiated. If such formidable anti-drug officers truly existed, would his drug manufacturing facility have remained operational for so long? Cold sweat dripped from Wei Yudao's forehead as he pondered who he might have offended. Unfortunately, the individuals outside the walls remained utterly silent, the stillness reminiscent of death itself. And an atmosphere of dread began to permeate the air. Have everyone inside come out armed, Wei Yudao commanded. Lao Ding crouched low, having taken every precaution. Yet, with the vehicle still some distance from the factory, sweat beaded on his brow. Scanning the surroundings, he noted a gap of several meters, which allowed him to exhale in relief. With a leap, he sprinted towards the factory to take charge of the situation. In midair, Lao Ding instinctively turned to glance at the wall beyond. Was that a flash of fire? He was momentarily taken aback. Where did that light come from? The next instant, a gunshot echoed in his ears. Lao Ding felt a surge of impact in his head, and it was only then that realization dawned upon him. It was gunfire. Such rapid shooting. His mind raced for a fleeting moment before he succumbed to unconsciousness, becoming a lifeless body, his arms severed. Wei Yudao, who was hiding behind the vehicle with a Tibetan Mastiff in tow, turned pale. It is no exaggeration to say that in his more than 20 years in Yanhai, he had wielded power with ease. He commanded respect and fear alike. For over 2 decades, he had navigated his way through life with remarkable success, having built his fortune from the illicit drug trade. Yet, the profits from other ventures paled in comparison to those from drug production. He had contemplated abandoning his criminal enterprises, but the terrifying allure of profit kept him tethered to this world. Was it the drugs that threatened him, or had he merely offended someone? Wei Yudao's thoughts spiraled, and the cold sweat continued to accumulate on his brow. Dahu, take the wheel, Wei Yudao instructed, casting a glance at his bodyguard. This bodyguard, known as Dahu, was his nephew who had been loyally by his side for many years. Strong yet somewhat dim-witted, he had always served as Wei Yudao's personal protector. Without hesitation, Dahu quietly opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Boss, what's happening outside? Why are there gunshots? At that moment, chaos erupted within the factory, and soon after, more than 20 armed individuals burst forth from the premises. This exemplifies the perils faced by anti-drug officers. They often confront major drug trafficking organizations, making their profession not only dangerous for themselves, but also for their families, who could become targets of retaliation. Conversely, the dangers faced by criminal investigators, while present, are negligible in comparison to the threats encountered by anti-drug police. Just then, a killer arrived, having taken out a target at the wall. Wei Yudao finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he truly feared that the individuals within the factory would not react in time, allowing the assassin to charge directly at them. While the assassin posed a significant threat, Wei Yudao lacked the confidence to survive such terrifying and professional methods of killing. Brothers, let us move forward together. The personnel inside the factory exchanged glances, showing no signs of retreat. Although clad in white protective suits and masks, they should not be mistaken for scholars or experts. At the very least, Jiang Tian, through his radar scan, observed that each one of them was flushed with a deep shade of red. What an abundance of malevolence this represented. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian closed his eyes to center himself. However, he did not relax his vigilance. Despite his current prowess, he remained a mortal being, fully aware that a single bullet could prove fatal. Alongside Wei Yudao, there were 28 of them. Jiang Tian calculated in his mind. Just then, two figures crept up from behind him. Upon seeing Jiang Tian crouched in the shadow of the wall, their faces lit up with surprise. These two were the sentries guarding the entrance, and upon realizing that intruders had breached the facility, they understood that they were in deep trouble. There would be no reprieve from their boss. Now was their chance to redeem themselves, perhaps even earning the favor of their employer once more. Exchanging glances, one of them whispered, aiming his gun at Jiang Tian. Little did they know that Jiang Tian had already detected their presence through his radar scan. He had refrained from taking action earlier, merely luring the others out of the factory. Primarily, he was concerned about them damaging the factory. After all, the contents within were a testament to his accomplishments. This was a blatant first-class merit. Furthermore, he could even receive this special blessing from the god of wealth. After ensuring that there were no one inside the factory, at least no individuals with malevolent intent, Jiang Tian noted the limitations of his radar, which could only detect those with a criminal nature. Bang! Bang! Without even glancing, Jiang Tian raised the AK he had acquired and fired 2 shots. The 2 sentries fell instantly, their heads exploding, unaware of why they, hiding among the bushes, had been discovered. 26 remained. Jiang Tian silently counted in his mind. At that moment, he sprang to his feet, AK in hand, without exposing himself, and fired 3 rapid shots towards the courtyard behind the wall. He then leaped into the very bushes where the 2 slain sentries had sought refuge. Inside the courtyard, the drug traffickers donned in white protective gear surged forth, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in the direction Jiang Tian had just come from. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been riddled with bullets. Boom! Amidst the gunfire, an explosion echoed. A grenade had detonated. Jiang Tian's brow furrowed. The armament of these traffickers was rather formidable. Yet, they still fell short in comparison to him. 23 remained. With sharp eyes, Jiang Tian observed the bushes for a moment. As he extended the muzzle of his weapon, 5 traffickers became exposed under his aim. For Jiang Tian, these were not merely targets. They represented an abundant harvest of sin, ripe for the taking. Chapter 35. The reappearance of the golden words at this moment. Jiang Tian no longer required the act of aiming. Merely casting his gaze was sufficient as he raised his hand to shoot. The golden phrase, unerring shots bestowed upon him an extraordinary sensation, allowing him an innate intuition regarding the precise location of his shots. With each pull of the trigger, it felt almost effortless. Hitting his target was a foregone conclusion. Bang! 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 Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Tian drew his weapon and commenced firing. The AK bullets were notoriously difficult to control. While the AK-47 had its merits, it also bore its shortcomings, notably its limited range. Ultimately, it was an older firearm, lacking the refined touch of the modern QBs-95 that Jiang Tian was accustomed to in the police force. Yet, for Jiang Tian, the absence of familiarity was hardly a concern. Is anyone there? The drug dealers who emerged hesitantly exchanged bewildered glances. The leader, in particular, bore a look of confusion, for just moments ago, Jiang Tian had fired his weapon from their vicinity, a mere 2 or 3 meters away, and they had rushed out in response. In less than 2 seconds, they had begun firing, only to now find that Jiang Tian had vanished. As the leader stood there, still in shock, the sound of gunfire erupted once more. Bang! 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 5 shots rang out, each a single pull of the trigger, yet they resonated with the cadence of rapid fire. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the 5 drug dealers clad in protective gear collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Are you out of your mind? The leader gazed in horror at the fallen bodies of his comrades, bereft of time to mourn. The gunfire illuminated the darkness, its echoes providing a rough indication of location. In a frantic shout, he directed his men, "Over there, in the bushes. Fire!" Bang! 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 The sound of handguns and automatic weapons reverberated through the night, the dense thicket shaking under the onslaught. Amid this chaotic exchange of fire, Jiang Tian found his opportunity. Every trained marksman knows that a sniper never fires twice from the same position. Jiang Tian adhered to this principle, shifting after each shot. His figure moved through the underbrush with the grace of a leopard. The foliage provided him with ample cover, allowing him to relocate swiftly and undetected, even with the proximity of both parties. Alongside Wei Yudao and his bodyguard and secretary, there were still 15 drug dealers in protective gear. Jiang Tian calculated his next move. At that moment, the drug dealers could hardly fathom that Jiang Tian was perched above them, concealed in the trees, surveying them like an ominous specter. Only 10 bullets remained. Jiang Tian inspected the AK he had acquired. The ammunition was dwindling, yet he still had a backup handgun. Empty. The leader of the drug dealers approached the thicket, parting the branches only to discover it was devoid of life. Hiss! The leading drug dealer's pupils constricted as he uttered in disbelief, "What is this?" The most devastating realization struck them. Within mere minutes, they had unknowingly lost 10 lives, from the 2 sentinels to those who rushed forth. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was their utter ignorance of who had unleashed this chaos. Counting Old Ding and the initial 4, a total of 15 lives had been extinguished, and now they claimed to have seen no one, with each victim tragically meeting a gruesome end from gunshot wounds. Wei Yudao, hiding behind a vehicle, trembled as he lit a cigarette. After over 20 years navigating the shadows, he believed he had witnessed countless grand spectacles. However, faced with such an eerie and horrifying scene, he found himself unable to suppress his fear. The unknown is perpetually the most frightening. Even the secretary, with trembling lips as if on the verge of retching, could hardly bear the bloodshed. "Boss, we should flee," the secretary implored, heart racing beside Wei Yudao. He nodded in agreement. "Let us run, but do not drive." That mysterious figure is stationed at the entrance, and in this scenario, they possess uncanny accuracy. When did I provoke such a sharpshooter? Little did Wei Yudao realize that his mere presence today had posed a significant threat to Jiang Tian. "Back door. We must use the back door." "Yes. Let us go immediately." "Support me. We will escape through the back." Wei Yudao instructed promptly. He dismissed the drug dealers at the front, who were cautiously searching for the assailant, as inconsequential. Even if they were all to perish, it would have no bearing on him, as long as their location remained undisclosed. Or rather, if he could depart safely, the factory's demise was of no concern. He merely needed to distance himself from this place. Even if all the individuals here were to perish, he would still maintain his fade of superiority. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Wei Yudao pondered in dread. The gunfire outside had temporarily ceased, yet he did not believe for a moment that the adversary had departed. The ruthless approach left little room for survivors, and he had a strong premonition that the threat was aimed squarely at him. "Boss, could it be that narcotics officer from this afternoon?" From hundreds of meters away, he could accurately target Brother Liu, the secretary suddenly suggested. This thought stunned Wei Yudao. Such marksmanship was unprecedented. "Impossible," he asserted, shaking his head. "That shot this afternoon was mere luck. The records indicate he is a failure. His performance at the police academy nearly at the bottom. Aside from having a powerful father, he couldn't even secure a place in the narcotics team." Wei Yudao had always looked down upon Jiang Tian. Even capturing his son merely represented the audacity of youth against a formidable opponent, akin to a reckless fool offering bribes and mistakenly executing several individuals. Just a bit of a reckless fool, Wei Yudao concluded, hastily departing with the secretary. They navigated through a narrow path, initially planned, leading to a secluded route behind the factory, concealed in the mountains. Once there was no path here, but after Wei Yudao established a factory, he specifically cultivated a hidden trail behind it, just in case. Now, this precaution has indeed proven useful. As they ventured along the mountain path, they remained oblivious to the fact that their every move was meticulously monitored by Jiang Tian's scanning radar. Jiang Tian, showing no signs of hesitation, swiftly deduced their intentions the moment they acted. If Wei Yudao were to escape, Jiang Tian's hard-earned merit would be far from assured. In an instant, Jiang Tian clung to a branch, his entire body inverted like a bat. Meanwhile, two drug traffickers stood back to back, surveying their surroundings. In the next moment, with a swift crack, they offered no resistance as Jiang Tian effortlessly snapped their necks, akin to breaking a chick's neck. Their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground without alarming anyone. Indeed, these two individuals held a staggering 800 points of criminal value, bringing a slight sense of satisfaction to Jiang Tian. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two white items falling, an unusual occurrence, but remarkably, two at once. Chapter 36, Annihilation, Looting, Intensified Pursuit. Jiang Tian wore an unusual expression on his face, yet he still proceeded to collect the items before him. However, what truly delighted him was something unexpected. Within the midst of these drug trafficking factions, he discovered a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, a field of profound depth and complexity. It was astonishing to realize that among these criminals lay individuals with such remarkable talents. One possessed a lineage in Chinese medicine, while the other exhibited an innate aptitude for exploration. Yet both had tragically descended into the world of drug manufacturing. Although a novice in traditional Chinese medicine, this individual was not merely common. One must possess considerable expertise to garner recognition in this field, particularly in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. The truly exceptional practitioners can perform miraculous feats, even reviving the deceased. Moreover, in the chaos of battle, Jiang Tian could not guarantee his own safety. Possessing some medical knowledge would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable asset. After collecting the items, Jiang Tian felt a surge of satisfaction, licking his lips as he glanced at the two departing red dots, especially his target, Wei Yudao. The scanning radar had a limitation of only 1,000 meters, and at that moment, Wei Yudao's icon was moving swiftly, nearing the edge of the radar's reach. With his pistol in hand, Jiang Tian took aim at a drug dealer and fired without hesitation. 9. In this jungle, it felt as though Jiang Tian was in his own hunting ground, requiring little time to deal with these traffickers. He was determined to pursue Wei Yudao, unwilling to let any of them escape. The pace of his hunting had noticeably accelerated. 6. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself positioned behind a drug dealer clad in a protective suit, gradually releasing his grip on the man's neck, who then collapsed limply to the ground. 500 points of wickedness, a meager gain. Jiang Tian's heart no longer stirred with significant emotion. After eliminating over 20 drug dealers, his wickedness points had doubled from 4,000 to around 8,500. With the final 6 eliminated, he could even accumulate enough points for a significant upgrade from blue to red status. The blue status granted 3 times the physical limits of the human body. He dared not imagine the terrifying capabilities that red status would bestow. Please don't kill me. The initial leader, who had charged forth with the drug dealers, was likely the head of this drug manufacturing operation. As he witnessed his subordinates fall one by one to various means, fear gripped him and his men, rendering them incapable of fleeing the dense forest. For any who ventured closer to the factory's open grounds, a bullet awaited them. The critical factor lay in the fact that every time they aimed at Jiang Tian, their shots invariably missed. The dread of impending death had thoroughly crushed their spirits. As Jiang Tian excitedly looted their belongings, one by one, they dropped their weapons. Had they truly surrendered? Jiang Tian felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He was primarily concerned about Wei Yudao's escape. He needed to continue the chase. Without Wei Yudao facing justice, Jiang Tian felt an unsettling lack of security. Spare us. We surrender and lay down our arms. Are you a police officer? If so, we shall not resist. The last 6 individuals, under Jiang Tian's penetrating gaze, relinquished their weapons at their feet. At that moment, Jiang Tian emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing his youthful visage. With a calm voice, he remarked, "Had you delayed even 3 seconds longer, you would now be lifeless." Indeed, Jiang Tian stood precisely where they had fired indiscriminately just 2 minutes prior, directly behind them. "Are you a man or a ghost?" the leader inquired, his pupils constricting. Jiang Tian appeared remarkably innocuous, had he not witnessed it firsthand. He would never have believed that mere minutes ago, over 20 of their comrades had met gruesome fates at the hands of this seemingly harmless figure. All 6 now crouched, hands clasped atop their heads. Jiang Tian did not respond. He holstered his firearm and approached them, intending to tear strips of cloth to bind them. Yet, as he drew near, 2 drug dealers lunged at him with ferocious intent, their eyes ablaze with malevolence. The remaining 4 scrambled for the weapons on the ground. Hanavi, Jiang Tian thought, feeling a jolt of realization. He had long anticipated the ruthless nature of these drug traffickers, but experiencing their desperation firsthand was a stark revelation. They were indeed willing to risk everything. For these individuals, surrendering to the police meant facing inevitable execution, regardless of any pretense of good behavior. The moment a glimmer of hope appeared, they could unleash their madness. I knew well of your wickedness, but who fell for it remains uncertain, Jiang Tian smirked. The 2 bloodied assailants momentarily faltered in their advance. Jiang Tian glanced at the body camera on his chest and shrugged. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. As the fist approached him, Jiang Tian remained unperturbed. With one hand, he seized the wrist of the hazardous trafficker, twisting it with a swift motion that echoed sharply. Before the dealer could utter a cry, Jiang Tian pulled him closer, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his temple. The sound of shattering bone resonated in the air. Before the second dealer could close the distance, Jiang Tian executed a forceful kick to his chest. In that moment, Jiang Tian unleashed his lethal prowess without restraint. The seemingly ordinary kick fractured the dealer's ribcage, leaving him to writhe on the ground before succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 had just managed to retrieve their firearms. They barely had time to lift their heads before encountering Jiang Tian's cruel smile and the ominous barrel of his gun aimed at them. Do not shoot. The leader stammered, his voice trembling before the specter of death. In your next life, do not become a drug dealer. A soft voice emerged from Jiang Tian. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed, plunging the scene into an utter silence, interrupted only by the scattered bodies strewn across the ground. Jiang Tian holstered his weapon without glancing at the aftermath. In haste, he rummaged through the spoils, catching sight of a couple of white entries. They were the kind associated with minor skills, eliciting a wry smile from Jiang Tian. Nevertheless, these entries would prove valuable for future synthesis. In a flash, Jiang Tian darted away, sprinting towards Wei Yudeo's direction with astonishing speed, transforming into a mere phantom in the darkness. Embodying a terrifying velocity that surpassed even that of a cheetah. Possessing 3 times the human physical limit, he could easily dispatch a cheetah with a single strike, outpacing it in a 100-meter dash. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 25 drug dealers, earning a total of 9,300 points of evil value. Current total, 13,300. As he ran, Jiang Tian was unable to suppress his surprise at the voice echoing in his mind. In his preoccupation with killing and gathering loot, he had neglected to monitor his evil value. Upon checking, his face lit up with joy. Indeed, as the system had reported, his evil value had surged from 5,000 before the operation to a remarkable 13,300 after a significant upgrade. This was sufficient for Jiang Tian to elevate a blue entry to red. However, he remained unhurried, feeling adequately empowered. In comparison to physical enhancements, what he truly yearned for now were entries related to criminal investigation and similar fields. He intended to reserve these evil points for future contingencies. Chapter 37. The overconfident Sun Haiba, too early in his joy in the tranquil village. This evening, some villagers could not help but peek outside, seemingly in pursuit of the source of the crackling firecrackers. In stark contrast to this quietude, the entire public security system was in utter disarray at this very moment. Hurry, assemble. Immediate formation. Target, Jailing Mountain, converge at full speed. The chaos was palpable, spiraling into complete turmoil, particularly for the narcotics officers who were resting. The urgent call to assemble reached them in an instant. Fortunately, Although it was already evening, there remained an emergency response team on standby. Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han, though not directly involved in the urgent action, were stationed at the command center, coordinating all armed forces for assistance. Armed police, special forces, and various other units swiftly converged upon Jiang Mountain. The entire Yunhai was in a state of upheaval. Elated, the officers were filled with a sense of triumph. This was a drug manufacturing facility, a major case indeed. The scale of this operation was monumental. Tracing the connections upstream and downstream would undoubtedly reveal a cascade of individuals involved in the drug trade. The accolades that would follow were anticipated, as the narcotics officers of Yunhai had long endured the weight of public condemnation. In past meetings, they had consistently faced reproach from across the nation. Even provincial narcotics units had been stern in their criticism, pointing fingers at them. Out of 10 drug cases reported nationwide, 5 were linked to Yunhai. Did the narcotics officers of Yunhai desire this stigma? No. Previously, they had no choice. Now, with an opportunity at hand, the officers surged forward with fervor. High Commander, we have mobilized a total of 1,000 personnel from the armed police, narcotics teams, and special police forces to seal off Jiang Mountain. Shen Han reported after issuing a series of commands, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Good. Gao Xiaolong responded emphatically. One must not underestimate the gravity of this situation. After all, such a major case was indeed monumental, involving dozens of individuals. Undoubtedly, the numbers of those involved in distribution and other aspects would likely double by the time arrests were made. In essence, this was a significant operation. Convey the message. Everyone must rush to Jiang Mountain at the quickest pace, regardless of the cost, to arrive before Xiao Jiang encounters danger. Gao Xiaolong declared with a serious expression. Below, Shen Han watched with envy, realizing the affection with which Gao Xiaolong uttered Xiao Jiang's name. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. Jiang Tian had already captured the heart of the empire. Oh, how far Gao Xiaolong still had to go. Yet he was indeed a high-ranking leader at headquarters. In other words, with Gao Xiaolong's attention, Jiang Tian's future would undoubtedly flourish within the entire public security system. However, Shen Han also understood such matters are not easily envied. It is a testament to Jiang Tian's relentless efforts, as well as the merit of his accomplishments. 20 or more drug dealers, none of whom would retreat. Regardless of the young man's prowess, he could indeed be in grave peril. Shen Han hesitated before speaking. To face over 20 ruthless drug traffickers alone, how harrowing. Shen Han felt a shiver run down his spine at the mere thought. Even if the young man possessed exceptional marksmanship, enduring such a situation while engaged in a firefight with childhood friends for over an hour would be a formidable challenge. Gao Xiaolong furrowed his brow, equally concerned. He grasped the walkie-talkie and contacted Song Ligua. As for Director Jiang Peng, due to his connection to Jiang Tian's predicament, it was deemed prudent to keep him at the command center to prevent any impulsive actions. Thus, he did not accompany them to the scene. I am at the command center. Have you arrived? Gao Xiaolong inquired. We're almost at the base of the mountain, Song Ligua replied. Why the delay? Ascend with utmost urgency. Gao Xiaolong remarked, glancing at the time. According to the schedule, they should have been nearing Jiang Mountain by now. Why are you still at the base? Director Sun believes we should wait for the armed police to prevent alarming the drug dealers. Song Ligua replied in a low voice. At that very moment, at the foot of Jiang Mountain, Sun Haibao wore a smug expression, as if everything were under his command. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed contemplatively at the mountain. Notably, there were no gunshots echoing from Jiang Mountain, a sign that the battle had ceased. If we ascend now, we may inadvertently allow those drug dealers to escape. Instead, we should encircle the mountain and ensure not a single one evades capture. Sun Haibao felt a surge of ambition within him, envisioning hope for the night, hope for monumental achievements. With the leaders absent and the higher-ups stationed at the command center, he, Sun Haibao, the deputy director of Yunhai, was the one overseeing all operations, representing the glory of any success to come. Thank you. Sun Haibao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Jiang Tian may not be remarkable, he could still provide me with this opportunity for merit. It is worth it. Sun Haiba's face flushed with enthusiasm as he fantasized about Jiang Tian's sacrifice, imagining himself stepping into the favorable light of Gao Xiaolong and the director, paving his path to a prosperous career. Taking a deep breath, Sun Haiba affirmed to himself, "My decision was undoubtedly correct." With hands clasped behind his back, he received the walkie-talkie from Song Ligua and declared, "Report to the leadership. The gunfire has completely ceased, and there are no signs of combat. We have reason to suspect that Comrade Jiang Tian has met with misfortune. To mitigate further losses, I strongly advocate for postponing the armed police's encirclement of the mountain." Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han exchanged worried glances, both deeply furrowing their brows. In their hearts, they labeled Sun Haiba as impatient and opportunistic, perceiving him as cold-hearted. They could only wonder what thoughts might arise in Sun Haiba's mind upon learning the truth. "Comrade Xiao Jiang has acted impulsively. I hope he remains safe." Gao Xiaolong furrowed his brow. The absence of gunfire signified something they were well aware of, especially now when no one dared to act recklessly. Approximately 10 minutes later, upon the arrival of the armed police forces, Sun Haiba met with their leader. "One of our comrades has likely fallen victim to foul play. For the time being, we refrain from rushing in, lest the drug traffickers take advantage of the chaos to escape. Your arrival is timely for sealing off the area and conducting a search." Sun Haiba stated calmly, "We are here to cooperate with your operations. We shall follow your lead," the armed police leader replied, offering no further commentary. After all, while the primary mission of the armed police was counterterrorism, such tasks were relatively scarce. There was a plethora of crime, yet instances of counterterrorism were few. Most often, their role was to assist the police in apprehending criminals, particularly drug enforcement officers. "All right, let us search the mountains. The drug enforcement team shall accompany me," Sun Haiba exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. He envisioned accolades beckoning him, anticipating that this operation would showcase his effectiveness to the leadership, leading to the capture of numerous criminals, especially those operating drug manufacturing facilities, an exceedingly grave matter that warranted excitement. However, at that moment, 3 indistinct figures staggered forth from the shadows. Who goes there? Just as he was about to lead the charge into the mountains, he wondered if they were drug traffickers. Sun Haiba's heart raced with exhilaration. Were the accolades already within reach before even entering the mountains? Seize them. Quickly, apprehend these traffickers. Sun Haiba felt as though he might kneel in reverence to such an opportunity, a triumph he had never witnessed in his lifetime. Wait. In that instant, Song Ligua was about to advance, but quickly waved his hand. "What are you doing?" Sun Haiba approached angrily. In his mind, he had envisioned Jiang Tian and these traffickers engaging in a fierce battle, leading his team to encircle the drug traffickers and subsequently raid their facility. Although he had not discovered the factory, avenging Comrade Jiang Tian was paramount. The task, though straightforward, bore significant consequences. He mused that he would at least receive a second-class merit, and with deeper contemplation, perhaps even a first-class merit, along with collective recognition. Sun Haiba had never engaged in such a lucrative confrontation. Yet now there was someone hindering progress. "Song Ligua, how dare you disregard orders? What if the traffickers escape?" But the next moment, Song Ligua's voice rang out. "Director Sun, it appears these traffickers are already in handcuffs." Sun Haiba pointed ahead. Chapter 38. The high-ranking official's fury. Who is causing such disturbance? Indeed, the vision that had once been unclear now crystallized. Sun Haiba discerned 2 figures, particularly the leading one. Wei Yudao. He had visited the police station earlier that afternoon, and Sun recognized him at once. This recognition solidified the evidence against him, corroborated by the intelligence relayed by Jiang Tian. The significance of apprehending such a prominent figure was monumental, igniting a fierce fire in Sun Haiba's eyes. It was worth noting that in the past, he had merely sat at the lower end of the table, accompanying Wei Yudao, who was a wealthy magnate and a formidable presence in society. However, as Sun Haiba's gaze descended, he noticed the handcuffs binding Wei Yudao to a nearby drug dealer. Behind them, a shadow emerged slowly, and upon closer inspection, Sun's mind reeled in disbelief. How could this be? Jiang Tian, what transpired? Why is your phone off? Song Ligua had refrained from rushing in immediately, having lost contact with Jiang Tian during the gunfight, leading him to believe that Jiang Tian had met with misfortune. My phone merely ran out of battery. Jiang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. What the drug dealers? At this moment, Sun Haibao hurried forward. His teeth gritted in frustration as he looked at Jiang Tian. The very existence of Jiang Tian was a groundbreaking achievement. For some time, drug enforcement had been lax, compounded by the intricate web of local families and other factions. Even if narcotics officers attempted to take action, the challenges were formidable. Now, having apprehended the drug dealers, Sun Haibao understood all too well what this signified. Oh, so all those drug dealers have been neutralized, leaving just the two of you? Jiang Tian remarked, casting a glance at Sun Haibao. You killed all 20 of them? Sun Haibao scoffed, his face a mask of skepticism. I eliminated over 100 yesterday. Oh, right. You weren't present during the operation, Jiang Tian replied, a mocking realization dawning on his face. He had missed out on the collective credit. Sun Haibao's thoughts were transparent to Jiang Tian, who recognized that Sun Haibao was indeed a menace. If memory served, this individual had caused the loss of several undercover agents in the past. Jiang Tian felt an urgency to locate Sun Haibao's villa. With a hollow smile, Sun Haibao remarked, Yesterday, we lost our comrades. Moreover, over 30 of our colleagues bravely drew all the fire, allowing your marksmanship to shine. Today, facing 20-plus drug dealers alone, little Jiang, fabricating intelligence could lead to severe consequences. Damn it. Jiang Tian frowned deeply, having sensed from his past life that Sun Haibao was not to be trusted. He even harbored suspicions that Xiao Bo's actions at Sun's residence were likely orchestrated by Sun Haibao himself. Eliminating Jiang Peng would allow Sun to seamlessly ascend to his position. Moreover, there existed considerable discord between Sun Haibao and Jiang Peng in their daily interactions. I pondered how Xiao Bo possessed such intellect and sources of information. It was likely that Sun Haibao was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Jiang Tian, contemplating this, felt almost certain of his conclusions. Damn it. Jiang Tian's gaze was icy. However, he refrained from lashing out, for it was unnecessary to engage in conflict with someone like Sun Haibao, who was on the brink of incarceration and faced the grim prospect of execution should all his crimes be revealed. Besides, with so many witnesses present, Sun Haibao was, after all, a deputy director. Jiang Tian, as a second-generation individual, found himself in a quasi-exposed state due to Xiao Bo. He understood well that any direct confrontation would inevitably project an image of a privileged youth oppressing others, jeopardizing the favorable impression he had painstakingly crafted. Were it not for his aspirations in politics, Jiang Tian would have acted with impunity, relying solely on his capabilities to navigate through life. However, after more than a decade of dissent in his previous life, he had matured politically. By choosing silence, he could cultivate goodwill more effectively. If Director Sun doubted him, he could investigate for himself. Jiang Tian remarked leisurely. What is this attitude to Sun? Take Jiang Tian back to the police station. We must first investigate the case and ensure he does not leave. Sun Haibao's expression darkened. Who wouldn't feel distressed watching monumental achievements slip through their fingers? At that moment, Song Ligua could no longer hold back and interjected, Director Sun, Comrade Xiao Jiang has just undergone a battle. He should be taken to the hospital for a thorough examination of his injuries. The case remains unclear, and with such a significant matter at hand, can you afford any oversight? Besides, what is he doing standing here? What needs checking? Sun Haibao retorted with righteous indignation. Wei Sun, the captain of the second team, had previously had little interaction with Jiang Tian. However, in light of Sun Haibao's orders, he turned to Jiang Tian. It's fine, Jiang Tian gently shook his head. His methods, after all, had only involved confronting over 20 drug traffickers. Injury was hardly a possibility. After Jiang Tian departed, over 1,000 individuals under Sun Haibao's command surged towards Jialing Mountain. Yet upon reaching their destination, the entirety of the drug manufacturing facility lay shrouded in an eerie silence, a stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Especially as they approached, the atmosphere became unbearable. Even seasoned veterans felt their stomachs churn at the sight. Many succumbed to nausea. On the ground lay over 20 corpses, scattered in disarray, the majority of them having suffered gunshot wounds to the head. However, the visceral reactions paled in comparison to the profound shock within. Numbness enveloped them. All 20-plus drug traffickers that Jiang Tian had reported were indeed dead. Various firearms lay abandoned. The inconsequential had perished, while the significant Wei Yudao had even been captured alive. What an astounding achievement! An unparalleled triumph. Yet under Jiang Tian's luminous aura, Sun Haiba clenched his fists tightly, for this signified that he would not even receive a sip of the broth. Nevertheless, this was not the most distressing aspect for Sun Haiba. The most unbearable and unacceptable was the strange gazes cast upon him by those surrounding him. Every gaze felt like a resounding slap, echoing silently against his face, leaving it stinging with pain. The peculiar stares bore down on Sun Haiba, making him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. This operation, however, proved to be far more sensational than anticipated. At least, upon hearing about the situation at the scene, Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han from the Municipal Bureau were shocked into immediate action, rising from their seats. They had anticipated that Jiang Tian possessed extraordinary skills, but they had not foreseen that, without any assistance, he could single-handedly annihilate over 20 drug traffickers. As Shen Han perused the preliminary autopsy report, the photographs within were harrowing. Moreover, according to the coroner's assessment, a majority had suffered fatal head wounds, while 10 corpses had succumbed to close-quarters combat, some with rib fragments piercing their hearts, others with shattered throats, and several having been impaled through the skull by branches. Close-quarters combat? Gao Xiaolong shuddered. A prodigy. This was indeed a genius, masterful with firearms and equally formidable in hand-to-hand combat. Furthermore, he excelled at uncovering and dismantling drug syndicates. This young man was, without a doubt, a born anti-drug champion. Just look. Amidst the rampant drug trade in Yanhai, they had failed to present a single noteworthy case to the nation for years. Yet this in turn, Comrade Jiang, had solved 2 major cases in just one day after merely a month at the police station. Do you not feel any shame? Gao Xiaolong, overwhelmed with emotion, turned to Shen Han with a challenging gaze. Director Shen replied, "There is no shame. Jiang is also part of our Yanhai system, and his accomplishments are our own." Without further ado, he inquired, "Where is Jiang? Which hospital is he in? I must see him immediately." After such a fierce confrontation, it was essential for him to undergo a comprehensive examination to rule out injuries, especially given the multitude of adversaries he had faced. Even if he appeared unscathed, a checkup was necessary. However, the personnel who had come to deliver documents to the provincial department looked utterly bewildered. What hospital? Comrade Jiang Tian is at the Municipal Bureau. Who's responsible for this? If something has happened to him, who will be accountable? Gao Xiaolong stood up, seething with anger. Whether injured or not, many issues would remain undetected without an examination. 28 drug traffickers had been subdued by one individual, who was responsible for neglecting to send him for medical attention. What folly was this? If the esteemed Comrade Jiang, who had achieved such monumental success, was now in trouble, could you shoulder the responsibility? Director Gao, where are you going? Shen Han hurriedly followed behind, to the Municipal Bureau. Meanwhile, Jiang Peng, who had been silently seated in the command center, was drenched in sweat upon hearing the news of Jiang Tian's safety, now leaning weakly against the wall. God knows the terrifying pressure he had just endured. In that moment, he regretted countless times allowing his son to enter this line of work. Yet now, it felt as if everything had been worth it. My son Jiang Tian, a certified anti-drug genius by Director Gao. Chapter 39. Seizing 800 kilograms. This is the rhythm of shock and awe. Jiang Tian remained composed at the interrogation table, methodically addressing the inquiries posed to him. What? You ask why? Director Sun instructed it. For now, little Jiang, you must endure this. Wei Sun, as the captain of the second squad, felt that Sun Haiba's actions were somewhat excessive, no matter how one viewed it. Jiang Tian had eradicated over 20 drug traffickers and captured 2. Yet, he was unceremoniously summoned to the interrogation room, where he was required to meticulously recount every detail of the case. There could be no errors or omissions. Moreover, Sun Haiba had subtly prompted him with several questions. How did Jiang Tian ascertain that Wei Yudao was involved? Why was the drug manufacturing facility so obscure that the entire police department was unaware of it? while it was discovered by an intern. Was there some ulterior motive behind this? Furthermore, having killed over 20 individuals, who could ascertain whether they were all criminals? Was it merely Jiang Tian's word? Sun Haiba's assertions were remarkably forthright. Given the gravity of the case, he had resolutely declared that Jiang Tian should be detained until all inquiries were thoroughly resolved. And only then would he be released. As for whether this was a personal vendetta, Wei Sun was uncertain. Nonetheless, he did not endorse such reasoning. I know you are innocent, and not just innocent. Your achievements are monumental. However, Director Sun has instructed me to keep an eye on you. Wei Sun offered a cushion to Jiang Tian, acknowledging the discomfort of the chair designated for prisoners. Captain Wei, rest assured, I understand, Jiang Tian replied with a smile. Wei Sun felt a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that Jiang Tian might harbor resentment towards him. It was common knowledge that today, Jiang Tian was indeed a treasure, receiving significant attention from high-ranking officials. Moreover, he had a director as a father. What? You say Jiang Tian is too young to be promoted? His father has held this position for many years. Surely, he could facilitate his advancement? In any case, Jiang Tian's future was undoubtedly bright. If unnecessary, Wei Sun truly wished to avoid antagonizing him. I wonder how you have offended Director Sunday. Since your entry into the police department, I have sensed his discontent towards you. Afterward, I will invite you both to dinner. Perhaps we can clear the air. Wei Sun spoke helplessly. Jiang Tian scoffed softly. With over a decade of experience from his past life, he was well aware of Sun Dehai's intentions, especially upon realizing why Xiao Bo had so precisely arrived at his home. Additionally, it was mere coincidence that Gao Xiaolong was present in Song Ligua's office at that time. If his memory served him correctly, Song Ligua had also been summoned by Director Sun then. Thus, Jiang Tian was now almost 90% certain that this affair was orchestrated by Sun Haiba in the shadows, taking advantage of Gao Xiaolong's presence in Song Ligua's office to directly manipulate Xiao Bo into influencing Jiang Tian's mother. Such underhanded tactics had previously caused his entire family immense suffering. However, in this lifetime, Jiang Tian has managed to navigate through smoothly, and Jiang's father has finally retained his position. How could Sun Haiba possibly be content? Moreover, Sun Haiba fears that they may uncover the hidden truths and retaliate. He will undoubtedly spare no effort in devising ways to make Jiang Tian falter. The conflict has reached a point of no resolution. What grievances could I possibly have with Director Sun? If he finds me displeasing, there is little I can do. I cannot simply apologize because he holds a disapproving view of me, Jiang Tian sneered. Wei Sun could only manage a helpless smile. Caught in a celestial clash, he, a mere administrative section chief, could hardly participate. At this moment, Sun Haiba was in a wretched state of mind. The autopsy report had been released, and upon their arrival, they burst into the factory, only to discover it was indeed a vast drug manufacturing facility concealed beneath the steel plant. The now desolate factory housed an array of narcotic raw materials and production tools. The director noted the presence of 800 kilograms of drugs, all pure. My heavens! If this were to spread, how many families would suffer? Just then, a member of the drug enforcement team, brimming with excitement, rushed out with a police dog, exclaiming loudly, "What did you say?" Sun Haiba felt as though his head might explode. 800 kilograms. This was the kind of ice that warranted the death penalty for just 50 grams. Sun Haiba clenched his fists. There were times when the entire division could go months without seizing such a terrifying quantity of ice. This level of achievement, coupled with the drug factory, could indeed secure 2 or 3 first-class merits for 2 or 3 individuals, yet seemed to have no connection to him whatsoever. The fruits of labor had been entirely reaped by others. The greater the quantity of drugs seized, the larger Jiang Tian's credit would grow. Director-san, it is now clear that the issue here involves a significant group of drug traffickers. Wei Yudao's vehicle is parked outside, indicating that he is indeed the mastermind behind this operation. This surely proves that Comrade Jiang has no issues, right? Song Ligua could not help but speak up. Sun Haiba furrowed his brow, his hands clasped behind his back as he replied coolly, "Xiao Song, we represent the interests of the nation and the people. We must set aside personal feelings. While it is true that Jiang Tian made a commendable discovery here, he acted without authorization. Who granted him such power? Who knows if there are any underlying issues? To rely solely on his word while allowing personal sentiments to cloud our investigation would be a betrayal of the people and the masses. Yusong Ligua clenched his fists. Observing Sun Haiba's demeanor only fueled the fire within him. Jiang Tian had worked tirelessly to crack the case. After such a fierce battle lasting all night, he had consecutively dismantled 2 significant drug trafficking operations today. Especially tonight, this case involving the drug factory was a monumental achievement. Under such circumstances, instead of considering a health check for Comrade Jiang, Sun Haiba was casting doubt upon his own colleague. Xiao Song, do you have any objections? Sun Haiba, as the highest commander of this operation, inquired with displeasure, hands behind his back. The audacity of someone defying his orders was simply intolerable. Believing that a good relationship with Jiang Peng would allow him to overlook others, Sun Haiba's eyes flickered with shadows of doubt. Little did he know that at this very moment, Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han had just arrived at the city bureau's entrance. Shen Han, holding a phone, wore an expression of palpable excitement. What is the matter? Gao Xiaolong inquired, his brow furrowed. Good news, Gao. We seized 800 kilograms of ice from the drug manufacturing facility. Shen Han exclaimed jubilantly. Such a substantial seizure was unprecedented. 800 kilograms. What a staggering figure. If sold, the profits would be astronomical, easily reaching 8 figures. Wei Yudao is indeed a significant figure, having achieved success. Who could have imagined that this individual was the notorious drug lord of Yanhai, if not for Comrade Xiao Jiang? From the interrogation of Wei Yudao, Shen Han could scarcely fathom how many individuals were ensnared in this web of crime, with connections stretching far and wide. The allure of profit drives these drug traffickers deeper into their abyss. Having amassed such terrifying wealth, the contrast with honest labor could be psychologically jarring. Gao Xiaolong had long understood the criminal psyche of these individuals. However, you are correct in one regard. Comrade Xiao Jiang has proven to be unexpectedly exceptional. Without him, it would indeed be challenging for you to crack this case. Upon mentioning Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong's demeanor softened noticeably. Shen Han was puzzled by this. Every time Jiang Tian was brought up, Gao Xiaolong would respond with an unusual warmth, even muttering, such a significant contribution, a first-class merit hardly seems sufficient. Nonetheless, Comrade Xiao Jiang is undeniably a talent. Shen Han contemplated seizing the opportunity to promote him. It would be a lamentable waste to keep such talent at the grassroots level. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Tian was already backed by many influential figures. Thanks to Gao Xiaolong, Shen Han had developed an unspoken camaraderie with Jiang Tian. Though they had never met, he felt an affinity towards him. After all, Jiang Tian had provided a satisfactory explanation to Gao Xiaolong. Although he was from the city bureau, there remained questions about jurisdiction under their provincial department. Seeing Gao Xiaolong's agitation, Shen Han could only offer a resigned explanation. Gao, please don't be hasty. He may just be returning to inquire about the case. Comrade Xiao Jiang has been busy all day, even with an important task. You should take the time to go to the hospital for a checkup. If there are inquiries to make, they can certainly be addressed at the hospital. It's quite reckless otherwise. Chapter 40. Sun Haiba. The leadership's favor leaves me troubled. Gao Xiaolong approached the municipal bureau with a stoic expression. At this moment, the evening atmosphere within the bureau was anything but tranquil. Almost everyone who had finished work had returned to put in extra hours. Not only the narcotics officers, but even those from the criminal investigation department had come back to work late. In many instances, narcotics agents and criminal investigators collaborated on cases, as sometimes uncovering even the faintest clues necessitated the cooperation of the latter. Conversely, if the criminal investigators encountered a homicide linked to drugs, they would need to transfer the case to the narcotics division for joint investigation. The brightly lit municipal bureau came to a halt as Gao Xiaolong entered, his impassive demeanor causing everyone engrossed in their tasks to pause and rise in unison. It was no joke. Although Gao Xiaolong had only been present for a couple of days, his reputation had preceded him throughout the bureau. He was dispatched from headquarters, and some staff members were eager to make a good impression, hoping that if Gao Xiaolong took notice of them, their futures would be bright. Unfortunately, Gao Xiaolong paid them no heed, instead scanning the room as if searching for Jiang Tian. Where is Xiao Jiang? A flicker of concern crossed Gao Xiaolong's brow. He lifted his gaze and soon spotted two individuals at the door marked interrogation room, seemingly engaged in an animated conversation. Nodding to the gathered personnel, he swiftly approached them. Let me in. Team leader Jiang is not a criminal. Why are you keeping him locked away? Instead of watching over him, shouldn't you be interrogating Wei Yudao? Zhao Wei expressed his bewilderment. He considered himself Jiang Tian's most devoted subordinate. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed to provide support. But having gone to the airport to pick up his sister, he arrived only to find that everyone else had already mobilized. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the news of Jiang Tian's detention reached him, igniting his fury. Why on earth is team leader Jiang being treated like a criminal? Calm down. No one has labeled him a criminal. It's just that too many lives have been lost, and the situation is grave. We must exercise caution. Once the investigation is concluded, he will be exonerated and will emerge as a hero, Wei Sun explained with a hint of resignation. What? As Gao Xiaolong approached, he pondered how best to commend Jiang Tian. A first-class model officer? Perhaps not. The narcotics officer was too young and could easily become a target. Publicizing such recognition could adversely affect Jiang Tian's future. A second-class model officer would be appropriate. Yet such announcements could also attract scrutiny. A first-class merit seemed inadequate to reflect Xiao Zhang's contributions in this case, leaving Gao Xiaolong in a minor quandary. However, in that moment, this concern dissipated. What were those two discussing? Jiang Tian had been detained? A fleeting confusion crossed Gao Xiaolong's eyes as he questioned whether this Jiang Tian was indeed the individual he had in mind. Comrade Gao, as Gao Xiaolong approached. Wei Sun and Zhao Wei immediately saluted. Who is inside? Gao Xiaolong narrowed his eyes, inquiring. With a smile, Wei Sun replied, Comrade Jiang Tian is inside. Buzz! At that moment, Gao Xiaolong felt overwhelmed. He glanced back and saw Wei Yudao, despite being handcuffed and shackled, seated brazenly on the sofa in the lobby. His eyes then shifted to the interrogation room, which had not been made available for the drug traffickers, but rather for the heroes who apprehended them. Was this absurd? No. This was a disruption of order, a complete upheaval of justice. Who was responsible? As Shun Han and Gao Xiaolong entered and surveyed the scene, they exchanged glances at Wei Yudao, a prominent figure in Yanhai. It was impossible for them not to recognize him, especially after having conducted an immediate investigation upon receiving the news. They had just been curious as to why the interrogation had not commenced sooner. Well, the interrogation had indeed taken place, but shockingly, it was directed at their own colleague. What is your name and what is your position? Gao Xiaolong inquired, suppressing his anger. Wei Sun, not giving it much thought, responded honestly, report, my name is Wei Sun, the captain of the second squad. And can you tell me why the drug traffickers were not interrogated, yet one of our own is being questioned? Gao Xiaolong's voice trembled slightly, a sign of his suppressed fury. Shen Han could discern this easily. He recognized that Gao Xiaolong's patience had reached its limit. Wei Sun scratched his head. Director Sun mentioned that Wei Yudao's identity is special and that we should investigate the situation thoroughly before proceeding with the interrogation. Moreover, the case is complex, and this approach is also to ensure accountability to the public. All right, Gao Xiaolong, in a fit of rage, repeated the word thrice sarcastically. At that moment, even Wei Sun sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. When he looked up at Gao Xiaolong, he noticed the latter's eyes glimmering with a cold intensity. Suddenly, Gao Xiaolong flung open the door to the interrogation room. Once inside, he surveyed the surroundings and, upon seeing Jiang Tian seated in the interrogation chair, his fury erupted completely. You need to call Sun Haiba immediately and have him come here, Gao Xiaolong demanded. His expression grim as he addressed Wei Sun. He was determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion, regardless of who intervened. He did not direct his anger toward Wei Sun, as the latter's rank was not sufficient to warrant his ire. However, it would be a grave mistake to assume that Gao Xiaolong was not furious. Otherwise, he would not have openly reprimanded Jiang Tian during the meeting. He was a leader who would not tolerate any injustice. Yes, I will do so right away, Wei Sun replied, pulling out his phone. Captain Gao. Director Shun at that moment. Jiang Tian hastily stood up. It's good if there's nothing wrong. Gao Xiaolong managed a slight smile, for in his mind, Jiang Tian had become an invaluable asset to the anti-drug team. Chief, here is the recording device from that time. Jiang Tian retrieved the recording he had deliberately preserved, as he had a persistent feeling that Sun Haiba would inevitably cause trouble, and indeed, it was so. Meanwhile, Sun Haiba, descending from Jailing Mountain, felt rather indifferent. Today had been a fruitless endeavor, while Jiang Tian's reputation would undoubtedly flourish. This compelled Sun Haiba to reflect upon his forthcoming choices. Although Jailing Mountain was somewhat remote, the surrounding environment was quite pleasant, allowing one to behold the luminous spectacle of the sea of clouds from his vantage point. Clad in uniform, Sun Haiba clasped his hands behind his back, burdened by the weight of ensuring the safety and well-being of millions in the city and its districts. He must rally himself. Sun Haiba murmured to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and pride. After a brief moment with no response, he sighed. In the past, at this hour, Xiao Bo would have already emerged to echo his sentiments. Without him, it felt as though a vital companion was missing. Sun Haiba took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Bo. Come back to work in the next couple of days. I've made arrangements for you. Just then, a phone call interrupted him. Sun Haiba answered the call nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed on the distant urban landscape. Not even glancing at the caller ID, he stated directly, "What is it? I'm busy. Just speak plainly." "Oh, fine. I'll return right away," he replied, ending the call and shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, holding a high position means being constantly beholden to others. The expectations of leadership often leave me astonished. After voicing his thoughts, he turned to the driver, a young officer. "Xiao Wang, have you heard of Director Gao?" Sun Haiba contemplated the evening's arrangements and, overall, felt quite content. While it may not seem entirely fair to Xiao Jiang, it should demonstrate to the leaders his unwavering commitment to the case, treating all matters without favoritism. "Director, are you going to meet Director Gao? I saw him on television." Xiao Wang exclaimed, a mix of surprise and excitement evident in his tone. "You're a promising young man. Keep up the good work, and you might just find yourself officially recognized soon." Sun Haiba responded, pleased with the compliment. Soon enough, the city bureau was drawing nearer. This was acceptable. Though lacking in accolades, he had certainly endured his share of hardships. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Sun Haiba surveyed the bustling cityscape. At that moment, he strode confidently into the city bureau. However, upon entering, he sensed something amiss. Why were those who usually greeted him with salutes now hastily bowing their heads? Seemingly fearful of being implicated in something, they dared not even meet his gaze. Chapter 41. The attention of the big shots. We now have a strong backing meanwhile. In the conference room, Jiang Tian, accompanied by Gao Xiaolong and others, was engrossed in reviewing the recorded footage. Initially, Gao Xiaolong had urged Jiang Tian to visit the hospital for a prompt medical examination, to consider hospitalization for adjustments, and to undergo psychological evaluation and therapy. After all, the sensation of taking a life is profoundly distinct. Not to mention humans, even a dog that has tasted raw flesh will turn aggressive. The act of killing operates similarly. An unstable mindset can lead to severe psychological trauma after one's first kill, potentially steering them down a path of crime. How many lives had Jiang Tian claimed in just a few days? Over the course of 2 days, he had taken the lives of no fewer than 180 individuals, 180 vivid reminders of mortality meticulously documented and sealed within Jiang Tian's case file. Yet, Jiang Tian remained steadfast. "Director Gao, the case is of utmost importance. I propose we interrogate Wei Yudao, and being present here allows me to elaborate on the case details through the footage." Jiang Tian's singular focus on solving the case sharply contrasted with Sun Haiba's demeanor in the eyes of Gao Xiaolong and Shenhan. One was wholly dedicated to the pursuit of justice, while the other, in such a critical department, seemed preoccupied with influence and interpersonal relations. This realization caused Gao Xiaolong to exhale sharply. As they continued watching the footage, forensic experts in the room also observed intently. From the outset, Jiang Tian had been in stealth mode. Gao Xiaolong inquired, "Xiao Jiang, how did you suspect Wei Yudao was involved in this?" Jiang Tian smirked and replied, "Instinct. I can sense the presence of criminals." Gasp. This statement left Gao Xiaolong astonished as he turned to Jiang Tian. "You can smell it?" After contemplating his scanning radar, Jiang Tian nodded with certainty. "Good lad," Gao Xiaolong said, his face beaming with pride as he regarded Jiang Tian's displayed prowess with admiration. He had not anticipated that Jiang Tian possessed such a skill. There was no room for doubt. Jiang Tian had unequivocally proven his capabilities. Otherwise, how could he have detected the issues surrounding Wei Yu Dao and even followed him? However, despite his commendable accomplishment this time, Gao Xiaolong cautioned, "You must refrain from such actions in the future. While your skills are commendable, drug traffickers are exceedingly dangerous. Always report any anomalies at the first opportunity." Indeed, Jiang Tian's unilateral actions posed a risk. Otherwise, Sun Haiba would not have seized the opportunity to reprimand him just after he had earned his commendation. This realization allowed Jiang Tian to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing Gao Xiaolong's admiration, he reflected on a past life where Gao Xiaolong had perished, even causing a significant upheaval. Now, due to his presence, Jiang Tian had altered his destiny, the fate of his family, and most importantly, the fate of Gao Xiaolong. For this elder had made significant contributions. Moreover, with the esteem Gao Xiaolong now held for him, Jiang Tian understood that his future was destined for a remarkable ascent, charting a path starkly different from his previous existence. The footage recorded by Jiang Tian's camera is playing, albeit somewhat unclear due to the night. Yet, the terrifying aspects are palpable. As the sound of barking dogs echoes, Jiang Tian is indeed discovered at once. Gao Xiaolong's expression turns grave. Seeing 4 drug dealers charging towards him sends a jolt through his heart. Empathizing with the situation, one must ponder who could remain unruffled when faced with such scenario. Subsequently, as Jiang Tian moves with remarkable agility, dispatching foes with lethal precision, Gao Xiaolong gasps in astonishment. Even Shun Han's countenance shifts. "Xiao Jiang, would you be interested in joining the provincial department?" The thought stirs within Shun Han, completely captivated. Such talent is formidable. Who could possibly withstand it? The notion of poaching seems audacious to Gao Xiaolong. As over 20 drug dealers storm out of the factory, even the seasoned Gao Xiaolong feels his scalp prickle with anxiety. He is certain that anyone else would have succumbed to despair in this dire situation. Gao Xiaolong can scarcely fathom how one might escape the encirclement of so many ruthless armed dealers. What follows is a first-hand experience of terror. Jiang Tian's speed is breathtaking. He shifts positions almost immediately after each shot, and a mere second's delay would have rendered him a mere pincushion. The danger escalates with the silent assassinations that unfold. Within a matter of minutes, the apprehension of Wei Yu Dao occurs, and it dawns on Gao Xiaolong that he is drenched in cold sweat, still shaken from the perilous encounter. Is it unjust? Gao Xiaolong exhales, turning to inquire of Jiang Tian. After surviving such a treacherous battle and accomplishing the monumental task of dismantling an entire drug manufacturing facility, the thought of being confined by superiors weighs heavily on him. He feels a twinge of guilt towards such a heroic officer. Not at all. It's all in service to the people, Jiang Tian replies with a fleeting smile. Gao Xiaolong beams with satisfaction. He had thought Jiang Tian, being young, would harbor resentment over such treatment, yet he is taken aback by the officer's maturity. With Jiang Tian's capabilities, achievements, and background, even if he were to confront Sun Haiba, the latter would find himself at a loss. However, with such impulsiveness devoid of wisdom, one is ill-equipped for greater responsibilities, merely suited for the fray. Now, witnessing Jiang Tian's performance evokes a profound admiration for his talent within Gao Xiaolong. "This is my phone number. Feel free to reach out if you need anything," he says, presenting a business card that bears only 5 words. Gao Xiaolong, headquarters, along with his phone number. Gao Xiaolong's gesture leaves Shun Han utterly astonished. He comprehends the significance of this act. Gao Xiaolong, a man who tolerates no nonsense, has never before engaged in such overt favoritism. And yet, he has now directly provided his contact information, signifying that Jiang Tian has truly captured Gao Xiaolong's attention. Jiang Tian swiftly tucked away the business card. and despite his previous years of indulgence, he found it difficult to suppress his excitement at that moment. This signified that he, Jiang Tian, not only had a father who was a department head, but also a formidable ally from the headquarters. While it may be improbable for this influential figure to assist him through backdoor means, Jiang Tian believed that if he had to resort to such measures, it would be more prudent to throw himself against a block of tofu. What he truly sought was a fair and just environment, which Gao Xiaolong could provide. Just as Jiang Tian received the card, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone standing at the conference room door. To his surprise, it was Sun Haibo. However, he noticed that Sun's eyes appeared slightly red. Was it jealousy? Indeed, Sun Haibo was seething with envy. He felt as though his chest might explode. Gao Xiaolong had actually given Jiang Tian his own business card and contact information. This fair and just figure had made an exception for Jiang Tian. The realization of Jiang Tian's imminent rise filled Sun with an explosive jealousy. In his heart, Sun Haibo felt resentful. He believed that Jiang Tian was merely fortunate and a bit more skilled, yet he questioned whether such attributes alone could truly lead to success. Although Sun may not have any accolades to his name, he had certainly put in his share of hard work. Why could he not be regarded with a measure of respect? Chapter 42. Who gives you the right to target heroes? Chief, you summoned me. Rest assured, we have adequately resolved all subsequent issues. Following our city's bureau's arduous investigation and treating every perpetrator with equality and without discrimination, we have reached a detailed conclusion regarding this case. Sun Haibo stepped forward, hastily speaking, not seeking personal accolades, yet striving to showcase himself. What he did not anticipate was that upon hearing his words, Gao Xiaolong would erupt in furious disdain, exclaiming, "Your so-called equal treatment equates to allowing a major drug lord to lounge comfortably on the sofa without interrogation, while imprisoning the true hero who apprehended him and dismantled the drug factory in a secluded room. Chief, my primary concern was to consider Wei Yudeo's unique status as a representative of the assembly. I intended to report upwards before taking action." Sun Haibo justified his actions, and while he could argue that his rationale held merit, he overlooked one critical detail. Gao Xiaolong was an individual intolerant of injustice. The moment he heard this explanation, his anger intensified. "So you believe you have the authority to confine a hero to a small room? Sun Haibo, who granted you the right to target heroes? Who endowed you with the privilege to abuse your power? Let me remind you, authority is bestowed by the people, and equality is not merely a proclamation, but a fundamental principle. Just because you possess a modicum of status, you choose to differentiate treatment, even extending leniency to a drug lord. What else would you dare to do?" Boom! The atmosphere trembled. The entire conference room was astounded by this spectacle, especially upon hearing Gao Xiaolong's words. The narcotics officers present were already seething with anger, and even the assisting detectives had fire in their eyes. Gao Xiaolong's statements resonated with them deeply. They empathized. If they were to succeed in their duties, would they find themselves confined simply because the adversary held a notable position? Who would dare to act in the future? Gao Xiaolong was indeed contemplating this very issue. Sun Haibo, awaiting commendation, wore a perplexed expression as beads of sweat began to form, staring blankly at the enraged Gao Xiaolong. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. "Sun Haibo, your position is to solve cases, not to indulge in personal connections. Black is black, and white is white. There is no room for personal favors. You imprisoned a comrade who achieved a significant victory for the sake of personal relations. What is your intention?" Gao Xiaolong pressed against the table, exuding an overwhelming presence as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Haibo. At that moment, Sun Haibo felt a surge of panic. Casting a glance at Jiang Tian, that scoundrel, his eyes reddened as he observed Gao Xiaolong's relentless reprimand, and then the business card in Jiang Tian's hand. Sun Haibo's gaze brimmed with resentment. Damn it, he truly deserved this. "Sun Haibo, I shall discuss this matter with headquarters. It is questionable whether it is appropriate to place you in such a vital department. Furthermore, Director Shun has decided to impose a disciplinary notification on you within the province." Gao Xiaolong continued. Buzz. Sun Haibo's complexion turned ashen. It was over. He realized that his political future was utterly doomed. Regrettably, Jiang Tian was unable to witness Sun Haibao's performance, as he was swiftly pulled out of the conference room by Zhao Wei, who drove them to the hospital. Yang Yi, why didn't you call me for your departure? Zhao Wei lamented. Did you not mention that you were picking up your sister's flight tonight? I thought I would check on the situation myself, Jiang Tian explained in a calm manner. This particular incident lingered vividly in Jiang Tian's memory. In his previous life, Zhao Wei sacrificed himself just as his sister arrived that night. He had once had a chance to turn the tide, but it was thwarted by that treacherous woman. Wang Yifei, what about me? Li Zijing, seated beside Jiang Tian, tugged at him, scrutinizing him as if to discern any injuries. Eventually, upon observing that Jiang Tian bore no wounds apart from some dirt on his clothing, she let out a sigh of relief. It must be said that, as a young man, being so close to a young woman felt rather inappropriate for Jiang Tian. Moreover, the fact that Li Zijing was 2 or 3 years his senior and possessed an exceptionally pure and innocent demeanor gave her an aura akin to a classical beauty, prompting Jiang Tian to discreetly create a bit of distance, which alleviated his discomfort. Did you not say your blind date invited you to dinner? Jiang Tian replied. This reminded him of the previous life, where Li Zijing had perished in the battle the day prior, and that blind date was not a commendable character either, rumored to be involved in unsavory activities before being apprehended. Observing Li Zijing before him, Jiang Tian felt compelled to take action. After all, she had consistently cared for him since joining the police force and was now under his supervision, particularly with regard to paperwork and case matters. Li Zijing managed everything with admirable precision, serving as the administrative backbone of their small team. Humph, no man is worth anything. I, your sister Li, will never marry. I am a staunch advocate of remaining single, Li Zijing quipped. Fine, I was going to treat you to barbecue, but let that go, Jiang Tian shrugged. Li Zijing's expression immediately fell, as Jiang Tian had deftly identified her Achilles heel. Though she had a commendable figure, her well-known penchant for food was her downfall. Forget it. You are not a bad person, Li Zijing pouted, her face darkening. Jiang Tian chose not to comment further, as the case concerning Wei Yudao was essentially concluded. The arduous work of sifting through any subsequent revelations lay ahead, yet Jiang Tian was acutely aware that some matters were best left alone. He had already garnered the lion's share of credit. Leaving the remaining trivialities for his colleagues was a commendable manner of handling the situation. These minor accolades would not significantly alter Jiang Tian's circumstances, but they would undoubtedly endear him to the entire police force, a transaction worth its weight in gold. He pondered how Xiaobo would feel upon returning and witnessing the admiration and compliments directed towards him, gazing out of the window. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Although Jiang Tian was unscathed, the police department issued a certificate and mandated that he must spend a night in the hospital. It was at this moment that the capture of Wei Yudao, although occurring late in the evening, sent ripples of shock throughout the community. Who was Wei Yudao? In the realm of Yanhai, he wielded considerable influence, traversing the realms of both light and shadow, with a reputation that preceded him. His enterprises permeated various sectors of Yanhai. As Mu Yaxin wearily returned home, her countenance bore the marks of fatigue. The man she had once thought worthy of a lifetime's commitment turned out to be someone entirely different, leaving her reeling from the revelation. Yet, upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find her father, who had previously harbored a strong disdain for Xiaobo, now inquiring about him with unexpected interest. Little did Muya know, the city's narcotics unit had recently experienced a surge of success, having eradicated a significant number of drug traffickers operating from abroad. This morning, they had dismantled a drug trafficking case linked to Yun University, and by nightfall, they had taken down a major figure in Yanhai, Wei Yudao, reputed to be a notorious drug lord. Her father expressed astonishment, noting that all these cases had been resolved by the city bureau, and that Xiaobo was indeed part of this narcotics team. Is Wei Yudao truly a drug lord? Muya gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Even she had heard whispers of his infamous reputation. Yes, it is said that the breakthroughs were achieved by an intern narcotics officer, whose name remains undisclosed, but is rumored to be Jiang. It is said that even the esteemed Gao holds him in high regard, her father remarked, exuding an air of cultured sophistication befitting his esteemed position. In that moment, Muya's mind immediately conjured the image of Jiang Tian. It all clicked into place. At that instant, a profound curiosity and an unacknowledged admiration for Jiang Tian stirred within her. Indeed, it seems Xiao Bo has passed this test. For what I gather, this accomplishment likely required the concerted efforts of at least 2 or 3 teams. If he contributed significantly, Xiao Bo might even receive personal recognition. It appears he has successfully navigated this trial, her father noted with a beaming smile. Muya bit her lip, grappling with her emotions. She yearned to sever ties with Xiao Bo, yet found herself unable to muster the resolve. The lessons of loyalty instilled in her since childhood echoed in her mind, emphasizing steadfastness. Although her connection with Xiao Bo was tenuous and undefined, she feared that a hasty change would render her fickle. I understand, but father, I wish to go camping tomorrow, and I do not want anyone following me, Muya insisted, seeking solitude to contemplate how to proceed. As she held her phone, she gazed at Xiao Bo's heartfelt messages, filled with apologies and pleas for forgiveness, desperately asking for another chance. Chapter 43. Boundless Stamina. I am invincible. You are free to do as you please at the city hospital. The morning sunlight streamed in. Yet, upon a particular hospital bed, Wang Yifei found herself grappling with an unbearable reality. We are truly sorry. We have done all we could, but regrettably, the nerves in your left leg are severed. You will likely require a cane to walk in the future. These words from the doctor echoed with a sense of profound loss. For Wang Yifei, it felt as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Did this mean she would become disabled? Once, she had harbored a disdainful attitude toward the disabled, embracing a lofty fairy-like demeanor. Especially after learning of Jiang Tian's status, she had reveled in the adoration showered upon her by the second-generation elite, which had elevated her spirit to the heavens. And now, to be told that a fairy like her would be afflicted with a disability? No, this cannot be true. You must be doing this on purpose. Are you doctors intentionally subjecting me to this fate? In her fury, the little fairy Wang Yifei was on the brink of losing her sanity. As the effects of the anesthesia faded, her left leg became devoid of sensation, pushing her toward the brink of madness. I apologize, but we have exerted all our efforts, the doctor replied, his expression turning cold. This was nothing short of unreasonable outbursts. Had it not been for the unfortunate circumstance of her losing a leg, he would have expelled her from the hospital today. Furthermore, your medical expenses have now accumulated to a debt of 130,000 yuan. Please settle this promptly. The doctor coldly presented the bill. Initially, he had intended to grant her some time to gather the funds, but now the hospital's compassion had reached its limit. If Jiang Tian were present, he would undoubtedly be familiar with this entire scenario. In a previous life, Wang Yifei had behaved similarly. It was always Jiang Tian who bore the consequences. Heaven help us. Where can we find such a sum of money? The doctor furrowed his brow, wishing to avoid further entanglement. If the fees are not settled, we shall have to cease medication. Should an infection occur, it is possible that the patient may ultimately require amputation. Once the doctor departed, Wang Yifei's parents, who had rushed to the hospital, felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. After lamenting, her mother appeared to have a sudden epiphany, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, Jiang Tian. Yes, daughter, did you not mention that Jiang Tian, that good-for-nothing, is from a wealthy family? Those in power often have money. Quickly, ask him for help. Wang Yifei's father also realized the potential. Indeed, that good-for-nothing must have wealth. He has previously bought you phones, gifts, and designer handbags. He must have money. Both of Wang Yifei's parents were ordinary workers, having saved a little over time. But they were also burdened with the impending marriage of Wang Yifei's younger brother, which strained their finances further. At this moment, Wang Yifei hesitated. The mere mention of Jiang Tian's name left her at a loss for words. She sensed that Jiang Tian had changed. He had once hung on her every word, but since witnessing her with Xiao Bo, he was no longer the same. If there was any regret, it was the hollow feeling of losing Jiang Tian, her once reliable source of financial support. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the gifts he had previously bestowed upon her were the fruits of his arduous labor. I cannot reach him, Wang Yifei stammered hesitantly. Wang Yifei's father, Wang Chong, was instantly filled with rage. Is it because you encountered trouble that he vanished? That scoundrel! If he dares to neglect you, I shall report him, even his family. Isn't his father some sort of director? I will seek him out and file a complaint. He has lavished you with so many gifts. He must be corrupt. If Jiang Tian were here, he would undoubtedly grasp the despicable nature of this family. In a previous life, this family squandered the modest inheritance left by Jiang Tian's parents, entirely consumed by the need to buy a house for Wang Yifei's brother's wedding. Not a single member of this family is innocent. As they were embroiled in their heated discussion, a group of individuals clad in white shirts walked by outside the hospital room. Are they high-ranking officials? Wang Chang swallowed hard. Even in his ignorance, he recognized that those in white shirts adorned with insignias were undoubtedly significant figures. The most alarming sight was the presence of several individuals dressed in formal suits accompanying them. The doctor, who had just been exuding authority, now stood with his hands respectfully clasped before him, waiting for this entourage to pass. He even greeted a charming man at the door, addressing him as the hospital director. Could it be that the hospital director was merely there to accompany them? Wang Chang's heart sank as he realized that these individuals were even more formidable. The elevator system in this hospital is rather impractical. To reach the 4th floor, one must navigate a circuitous route, commented Gao Xiaolong, leading the group. What? You say Gao Xiaolong is not part of the health system? My apologies, but Gao Xiaolong's rank allows him oversight of all public safety matters, and he is entitled to voice his concerns regarding inefficiencies. It turned out that Gao Xiaolong had personally monitored the case after gathering information the previous night. Having spent a restless night worrying about Jiang Tian, this precious asset. Remarkably, in the entire Yanhai, no progress had been made over such an extended period. Yet Jiang Tian had resolved 2 immensely impactful cases in a single day. After much contemplation and discussions with Director Shun, they jointly decided to nominate Jiang Tian for the title of Drug Enforcement Pioneer. However, considering Jiang Tian's youth and recent graduation, having already received an exceptional promotion, further elevation might seem premature. This honorary title would serve as a significant accolade, and thus, they arrived early to convey this splendid news to Jiang Tian. Director, the 1st floor provides direct access. We can also transfer from the 4th floor without needing to change elevators. It is merely that we happen to take this elevator from the 1st floor, the hospital director explained. Gao Xiaolong smiled slightly and remarked, Comrade Jiang Tian is not only a commendable individual, but also a young hero within our public security system. He deserves the utmost in terms of equipment and psychological assessment from the best specialists. This is of paramount importance. It must be said, everything was progressing rather smoothly for Gao Xiaolong, who had tasks at hand to rectify the drug control and safety issues in Yanhai. Having been there for several days without finding a viable starting point, Jiang Tian's emergence was akin to placing the sharpest blade into Gao Xiaolong's hands, ready to sever the intricate web of criminal organizations in Yanhai. As the group departed, their conversation resonated clearly within the confines of Wang Chang's hospital room. Incredibly, the cold-hearted wastrel, Jiang Tian, is also present in this hospital. How splendid! With those leaders here, if he hesitates to part with his money, we shall raise a ruckus and expose his family's corruption. Wang Chang's face beamed with delight. Wang Yifei, initially poised to offer an explanation, swiftly swallowed her words. She did not wish to sever ties. She still held on to hope, for the doctor had assured her that with diligent rehabilitation, she might yet walk normally again. However, such recovery demanded exorbitant medical expenses. At this moment, Wang Yifei found herself entirely reliant on Jiang Tian. With leaders present, surely Jiang Tian would be constrained. A flicker of hope ignited within Wang Yifei's heart. Huang Mei, you foolish girl, hurry and follow, Wang Chang urged as he jogged alongside Wang Mu. Their attire was rather modest. Gao Xiaolong and others cast a glance at the pair, assuming them to be mere family members of a patient without further thought. Psychological rehabilitation was located on the 12th floor. The elevator arrived swiftly, with the hospital director personally leading the way. At this very moment, Jiang Tian was languidly observing his attribute panel. Following a night of arduous efforts, He had successfully upgraded one of his attributes to a crimson level. Unerring shot, gold. Radar scanning, gold. Martial arts master, red. Gifted, blue. Traditional medicine novice, white. Disguise minor accomplishment, green. Transcendent memory, green. Minor gambling skill, green. Mediocre musical talent, white. Evil value, 18, 300. Special mission, blessing of the god of wealth. Collect 3 first-class merits. Guardian of physique, collect first, second, and third-class merits. Jiang Tian lay on his bed, eyes closed in repose, yet his mind wandered to whether the higher-ups would grant him 2 first-class merits. After all, his involvement in the Yunda incident constituted a significant contribution. Discovering a drug manufacturing facility was no small feat under normal circumstances. Receiving 2 first-class merits seemed plausible. Yet, he already possessed one. Would they bestow him with another? Jiang Tian harbored doubts. Nonetheless, gazing at the impressive earnings of 18,000, with the capture of Wei Yu Dao contributing a substantial 5,000 to his evil value, he realized he had never encountered someone with such a formidable evil value. Undoubtedly, the crimes committed were beyond measure. In terms of physique, the gifted attribute had already bestowed upon him 3 times the human limit of strength. If he attained the red level, would it not begin at tenfold? The prospect thrilled Jiang Tian. This, combined with a martial arts master attribute, could unleash unparalleled power. At that moment, he envisioned himself striding confidently through life. Should he take a leap of faith? Jiang Tian contemplated, directly upgrading his gifted attribute. In the next instant, he felt a surge of flame ignite within him, as if it had suddenly burst into life. Every muscle in his body trembled, filled with an inexplicable sensation. Gifted, blue. Endless stamina, red. At this moment, you have acquired boundless source power. As long as sufficient nourishment is available, your strength shall know no limits. Wow, this is truly remarkable. Brother Jiang, you seem a bit different. Zhao Wei, the caregiver, remarked in surprise. Yesterday, Jiang Tian had intended to send them away, but they stubbornly refused, claiming that their superiors had instructed them to stay and provide care, promising compensation for their efforts. Consequently, they were determined not to leave. Last night, Jiang Tian's mother had visited, only to find that both caregivers had occupied the 2 beds, leaving her no choice but to depart in resignation. Li Zijing, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. For a fleeting moment, they both felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had encountered some primordial beast. However, before Jiang Tian could respond, a knock at the door interrupted. Before he could turn around, Gao Xiaolong had already pushed the door open and entered. Yet, Jiang Peng did not accompany him. Jiang Tian had learned via phone call that his father had been working late at the Municipal Bureau, conducting an urgent interrogation of Wei Yu Dao. Aside from Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian noticed that Shun Ting had also arrived. Beside Shun Han stood a woman clad in a white blouse. Indeed, she was a woman, appearing to be in her mid-30s. She radiated a cold demeanor, exuding an air of judgment towards everyone. Director Bai? Jiang Tian squinted, recognizing her as Bai Qiu, the head of the anti-drug unit at the provincial department. In his previous life, though he had been at the bottom rung, he had once seen her photographed during a national commendation ceremony for heroic models, honoring police officers who had sacrificed their lives in the line of duty. At this moment, Bai Qiu was also regarding him with a curious gaze. Chapter 44. Honorary Award, Vanguard Against Drugs. Even the aloof Bai Qiu, upon witnessing Jiang Tian's remarkable achievements yesterday, felt a sense of astonishment. She had personally attended the scene for an investigation last night. The harrowing sights at the venue had left her deeply shocked. Comrade Jiang Tian has undergone a thorough psychological assessment, confirming that there are no issues, and he is in excellent health. With no injuries, the director interjected promptly. Excellent. High Commander Gao expressed his delight. Commander Gao, what brings you here? Jiang Tian inquired, his expression revealing a hint of confusion, overwhelmed by the presence of such esteemed figures. High Commander Gao remained silent. There were also Director Shun and President Bai present. As a mere drug enforcement officer, Jiang Tian felt unworthy to be in their company. He had never even dared to hope to meet such influential individuals in his previous life. With a slight smile, High Commander Gao addressed him, Comrade Jiang Tian. On behalf of the Ministry of Public Security, I am here to present you with a commendation. Now, please listen closely. At that moment, Wang Chong and his wife cautiously approached the hospital room. A steady voice resonated. Comrade Jiang Tian, unafraid of danger, has courageously eliminated evil and punished criminals, demonstrating exemplary conduct in law enforcement. In the face of crime, he has led the charge with bravery and valor, fully embodying the spirit of the new era of people's police, particularly in his outstanding efforts against drug traffickers. To honor his achievements and promote righteous conduct, the Ministry of Public Security has decided to award Comrade Jiang Tian the title of Vanguard against drugs. We hope that he will cherish this honor, continue to strive for excellence, and achieve even greater success. Buzz, Li Zijing and Zhao Wei, standing beside Jiang Tian, widened their eyes in disbelief. Since the arrival of these dignitaries, they had been trembling with their heads bowed, but upon hearing High Commander Gao's words, they were instantly overwhelmed. At that moment, a singular thought consumed them. What an extraordinary captain we are following. My brother will always remain my brother, Zhao Wei gasped. Vanguard against drugs, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled. Although it was not a nationwide hero title within the police system, the title of Vanguard against drugs served as a significant affirmation for him. Moreover, Jiang Tian was not anxious, as he had only returned to life 2 days prior and had joined the police force merely a month ago. Typically, one would need to undergo a year of internship, yet he had already been exceptionally promoted. Wanting too much could lead to premature advancement, and although Jiang Tian was unafraid, he understood that towering achievements require a solid foundation. In this life, he aspired not only to eradicate evil, but also to rise to greatness. Thank you, Commander, Jiang Tian expressed. High Commander Gao shook his head. Your certificate of honor is already being processed with utmost urgency by the Ministry of Public Security and will be delivered to you in a few days, along with your merit medal. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to receive his blessings from the god of wealth today. In truth, the astonishment at the scene extended beyond Li Zijing and Zhao Wei. It also encompassed 2 individuals outside the door. Old Wang, what does the title Vanguard against drugs signify? Huang Mei asked, somewhat nervously, having noticed the favorable demeanor of the leaders in white shirts towards Jiang Tian. At this moment, Wang Chang's eyes were filled with exhilarating surprise as he exclaimed, the anti-drug pioneer needs no further questioning. They must have achieved something remarkable, especially with so many leaders present. This undoubtedly signifies a great accomplishment, and it bodes well for the future. Given his affection for Wang Yifei, not only can he secure funds for medical treatment, but perhaps, with a bit of intimidation, he could even extort a sum for his bright future. These officials have plenty of money. We only need a fraction of it. Moreover, Wang Chang's mind was already racing with thoughts of quickly establishing a connection between his daughter Wang Yifei and Jiang Tian. Regardless of the means, he was determined to forge that link. Through Jiang Tian's connections, they could amass considerable wealth. It seemed Wang Chong had stumbled upon a lucrative path. Who are you? What are you doing here? At that moment, the guard stationed at the entrance finally shouted at the 2. We are the parents-in-law of the patient inside. What is with this attitude? Wang Chong boldly retorted. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was engaged in conversation with Bai Qiu. Comrade Jiang, our team has recently come across a case. We've received information regarding a drug transaction in the eastern district of Yanhai. We hope you can assist us when the time comes. Bai Qiu inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. In truth, Bai Qiu sought to gauge whether the situation was as dire as reported. Jiang Tian's youthful visage, still bearing traces of innocence, made Bai Qiu hesitate. The Eastern District? Jiang Tian's expression shifted subtly. The name was familiar to him, as it was the site of an unprecedented case before his transmigration, where Bai Qiu had perished during the operation due to inadequate preparation, falling victim to ruthless drug traffickers. Absolutely, Jiang Tian replied without hesitation. Very well, we'll take our leave now. You should rest today. There's no need to return to work, Gao Xiaolong said, patting Jiang Tian encouragingly. Outside, Huang Mei appeared astonished. Old Wang, why didn't we go in when the leaders were present? Are you foolish? We first need to pressure this good-for-nothing into covering Yifei's medical expenses. If he refuses, We will expose this loser to those leaders, Wang Chong replied with a cold smile. Even if he was a second-generation heir, they had previously encountered this worthless individual who was hardly intimidating. Wang Chong felt confident that his plan would succeed. Just as Gao Xiaolong and the others departed, an untimely voice interrupted. Jiang Tian, the treatment costs for Yifei are overdue. What are you doing? The medication has been halted, and if anything happens to her, we will not spare you. Jiang Tian slowly turned his head, and upon seeing those two familiar faces, he felt little surprise. He recalled that in his previous life, these individuals had been even more vicious. There were many instances when he contemplated divorce, unable to endure the torment inflicted by Wang Yifei and her family. However, he was ultimately tethered by the child, and the sheer size of the family made it difficult to extricate himself. Wang Yifei's uncles alone numbered 3 or 4, with a multitude of cousins. What if Xiao Bo were to marry Wang Yifei? Jiang Tian gazed at them, a sudden epiphany striking him as he grasped the essence of inspiration. What if he were to transfer the tragic circumstances of his past life directly onto Xiao Bo? Contemplating this, Jiang Tian felt a tremor within, for he understood Wang Yifei all too well. Based on his insights, their initial union was born of genuine love and thrill, yet it would inevitably evolve into a pursuit of Xiao Bo's power. Without Jiang Tian's presence, once the novelty wore off, Wang Yifei's nefarious nature would fully manifest. At that juncture, she would unleash chaos upon Xiao Bo's family, which hailed from humble beginnings in a mountain village. Marrying Wang Yifei would be a monumental misfortune for his entire family. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian feigned surprise and remarked, "Uncle Wang, we have already broken up. Are you not aware?" In his previous life, Wang Chong had compelled Jiang Tian to provide financial assistance for Wang Yifei's brother to purchase a house as a bridal price. However, in this current life, Jiang Tian was curious to witness how Xiao Bo would react to such circumstances. Break up? Jiang Tian, how dare you end things with our Yifei, you worthless wretch. After playing around, you refuse to take responsibility. Such good fortune is unheard of. I shall report you. We will go above and lodge a complaint against you officials for bullying ordinary folk. Huang Mei erupted, wailing and causing a scene. Wang Chong furrowed his brow and said, Jiang Tian, you cannot allow Yifei's injury to compel you to act so irresponsibly. If that is the case, I will have to escalate this to your superiors. Just think, your bright future could be irreparably tarnished. How could your leaders promote you then? With your presence. It is indeed a bright future that could be ruined. Jiang Tian scoffed internally, yet he merely raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Uncle Wang, you have misunderstood. Yifei has never allowed me to touch her. Wang Chong was taken aback. Upon realizing Jiang Tian's background, they had pressured their daughter to consent to his pursuit, operating under the assumption that they were already intimately involved. Even if nothing has transpired, you cannot evade responsibility. Our daughter is too conservative. She wishes to reserve her first time for marriage, Wang Chong lamented. Jiang Tian smirked inwardly, thinking that shameless woman is considered conservative. You truly overestimate your daughter. Little did you know, while she claims to keep herself pure, she is engaging in illicit affairs with some scoundrel. And the exorbitant medical expenses are not due to an injury, but rather because your daughter is pregnant, having been injured rather severely. Most of that money was spent on preserving the pregnancy, for it is that rogue's child. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Tian took it upon himself to examine Wang Yifei's medical records and discovered that the child had not yet been lost. He couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the unborn child, surviving against all odds. What did you say? I will fight you, you worthless piece of trash. Huang Mei shrieked, frenzied and ready to charge at him. Slap! Jiang Tian swiftly delivered a resounding blow, sending the hefty Huang Mei sprawling, bloodied, and flung backward. You hit me, you murderer. The police will be called. Huang Mei wailed and wept. In that moment, even Wang Chong was drenched in cold sweat, uncertain how to navigate the unfolding situation, as they realized they could no longer control Jiang Tian. What has happened to this child? This financial burden. At this moment, Wang Chong felt an overwhelming urge to end Wang Yifei's life. Rather than seeking me out, you would be better off pursuing that wild man. He dallied with Yi Fei and refuses to take responsibility. Moreover, considering I share no connection with her, your demand for money from me constitutes extortion. However, seeking it from the child's father is entirely reasonable. If you doubt this, I can provide a DNA test. Jiang Tian proposed this suggestion. Huang Mei's sobs ceased, and the memory of the beating faded as Wang Cheng's eyes brightened. As long as there was a chance to gain something, to acquire money, it didn't matter who replaced Jiang Tian. Besides, that financial burden must have found someone better to abandon him. A better option, after all, insinuates greater wealth. Hiss, who is that man? Speak quickly. Wang Cheng's eyes turned red. That wild man is named Xiao Bo, a local from Yunhai, currently residing in Xingshan community. By the way, he and I are both narcotics officers, though he has been suspended, likely at home. Jiang Tian kindly divulged the information. Without uttering a word, Wang Chong and Huang Mei nearly sprinted from the hospital room. In that moment, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. Yet he could foresee the grave consequences awaiting Xiao Bo goodness, with tens of thousands. One wonders if Xiao Bo's parents can even manage it. Inside the room, only Jiang Tian remained to observe, alongside the astonished Li Zijing and Zhao Wei. They required time to digest this explosive news. That beast, Xiao Bo, is he even human? Zhao Wei's worldview was shaken, having already considered Xiao Bo to be a brute. Yet this revelation surpassed his expectations. Wang Yifei is no saint either. Previously, I envied how kind you were to her, yet she refused to let you get close. Li Zijing defended Jiang Tian. Sister Li, if I treat you well, would you then allow me to get close? Jiang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Pa. Li Zijing feigned disgust, rolling her eyes, but as she turned away, no one noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. Chapter 45, A Street Stall Meal. Fortune knocks at the door. Yinshan Prison stands as the most notorious correctional facility in the entire Yunhai province. The inmates housed within its walls are either serving life sentences or condemned criminals awaiting execution. In essence, the path to freedom for these individuals stretches across decades. Given the significance of this prison, the security measures in place are of the utmost importance. Under normal circumstances, escaping from this facility is an impossibility, an endeavor that one could deem futile for a lifetime. Yet, the specter of unforeseen events looms large. On this particular day, a gentle drizzle enveloped the sky. As twilight descended, a deafening alarm pierced the tranquility of Yinshan Prison, shattering the stillness. From the warden to the most junior guard, panic ensued as the realization dawned. Someone had escaped from Yinshan Prison. Jiang Tian's memories from a past life proved accurate. Earlier that day, after completing his discharge procedures, he had ventured out with two colleagues, hoping to test their luck on the streets. To be candid, fortune did not favor them. After wandering for several hours, Jiang Tian had failed to uncover any significant criminals. They managed to apprehend merely 3 or 4 petty thieves, a trivial feat in his eyes. However, this lack of success left Zhao Wei and Li Zijing thoroughly disheartened. As evening approached, Jiang Tian found himself enjoying barbecue with the two, having just handed over a minor thief who was caught stealing a mobile phone. Jiang Tian's spirits were dampened. He mused to himself, what kind of ability did he possess? An endless source of energy? Aspiring to capture drug traffickers, he felt insulted by the meager results of his day's efforts. Lost in contemplation, he was interrupted by Zhao Wei's exuberant voice. Captain Jiang, how exhilarating. Today, we solved 3 cases and safeguarded the public's property. Zhao Wei beamed with satisfaction. Jiang Tian sighed, bemused by the boy's simplistic joys. As the sounds of chewing filled the air, Jiang Tian glanced at Li Zijing, whose face was smeared with grease from the barbecue. It was hard to believe that such an innocent beauty could indulge in food with such abandon. Boss, another round, please. Today, Brother Jiang is treating us. We must feast. Li Zijing exclaimed, raising her small hand. You'll burst from overeating, Jiang Tian chuckled, downing a bottle of beer in one go. For his robust physique, a single bottle had no effect whatsoever. However, just as he set the bottle down, a shadow fell over him, and he sensed the presence of someone behind him. Before he could react, a hand landed on his shoulder accompanied by a voice thick with alcohol. Hey, beautiful, What's the point of drinking with these two losers? Our table could use another person. Why not join us? As the words escaped the speaker's lips, he applied pressure with his arm, seemingly intent on pushing Jiang Tian aside. Only then did Jiang Tian lift his gaze, taking stock of the individual before him. The man was imposing, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. A true figure of the underworld. Jiang Tian felt a surge of surprise. In the vicinity of Gongzi Ridge, one could inquire about my elder brother, known as Da Brother. He often treats beautiful women to a drink. As for you, there's no need for your presence. Best be on your way. My brother has no interest in drinking with two insignificant figures, the tattooed man boasted arrogantly. Jiang Tian slammed his cup down onto the table. Following his gaze, he noticed a group of individuals seated at a nearby barbecue table, roughly 3 or 4 in number. The leader appeared to be a young man in his 20s. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's stare, raised his glass in a slight gesture of acknowledgement, accompanied by a faint smile. Yet, throughout, he bore an air of indifference towards them. Were they forcibly abducting women? Jiang Tian had initially overlooked them, but instinctively glanced at his scanning radar. Underworld name, Da Brother, evil value, 1,900 points. Jiang Tian felt a jolt of realization, for this evil value was comparable to that of Wei Rong, the drug dealer. Goodness! Jiang Tian had not anticipated that after searching for so long, he would deliver himself to his doorstep while enjoying a barbecue. On the other hand, it didn't come as a surprise. Such scenarios were common, not only around the turn of the millennium, but even decades later. In this world, where there exists light, darkness will inevitably arise. Observing the adept manner in which they operated, particularly as the surrounding barbecue patrons turned their heads away upon recognizing Dog Brother, Jiang Tian surmised this was far from their first encounter. At that moment, the tattooed man, intent on forcefully shoving Jiang Tian aside, appeared perplexed. Despite his efforts, Jiang Tian's seemingly frail frame remained immovable. It seems the weak one here is not me, but you. Such little strength? Jiang Tian grasped the tattooed man firmly. Do you dare to retaliate? The tattooed man was taken aback, having mingled with the most notorious gangsters across Gongzi Ridge. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to stand against him. This boy was doomed. Once marked by Dog Brother, a grim fate awaited him. Indeed, he could end up suffering to the point of wishing for death. The onlookers at the barbecue gasped at the unfolding scene. Such events weighed heavily on Jiang Tian, for they reflected a society all too accustomed to violence, emblematic of its crises and chaos. Meanwhile, not far off, Dog Brother seemed somewhat surprised. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Interesting. What a nerve, trying to show off before Jiang." Zhao Wei inhaled sharply. 200 drug dealers had met their demise at Jiang's hands. Yet this band of ruffians dared to act so brazenly? A wasted opportunity. Jiang Tian glanced once more at his scanning radar. August 2001 assisted Dog Brother in coercing women, even killing men. Evil value, 200. Not the principal offender. Most were merely accomplices. Nonetheless, their crimes were heinous enough to warrant a death sentence. Observe closely. We must show no mercy to such societal vermin. Jiang Tian addressed the two. In the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the air. Jiang Tian seized the opponent's wrist. And in the moment when the tattooed man leaned forward, his knee struck decisively at a vital area. Swift and merciless, though not a lethal technique. It was undoubtedly capable of rendering the adversary incapacitated in a single blow. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing, particularly in that sensitive region. Zhao Wei inhaled sharply, instinctively clenching his legs, lifting his gaze to the previously arrogant tattooed man, whose body had contorted like a shrimp, curled on the ground, writhing and gasping, his eyes nearly bulging out. Such brutality. Yet, Zhao Wei quickly recalled Jiang Tian's methods of dealing with drug dealers. Oh, everything would be fine. Bang! The thug exclaimed. You dare? Do you know who I am? Brother Dog rose from his seat, a smirk creeping across his lips, filled with cold disdain. However, the next moment, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. A dark gun barrel was aimed at his head. Just moments ago, Brother Dog had merely noticed Li Zijing's beauty, harboring thoughts of intimacy. Who would have imagined encountering such a ruthless individual? Armed, no less. Brother Dog possessed a gun as well, but he wouldn't dare display it so brazenly in such a public place. Jiang Tian wore a smile, observing Brother Dog's sinister expression. With a sharp slap, Jiang Tian struck Brother Dog, causing blood to spurt from his mouth, instantly erasing the previously nonchalant demeanor. Brother Dog, is it? Let's hear you bark a couple of times. Jiang Tian remarked. Do not overstep your bounds. Everyone knows my reputation. Anger flickered across Brother Dog's face, and he resolved to eliminate them at the first opportunity. But in the next instant, bang! It was not Jiang Tian who acted, but Li Zijing, delivering a kick to Brother Dog's vulnerable area. What nonsense, Brother Dog. From now on, you shall be called Sister Dog. Had it not been for Li Zijing and Jiang Tian's presence, a powerless woman would scarcely dare to imagine the fate that awaited her under such scrutiny. Brother Dog doubled over in agony, feeling as if he were shattering. Yet there was a glimmer of hope for salvation. However, before he could shield his sensitive area with his hands, a sharp crack resonated. Bewildered, Brother Dog exclaimed, My hand! Who has bound my hand? Why do I have a pair of silver bracelets now? As he lifted his gaze, Jiang Tian brandished his badge, declaring, We are from the Municipal Bureau. You are suspected of assaulting an officer and obstructing justice. Come with us. The Municipal Bureau? Police? Brother Dog was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian contemplated the crimson points flashing in his mind, which belonged to Brother Dog. He had discerned a pattern. The crime value of 1,900 was merely attributed to intimidation characteristic of organized crime, certainly not sufficient to account for such a sum. By extrapolation, amidst various criminal activities, Jiang Tian had begun to unravel the truth. Drug dealers were the most prevalent. Drugs, gambling, and organized crime were inextricably linked. Yet among all criminal behaviors, drug dealing bore the highest crime value and posed the greatest threat. Chapter 46. Capturing the Dog Brother at Lock Mountain, a terrifying presence run. The minions of Dog Brother, aside from the tattooed man, were 3 in number, and they immediately turned to flee. There was no need to pursue. If they ran, they could not escape their fate. First, they must capture Dog Brother. Jiang Tian summoned Zhao Wei, who was eager to chase after them. Knowing Zhao Wei's identity, Jiang Tian could not permit him to take unnecessary risks. Zhao Wei scratched his head, gazing at Dog Brother, now shackled, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. I need to go to the hospital. My injuries are grave. Dog Brother was drenched in cold sweat, clutching his vital areas. What should we do, Brother Jiang? Zhao Wei expressed his concerns, fearing complications. I'll teach you, Jiang Tian said, seizing Dog Brother by the hair, delivering 2 merciless slaps to his face. Compared to future times, Jiang Tian felt fortunate. There were not as many social media platforms, allowing for bolder actions. Especially when dealing with criminals, these wretched beings deserved no leniency. I'm not going anywhere. Dog Brother howled in agony. Upon returning to the city police station, very few personnel remained. Only the duty officer, Wenji Yuhui, and Team Leader Guo, who was on shift with a few subordinates. What is going on here? Team Leader Guo felt a chill run down his spine as he observed Jiang Tian returning with his men. Brother Guo, it's organized crime. They brazenly attempted to coerce Zijing, Jiang Tian casually explained. So audacious? Team Leader Guo's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Guo, we should apply some pressure. I sense this is more than mere organized crime. There's a distinct odor of something else about him, Jiang Tian elaborated. Team Leader Guo had always looked after Jiang Tian, and should he uncover further details during the interrogation, Jiang Tian would not hesitate to share some credit. Really? Team Leader Guo's eyes lit up. After failing to gain recognition for his efforts at Yin University the previous day, were it not for Jiang Tian, even Principal Ing might have faced dire consequences, leading to chaos. Yuhui, please investigate the identity of this Dog Brother, Jiang Tian requested. Once Team Leader Guo and his team departed, he took a seat beside Yuhui. Hero Jiang, it seems you have not only achieved a significant feat, but also sweetened your tongue. Yuhui exclaimed in astonishment. In my youth, I was naive. Please forgive me. Sister Yuhui, Jiang Tian replied, scratching his head as a sudden realization struck him. Before his time travel, he had followed Xiao Bo, who had taught him never to engage in any personal relationships within the police force, nor to associate with those individuals, focusing solely on his cases. As a newcomer, he had taken this advice to heart and acted accordingly. However, Xiaobo, that scoundrel, had secretly slandered him, using his connections to undermine Jiang Tian's standing. This had made his path within the police force exceedingly arduous, psychologically leading him to trust the only person who treated him kindly. Xiaobo, reflecting on this, Jiang Tian realized there had been reasons behind others' dismissive attitudes. He recalled when he first joined the force, Yu Hui had greeted him, yet he had brushed her off completely. Regretting his past behavior, he wished to slap himself twice. Before long, Yu Hui was tapping away at the computer, initiating a search within the police system. What? No name found? Upon entering, the photographs captured were directly uploaded to the computer for automatic comparison, achieving an impressive accuracy rate of 99%. The individual in question is Zhang Jiago, a resident of Zhangjia village in Dongqing district, who owns 2 nightclubs situated in the central and southern parts of the district. However, it is crucial to note that this individual has a criminal record, having previously undergone compulsory rehabilitation due to drug issues. Yui spoke up, stating that this information was merely superficial and easily investigated, yet for Jiang Tian, it was sufficient. Indeed, his instincts proved correct. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up as he became 100% certain that this person was involved in drug trafficking, and the scale of his operations could not be trivial. He decided to conduct an investigation in Dongqing district. Just as Jiang Tian was about to take action, an urgent phone call interrupted him. In that moment, he seemed to realize that he had forgotten something of great importance. Hello, this is the narcotics control team. Yes, understood. We will promptly assemble personnel for support. Yu Hui's face was grave, and once the call ended, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Tian. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Tian's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Song Ligua. Once the call connected, Song Ligua's voice resonated immediately. During the renovation at Yinshan prison today, a death row drug dealer, who was supposed to be executed, managed to escape with a guard's firearm amidst the chaos. You need to gather your team and patrol all areas surrounding Yinshan. I'll send you the photos shortly. Jiang Tian's expression abruptly changed. It was at this moment that he recalled what he had forgotten. Indeed, it was Muya. To be honest, in the past 2 days since his rebirth, Jiang Tian had been fervently eager to enact change, but the overwhelming occurrences had caused him to overlook such a vital matter. In his previous life, if Xiaobo had indeed rescued Muya, no matter how despicable Xiaobo was, regardless of his true nature, Muya's resolve would have remained unwavering, forever devoted to him. Consequently, with the support of Muya's family and her father, Xiaobo could potentially resurrect his fortunes and even reclaim his former position, wreaking havoc once again. As Jiang Tian contemplated this, a wave of alarm washed over him. If Xiaobo were to regain his standing, bolstered by powerful allies, it would infuriate Jiang Tian to the point of fury. How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter? He muttered, slapping his forehead. However, it was imperative to remain vigilant. The drug dealer was exceptionally formidable, having trained in mixed martial arts, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. Officially, it was reported that he had stolen a firearm to escape, when in reality, he had brutally killed 2 prison guards with lethal precision. Song Ligua's tone was grave. Jiang Tian's expression tightened. This incident was indeed far more complex than he had previously understood. In his previous life, Jiang Tian was only aware that, according to Xiaobo's boastful claims, he had rescued Muya and apprehended the fleeing drug trafficker, which led Muya to become utterly devoted to him. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. He distinctly remembered that shortly after this operation in his past life, the Ministry of Public Security awarded multiple joint action departments, and this commendation resembled a posthumous honor. In other words, many lives were sacrificed during this operation. Thus, it was clear that Xiaobo had concealed the true circumstances, and it was likely that the events were not as he had portrayed them. If this line of reasoning held, it implied that the operation was indeed terrifying. Although Jiang Tian had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a sense of suffocation as he donned his police uniform and stepped outside, fully armed. Yinshan prison was situated in a suburban area. Yet, even though the city center had been nearly locked down, Police officers had seemingly appeared at every intersection without Jiang Tian knowing when. Particularly as he approached the mountain from his memories, he noticed that the checkpoints multiplied the closer he got. It was absurd. One fleeing drug trafficker had caused such a commotion? Zhao Wei found it hard to comprehend. Even as they approached, they had to open the car doors and check the compartments. After all, they were official police vehicles and yet were subjected to inspection. This was no ordinary drug trafficker, and even if it were, an escape from prison would undoubtedly stir the entire province. Li Zijin explained. TCH, why not say it stirred the entire nation? Zhao Wei muttered. Jiang Tian glanced out the window and casually remarked, you could say that the Shawshank escape shocked the entire world. Shawshank? Zhao Wei stared at Jiang Tian, dumbfounded, unable to muster a rebuttal. Ah, even Xiao Zhang supports me. Li Zijin laughed heartily, disregarding her image as she embraced Jiang Tian's shoulder. Captain Jiang, are we going to investigate the prison? Zhao Wei inquired. Jiang Tian shook his head, his gaze distant. In his past life, he had already been suspended at home for reflection at this point, and later, the case had not revealed many discrepancies. He was unaware of where precisely the drug trafficker had been captured. However, Jiang Tian was not particularly anxious, for the fleeing drug trafficker would inevitably leave traces behind. Otherwise, Xiao Bo would not have had a chance to participate in the police force at this time in his previous life. Given Muya's reserved nature, she would never have allowed Xiao Bo further opportunities without prior acknowledgement. As expected, moments later, the radio crackled to life. All units assemble. 3 minutes ago, a villager reported seeing an individual suspected of being an escaped fugitive in Baishan. All personnel, proceed to Baishan immediately and seal off all exit routes. The entire mountain must be locked down. Others may not have recognized the voice, but Jiang Tian, who was tuned into this task force channel, immediately identified it as Shenhan. Shenhan was personally leading the operation, which confirmed Jiang Tian's suspicions were indeed correct. The Municipal Bureau's anti-drug team has received a message and is en route to provide support. Chapter 47. Heavy losses. Bad news continues to emanate, Brother Jiang. It is time to make a mark, Zhao Wei said, his face flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Zijing's gaze was fixed on Jiang Tian, who, within a mere 2 days, had completely transformed his image in the eyes of everyone at the police station. The cases Jiang Tian had resolved in this short span had left both Li Zijing and Zhao Wei in awe of him, to the extent that they believe his claim of being capable of anything. What are you all staring at? This case is far from simple, Jiang Tian retorted, irritation evident in his voice. For a mere drug dealer, we have mobilized thousands of armed police and officers from both the provincial and municipal departments. What more could he possibly do? Zhao Wei, cradling his gun, appeared unperturbed. Jiang Tian glanced at him but chose not to comment. Had it not been for his previous life's experiences, Jiang Tian would have likely shared Zhao Wei's carefree mindset, perhaps even exhibiting a more reckless disposition. However, after more than a decade of grappling with the depths of adversity, Jiang Tian had cultivated a maturity that belied his years. All units maintain a state of heightened alert. Attention! 3 armed police officers have encountered an unexpected incident in Baishan. The drug dealer's methods are ruthless, and he may even be disguised in police attire. All personnel, proceed in groups of 2 or more for a thorough search. Upon discovery, you're authorized to neutralize on the spot. Warning, the suspect is extremely dangerous. Prioritize your safety. As Jiang Tian arrived at the foot of Baishan, the urgent voice crackled through the radio. Zhao Wei and Li Zijing exchanged glances, their faces pale with concern. This was clearly no ordinary drug dealer. He was exceptionally perilous. Brother Jiang, how did you know? Zhao Wei inquired, astonishment etched on his features. Jiang Tian offered a non-committal explanation. Mega martial arts is an exceedingly lethal and formidable close combat technique recognized internationally, with every move targeting vital points. If it were to come down to a confrontation, someone of your caliber wouldn't last a single round. Possessing the title of martial arts master, Jiang Tian understood the principles and the power behind this renowned combat style. In truth, the version of mega martial arts that circulated was vastly inferior to what Jiang Tian was familiar with, the ancient form, often referred to as the old mega. was far more potent and terrifying than its watered-down counterpart. However, Jiang Tian found little need to employ it. As he had mastered a plethora of martial arts from around the globe, he decided against abandoning his companions. Given the current circumstances, ascending the mountain alone posed an imminent risk of friendly fire. Brother Jiang, even the personnel from the municipal and provincial departments must be working overtime, and the entire Yuhai armed police has been deployed, right? Zhao Wei remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment as they traveled. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, his mind incessantly scanning for threats. Baishan was immense, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Locating the drug dealer would be an arduous task, coupled with the suspect's heightened alertness. Even with a kilometer-long radar, scanning alone would be a painstaking endeavor. This thought weighed heavily on Jiang Tian, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Due to his apprehension that his presence might inadvertently bring misfortune to Muya, or result in a scenario akin to his previous life. Where Xiao Bo achieved a remarkable turnaround, Jiang Tian was resolute in his opposition to Xiao Bo's potential success in ingratiating himself with influential allies. Xiao Bo, in his essence, was no more compatible with anyone than he was with that wretched Wang Yifei. Does anyone know if there are any scenic spots nearby? Jiang Tian inquired. I do. Li Zijing promptly raised her hand. If you walk a few thousand meters ahead, there's a path leading up the hill, at the southern foothills of White Mountain. There's a cliff from which you can behold the undulating mountain range and half of the Sea of Clouds. Jiang Tian's expression reflected his confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how Li Zijing possessed such knowledge. After a brief pause, Li Zijing elaborated, in my leisure time, I enjoyed hiking up to view the scenery and breathe in the fresh air. Little Jiang, why do you wish to see the sights? Suddenly, the voice of Shun Ting resonated through the walkie-talkie, announcing, attention, 2 armed police officers have fallen in the eastern region. All units, focus on surrounding the eastern sector. The east? Jiang Tian inhaled sharply, instantly realizing he had uncovered the adversary's location. He was now faced with a critical decision, to pursue the eastern path, where new traces had been discovered, or to venture to the southern foothills. What path should he choose? Opting for the east could potentially be a ruse to lure the perpetrator away from White Mountain. If such a criminal were to escape, the implications would be dire. With their exceptional skills, capturing them beyond the borders would be nearly impossible, leading to the disgrace of the entire region. Conversely, selecting the southern foothills could inadvertently endanger Mu Yi due to the butterfly effect, as she might not be present there. Furthermore, reaching the southern foothills would require at least an hour of arduous trekking. Bang! The provincial headquarters was ablaze with lights, yet the atmosphere was instantly charged with tension. 7 lives had already been lost. Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists, initially dismissive of the news, but now he was taken aback, his scalp tingling with fear. This individual was a perilous threat unlike any previously encountered. Even a trio had fallen victim to the nefarious drug dealer, whose methods were terrifyingly lethal, delivering fatal blows with a single strike. Shenhan's eyes were red as he gazed at the images relayed back on the screen. Opposing evil inherently placed one in constant peril. No one could predict the next moment when the criminal might wield a deadly weapon. No one knew when they might face sacrifice. Yet, they could not accept that this escape attempt had already claimed 7 lives, including the 2 who perished during the breakout. The total reached 9. Gao Xiaolong spoke with fury. The criminal is excessively ruthless and arrogant, camouflaged in mud to the extent that even thermal imaging cannot detect them. Thus far, there are no witnesses. We can only follow in their wake. Why was such a dangerous criminal allowed to escape? Gao Xiaolong exclaimed in anger. This is a grave incident, another significant crisis. Although Gao Xiaolong came to work, he had only slept a few hours over the past 3 days. Do not be deceived by Jiang Tian's seemingly leisurely demeanor after solving the case. The aftermath of apprehending those drug traffickers he pursued is far more daunting and extensive. It necessitates tracing their connections and thoroughly investigating the network of dealers and users involved. Currently, the situation remains unresolved, and Wei Yudao, who was captured by Jiang Tian, has yet to divulge any information. He appears to understand that confessing would lead to his demise, and as long as he holds his silence, he can at least continue to survive. Regardless of the interrogation efforts, Wei Yudao remains a tough nut to crack, uttering not a single word. Presently, attempts are being made to exploit opportunities through Wei Yudao's secretary. The handcuffs and shackles lacked keys, yet he found a large pair of steel cutters from the engineering team to sever his restraints and escape. Sun, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, could only smile wryly in resignation. The perpetrator's methods are brutally effective, and the night offers him an advantageous environment. No matter how many of us enter, we cannot match his agility in evading capture and hunting down victims. The discovery of a body in the east may very well be a ruse to divert our attention. Not only is he skilled, but he is also cunning. Gao Xiaolong gritted his teeth, determined to seal off the mountains and maintain strict vigilance at all key access points, waiting until daylight to proceed. This was the only solution he could conceive. Furthermore, among the casualties, a walkie-talkie had gone missing, which allowed the criminal to be aware of their operational commands. After a brief pause, Gao added, by the way, disseminate the order. Whoever captures the criminal will receive a first-class merit award. Issue a nationwide Class A wanted notice with a bounty of 300,000. Soon, the command was dispatched to various locations across the province. This cover-up had grown too extensive to contain. Just as the order to seal the mountains was being issued, at the foot of the mountain, Xiaobo had already arrived at the scene. Unable to make contact, he glanced at his phone, which contained the last message Mu Ye had sent him the previous night. Let us take some time to reflect on our relationship tomorrow. Please don't reach out to me. I will contact you once I have clarity. After sending that, she had blocked him. Overwhelmed by fear, Xiaobo rushed to Mu Ye's home, where he learned from her family that she had gone camping. Of course, up until now, Mu Ye's family had a favorable impression of Xiaobo, unaware of the underlying issues and circumstances, thus revealing her true intentions. A jolt of realization struck Xiaobo. He vividly recalled Mu Ye expressing her longing to visit Baishan to admire its scenery. If that were the case, Xiaobo felt a sense of urgency. The critical moment arrived when, earlier that afternoon, Sun Haiba called to inform him of a significant operation taking place across the province. A death row inmate from Yinshan prison had escaped. He was a skilled criminal, and reports indicated he had fled to Baishan. Of course, Sun Haiba was not expecting Xiaobo to capture the criminal. Such a hope was unfounded. Rather, he intended to use this pretext to reinstate Xiaobo, who had been suspended, under the guise of addressing staffing shortages. However, upon receiving this news, Xiaobo instantly recognized that his opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 48, Discovering Traces. Rewriting history, even though Xiaobo was reluctant to admit it, he could not escape the truth. Ever since the incident at the police station, the persona he had crafted before Mu Ye had completely crumbled. The prospect of pursuing the affluent heiress had receded further from his grasp, and so too had the opportunity to alter his destiny. Particularly with Jiang Tian, that incompetent fool, now opposing him, Xiaobo felt an urgent sense of desperation. He was acutely aware that as someone emerging from a rural background, his only chance of ascending the social ladder lay in securing a marriage with the right partner. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Seizing this moment could potentially win Mu Ye's heart entirely. With her family's backing, Xiaobo could successfully leap from obscurity to prominence. Moreover, he possessed a unique advantage. No one was aware of Mu Ye's presence in Baishan, nor of the peril she faced. He alone understood that locating Mu Ye and ensuring her safe departure from Baishan would guarantee his success. Thus, Xiaobo dared not linger. Should someone else find her first, it would spell disaster. As Xiaobo ascended the mountain, Jiang Tian wasted no time in issuing orders. You too, go investigate the heroes who sacrificed themselves at Dongshan for any leads. And you, Brother Jiang? Zhao Wei inquired. Jiang Tian furrowed his brows. I will head south. The area near the border raises suspicions. He may be attempting to draw us away. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but in any case, you all proceed and report back with any intelligence. Indeed, Jiang Tian's primary focus was to locate Mu Ye as swiftly as possible. However, going alone could lead to misunderstandings if you encounter others. Li Zijing cautioned, her concerns well-founded. Given the current situation, operating in small groups is advisable. Solitary actions could easily result in being mistaken for drug traffickers. leading to a tragic outcome. The situation is urgent, and the Song unit from our precinct has already moved south. You all stay in contact via the walkie-talkies, Jiang Tian explained, wary of any potential missteps. Yet, he found himself at a loss for direction. With their presence, he would be informed of any developments in the east. Regrettably, the information at Jiang Tian's disposal was alarmingly sparse. Once the two departed, Jiang Tian wasted no time, acutely aware that every passing moment could place Muya in jeopardy. More critically, every second wasted heightened the risk for those heroic officers on the ground. Having endured over a decade of trials in the lower echelons of the system, Jiang Tian understood all too well the arduous nature of a police officer's work, especially in an era when even a hint of criminal influence could spell disaster. "Stop. Move again and I'll shoot." The urgent command echoed through the dense forest as Jiang Tian sprinted onward. Suddenly, a piercing voice broke through the air, accompanied by the blinding beam of a flashlight. Despite the dazzling glare, Jiang Tian squinted and discerned the thermal imaging on the face of the individual before him. "Don't shoot. We're on the same side," Jiang Tian sighed in resignation. He dashed swiftly through the dense forest, leaving Zhao Wei and another companion behind. Driven by the urgency of time, under normal circumstances, they would not have been detected. However, the thermal imaging was glaringly conspicuous in the dark night. "Report your position and throw out your identification." With no other choice, Jiang Tian complied, squinting as beams of bright light illuminated his face. Soon, a figure emerged from the shadows, bending down to examine Jiang Tian's identification before scrutinizing his face and turning to address his superior. "Captain, the identification is authentic." The intense beam of the flashlight finally shifted away from Jiang Tian, and everyone lowered their weapons. The leader of the group surrounding Jiang Tian stepped forward. An individual in his 30s extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Song Han, the head of the narcotics team from the East City Bureau. What brings you here alone?" "I am Jiang Tian from the Municipal Bureau's narcotics unit. My teammates are ahead waiting for me," Jiang Tian responded casually. "The criminals are extremely dangerous. Please exercise caution, find your teammates, and evacuate quickly. We have been instructed to descend the mountain promptly." Upon hearing the mention of his brothers, Song Han waved him off with enthusiasm. Despite Jiang Tian's notable reputation and recent accomplishments, the lower-ranking officers were largely unaware of his identity. The information was not widely disseminated due to the nature of their work as narcotics officers. The officers at the district level knew there was a hero in the Municipal Bureau who had achieved great deeds, yet they did not know his name. Publicizing it would increase the risk of retaliation, which was nearly certain for narcotics officers. Unlike criminal investigators whose families might remain unscathed, drug traffickers are often organized and premeditated in their actions. The intricate web of relationships ensures that there will always be those who seek vengeance. Behind every regulation lies a bloody lesson learned. Jiang Tian ran with remarkable speed. For an ordinary person, traversing the terrain in darkness would take at least an hour or two, yet he reached the destination at the foot of Nanshan in merely half an hour. As expected, Mui was there. A wave of relief washed over him, as he had feared that his actions might inadvertently lead to Muya's misfortune or that Xiao Bo's presence would render his efforts a farce. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Before him, Muya crouched outside a tent, tending to a fire with a portable outdoor stove. However, Jiang Tian's pupils contracted in alarm at the sight of the vast quantity of food being prepared, far too much for someone of Muya's slender build, who stood at 1.7 meters and weighed just over 100 pounds. Instinctively, Jiang Tian glanced at his scanning radar, which revealed a crimson dot pulsating vibrantly within the tent. A dark, ominous red point glowed menacingly at that moment. "Oh no, I almost let my guard down," Jiang Tian thought, a jolt of realization coursing through him. Indeed, danger lurked here. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a dark gun barrel protruding from the gap beneath the tent, aimed outward. A hostage situation had arisen. Alarm surged within him, intensifying his urgency to acquire criminal investigation terminology. He was acutely aware of his deficiency in such knowledge. Fortunately, the scanning radar was at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have walked straight into a lethal trap. At this moment, Jiang Tian gazed intently at the drug traffickers concealed within the tent, a clear indication that they likely possessed criminal records. Slowly, Jiang Tian drew his pistol from his waist, ready to fire into the tent. However, just then, a resounding gunshot echoed through the air. Chapter 49. A swift kill, is that all? A profound sense of impending doom surged within Jiang Tian, compelling him to instinctively evade, while a bullet hole suddenly erupted in a tree beside him. Had he been discovered? A jolt of alarm coursed through him, albeit with uncertainty, as he had approached in utter silence. Truth be told, this was his inaugural encounter with a master, and without a doubt, this drug dealer was indeed among the elite. At that moment, Muya stood rigidly, her body frozen in place, her eyes laboriously shifting towards the thicket. "Stop hiding. I can see you. Do you notice what's above your head?" A voice emanated from the tent. Jiang Tian looked up and discovered a colorful ribbon overhead. A trap, or perhaps counter-surveillance. He couldn't help but admire the cunning. Ultimately, he realized he lacked the awareness crucial for criminal investigation, which encompasses both surveillance and counter-surveillance. Such prowess could likely yield investigative clues, he mused, his eyes gleaming. After all, attempting to extract investigative information from a group of criminals was akin to chasing shadows, and those engaged in criminal work would not provide any insights. What does it matter to abduct a woman? You pursue your own path. Why harm an innocent? Jiang Tian's voice resounded with calm resolve. At that very moment, Muya, who was cooking, was momentarily taken aback. She recognized that voice, clear and vivid in her memory. It was Jiang Tian. Heaven knows the depths of despair she felt. Initially seeking solitude in nature, she never anticipated encountering a death row inmate who would force her to cook. The overwhelming sense of hopelessness and isolation threatened to shatter her spirit. Yet, amidst such turmoil, the appearance of a familiar figure felt like a ray of light piercing through her darkness. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Jiang Tian quickly grasped that in a previous life, Xiao Bo must have appeared to Muya under similar dire circumstances. How he survived remained a mystery, but it was evident he was no match for the drug dealer. Fortune had favored Xiao Bo, endearing him to Muya. But what of Jiang Tian now? He understood all too well that, by stepping forward, he had irrevocably extinguished any hope Xiao Bo had left. If that were not sufficient, Jiang Tian had photographs concealed within his grasp. "I do not wish to take a life. It is you who compel me to do so. I have not harmed this woman. I merely asked her to prepare a meal for me. You leave me no choice. If I do not kill, I shall perish." The voice from the tent persisted. The first tenet of the police force: never trust a criminal's facade of victimhood. "Come out now. Do not alert anyone. I will not harm you. Once I have eaten, I will leave. If you do not emerge, I shall take her life," the drug dealer continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian discerned that the dealer might possess a flicker of conscience. In a previous life, Xiao Bo's similar actions had ultimately won him Muya's heart and allowed him to survive. Yet, Jiang Tian could not place his hopes in a drug dealer. "You have already taken the lives of 7 armed police officers, a heinous crime beyond measure. Are you not willing to reconsider?" Jiang Tian admonished. 7. Muya's face turned ashen. The slaughter of 7 officers revealed that this drug trafficker was far more terrifying than she had imagined. "I will count to 3. If you do not come out, I will take her life," the trafficker declared loudly, receiving no response. Jiang Tian emerged from the thicket. "You've come out?" Muya's eyes trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. You should not have come out." In that moment, as she beheld Jiang Tian stepping forth from the underbrush, it felt as though a beam of light had instantaneously pierced her soul. What shook her even more was that Jiang Tian, fully aware that this person was a remorseless killer, still chose to step out from his safe hiding place for her safety. "You police are always so foolish. Rest assured, if I say I won't kill you, I won't," the trafficker remarked, watching Jiang Tian emerge with his hands raised, and he too stepped out from the tent, visibly relieved. Jiang Tian squinted at the tent, noticing a stone that had not been there before. It was where he had just taken cover. He felt a surge of relief, realizing that had he acted impulsively and fired his weapon, Muya would likely have perished there. Though he yearned for vengeance against Xiao Bo, his feelings for Muya were genuine. for in his past life, she had been a radiant beacon in his existence, starkly contrasting the darkness represented by Xiao Bo. In her previous life, Muya had been painfully aware of Xiao Bo's true nature, yet she remained bound in solitude. Beyond seeking revenge on Xiao Bo, Jiang Tian desired to assist Muya. Throughout the ordeal, he refrained from making eye contact with her, fearing that the trafficker might detect any unusual behavior. Instead, he turned his attention to the trafficker, scrutinizing him intently. Jiang Tian had reviewed the file on this criminal, Zhou Zicheng, age 28. He had gone abroad at 16, suspected of joining a clandestine organization and undergoing special training. He had previously been apprehended while trafficking drugs, an event that had cost the lives of 3 narcotics officers. Rather than executing him immediately, they intended to interrogate him for information regarding the mysterious organization behind him. At first glance, Zhou Zicheng exuded a robust presence, his muscular physique evident in his every movement. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's youthful demeanor, Zhou Zicheng relaxed slightly, instructing him to bind himself with a rope. As he spoke, Zhou Zicheng let down his guard, remaining 3 to 4 meters away, one hand aiming a gun at Jiang Tian while the other tossed him the rope. 3 to 4 meters. Even with his guard lowered, this distance was undoubtedly safe, at least for an ordinary person. However, Jiang Tian understood the concept of surpassing human limits with multiplied strength. He squinted, focusing intently on the moment his opponent would act. To be honest, in that instant, Muya, who had been fixated on Jiang Tian, did not witness how he moved. All she saw was that Jiang Tian, who had stood still one moment, vanished the next. By the time her retina registered the scene, Jiang Tian had already raised one hand to block the trafficker's gun and delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Zicheng's temple. A normal person would have been knocked out cold by such a blow. However, Zhou Zicheng was not so fortunate. He attempted to block the impending attack, but as soon as he made contact, a thunderous crash ensued. Zhou Zicheng was violently thrust to the ground, spitting blood in a fervent torrent. He struggled to rise, but despite his efforts, his trembling arms betrayed him. His head, too, made several futile attempts to turn. His consciousness remained intact, a testament to his formidable physical constitution. You! Zhou Zicheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, in the very next instant, a resounding thud echoed as Jiang Tian's foot struck Zhou Zicheng's chest. The sickening crack of a shattered sternum reverberated through the air as Zhou Zicheng was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, followed by a final, lifeless stillness. He was dead just like that. Jiang Tian clenched his fists, resolute in his approach towards these criminals. His philosophy was to eradicate them without mercy. Otherwise, as was the case now, the repercussions could be endless. Jiang Tian would not allow himself to be left vulnerable. Though he feared nothing for himself, the thought of Zhou Zicheng's capabilities being turned against his family was simply unbearable. At that very moment, a radiant white light shimmered above Zhou Zicheng's lifeless body, revealing an entry. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he approached Zhou Zicheng, and upon discerning the entry, his exhilaration soared. It was indeed keen investigation, White. After such a long time, Jiang Tian had finally acquired an investigative entry. Investigation, too, is a facet of criminal detection, examining signs of criminal activity, tracing evidence, accurately reconstructing scenes, and recalling past occurrences at the site. This was Jiang Tian's most significant gain from the encounter. Without hesitation, he clicked to equip the entry. Are you all right? At that moment, Muya gazed at Jiang Tian, momentarily lost in thought, until his voice snapped her back to reality. In a flurry, she stood up, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you." Under the luminous moonlight, Jiang Tian's features were distinctly illuminated, his sharp visage exuding an air of gravitas and integrity. Just moments prior, he had effortlessly dispatched the fearsome drug dealer. Muya's mind instinctively wandered to Xiao Bo. A waste? A piece of trash? A hindrance posing danger as a gilded, second-generation rich kid? She couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, clarity washed over Muya. Was he truly a waste? Surely. Xiao Bo had been envious of Jiang Tian's brilliance, resorting to slander. Previously, Xiao Bo had even suggested that Jiang Tian join the police force solely to serve him tea and water, effectively pushing him out of the department. Now it all felt like a deliberate scheme. With this realization, Muya clenched her jaw in determination. Chapter 50. The complete exposure of photographs. Muya's mental breakdown. Muya harbored an innate admiration for the police, particularly for someone like Jiang Tian, who perfectly embodied her ideal image of a heroic officer. She witnessed, with bated breath, how Jiang Tian bravely confronted the barrel of a gun amidst peril, displaying remarkable swiftness and formidable skill as he dispatched the drug dealer before the latter could react. At this moment, profound guilt washed over Muya, stemming from her previous misjudgment of Jiang Tian. How could such a heroic officer be slandered by the vile Xiao Bo? She had never before felt such intense loathing for another. "I am truly sorry," she offered earnestly. "Previously, I believed Xiao Bo's calumny, that you were useless, toxic influence within the police force. I never imagined he would stoop so low. He is the true blight upon our ranks." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Tian's brow. He had not heard any words of complete abandonment from Muya. This was indeed commendable. Jiang Tian felt a wave of satisfaction. She was the epitome of the ideal woman in his memories. While she appeared to condemn Xiao Bo, Jiang Tian felt she was simultaneously extending an apology on his behalf. Such an exquisite goddess. Even without Xiao Bo's pursuit, her unwavering loyalty was admirable. If he were to win her affection, how could any man not soar to great heights with such a devoted partner? Yet, it was evident that Muya had been thoroughly disenchanted by Xiao Bo. She was on the brink of collapse under the weight of her disappointment. At that moment, Jiang Tian wore a pained expression. "What is it? Are you hurt?" Muya asked anxiously, her fair complexion glistening with perspiration from worry, framing her delicate features with an aura of purity and beauty that was utterly captivating. Seeing her brought thoughts of my girlfriend to mind, Jiang Tian lamented, shaking his head sadly. "What is it?" Upon learning of Jiang Tian's girlfriend, Muya involuntarily displayed a hint of tension that she herself did not recognize, though Jiang Tian was acutely aware of it. A spark of hope ignited within him. At that instant, he was convinced that he had effectively severed Xiao Bo's retreat and extinguished any possibility of marrying a wealthy woman. Yesterday, during a mission at Kai Run Hotel, they discovered she had. Jiang Tian sighed. Muya's brow furrowed, her face contorting with deep revulsion. She possessed an instinctive disdain for disloyal women. "Such a woman does not deserve someone as noble as you, the police god. You will surely find someone better," she encouraged, her small fist clenched in determination. Yet, Jiang Tian's expression revealed a hint of sorrow, leaving Muya momentarily taken aback. "Why are you staring at me? Just say what you need to say," she urged, still processing the moment when Jiang Tian pulled out a stack of photographs from his pocket. "Showing me these is pointless." Muya came back to her senses with a resigned smile. She surmised that the photographs might depict infidelity, but felt helpless. After all, who would want to view such things, especially under these circumstances? Deep down, she believed that Jiang Tian was perhaps too naive and immature. However, Jiang Tian remained silent, and out of respect for the earlier situation, Muya reluctantly accepted the photographs. With the aid of moonlight, the images became somewhat clearer. They showed a man and a woman embracing and kissing at the elevator entrance. This woman was truly despicable. Her boyfriend was a heroic narcotics officer, bravely facing perilous assignments, while she engaged in an affair, wearing a guise of innocence. Muya felt a surge of anger. But wait, why did this man's profile seem familiar? Confused, Muya lifted her gaze and glanced at Jiang Tian. "Look below," Jiang Tian pointed. Muya turned over the photograph. In the next instant, a thunderclap resounded in her mind. The image was remarkably clear, undoubtedly captured by Jiang Tian as high-definition camera with semi-professional technique. In the photograph, the man embraced by the woman was clearly visible. Yet, to her horror, this man was Xiao Bo, Moi's complexion turned pale. She raised her eyes to Jiang Tian, finally understanding why he had shown her this. Xiao Bo was on a mission, yet he had taken her friend to a hotel. Therefore, when Xiao Bo claimed to be on an important task that day, he was actually meeting this woman for a rendezvous. only to later twist the narrative and claim credit for Jiang Tian's efforts. Muya's face drained of color. Her consciousness felt as if it might shatter. How could Xiao Bo have done such a thing? And how profoundly unfair was this to Jiang Tian? While Jiang Tian toiled tirelessly on his missions, Xiao Bo conspired behind his back, undermining the valiant hero. Although Xiao Bo had indeed acted inappropriately, he and Muya were only acquaintances, with a mutual interest that barely brushed the surface of friendship. Yet, this betrayal weighed heavily on Muya's conscience regarding Jiang Tian. Were she to encounter a petty individual, they would undoubtedly revel in her misfortune, awaiting her downfall, rather than risking their lives for her rescue. The very fact that Jiang Tian, knowing of her connection with Xiao Bo, would unhesitatingly come to her aid was a testament to the admirable hero she held in high regard. Muya, it's truly you. Thank goodness. You must leave this place. There's a vicious criminal nearby, and it's dangerous here. I'll take you away. Xiao Bo emerged from a side path, his face alight with immense joy upon spotting Muya. He had found her, and at last, he believed he could mend their relationship. Yet in that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the photograph clutched tightly in Muya's hand, her fingers turning pale from the grip. Just as Xiao Bo prepared to utter heartfelt words to charm Muya, he turned and was suddenly confronted by a familiar figure. Jiang Tian? A wave of vigilance washed over Xiao Bo, his face contorted with intense anger. Due to his acute awareness of Muya's perfection, he was even more apprehensive about being discovered mid-act. For a long time, Xiao Bo had pursued Muya without divulging his intentions to anyone in the police force, conducting his endeavors in secrecy. Now, in the dead of night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, a solitary man and woman found themselves together. However, upon reflecting on Muya's character, Xiao Bo felt an immediate sense of ease, for Muya was certainly not the type of woman to engage in such unsavory conduct. Jiang Tian, what brings you here? Have you forsaken your duty to assist in the mountain search and instead sought refuge here? You worthless layabout? Enough. Muya and I have matters to discuss. You may leave, Xiao Bo remarked instinctively. Remember, during missions, do not slack off. Truly, when left unsupervised, you exhibit no sense of responsibility. Xiao Bo remained oblivious to the gravity of his words. Or perhaps, having just recovered from a beating, he had forgotten the pain. It was possible that the image of Jiang Tian as a simpleton was too deeply ingrained in his mind, causing him to unconsciously regard Jiang Tian as the same ineffectual person. Silence. Muya interjected coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Bo was frigid and emotionless, as she coldly questioned, is he truly a worthless person? The absurdity of the notion nearly made Muya laugh in exasperation. If Jiang Tian, who had accomplished so much and had valiantly rescued her that day, was deemed worthless, then what could be said of Xiao Bo? Muya, has this fool said something disparaging about me? Xiao Bo inquired, his anger flaring as he noted the unfamiliar intensity in Muya's eyes, which were chillingly fierce. He instinctively assumed Jiang Tian had spoken ill of him. If Jiang Tian were privy to this situation, he would surely applaud. Xiao Bo's suspicion was not entirely unfounded. At that moment, however, a cacophony of hurried sounds erupted from the thicket, a chaotic clamor of footsteps. Moments later, shadowy figures emerged from the dense forest, ascending the hillside. Jiang Tian showed no surprise. After resolving the threat posed by the dangerous drug dealer Zhou Zicheng, he had promptly informed the police force, though he hadn't anticipated such a substantial response. Gao Xiaolong and Shun Ting had mobilized together, leading the charge. Gao Xiaolong's emotions were tumultuous. The exhilaration of the morning's accolades had barely faded before he found himself once again at a scene of commendable action. Yet, amid his musings, he felt a genuine sense of relief. With 7 armed officers, the weight of their collective responsibility was formidable, sending shivers down their spines. Had it not been for Jiang Tian, one could only speculate how many others might have suffered. Most daunting of all was the thought of allowing the culprit to escape. Gao Xiaolong could hardly fathom facing the community of Yanhai. He stepped forward with solemnity. Comrade Jiang Tian, we are aware of your mission's outcome. Once again, you have successfully safeguarded the lives and property of the people, fearlessly confronting danger and selflessly protecting your fellow citizens. Chapter 51. The catastrophe of an award. In the tranquil expanse of the cliff's edge, Xiao Bo stood in astonishment, beholding the scene before him. He watched in disbelief as the esteemed leader, Gao Xiaolong, stood solemnly before Jiang Tian, offering him a respectful salute. How could a figure of such stature act in this manner? Xiao Bo's eyes brimmed with emotion. Chief, I never anticipated such a fortuitous encounter. I merely came here hoping for a stroke of luck, and who would have thought it would truly manifest? Jiang Tian remarked with a smile. The prowess of the drug trafficker was formidable. No fewer than 3 to 5 individuals would have found themselves outmatched, especially given the presence of dangerous weapons and hostages. Yet, you not only succeeded in neutralizing the trafficker, but also managed to rescue the hostages without inflicting any harm upon them. Your achievements are indelible, Gao Xiaolong stated gravely. 7 armed police officers have fallen, and under the circumstances of hostage-taking, the trafficker's skills were decisively overcome by Jiang Tian. Upon reflecting on this, Gao Xiaolong scrutinized Jiang Tian anew. His strength surpassed all expectations, particularly as he was a master of the formidable martial art of Maya. Chief, the trafficker has perished. According to our examination, his death resulted from severe trauma, including a crushed left temple and extensive rib fractures. A forensic expert interjected at that moment. He is dead? The most astonished of all was Muya, for she had witnessed Jiang Tian deliver a single punch and a swift kick. 2 moves, and he was dispatched so effortlessly. She inhaled sharply. Is this the hostage? Gao Xiaolong turned with a broad smile, only to realize he had momentarily overlooked the fate of the hostages while focused on Jiang Tian. However, squinting to discern the hostage's identity, his brow twitched involuntarily. He needed to confirm this sight. Gasp! Gao Xiaolong finally recognized the truth. Beside him, Shun Ting, clad in a white shirt, turned to Muya and was utterly taken aback. Xiaoya, what are you doing here? Shun Ting exclaimed in disbelief. Uncle Shun, Muya waved and greeted him with a smile. Is that hostage you? Shun Ting gasped. Yes, Uncle Shun. The robber took me hostage and demanded I cook for him. Muya recounted the events of Jiang Tian's arrival. Buzz! Shun Ting's gaze was filled with astonishment as he turned towards Jiang Tian. His admiration for Jiang Tian's remarkable fortune was indescribable. Who is Muya? She is the granddaughter of a powerful figure in the province. The situation Muya described sent chills down Shun Ting's spine. To step forward and risk one's life to save the people is commendable, particularly when the individual saved is the granddaughter of a prominent leader. Such an act could lead to an even brighter future dedicated to serving the populace. Shun Ting fervently reassured himself, stunned by this extraordinary stroke of luck. Uncle Gao, Muya greeted Gao Xiaolong again, displaying a demeanor that was both composed and respectful, with an admirable sense of timing. Jiang Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in appreciation. To speak candidly, even in a previous life, Muya was only aware that she hailed from a family of formidable stature. Otherwise, Xiao Bo would not have been so fervently seeking to align himself with her. Initially, Jiang Tian's aspirations had seemed lofty, yet now it was evident that they fell woefully short, still far from sufficient. Xiaoya, what brings you here at such an hour? It's perilous for a young woman to be in this place, Shun Ting inquired, his face a mask of astonishment. I came for camping. I apologize, Uncle Shun, for troubling you, Muya replied, her head bowed in contrition. Fortunately, Officer Jiang stepped forth to rescue me. Otherwise, I might have. At this point, Muya's gaze shifted to Jiang Tian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. The moment Jiang Tian took action against the assailants, it was as if a radiant light surged into her heart. Yet, this scene pierced Xiao Bo's soul with profound anguish. With bloodshot eyes, Xiao Bo beheld the unfolding drama. In that instant, he felt like a mere jester, as if the world had forgotten him, or perhaps had never truly seen him. Jiang Tian stood at the center of attention, basking in the accolades and praises of all, radiating brilliance. Meanwhile, he lurked in the shadows. What stung him the most was the way Muya looked at Jiang Tian. Damn you, Jiang Tian, you truly deserve it. Xiao Bo seethed with fury. Though no one paid heed to his words, Jiang Tian's indifference only deepened Xiao Bo's sense of inadequacy. The most heartbreaking aspect was Mu Ye's gaze towards Jiang Tian, imbued with a luminescence that seemed to overflow with affection. She was meant to be his. Mu Ye belonged to him. Yet, all of this had been shattered by Jiang Tian. The dream of rescuing Mu Ye, marrying a beautiful heiress, and ascending to the pinnacle of life seemed so perfect in his mind, but reality delivered a resounding slap, especially in the next moment. Jiang Tian, on behalf of the Yunhai Public Security Bureau and the Kyoto Public Security Department, I formally commend you, and in the coming days, I shall report your achievements to apply for a first-class merit. Gao Xiaolong's voice resonated. Boom! Xiao Bo's eyes blazed with fury. First-class merit, yet another accolade. There must be some underlying scheme. Otherwise, how could Jiang Tian so effortlessly attain such honors? Just the other day, he had witnessed Gao Xiaolong bestow a first-class merit medal upon him, and now another was being proposed. It was said that first-class merit could be obtained while lying down. Yet, why could Jiang Tian effortlessly receive one accolade after another while he remained in the shadows? The pressure was overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bo, in addition to these two honors, Jiang Tian had also been awarded the title of Drug Enforcement Pioneer. Furthermore, another first-class merit medal was pending approval. In simple terms, Jiang Tian was already on track to receive two first-class merits while possessing one in hand. Xiao Bo's mind erupted with thoughts. Indeed, Yer is not a person of such base character. Even if it were a case of a hero saving a damsel, Mu Ye must certainly hold affections for me. Mu Ye is a good girl. How could she possibly be interested in someone as worthless as you? With this realization, hope reignited in Xiao Bo's heart. Meanwhile, beside the corpse of the drug dealer, Bai Qiu crouched, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the lifeless body before him. Earlier, Bai Qiu had witnessed the 7 armed police officers he had slain, each falling victim to a single, lethal strike, an embodiment of terror. Yet this individual, once formidable, now lay in a state of utter desolation. His skull and chest were caved in, presenting a horrifying sight, the brutality of his demise both gruesome and shocking. A single blow had ended it all. Bai Qiu gasped, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Was this the work of Comrade Xiao Jiang? He turned his gaze towards Jiang Tian, who stood nearby. Bai Qiu realized he must reevaluate Jiang Tian's capabilities. His thoughts then drifted to the drug trafficking case under investigation, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation. If only Jiang Tian could lend his assistance. Chapter 52. Breakthrough Progress. From today onward, become the guardian of justice to speak candidly. The past few days have been imbued with a dreamlike quality for Jiang Tian. In less than 3 days, he has come to realize that he has seemingly altered the course of history. As Xiao Bo approached, intent on volunteering to escort Mu Ye home, he scarcely reached her side when her voice rang out. Officer Jiang, could you please do me the favor of taking me home? Engaged in a dialogue with Gao Xiaolong regarding a case, Jiang Tian's face betrayed a moment of hesitation upon hearing her request. Uncle Gao, Officer Jiang saved me today. I was in such great danger. I feel a bit frightened without him by my side. Surely, you wouldn't be so unkind? Mu Ye playfully inquired of Gao Xiaolong. Instantly understanding, Gao Xiaolong's face brightened with a smile. How could I possibly be unkind? Very well, Xiao Jiang, you needn't pretend any longer. Take the night off. You've worked hard today and don't need to return. Just come to the provincial office tomorrow to provide a detailed report. Your task for today is simply to ensure Mu Ye gets home safely. Understood. Jiang Tian nodded, his heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated that Mu Ye would stand up for him so fiercely. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say that Mu Ye was truly remarkable, embodying the ideal of a devoted spouse who never contradicts her partner in public. At all times, she consistently defended and supported her man. What man would not yearn for such a devoted woman? Jiang Tian was no exception. Guardian of justice, I appreciate your help, Mu Ye said, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Amidst the envious gazes of those around them, Jiang Tian reluctantly fell in step beside her. He couldn't help but marvel, for in his previous life, he had never imagined himself in such a spotlight. From this day forth, Jiang Tian could proudly proclaim himself as the guardian of justice. Especially as he passed by Xiao Bo and noticed the latter's reddened eyes, Jiang Tian halted, straightened his posture, and whispered in a tone only Muya could hear. "I must say, you're truly remarkable." A sneer of disdain crossed his lips. Reflecting on his past foolishness, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He recalled his illegitimate son, whom he had raised for over a decade, meeting a grim fate at the hands of that very son, while Xiao Bo, in a mocking manner, embraced Wang Yifei, looking down upon him with derision. Jiang Tian vowed to exact vengeance, but there was no need to rush. This was merely the beginning. With unwavering focus, Jiang Tian followed Muya, sauntering leisurely. In his previous life, Xiao Bo had caused him to endure over a decade of humiliation, ultimately leading to the death of his son. A mere transfer order had severed his ties with the system. In this life, Jiang Tian intended to repay the wrongs 100-fold. Muya was merely the starting point. Boom! The sky has fallen. A murder has occurred. A murder, indeed. Xiao Bo's head felt as if it would explode. His eyes bloodshot as he watched Jiang Tian's departing figure. Yet at that moment, the presence of the two was nowhere to be found. What truly drove Xiao Bo to despair was that Muya had scarcely cast a glance in his direction from the very beginning. "Thank you for escorting me back, Officer Jiang." Muya's voice was imbued with a delightful sensation. Observing Muya's exuberant personality, which seemed to be infectious, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile subtly. His spirits lifted as he jested. "Is that all? Just a simple thank you?" Beneath the luminous moonlight, Muya's bright eyes fixed intently upon Jiang Tian. On the spacious descent, the two paused. After a moment of contemplation, Muya suddenly drew closer, and Jiang Tian's heart leaped with joy as he caught the scent wafting from her. Could it be? Hiss! Jiang Tian, filled with surprise, waited for a moment, only to realize that Muya merely brushed past him. "Ha ha ha! Just teasing you, Officer Jiang." Muya's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Jiang Tian's lips twitched. He had anticipated this outcome. Despite Xiao Bo's prolonged pursuit, they had never even held hands. In his past life, Jiang Tian had been particularly reserved around Muya, possessing a clear understanding, which tempered his disappointment, leaving only a slight sense of regret in his heart. However, in the next moment, Jiang Tian felt a wave of warmth wash over his face. Upon glancing again, he saw Muya, hands behind her back, bouncing down the mountain path. Good heavens! Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, touched his face, and felt a surge of confidence ignite within him. How wonderful! Jiang Tian smiled at her retreating figure, his gaze gradually settling. In truth, he had merely tested the waters to gauge Muya's level of openness towards him and to discern whether she had truly given up on Xiao Bo. Now, he was certain. "What are you still standing there for, you fool?" Muya turned to jest with Jiang Tian. Yet, he keenly noticed the rosy hue on her cheeks and couldn't help but marvel at the undeniable impact of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Though the tactic was old, its effectiveness rendered it a classic. However, in that moment, Jiang Tian remained oblivious. After Muya turned back, the flush on her cheeks had vanished, and she touched her lips, her eyes reflecting clarity. A momentary lapse. Jiang Tian overlooked Muya's intelligence. As he caught up with her, the boy at Muya suddenly turned to him and said, "Officer Jiang, those photos were deliberately brought by you, weren't they?" "Huh?" Jiang Tian's face fell in astonishment, his heart racing. He acknowledged his own arrogance. Since his rebirth, having started with a powerful advantage, he had achieved remarkable feats, garnering undeniable accolades, and unbeknownst to him, he had developed a tendency to look down upon others. Even if Jiang Tian was reluctant to admit it, he felt a weight settle upon him. He had underestimated Muya. After all, he recalled the sharp-witted Muya from his memories. Even at a young age, having been raised in such a family, how could she be merely a naive flower vase? The reason Xiao Bo had never succeeded was likely because Muya had, from the outset, discerned his true nature, or, at the very least, sensed something amiss. Jiang Tian smiled wryly, recognizing his misjudgment. "I apologize. Although I am aware that you had prepared the photographs in advance and fortuitously found me. Even if your intention was to use me as a tool for revenge against Xiao Bo, I have come to accept it, for you rescued me from the clutches of drug traffickers today." When Muya smiles, Her bright eyes resemble crescent moons, radiating an enchanting allure that irresistibly captivates those around her. At this moment, the perplexing question that had long troubled Jiang Tian finally attained clarity. Gazing into Mu Ye's trusting eyes, he discerned why Xiao Bo had been able to pursue her in his previous life. It was precisely due to this very incident. Based on Jiang Tian's observations, he could assert that prior to this event, Mu Ye harbored no significant affection for Xiao Bo. Her keen intellect had even revealed Xiao Bo's concealed true nature. Thus, she had never contemplated developing a deeper relationship with him. During this incident, as Mu Ye faced her greatest fears and her psychological defenses crumbled, Xiao Bo seized the opportunity to rescue her from the drug traffickers. This allowed Mu Ye to recognize certain truths about Xiao Bo, yet she chose to remain willfully blind to them. A shock coursed through Jiang Tian's heart. Fortunately, he was just in time. Had he been a moment later, he was certain that even if Xiao Bo were an irredeemable criminal, he could not alter Mu Ye's feelings. However, when that man became his own, Jiang Tian could not help but feel a sense of exhilaration. Not only was she exceptionally intelligent, but she also harbored a unique fondness for him, unwavering in her loyalty. With a formidable family background and an astonishing intellect, she fiercely defended her chosen man. Jiang Tian, with a serious expression, approached Mu Ye, cornering her against the car. I swear, although the photographs were intended to be shown to you, I never contemplated using you as a means of revenge against Xiao Bo. If I speak falsely, may I remain single for eternity, without descendants. Mu Ye fixed her gaze on Jiang Tian, then suddenly burst into laughter, deftly diverting the topic. I drove here. She produced her BMW keys, playfully waving them before tossing them to Jiang Tian. How wonderful it is to be wealthy, Jiang Tian thought with envy. Nevertheless, he was comforted by the prospect of soon receiving the blessings of fortune. In due time, he, too, would acquire a BMW, a Mercedes, or perhaps a Rolls-Royce. If you like, I can gift you one to drive, Mu Ye said with a charming smile. Jiang Tian, however, could not agree to that. He was determined to safely escort Mu Ye home. There was no further progress, as Jiang Tian understood the importance of knowing when to halt. Today had already yielded a substantial development. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to return home. Yes, upon arriving home, he pondered tomorrow's visit to the business tower. That sounds good. We can leave together after work, he said after a phone call with Mu Ye, still seemingly lost in a dreamlike state, reflecting on the depths of his past life. He gazed at the familiar yet foreign ceiling. Slap! Jiang Tian struck himself across the face, the pain grounding him in reality. This was the only way he could truly feel that everything was real, and that the hellish existence of his previous life would no longer be replayed. The weary yet exhilarated visage of my father, the benevolent and amiable demeanor of my mother, the lively charm of my younger sister, and the memory of that flawless woman from a past life. All these elements coalesce into a tapestry of perfection. Destiny has been irrevocably rewritten. Yet, as Jiang Tian reclines on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, a nagging sensation lingers within him, as if he has forgotten something essential. Chapter 53. The Mighty Men Esburden. I reign supreme in the police force, Captain. We have arrived at the Baidongshan area and found no signs of unusual activity. It seems deserted here. Captain, are you listening? We seem unable to reach Officer Song, and the radio has been silent for quite some time. What is the situation on your end? Li Jia, why can't we connect on the radio? We also can't get a hold of Jiangge. On the eastern slope, Zhao Wei held the radio, glancing at Li Zijing. Li Zijing scratched her head and suggested, perhaps we should just call directly to see if the captain has made any discoveries. Also, could it be that we've switched to a different task channel? After all, the robbers killed the armed police and may have obtained the radios. That makes sense. As the morning sun illuminated Jiang Tian's modest room, a sudden series of urgent knocks echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Jiang Tian opened his eyes to the sound of someone outside calling, Jiang Peng. What has got you in such a frenzy? Little Jiang works overtime every day, utterly exhausted, and finally manages to catch some rest before work. Why are you knocking? It's urgent. Jiang Peng's anxious voice responded. Instantly awake, Jiang Tian leapt from his bed and opened the door, asking Dad, What is the matter? At that moment, his sister's room opened, revealing Jiang Xiaoyu, adorably clad in her pajamas, sleepily rubbing her eyes, looking adorably dazed. This scene was reminiscent of countless dreams Jiang Tian had experienced in his previous life. However, ever since his parents had departed from this world, Xiaoyu had matured significantly, especially after being cast out by Wang Yifei, leading to a tragic incident involving Jiang Xiaoyu. Since then, Jiang Tian had been engulfed in anguish and guilt. Now, everything had been rewritten. The wretched woman, Wang Yifei, was no longer part of his life. Wei Yudao is in trouble. Jiang Tian's expression darkened. In his previous life, when calamity struck his family, he had been consumed by despair, unable to attend to the chaos that ensued. Naturally, he had no inclination to concern himself with Wei Yudao's case. No, wait. Jiang Tian's gaze shifted slightly. He recalled his past life and was certain he had no knowledge of Wei Yudao's predicament, indicating a deliberate concealment. Following that, there had been no involvement from the City Bureau in the subsequent investigations concerning Wei Yudao, as at that time, Wang Yifei was still preoccupied with advocating for Xiaobo, thus not engaging in the ongoing developments of this case. That was 5 years later, and by then, Xiaobo had risen to become the head of the narcotics division in Yunhai City. The investigation was led by the provincial narcotics commander, but it was not Bai Qiu. In his previous life, Bai Qiu had perished in a mission shortly thereafter, and in this investigation, the narcotics commander succumbed to a sudden heart attack. This case had completely exploded, and Jiang Tian was aware of only this much as thereafter. He had been too embroiled in the financial extortion from Wang Yifei's family to pay attention. However, this incident felt rather distant, primarily because Jiang Tian's information did not include any news of Wei Yudao's demise, leading him to overlook these issues. We'll discuss the details on the way, Jiang Peng said, his face serious. Jiang Tian donned his leather jacket, a hallmark of this era, complemented by denim jeans. He opted not to wear his police uniform. In fact, aside from joint operations, most narcotics officers typically do not wear their uniforms while on solitary missions. Even when heading to the precinct, Jiang Tian predominantly sported his leather jacket. Many officers might go months without donning their uniforms. It is not easy to conceal a firearm. Jiang Tian glanced at the gun at his waist and the silver bracelet, then turned to see a pink dinosaur backpack, into which he placed his handgun and bracelet. "Brother, why are you carrying my backpack?" Jiang Xiaoyu sleepily inquired, rubbing his eyes. "I simply like the aesthetic of this tough guy, Pink," Jiang Tian replied, following behind. As they departed, he could still hear their mother-esque complaints. "You shouldn't have listened to your father. Ever since your brother joined the narcotics unit, he has been so busy that he hardly comes home. Honestly, it would be better if he worked at the finance bureau. There's never any overtime there." "Mom, don't say that. Dad and my brother are working to ensure the safety of our people's lives and property. We cannot be selfish. I admire my brother. He looks so impressive when he's out there making a difference at school," Jiang Xiaoyu mumbled, brushing his teeth. "What a dangerous world they face," their mother fretted. Unbeknownst to her, as Jiang Xiaoyu continued his morning routine, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He pulled out his phone and texted, "Exiner, my brother likes tough guy Pink. The flashy kind. His birthday is in a couple of days. Let's buy him a pink shirt. He will surely love it." When Jiang Peng and Jiang Tian rushed to the municipal police station, the narcotics division was shrouded in silence. The coroner had come and gone. Around 2 in the morning, Wei Yudao and his secretary had committed suicide. Song Ligua's expression was ominously dark. "Did they reveal anything?" Jiang Peng inquired. Wei Yudao didn't, but his secretary could no longer hold back and was about to spill. "Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, they'd be gone? At 3 in the morning, we had checked on them, and everything seemed fine." Song Ligua's face reflected his displeasure. How could he not be displeased? They could easily imagine the reaction of Gao Xiaolong or the provincial office upon learning this news. It was safe to say that Wei Yudao was a significant case they had been closely monitoring. The drug manufacturing factory was a major issue, entangled in vast ramifications over the years, with an alarming number of drugs disseminated and sold. Tracing the roots could lead to a substantial breakthrough. It was precisely for this reason that Gao Xiaolong had specially awarded Jiang Tian the honorary title of Narcotics Pioneer. Jiang Tian had, in effect, torn open a gaping wound in the crime-riddled city of Yanhai. They awaited the unraveling of this case, hoping to expose the sinister underbelly of Yanhai and commence a thorough cleansing. Yet, just as they had begun to identify the cause of this affliction, the key figure had vanished. Chapter 54. Apologies, but my prowess in criminal investigation is quite formidable. Summon the personnel from the criminal investigation team for a meticulous inquiry. Additionally, we must compile a comprehensive list of everyone who entered the precinct last night. Jiang Peng exclaimed as he rose abruptly from his seat, his face contorted with indignation. This was, quite frankly, a slap in the face. A murder had occurred within their precinct, and with incontrovertible evidence, they were poised to extract further information through interrogation. Yet a life had been extinguished. At that moment, Jiang Tian stood at the threshold of the interrogation room, gazing at the lifeless body inside, where a forensic expert was diligently examining the cause of death. How did this happen? Jiang Tian's mind raced with disbelief. The audacity of such an act was unfathomable. To commit murder within the confines of their narcotics division's interrogation room was something he could scarcely fathom. According to the preliminary assessment by the forensic expert, it appeared to be a case of death by poisoning. Captain Guo led Jiang Tian into the conference room. His expression was grim. One could hardly expect to feel elated under such circumstances. This singular case, if resolved successfully, would constitute a monumental achievement, potentially earning him a second-class merit award. Moreover, if they could gradually uncover the drug trafficking network behind Wei Yu Dao, a first-class merit might also be within reach. Yet now, all that hope had vanished. Inside the room, it was packed with attendees. At the front of the conference room stood a woman with disheveled hair and spectacles, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. However, Jiang Tian dared not underestimate her. If he were a god of drug enforcement in this rebirth, then this woman was the beloved figure of the criminal investigation team, renowned for having solved a significant cold case. Rumor had it that she was a prodigy within the team. Although Jiang Tian had seldom encountered her despite their shared presence in the municipal bureau, everyone referred to her as Miss Chiu. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had seen her photograph in the party's newspapers. By that time, she had been specially recruited into the headquarters 5th Bureau and had spent some time there, leading a team to investigate a cold case in Yanhai, only to meet with an untimely demise. He had given it little thought then. Yet at this moment, a chill ran down his spine as he recalled the audacity and terror of the criminals. In the absence of contact with darkness, one may feel secure. However, upon brushing against that darkness, a profound unease emerges. Jiang Tian's fists clenched instinctively, and he sensed an invisible shroud of malevolence enveloping the entirety of Yanhai. Bai Qiu, along with the new commander taking over from Bai Qiu and the director succeeding his father. And what of Gao Xiaolong? Was it merely coincidence? Regardless of who it was, a smirk crept onto Jiang Tian's lips. He was eager to delve deeper into this web of intrigue. Greetings, I am Zhu Tianxiu. I have just conducted an investigation into the 2 deceased individuals, both of whom died from poisoning, with the time of death estimated around 3 in the morning. However, surveillance footage reveals no one entering the interrogation room during that time frame, Miss Chiu stated, gesturing towards the bodies. What are your thoughts on how the perpetrator managed to introduce the poison? At that moment, Jiang Peng, Sun Haiba, and the other members of the narcotics division remained silent. In comparison to the criminal investigation discipline, the narcotics team lacks knowledge in resolving cases. As silence enveloped the room, Miss Chiu's gaze abruptly shifted towards Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang, with your keen observations, you have discerned the criminal activities of Wei Yu Dao and identified his criminal syndicate. Surely, you possess some insights into investigative reasoning. Can you deduce how the perpetrator committed the crime? How on earth would I know? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, the entire conference room turned its attention to him. Sun Haiba chuckled and remarked, Miss Chiu, if you seek action, Officer Jiang is your man. However, for cerebral pursuits, it seems futile. Even if you were to endow Comrade Xiao Jiang with additional intellect, he would likely remain stumped regarding the motives for the crime. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and Jiang Tian's expression turned icy. One must not underestimate the damaging nature and malice of such a statement. Within this system, Good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. If Jiang Tian failed to respond adequately today, it would leave an impression on everyone in the system. He would be perceived as someone lacking intellect but possessing strong physical capabilities, which would certainly hinder future promotions. In other words, a single remark could eclipse all his accomplishments. Yet, Jiang Tian displayed no sign of anger. In fact, he was nearly amused. This was an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter to showcase his prowess. Activating the system, he accessed his panel. After his previous upgrade, he had spent 10,000 points of wickedness, elevating his physical abilities to the red level. Theoretically, if he could replenish sufficient energy, he would possess limitless strength. Originally, he had 300 points, but due to apprehending the notorious criminal Zhou Zicheng, he gained an additional 900 points, bringing his total to over 10,000. Perfect marksmanship gold, scanning radar gold, master of martial arts red, endless stamina red, keen investigation white, wickedness points 200. He proceeded to upgrade his keen investigation, deducting 100 points. Keen investigation white, criminal investigation expert green. You are now capable of leading a team to solve moderately challenging cases. Yet it was insufficient. Jiang Tian recognized that the murder of Wei Yudao and the lurking dark forces behind Yunhai required profound reasoning and logic in criminal investigation. Continuing with the upgrades, he observed a deduction of 1,000 wickedness points. Criminal investigation expert green, criminal investigation prodigy blue. You have acquired a burgeoning reputation and are capable of solving most moderately complex cases. Wickedness points 9. 100. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, then regarded Zhu Tianxiu at the podium. Based on Jiang Tian's assessment, Zhu Tianxiu was likely of that caliber, a criminal investigation prodigy. Coupled with Jiang Tian's acquisition of the hidden green attribute transcendent memory, he meticulously revisited the case, uncovering numerous details he had previously overlooked, and the logic of criminal investigation emerged effortlessly in his mind. With a smile gracing his face, Sun Haiba continued to belittle in a jesting manner. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps you should take a seat. No one is perfect. Comrade Xiao Jiang has honed his skills. But if his intellect were equally sharp, how would those of us who rely on our mind survive? Deputy Director Sun, have you come to a conclusion? Jiang Peng's expression darkened. Everyone was aware that Jiang Tian was his son, yet Sun Haiba dared to speak in such a manner, undermining his authority. Most importantly, to disparage Jiang Tian was nothing short of an affront. Not yet. The investigation is still ongoing. However, I do have some leads. Comrade Xiao Jiang may be adept in action, but when it comes to investigation, he still has much to learn. Sun Haiba chuckled lightly. Who says I am unaware? At that moment, Jiang Tian, his face devoid of emotion, interjected. You are aware? Sun Haiba relished the opportunity to witness Jiang Tian's discomfort. As it seemed, this father and son duo had grown increasingly powerful. Within this police force, no one paid heed to him any longer, and Sun Haiba could hardly tolerate such a shift in dynamics. Furthermore, amid their discord, with Jiang Tian on the brink of soaring to remarkable heights, it was remarkable that he had already earned several first-class medals in such a short span, an achievement that he could scarcely grasp in a lifetime. As Jiang Tian continued to ascend, the chasm between them only widened. No, it was not necessary for Jiang Tian to reach full maturity. His accomplishments could very well propel Jiang Peng further along. Thus, even if Sun Haiba could not extinguish Jiang Tian's ascent, he would seize every opportunity to provoke him. Jiang Tian rose from his seat and made his way directly to the podium. Chapter 55. The deadline for solving the case. The Cloud Sea erupted in this case. The crux lies in the origin of the poison administered to the two individuals. There exist only two possible sources, the first being concealed within their own bodies. An unlikely scenario for any rational person, particularly for someone like Wei Yudao. Hence, we are left with the second possibility, which is that the poison was introduced through the dinner served that evening. Jiang Tian remarked coolly, eliminating all impossibilities. What remains is the answer. With an extraordinary memory and Jiang Tian's prodigious talent for criminal investigation, he navigated through the labyrinth of evidence with remarkable ease, uncovering nuances that others might overlook. Miss Chiu gazed at Jiang Tian in astonishment, while Sun Haiba scoffed. They died at 3 in the morning. They were long dead by the time the meal was delivered. Jiang Tian smiled, unperturbed. Is that so? Has Deputy Director Sun ever considered the possibility that someone might have left a simple threat within the meal, indicating their time of death, thus creating the illusion of a 3 o'clock demise? Perspiration trickled down Lu Haiba's forehead incessantly. The scene was filled with members of the anti-drug unit, professionals who possessed a logical thought process synonymous with criminal investigation. Their usual focus lies in tracking drug traffickers and solving murder cases, matters outside their purview at present. At this moment, even in the absence of concrete evidence, Jiang Tian's reasoning struck them with a profound impact, as if it were an undeniable truth. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open. Shen Han entered alongside General Bai, applauding vigorously. The room, initially shrouded in silence, erupted into a thunderous ovation. Each resounding clap felt like a sharp slap across Sun Haiba's face, rendering his expression more grotesque than one who had tasted bitterness. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I never anticipated that not only are you skilled in combat, but your deductive reasoning is unparalleled, Shen Han exclaimed in disbelief. The case posed significant challenges. Upon receiving the news, he had hastily brought General Bai from the provincial department to the city bureau, accompanied by a team of criminal investigation experts. At this moment, even the criminal investigation expert among them applauded, candidly stating, though the truth of this case appears simple, discerning it is far from straightforward. The most commendable aspect is the swift analysis of the scene within such a short time frame. Truly exceptional. I had no idea that apart from Miss Chiu, there was another investigative talent within the city bureau. The words of the criminal investigation expert electrified the atmosphere, delivering yet another resounding slap to Sun Haiba's face. For anyone may cast doubt, but not this esteemed expert, a tiger of case resolution from Cloud C, renowned for cracking high-profile cases that had once captured national attention. He now served as a specialized expert for Cloud C and held a professorship at the police academy. Just moments ago, I overheard someone remark that Comrade Xiao Jiang lacks intellect while attempting to flaunt his supposed cleverness. What is this? Unable to solve cases or confront drug traffickers. Merely flapping one's lips in this conference room suffices? Within this system, efficacy is paramount. Mere words hold no weight. Only actions bear significance. Shen Han's stern gaze swept across the assembly. A hush fell over the entire room, silence enveloping it like a shroud. The pupils of those present narrowed in apprehension. Although Shen Han did not name anyone specifically, Sun Haiba's complexion turned ashen. The director's words carried considerable weight, particularly for certain individuals whose gazes shifted toward Jiang Tian, their eyes alight with fervor, seemingly contemplating how to forge closer ties. With the backing of the director and the favor of influential figures in the capital, one could indeed be deemed a winner in life. In this conference room, Jiang Tian radiated brilliance, while Xiao Bo, hidden in the far corner, dared not utter a sound nor attract any notice. At that moment, his composure shattered, even though he was reluctant to admit it. Facing Jiang Tian in his current glory, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy, clenching his fists in frustration. Indeed, with the director as a father figure, the support of the director, and the assurance of powerful allies, he seemed untouchable. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo possessed remarkable deductive skills and handled criminal cases. Yet the most daunting aspect was the numerous accolades he had accumulated, making it difficult to fathom how one could falter. Frankly, confronted with this scenario, Jiang Tian found it perplexing to contemplate failure, fully aware that even in the face of monumental upheaval, he would remain unshakable. At this moment, Miss Chiu gazed at Jiang Tian with astonishment. How remarkable! She had arrived early and, after several hours of investigation and deduction, had reached a similar conclusion. Confident in her analytical prowess, she believed that few could rival her insight into the intricacies of this crime. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Tian, who was being ridiculed, had given her a significant shock. Had he deduced the solution in such a short time? Was Officer Jiang tempted to transition into criminal investigation? Miss Chiu's eyes sparkled with clarity, her penetrating gaze seemingly capable of reading minds. No, Jiang Tian resolutely shook his head. He currently found his role in drug enforcement fitting and had no intentions of switching departments. After all, while murder is a grave offense, what could compare to the sheer malevolence of a cadre of ruthless drug traffickers? Miss Chiu's expression bore a hint of regret. Shun Han stepped to the podium, surveying the room before solemnly declaring, "The case concerning Wei Yu Dao has already reached the upper echelons, awaiting promising news. Yet, such an incident has occurred. 2 individuals brazenly murdered under the very noses of the Municipal Bureau. This is sheer audacity. The Ministry of Public Security has issued a directive mandating a 10-day deadline for resolution, compelling both the provincial and municipal bureaus to solve this case." At this juncture, the countenance of all present transformed, darkening with grave concern, as the method of poisoning clearly indicated a well-organized and premeditated act. 10 days to resolve the case? It is inconceivable that the Ministry of Public Security regards this case as a criminal investigation. Dismantling a drug trafficking organization is no simple feat. Song Ligua could no longer withstand the pressure and rose to his feet. Am I unaware of the difficulties? Certainly, Wei Yu Dao is backed by formidable forces. But is that knowledge of any utility? This matter has been personally mandated by the minister, who has explicitly ordered Yinhai to resolve the case within a stipulated time frame, to halt the encroachment of malevolent forces and eradicate all criminal entities. Look at the 2 corpses of Wei Yu Dao lying here. Do you not feel the shame? Shun Han admonished loudly. Once Song Ligua sat down, bowing his head, Shun Han continued, "Difficulties must be confronted and overcome. A special task force will be established for this case, with myself as the leader and Li as the deputy leader. Given the nature of the drug-related crimes, the core team will be drawn from the narcotics unit. Due to ongoing cases, General Bai cannot participate. Song Ligua, Jiang Tian, Zhu Tianxiu, and others I mentioned should each bring 2 individuals to join the task force. Let me make this clear. Upon solving the case within the deadline, the entire task force will be awarded first-class honors. The rest will remain on standby for mobilization as needed." Boom! Everyone's eyes glistened with fervor. For Shun Han's message was unmistakable. Those who excel in solving the case might even receive personal commendation from the minister. Hiss! Jiang Tian's face radiated excitement. "Excellent. It seems the path before us is widening." As for Xiao Bo, Jiang Tian discreetly observed Xiao Bo standing in the corner, a subtle smirk creeping across his face. He had noticed him upon entering, but chose to ignore him due to the lack of time. Of course, Xiao Bo would return. Jiang Tian was not surprised. He had not committed any grave offenses, and no one had the authority to dismiss him, except for behind-the-scenes machinations with Sun Haiba's assistance. It would be easy to lift his suspension under the pretext of insufficient manpower. However, what would his return accomplish? What waves could he possibly stir? Without Muya and lacking Jiang Tian's status to assist him, Sun Haiba would struggle to maintain his own standing. What achievements could a person emerging from a rural village possibly attain? Jiang Tian recalled that in Xiao Bo's previous life, for nearly 20 years, he had never accomplished a significant feat. Chapter 56. A man more remarkable than the gods. The situation in Yunhai has escalated beyond comprehension. What was once perceived as a mere stubborn ailment has revealed itself to be a terrifying affliction, pervasive both internally and externally. In a grand and elegantly appointed office, Gao Xiaolong sat in the guest chair, observing the gravity etched on the face of the man opposite him. "Old Mu," he began, "the issues plaguing Yunhai are far more dire than either of us could have anticipated, and certainly more severe than those in the Public Security Ministry could have predicted." He continued to elaborate. "The problems that have come to light are already alarming." "To what extent?" Old Mu inquired, his brow furrowing. "Over half of a nation's narcotics are funneled through Yunhai. The region's connectivity to the Golden Triangle showcases 3 significant advantages: secure and reliable routes, covert operations devoid of peril, and low-cost transportation. However, in a context where gambling, vice, and drugs intertwine, the resulting chaos manifests as rampant criminal activity, the proliferation of organized crime syndicates, and widespread corruption. giving rise to increasingly uncontrollable drug trafficking forces. Old Gao, Old Mu sighed. The severity of the situation in Yunhai cannot be overstated. Otherwise, I would not have reported to Kyoto and requested your oversight. Gao Xiaolong nodded slightly. Upon my arrival in Yunhai, I felt an oppressive atmosphere, as though an intricate web enveloped the entire area. The drug traffickers operate with impunity, yet their movements remain constrained. Fortunately, a genius has emerged within the anti-drug unit here. At the mention of this genius, Old Mu's interest peaked. Are you referring to that young Jiang? Old Mu was certainly familiar with the name. Jiang Tian's prominence had surged in recent days. Gao Xiaolong did not hesitate to commend him. Indeed, Comrade Jiang Tian exemplifies the qualities of fearlessness in the face of danger, prioritizing the welfare of the people and exhibiting remarkable valor. Initially, I believed his marksmanship to be his sole strength, but he astonished me just 2 days ago at a drug manufacturing facility. Regardless of the number of traffickers, he instilled in me a sense of invincibility. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong had encountered skilled individuals before, such as the elite bodyguards from Kyoto's covert teams. Yet, despite their professional training and traditional upbringing, he felt that their prowess barely surpassed that of Zhou Cheng, whereas Jiang Tian's capabilities were on an entirely different level. Hearing of Jiang Tian's recent accomplishments, Old Mu felt a twinge of envy. Damn it, why isn't such an exceptional young man my granddaughter's husband? Then a thought struck him. Wait a minute, that Xiao Bo is in the same police unit as Jiang Tian. Surely they must be comparable, even if there is a slight difference. His level of skill should not be negligible. I recall my granddaughter's complaints about a second-generation officer named Jiang Tian dragging down Xiao Bo's team. Is that him? Such an exceptional individual as Jiang Tian could only be seen as a hindrance to Xiao Bo, which leads one to ponder if Xiao Bo himself must be even more extraordinary. With this thought, Old Master Mu chuckled. Though Jiang Tian is indeed remarkable, the young narcotics officer pursuing his granddaughter, who seems to reciprocate his affections, must also possess considerable merit. What are you laughing at? Gao Xiaolong inquired, puzzled. Beyond Xiao Jiang, there exists another commendable young man within our municipal bureau, whose abilities may very well rival those of Xiao Jiang. Old Master Mu replied with a smile. Who? Gao Xiaolong asked, his surprise palpable. Jiang Tian's exceptional accomplishments in dismantling the underbelly of crime had already left him astounded. The notion that another equally capable individual existed was beyond his expectations. Who is it? This outstanding young man hails from a humble background, his parents being farmers. He worked diligently through school. Proving himself to be exceptionally gifted, Old Master Mu began to extol without reservation. In past discussions, Xiao Bo had often lamented that his subordinate Jiang Tian was a burden, and now it appeared that Jiang Tian had indeed emerged from his shell, prompting one to wonder just how remarkable his mentor, Xiao Bo, truly was. Gao Xiaolong's excitement mounted. His name is Xiao Bo, eh? Xiao Bo, Gao Xiaolong questioned, perhaps having misheard. Indeed, Xiao Bo, a young man without connections, had the audacity to confront the privileged elite with resolute arguments, steadfastly refusing to exploit any form of privilege, all while pursuing my granddaughter, a pursuit I had yet to endorse, having set him a test to gauge his character, to earn a promotion through his own merit this year. Is everything all right? Old Master Mu's gaze turned toward Gao Xiaolong, noticing the peculiar expression adorning his face. At that moment, Gao Xiaolong's countenance was a tapestry of bewilderment. While he might not recognize others, the clownish Xiao Bo, whose psyche was steeped in darkness and cunning, was all too familiar to him. Before Gao Xiaolong could respond, his phone rang urgently, the caller ID revealing it was Xiao Shun. Presumably, there was a development from the municipal bureau. Gao Xiaolong switched to speaker mode. Chapter 57. Are you still analyzing? Have you solved the case? Time rewinds to just before the two big shots received the call. Over at the municipal bureau, a special task force has been established. Yet in essence, Shun Han is merely a name on paper, while the real authority lies with the expert Li Kegong. Among them, including Jiang Peng, many hold nominal positions, but essentially serve only as administrative personnel, not directly involved in the investigation. The true leaders in cracking the case remain Li Kegong and Miss Chiu from the Criminal Investigation Department. As for the narcotics officers, they can only assist in operations. They may investigate and apprehend drug dealers, but entrusting them with the intricacies of a homicide case is simply unfeasible. Even the venerable Song Ligua can only watch helplessly, as the lack of criminal investigation logic leaves everything shrouded in ambiguity. However, Jiang Tian is an exception. Comrade Jiang, the director has long praised your unparalleled skills. Having eliminated hundreds of drug dealers, you are tasked with protecting Miss Chiu, and given your investigative acumen, collaborating with her will undoubtedly yield exceptional results, instructed Li Kegon. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Miss Chiu was taken aback. She gazed at Jiang Tian with astonishment, her face a portrait of shock. You have killed hundreds of drug dealers? Although both are within the Municipal Bureau, one in criminal investigation and the other in narcotics. Their respective operations only overlap at certain points, and communication between the two departments is not particularly deep. Moreover, the information from the Narcotics Division is not widely disseminated. Indeed, Jiang Tian nodded affirmatively. With you protecting me, I feel reassured, Miss Chiu remarked, her initial shock giving way to a somewhat dazed expression reminiscent of a fish's vacant gaze. Strangely enough, despite her disheveled appearance and lifeless eyes, Miss Chiu exuded a peculiar charm, with Jiang Tian possessing a genius-level investigative logic. They engaged in a dynamic exchange, Jiang Tian posing questions while Miss Chiu supplemented them, and vice versa. Particularly under the pressing circumstances, Jiang Tian even interrogated the cafeteria staff, leading to unsurprising results. 3 individuals emerged as suspects: the cleaning lady from the Municipal Bureau cafeteria, a chef, and lastly, the cafeteria owner. The cafeteria owner? To be frank, watching Miss Chiu analyze, a smile crept across Jiang Tian's face. What are you smiling about? Do you think I am mistaken? Miss Chiu's brow furrowed, finding Jiang Tian's relaxed demeanor quite displeasing. She believed that investigation is a sacred duty, serving to vindicate the innocent and ensure that the guilty receive their just punishment. Thus, she approached the case with utmost seriousness. Yet, Jiang Tian's expression was one of ease, even exuding a hint of disdain towards her analysis, which came across as a lack of respect for her efforts. Regardless of having taken down hundreds of drug dealers and possessing foundational investigative logic, one must not disregard the labor of others. No, quite the contrary. I believe your analysis is astute. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Then why the laughter? Have you made any further discoveries? Miss Chiu remarked with displeasure. Jiang Tian glanced at his scanning radar, a smile gracing his face. Why laugh? One could assert that Jiang Tian had suddenly realized the potential of the entry function. While a singular feature is formidable, the explosive power unleashed by the combination of 2 harmonious entries far surpasses that of their individual capabilities. For instance, the synergy of Jiang Tian's boundless stamina with the prowess of a martial arts master results in a combat effectiveness so profound that even the world champion boxer would likely falter before a mere casual punch. If techniques were employed, Jiang Tian could scarcely fathom how many adversaries he could vanquish. Similarly, the alliance of a criminal investigation prodigy with the scanning radar reveals the perpetrator. As long as there is a simple target presented before Jiang Tian or within a kilometer radius, he can perceive it instantly. At this very moment, Jiang Tian had indeed seen it. Brother Jiang, I have brought you someone. This is the owner of our cafeteria. In a modest conference room, Miss Chiu and Jiang Tian stood before a blackboard densely scribbled with the interpersonal relationships of Wei Yudao, including his wife, family, and potential suspects. Just as Jiang Tian was about to speak, he noticed Zhao Wei, who had brought the individual, gazing at him with a mournful expression. It was not only Zhao Wei. At the doorway, Li Zijing crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, her face a tempest of emotions as she looked at him. Ah, I see. Jiang Tian scratched his head, finally recalling what he had forgotten the previous day. Brother Jiang, you thought of us when it came time to take credit, but not when it was time to work? Zhao Wei's suppressed frustration was evident. Jiang Tian blinked. This is also contributing. It is all in service of the people. If we solve this case, just think, can you escape the collective first-class merit? But if we can't solve it, Being part of the special investigation team will only lead to disciplinary action, Zhao Wei lamented. What are you saying? With Brother Jiang here, is there any case we cannot solve? Jiang Tian chided. Wow, Brother Jiang, I was just waiting for your confident words. Zhao Wei's admiration for Jiang Tian was palpable. Although this case was terrifying and the pressure immense, with the weight of the provincial department and the Ministry of Public Security bearing down on them, it was precisely this focus that would amplify their accolades post-solution. Furthermore, do you not know who I am? Last night, who knew where the perpetrator was? What if it was near you? I would not have fled in terror. My inquiry about the location was entirely spontaneous, and I had no prior knowledge. Having consulted Sister Li only afterward, Jiang Tian clarified. Oh, I see. A hint of guilt crossed Zhao Wei's face, suggesting he had wronged Brother Jiang. Meanwhile, behind Zhao Wei, Li Zijing was seething at his demeanor. Last night, they had been on the mountainside, switching the walkie-talkies to different channels, searching half the night with no response, and they dared not call Jiang Tian indiscriminately. The outcome was a cacophony of exclamations until they encountered a retreating squad of armed police, only to realize that the case had been resolved. Upon returning to the precinct in the dead of night, it became evident that it was Jiang Tian who had cracked the case. When they attempted to reach Jiang Tian by phone, they found it switched off. In reality, he had merely been engaged in a lengthy conversation with Muya the previous night, which had drained his battery. This alone would have sufficed. But the crux of the matter was that Jiang Tian had apprehended the suspect, while they had gleaned not a single clue. Could one not feel exasperated? However, as Li Zijing observed Jiang Tian diligently investigating the case, she refrained from expressing her frustration, instead casting a sullen gaze upon the cafeteria owner. It is worth noting that the cafeteria at the municipal bureau was contracted out. The owner of this establishment was a significant local contractor, responsible not only for their precinct's cafeteria, but also for that of Yun University. One could only imagine the extent of his influence and the magnitude of his business. Nonetheless, even Jiang Tian had to concede that the cafeteria owner's cuisine was commendable, delicious, and reasonably priced. Why did you come to the municipal cafeteria last night? Jiang Tian inquired, scrutinizing him. Miss Chiu, biting her pen, leaned over the table, her vacant gaze fixed on the cafeteria owner. Yesterday was the end of the month, the day for accounts to be reviewed. The cafeteria is well aware that I make a visit at month's end. It has always been this way. The cafeteria owner replied with a simple smile. Jiang Tian fixed his gaze intently upon him. Absent a scanning radar, even Jiang Tian, a prodigy in criminal investigation, would have been unable to discern any irregularities. However, now, as he observed the glaring crimson dots within the scanning radar, pulsating ominously, he inquired, who stands behind Wei Yudao? This was a tactic of criminal interrogation, striking at the heart of the suspect's psyche, catching them off guard. What? You want to speak? Jiang Tian replied with a slight smile. He then glanced back at Miss Chiu, who was still analyzing the situation, now utterly perplexed. What did this mean? Was he implying that she had already apprehended the murderer? Chapter 58. Three sticks dispersed the drug dealers. Miss Chiu stared at Jiang Tian in sheer astonishment, seemingly taken aback by his suddenness and his remarkable proficiency in criminal investigation and interrogation. Yet, her vacant eyes were fixed intently upon him. It is during surprise interrogations that criminals are most prone to revealing their flaws. However, the cafeteria owner, with a perplexed expression, exhibited no discernible weaknesses. Captain Jiang, here are the documents. At that moment, Yu Hui entered holding a stack of files, which Jiang Tian accepted with ease. The materials pertained solely to the cafeteria owner, akin to Xiao Bo, representing those who have risen from humble rural backgrounds. To manage such numerous cafeterias, one must possess substantial connections. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. Was he thus emboldened by his presumed invulnerability? Jiang Tian observed the cafeteria owner's guileless smile, which betrayed no hint of anxiety. Consequently, he loosened his shirt, resolving that it was time for the drug dealers of Yunhai to experience the brutality of justice. Zhongjing, Zhongfang Food Company, registered residence, Jiang Tian leisurely recited the information. I have nothing to say. I do not know Wei Yudao. Officer Jiang, if there is nothing else, I must take my leave. I have several million in project funds awaiting collection. Excuse me, the cafeteria owner, Jiang Tian, rose from his seat. This was the epitome of audacity. His demeanor was composed and graceful, exhibiting a remarkable poise. You may be under a misapprehension about yourself. Jiang Tian approached him. What misapprehension? Jiang Tian looked at Jiang Tian, bewildered. Crack. Jiang Tian swiftly apprehended Jiang Tian. While others might deceive, Jiang Tian had unwavering faith in his instincts. Furthermore, with a deadline looming for the case, he had to resort to extraordinary measures. What are you doing, Officer Jiang? I hope you do not misjudge the situation. Jiang Tian remained unperturbed, even his handcuffs clicked around his wrists. Bang! In the next moment, amid the horrified gazes of everyone in the office, Jiang Tian deftly retrieved a baton from the wall. With a fierce strike, he brought the baton down upon Jiang Tian's head. Jiang Tian collapsed to the ground with a thud. What are you doing? He exclaimed, dazed, clutching his head, his eyes reflecting confusion, and his tone slightly panicked. Are you threatening a righteous officer of the law? Do you think that by feigning ignorance, we will not uncover the truth? You insolent wretch! From the accounts reviewed last month, consider that yesterday was the 25th. Check your accounts for the month. Jiang Tian wielded the baton with ferocity, striking Jiang Tian repeatedly. The resounding impacts echoed through the room. Do not hit me. Do not hit me. Jiang Tian curled on the ground, rolling in desperation. Still misjudging the situation? Jiang Tian was truly exasperated. These criminals were unbearably arrogant. Had they been innocent or uncertain, he would not have resorted to violence. However, Jiang Tian was now unequivocally certain that this man was indeed the perpetrator from last night. Knowing the identity of the culprit, Jiang Tian had no time to waste on frivolities. The safety of the people's lives cannot be compromised, nor can Jiang Tian show any leniency. Is he wielding a police baton? No, it is the righteous judgment of the people. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With the 3rd strike, Jiang Tian's composure shattered, for he had never encountered such a fierce officer. The 3 blows obliterated all his elegant facades. By what means did you compel Wei Yudao to consume the poison himself? And what is his connection to this? Jiang Tian pressed again. There is no connection, Officer Jiang. I am wronged. Jiang Tian feigned a pitiful demeanor. Yet at that moment, the glint of malice in his eyes was almost explosive. When had he ever endured such humiliation in his life? Jiang Tian vowed that once he was safe, he would ensure this scoundrel's demise. As for confessing, that was impossible. Utterly inconceivable. To remain silent meant no evidence, but to speak would seal his fate with a death sentence. Among all criminals, drug traffickers are the most ruthless and reckless because, unlike other crimes that may offer a glimmer of hope unless they involve premeditated murder, drug trafficking guarantees a death sentence for even a single infraction. Bang, bang, bang. Alas, Jiang Tian's police baton showed no mercy. A martial arts master, he executed his strikes with meticulous control. Externally, one might not perceive any visible pain, yet the internal injuries inflicted by Jiang Tian's blows were profound. Cough, cough. Jiang Tian coughed up blood, his face ashen. Meanwhile, at the door of the conference room, Jiang Tian's agonizing cries caught the attention of Xiaobo, who happened to pass by. How naive, believing that one could act recklessly after achieving a minor success, huh? Did he dare to coerce a confession? Xiaobo's spirit surged, a rapturous smile spreading across his face. He had already envisioned using this as leverage to threaten Jiang Tian regarding Wang Yifei. Otherwise, he would expose his actions. Heaven knows the turmoil Xiaobo felt upon discovering Wang Yifei's parents waiting at his doorstep after returning home yesterday, for he realized that his misdeeds might have been uncovered. Since the incident with Wang Yifei, he had not dared to visit her. At that moment, Xiaobo felt a surge of relief. Knowing that Wang Yifei's parents guarding his door were undoubtedly there for her sake, he was fortunate to have fled swiftly. Now it seemed he had been ensnared by his own machinations. No, I will force a confession. I must report this to the director. How dare you frame an innocent person for the sake of a case? You are truly deranged. A cold smile played on Xiaobo's lips. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Jiang Tian retrieved his phone. Crouching down, gripping Jiang Zhang's hair, he took out his phone, revealing a gruesome photograph. Look closely. Do you recognize her? If not, it matters not. Let me inform you. This is Wei Yudeo's wife. Silence for good. While I lack the authority to impose an unsubstantiated sentence, it is not difficult to detain you for a few days. At that point, your survival will be inconsequential, but you ought to consider your family as safety. Do not look at me like that. I am not responsible. It was our captain who, upon visiting Wei Yudeo's home to gather information, found her silenced by your superior. Think carefully. The sooner you confess, the sooner you will be apprehended, and your family will enjoy a measure of safety. Surely, you would not wish for your family to be annihilated by the drug lord lurking behind you, would you? Jiang Tian smirked. As for the so-called ridiculous layout and the slow unraveling of the case, Jiang Tian did not possess the luxury of time or leisure. Why should he endure several days with a suspect when a mere police baton could resolve the matter? It was inconceivable. Zhang Zheng's pupils contracted. But isn't it possible that once you harbor the potential for leakage, you must consider whether your own superior might eliminate you? Jiang Tian spoke slowly. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Zheng's forehead. Since I dare to take action against you, I already have the evidence. Capturing you is a mere formality. You cannot escape this fate. Accept it. Now is the time to think of your family. Jiang Tian continued to apply pressure. Stop talking, Zhang Zheng stammered, unsure if his distress stemmed from the blows of the baton or sheer terror. Beads of sweat fell to the ground as he finally coughed up blood and gritted his teeth. Do not force me. If I speak, it won't just be me at risk. You won't survive today either. Oh, Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. A big fish. This was indeed a substantial catch. Excellent. He relished the prospect of such a formidable opponent. He wished to see if this self-proclaimed powerhouse could withstand the force of his 3 strikes. Meanwhile, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to speak. All were transfixed on Zhang Zheng. Do you think he is? I cannot defy that individual. You, of all people, should know how the former director met his demise. Zhang Zheng gritted his teeth. Jiang Tian inhaled sharply. No wonder this case had reached the highest echelons of authority, prompting even the Ministry of Public Security to intervene personally, mobilizing thousands to investigate in Yanhai. The previous director had died while in office. Jiang Peng had merely succeeded him. The former director's death appeared natural. Struck by a runaway truck, the perpetrator, a drunken man, had crashed into a reservoir, perishing himself. In essence, it was a flawless cover-up. Jiang Tian had not anticipated that this incident would be intertwined with the former director. Some matters, best left unexamined, once revealed, would become uncontrollable. Zhang Zheng seethed with anger. Jiang Tian's relentless strikes and threats had indeed instilled fear in him. Their seemingly simple exchange had struck at the core of Zhang Zheng's being. That individual was truly terrifying. A ruthless character. Just utter the name, and let him witness the extent of his prowess. Jiang Tian's smile gradually faded. Although he was brimming with confidence, he would not underestimate others, particularly a man as merciless as Zhang Zheng. It was imperative to strike decisively and swiftly, if he could silence his own subordinates. How much more so could he eliminate adversaries? With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within Jiang Tian. Conversely, the individuals in the conference room flushed with excitement. If they had encountered this situation under normal circumstances, they would undoubtedly feel fearful. Yet now, everyone in Jiang Tian's vicinity felt emboldened. Meanwhile, Shun Han gazed at the intruder. Xiao Bo, his expression somewhat bewildered, even questioning whether he had acted too hastily. Director Shun, in an effort to fulfill the deadline, learned that Comrade Jiang Tian had already succumbed to coercion. Initially reluctant to approach you, I felt compelled to act, as I refused to witness the Municipal Bureau's descent into ruin under Jiang Tian's misguided leadership. Director Shun, please trust that I speak the truth. The risk of coerced confessions in such a pivotal case is unacceptable. Indeed, while other matters may be overlooked, this situation must not allow for any missteps. The emphasis lies not in the act of violence itself, but rather in the imperative to avoid erroneous intelligence. To fabricate a confession in this instance would be a profound disrespect to the Ministry of Public Security. Xiao Bo, can you stand by your words? Director Shun rose. his expression grave. I swear, Jiang Tian is undoubtedly an innocent victim of coercion, with no connection to this case whatsoever. Xiaobo fervently sought to demonstrate his commitment, believing his moment had arrived. In dealing with Wang Yifei's predicament to threaten Jiang Tian, Xiaobo ultimately made a different choice. He decided to gamble for his future, wagering everything he possessed, knowing that failure could leave him with nothing. Xiaobo could not bear the cost of defeat. Chapter 59. Is the cafeteria toxic? Exploded Deputy Director's son. Are you also like this? Director Shun's gaze was fixed on Sun Haiba. Indeed, given Xiaobo's current character and position, how could Shenhan possibly have the time to meet with him privately? What is Xiaobo, after all? At this point, he ranks among the lowest, even inferior to Jiang Tian in terms of police rank. An ordinary individual without any special mission holds no authority, and moreover, Shenhan does not have the leisure to conduct a private meeting. Ultimately, Xiaobo managed to find Sun Haiba. In fact, to ensure absolute certainty, Sun Haiba was led by Xiaobo to the entrance of the conference room, where they witnessed the gruesome sight of Zhang Jiang inside. Surprise washed over Sun Haiba's face. What kind of case is this? The Ministry of Public Security is particularly concerned, and the provincial department is taking the lead, establishing a special task force to resolve the case. One can only imagine the significance this case holds throughout the entire system. Given the gravity of the situation, it is understandable that harsh measures might be employed during the interrogation. The pressure to solve the case is immense, and exceptional circumstances can justify extraordinary tactics. However, if an innocent person is coerced into a confession, the ramifications of such a critical case turning into a miscarriage of justice would be dire, not only for Jiang Tian, but also for Shenhan, who may find himself entangled in the fallout, potentially jeopardizing his position. The issue is indeed grave. Naturally, Shenhan is no fool. He is primarily concerned that Jiang Tian, being young and having recently achieved significant success, may act impulsively and stray from the right path. Are you certain he was coerced into a confession? Shenhan inquired, his brow furrowed. Absolutely. The person who was beaten is our cafeteria's Zhang Jiang, the contractor for our cafeteria, as well as for many other institutions, including Yun University. He has always been praised for providing quality service at reasonable prices and is known for his integrity. Director Shun, I can assure you, Zhang Jiang is definitely not the problem. Sun Haiba promptly responded. Let's go and take a look. Shenhan rose, opting not to return to the provincial department, but rather to remain at the city bureau, as it was more convenient. After all, he is the leader of the special task force, and it was essential to keep a close watch from the outset, even if it was merely for appearances. As they walked, Shenhan's brow remained knitted in thought. In truth, even if they failed to resolve the case within the stipulated time frame, the most they would face would be a minor reprimand. The pressure ultimately rests upon their superiors. Jiang Tian's urgency compelled Shenhan to question whether his and Gao Lao's actions were indeed correct. After all, Jiang Tian's youth and the exceptional allowance made for him to join the task force and assume significant responsibilities may lead him to seek to prove himself, potentially resulting in grave mistakes. These are serious concerns. At that moment, Xiaobo, eager to showcase his worth, scurried ahead like an eager lapdog, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, he was fervently striving to impress Director Shun, already envisioning a future where Shun favors him, allowing him to take Jiang Tian's place in the task force. Once he solves this case, he would undoubtedly be in the spotlight, soaring to new heights and altering Mu Ya's perception of him forever. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that at this moment, Shenhan's gaze upon him was laden with furrowed brows, her mind racing with thoughts of a prominent narcotics officer, who, instead of honing his skills, resorted to underhanded tactics against his fellow comrades. Who among the leaders would dare to employ someone who delights in petty grievances and escalates them? Ultimately, at this juncture, Xiaobo was still too youthful. Based solely on this trait, even if Jiang Tian were to fall from grace, the opportunity would never land in his hands. Thus, when Jiang Tian was dragging Zhang Jiang, who was in the midst of providing a written confession, he was struck by the heinous crimes detailed on the confession paper, which were truly beyond redemption, leaving Jiang Tian's eyes wide with disbelief. He had anticipated that the scanning radar could never deceive him. Yet he had not foreseen that the charges would escalate to such an alarming extent. The gravity of the situation was indeed deserving of the harshest punishment. Miss Chiu gritted her silver teeth, her face a canvas of shock as she looked towards Jiang Tian, utterly astonished by his audacity and keen insight in identifying the perpetrator. Officer Jiang, how did you uncover this? It is utterly despicable. This Zhang Jing truly deserves his fate. The charges were shocking, and Miss Chiu's eyes widened in horror as she absorbed the implications. The audacity of this individual to poison within the police force was staggering. Upon witnessing the gravity of the accusation, Miss Chiu felt a chill race down her spine, her nerves nearly fraying. The moment this scoundrel appeared, I could smell the stench of drug trafficking emanating from him, Jiang Tian remarked shamelessly. Miss Chiu's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Just then, Xiaobo erupted. You incompetent fool! What do you take the municipal bureau for? How many times must I instruct you? The first rule is never to coerce a confession. Have you learned nothing? With such a significant case at hand, how dare you risk fabricating false charges? Who gave you the audacity to wrongfully accuse the innocent? Xiaobo was bursting with excitement as he stepped forward, proudly proclaiming his status as Jiang Tian's mentor. In truth, what a farce. An ordinary officer barely a year into his tenure could hardly claim to have a disciple. It was laughable. Yet, from another perspective, Xiaobo was deliberately elevating his own status. Before Jiang Tian could respond, Miss Chiu's astonished gaze had already shifted, her expression vacant, betraying a foolishness that belied her true intelligence. However, if one truly believed her to be naive, that would be the ultimate folly. Chapter 60. Officer Zhang's sincere care as Zhang Jing, a victim of coercion, turned to face the newcomer. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of acceptance and resignation. He understood the peril looming behind him, and for the sake of his family, he found himself placing his trust not in his intimidating employer, but rather in Jiang Tian. It was during his confession that Jiang Tian had made him a promise. Should he divulge the truth, Jiang would ensure the safety of his family. Now, even if he chose to remain silent, could he truly expect his employer to believe in his loyalty? Without police protection, his loved ones remained at risk. Even with it, danger still lingered, leaving Zhang with no alternative. The situation was dire. It was utterly tragic. Jiang Tian, do you possess no humanity? How could you turn against such an honest individual like Comrade Zhang? Sun Haibo approached, his expression dark as he reproached Jiang Tian. In that moment, Jiang Tian was still reeling from the shocking revelation of poisoning within the police ranks. To think that Zhang Jing, in a bid for competition, would stoop so low as to taint their food was unfathomable. Jiang Tian broke into a cold sweat at the thought. Such a substance could indeed be lethal. To think that they, as drug enforcement officers, could fall victim to such treachery was almost laughable, if it weren't so grave. Jiang Tian remained lost in this unsettling news when he was met with two blatant accusations. He turned sharply to fix his gaze on Sun Haibo, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. This wretched creature had the audacity to confront him directly. In the whirlwind of recent days, Jiang had been too preoccupied to gather evidence against Sun Haibo's misdeeds, yet here he was, presenting an opportunity. Indeed, it is precisely because I brought him in that I recognize how honest Zhang is, Jiang Tian retorted. What you are doing is a flagrant violation of the law, an affront to its very foundation, which is utterly intolerable. Rest assured, we at the Municipal Bureau will ensure justice for you, Zhang. Sun Haibo's voice rang with righteous indignation. Following suit, Xiaobo added, the presence of such scoundrels within our ranks is a failure on our part. You need not worry. We have summoned the director to personally advocate for you and rectify this injustice. We will not allow coercion to prevail. With that, Xiaobo turned to Jiang Tian, scolding him sharply. What are you waiting for? Apologize to Zhang at once. Do you truly believe that a mere minor achievement can place you above the law? Who granted you such audacity and authority? The two men seized the opportunity to vehemently denounce Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian remained unperturbed, a smile playing on his lips as he turned to Zhang Jing, his gaze laden with significance. Boss Zhang, would you like an apology? No. Zhang Jing fervently shook his head. Fear not, Boss Zhang. With us here, and Chief Shin present, No one can wrong you. This troublemaker is nothing but a malignant tumor within our police force, and he will be expelled from our ranks in due time. Sun Haiba stepped forward to offer his support, a smile on his face, eagerly awaiting Jiang Zheng's gratitude. However, Jiang Zheng's expression suddenly shifted to one of fervor. I do not need your support. Who has wronged me? I'm not wronged at all. It is Officer Jiang's heartfelt concern for me that has moved me to confess. Who prompted you to seek justice on my behalf? Boom. Jiang Zheng's declaration left Sun Haiba momentarily stunned, transforming him into a figure of ridicule. Xiao Bo wore a similarly bewildered expression. They had finally seized upon Jiang Tian's Achilles heel, only to have the very person they sought to defend utter such words at this moment. Boss Jiang? Sun Haiba was dumbstruck. What does this mean? Indeed, I confess. The deaths of Wei Yu Dao and his son were orchestrated by me. I infused their meals with threatening messages and poison last night. What? Xiao Bo and Sun Haiba's faces turned ashen. But Jiang Zheng continued unabated. I am guilty. In an effort to enhance my competitive edge, I even added poison to your meals. Boom. This time, even Shun Han could no longer remain composed. Clenching his fists, he glared at Sun Haiba and Xiao Bo. His face darkened with fury. Just moments ago, he had nearly misunderstood Jiang Tian. Fortunately, he refrained from speaking hastily. Yet his expression turned ominous as he fixed his stare on Sun Haiba. You are responsible for the cafeteria you brought in. You assure me there are no issues. Now, what do you have to say? Boom. Sun Haiba's complexion paled, and after a moment, he abruptly turned. Smack. Sun Haiba delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Bo's face. Xiao Bo, what do you have to say now? You come to me with alarming claims, slandering Comrade Jiang. I kindly brought you back to the police force. And this is how you repay me? You are the true bane of our police team. Xiao Bo opened his mouth to protest. Smack. Sun Haiba struck him again. Silence. From this moment on, you are suspended. Go home and write a reflection, and you will receive a formal reprimand that will be recorded. Buzz. Xiao Bo's face drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. A serious reprimand would follow him for life, especially now as he harbored grand aspirations. The crushing blow felt insurmountable. The trials imposed by Muya's family, expectations for promotion this year, all now in shambles. He had neither achieved advancement nor success, and his dreams felt increasingly distant. Jiang Tian scoffed quietly, watching their internecine conflict unfold. Enough. With a thunderous reprimand, Shun sternly addressed Sun Haiba, his face ablaze with fury. How dare you slander Comrade Xiao Jiang, while Comrade Xiao Jiang is achieving commendable feats on the front lines. You and your ilk are lurking behind, relentlessly persecuting the very heroes of our police force. It is no wonder that the city bureau's anti-drug efforts have languished over the years. The very caterer you employed is a drug lord, allowing poison to seep right into the precinct's doorstep. You think you can evade accountability? I assure you, that is impossible. I will report this matter with utmost seriousness to my superiors and request your reassignment. Boom. Sun Haiba was left in stunned silence. In truth, Jiang Tian was acutely aware that this incident was monumental. The entire city bureau had been tainted by corruption, and someone had to bear the consequences. Merely defaming Jiang Tian and subsequently being dismissed would not suffice. Even if Jiang Tian had performed magnificently, he would not receive due recognition. The core of the issue lay in the fact that the individuals Sun Haiba had recruited were indeed major drug traffickers, presenting a significant affront to the entire police system. Thus, the reality was that Shun Han promptly reported the situation to Gao Xiaolong. Indeed, Comrade Xiao Jiang had swiftly identified the true culprit and decisively employed unconventional methods during this critical period to extract confessions from the criminals. However, during this time, the primary individual responsible for admitting the drug dealers, the deputy director of the bureau, Sun Haiba, along with the sycophants, was vehemently defending the criminals and disparaging Comrade Xiao Jiang. Shun Han provided Gao Xiaolong with a comprehensive account of the incident. At that moment, it was also when Old Mu was boasting about Xiao Bo. When Gao Xiaolong answered the call, he was on speakerphone. Hence, when Gao Xiaolong heard Jiang Tian had pinpointed the true perpetrator, his face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Old Mu was still pondering whether Xiao Bo had contributed to this success. Upon hearing Shen Han's subsequent remarks, Gao Xiaolong's countenance shifted to one of fury. What did you just say? Is this truly happening? How could Yanhai permit such a thing to transpire? Old Mu nodded in agreement. If this matter is not handled properly, the repercussions could be dire. Those responsible must face severe punishment. Especially in such a critical institution as the City Bureau, we cannot tolerate such leadership. Gao Xiaolong concurred. Sun Haiba must be given an opportunity to be reassigned. We cannot allow such a malignant presence within the police force. I recognized him as a liability during the last evaluation and had hoped he would reform, but alas, this malignant entity shows no sign of repentance. At this juncture, Old Mu furrowed his brow. It must be said, the urgency of anti-drug efforts in Yunhai cannot be overstated. We must act cautiously to avoid jeopardizing the operations. How many sycophants does Sun Haiba have? Shen Han, on the other end of the line, heard Old Mu's voice clearly and without hesitation divulged everything. Not many, besides Sun Haiba. There's one named Xiao Bo, who obstructed the special investigation team while Comrade Xiao Jiang was handling the case. He is merely a junior officer, yet he embodies the very essence of a liability, achieving little but causing much havoc. Just a junior officer? Wait a moment. Xiao Bo. Chapter 61. The truth emerges. Xiao Bo? Is he the Xiao Bo from my memories? Old Master Mu is a remarkably cheerful individual who advocates for the freedom of his children in matters of love, devoid of any prejudices regarding social status. However, this is contingent upon their ability to demonstrate their worth and capabilities. Upon learning that Xiao Bo hails from the mountains, his fondness for the young man only deepened, leading him to administer a small test. If Xiao Bo proves himself capable, even marrying his sole granddaughter, Muya, would not provoke any objections from him. Although this condition may appear daunting, it is, in reality, quite achievable. A year of exceptional performance could suffice for an extraordinary promotion. Just moments ago, Old Master Mu was lavishly praising Xiao Bo, considering the numerous accomplishments Xiao Bo had achieved in recent days, especially if he maintained a close relationship with Xiao Jiang. It was reasonable to assume he had made significant contributions, perhaps even exceeding expectations. To his surprise, it was at this moment that he heard the name again. Xiao Bo. Old Master Mu exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Han rubbed his head and confirmed, indeed, this Xiao Bo is riddled with jealousy. Previously, when Gao Lao visited the Municipal Bureau, he deliberately went to Xiao Zhang's home, urging Xiao Zhang's mother to facilitate a backdoor entry, thereby setting a trap for Xiao Jiang, leading to misunderstandings with Gao Lao. Shen Han was well aware of the details, and when the truth came to light, Gao Xiaolong was also present, nodding in agreement. Buzz! Old Master Mu was taken aback. Was this the same refined young man from his memories? How could he possess such a malicious heart, even managing to deceive him? Could it be? Old Master Mu opened his mouth, contemplating whether there had been a mistake. But the next moment, Shen Han's voice continued. Moreover, due to Xiao Zhang's exemplary performance, I conducted a thorough investigation into his background and discovered that Xiao Bo, out of jealousy for Xiao Zhang's influential father, insidiously seduced the women Xiao Jiang had pursued but never touched, fulfilling his twisted desires, while Xiao Jiang was engaged in a dangerous confrontation with a notorious drug lord. Xiao Bo was at a hotel with one of those women. Bang! Good heavens! Even merely listening to this, Old Master Mu's composure shattered, prompting him to rise from his seat in indignation. Gao Xiaolong's expression turned serious, as he was unaware of this disturbing information. However, Shen Han had taken a keen interest in Jiang Tian recently, leading him to scrutinize the details of Xiao Zhang's past relationships. Upon discovering this, Shen Han couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He refrained from acting out due to the gravity of the drug issue, especially with the recent directive from the Ministry of Public Security to intensify case resolutions. Thus, he decided to hold off on questioning Xiao Jiang about how to address this situation. Absurd, utterly absurd, Old Master Mu fumed. Gao Xiaolong glanced at the enraged Old Master Mu in confusion, unable to comprehend why he appeared more incensed than himself. Did he know Xiao Jiang? A malignant tumor, a harmful element. Old Master Mu continued to reprimand. Gao Xiaolong could not fathom that old Master Mu's fury stemmed largely from having been deceived by Xiao Bo's facade. It is astonishing that one could not perceive the true nature of Xiao Bo, a despicable individual. By the way, you just mentioned that the narcotics division of the Municipal Bureau has a young talent, even more exceptional than Xiao Jiang, who is currently in need of manpower. What is his name? Let us transfer him to the Special Task Force and assess his capabilities, Gao Xiaolong remarked with evident interest. Such matters are typically handled by subordinates. It is said that high-ranking officials do not suppress those at lower levels. For someone of Xiao Bo's rank, even Song Liguo would be seen as lowering himself. These senior leaders do not intervene at levels beneath them. Gao Xiaolong merely expressed his stance, while the subsequent actions will be managed by Shen Han. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong was most eager to learn about that outstanding young individual. As this was discussed, Mu Lao's expression shifted and his tone became hesitant. Following the work report, Shen Han also understood the necessary course of action. After concluding the call and entering the room, he glanced at Sun Haibo and Xiao Bo without uttering a word, then turned his attention kindly towards Jiang Tian. However, Jiang Tian had no time to engage with Sun Haibo and the others. At this juncture, the outcome was already determined. Sun Haibo's fate was sealed, and Jiang Tian was acutely aware of this. As for Xiao Bo, devoid of any fortuitous opportunities, relying solely on scheming would yield no hope in this lifetime. Moreover, Xiao Bo's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. Colleagues within the unit would avoid him at all costs. For who could forget that Xiao Bo, out of jealousy towards Jiang Tian, had seduced the woman Jiang Tian pursued? Who would dare associate with such a malignant presence, knowing one could easily become a victim of his envy? In other words, Jiang Tian's revelation of this dark secret successfully evoked empathy among the people. And from another perspective, it even alleviated potential repercussions from Jiang Tian's earlier frenzied pursuit of achievements. Once Jiang Tian found the opportunity, Sun Haibo's reassignment would not be a matter of mere convenience. Jiang Tian's approach to action was either to refrain entirely or to strike decisively, eliminating the threat outright. Once he seized the initiative, it would mark the end for Sun Haibo, as the crimes committed were indeed severe enough to warrant capital punishment. Given this reality, why engage further? Jiang Tian's gaze shifted towards the report held by the personnel from the inspection department. Immediately following the interrogation, Jiang Tian instructed the inspection department to retrieve the cafeteria food for examination, and due to the urgency, the results were swiftly obtained. Captain Jiang, here is the inspection report. The food indeed contains a significant amount of opiate substances, which pose a grave threat to health and could potentially lead to sudden death, the inspectors proclaimed, their faces pale with disbelief. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming, as if the very sky had fallen. Eyes widened in shock, Sun Haibo nearly stumbled to the ground, fully aware that this was the end. What a farce! If this news were to spread, the entire municipal bureau would become the subject of ridicule. The terrifying weight of responsibility was inescapable, even if nothing transpired today and Sun Haibo remained inactive. His role as the contractor for the cafeteria under Zhang Jing made him the primary responsible party, an accountability he could never evade. It was utterly outrageous, an unprecedented scandal. Are you even human? Jiang Tian exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, striking with his baton in a fit of rage. Fortunately, the discovery was made early. Had this substance been consumed over the years, it could have proven fatal, leading to a catastrophic downfall of the entire municipal bureau. The initial crime was shocking, and Jiang Tian eagerly anticipated the subsequent developments. Before he could fully absorb the situation, Zhang Jing began to divulge everything in a rush. Jiang Tian listened intently, his expression grave, as he yearned to uncover the true intentions of the mastermind lurking in the shadows, as well as whether Gao Xiaolong's ambush that fateful night had been orchestrated. If it were merely a coincidence, it could be dismissed, but if it had indeed been premeditated, the audacity of such a person was astonishing. Who was the figure behind you? Jiang Tian could no longer remain composed. This dangerous individual could not be allowed to live. Zhang Jing, wiping the blood from his face, spoke. Have you heard of Mr. Yin? Initially, he instructed me to poison you, but the dosage was always controlled. 3 days ago, he ordered me to increase the dosage and even suggested I find an opportunity to add oxytocin to your water supply, a lethal amount. However, I didn't have the courage or the opportunity to do so. Jiang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. These drug dealers were exceedingly ruthless. Wait, 3 days ago, he stood up, narrowing his eyes. That night of the capture operation. Indeed, Jiang Tian's mind raced. He was now 100% certain that Gao Xiaolong's tragic fate in his previous life had not been an accident, but a premeditated scheme with Mr. Yin as the orchestrator. The room fell silent, everyone in shock. It was a close call. From another perspective, Jiang Tian had essentially saved them. What is his name, and where can he be found? Jiang Tian demanded, anger flaring within him. His previous life had been filled with despair. Apart from Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei, Gao Xiaolong's death was the pivotal tragedy. This Mr. Yin now had an undeniable reason to be eliminated. I don't know. I'm unaware of his real name or even his appearance. He is quite mysterious, contacting me only through untraceable prepaid phones, Zhang Jing replied, shaking his head. The lead had gone cold. Finally, Miss Chiu, with her vacant gaze, spoke up, drawing from her investigative experience. At this stage, finding anything was nearly impossible. Jiang Tian remained silent. The name Mr. Yin resonated in his mind, familiar from his past life. He strained to recall details, yet just then, he glanced up to see Xiao Bo's face twisted with envy, watching him intently. At that moment, even Shun Han stood behind Jiang Tian, observing without participating. Miss Chiu, with her lifeless eyes, scrutinized Zhang Jing without expression. All eyes were on Jiang Tian as he prepared to take center stage. Xiao Bo's eyes burned with jealousy, desperate, as he realized Jiang Tian was on the verge of achieving something significant, far more intolerable to him than being killed. The most terrifying aspect was that he could only watch while bearing the weight of severe repercussions. At this moment, Xiao Bo was utterly unaware that he had completely tarnished his reputation. His notoriety had reached an irreparable state. Not only was his political future bleak, but his personal prospects were equally dismal, ensnared by the Wang family's relentless pursuit, a fate that sent shivers down Jiang Tian's spine. Consequently, Jiang Tian chose to disregard the matter, instead stroking his chin as the information regarding Mr. Yin grew increasingly lucid. It appeared that in his previous life, shortly after the demise of Gao Xiaolong and not long after his mother's apprehension, Jiang Tian had encountered a man who introduced himself as Mr. Yin during a drunken night at a bar. At that time, the man had looked down upon him with a sardonic smirk, leaving Jiang Tian perplexed. However, in retrospect, he felt a jolt of realization. The mocking demeanor had likely been that of a victor surveying his spoils, perceiving him as mere collateral. Mr. Yin had exuded an air of refined superiority, igniting within Jiang Tian an overwhelming sense of envy. The bar itself, now vividly recalled, sparked a glimmer of clarity in Jiang Tian's eyes. After so many years, such a minor detail would have slipped from his memory had it not been for his extraordinary recollection. A lead had emerged. Chapter 62. The Wheel of Fortune turns. Bozy, you have swept the floor. Officer Jiang, where are you headed? Miss Chiu called out hurriedly as she noticed Jiang Tian departing. Regardless of the circumstances, there had been some progress, albeit the lead had run dry with Zhang Jing. There was no useful information to be gleaned here. They did not even have a description or an age, having never laid eyes on the individual. All communication had been conducted through anonymous phone cards, and further interrogation seemed futile. I'm going out to seek clues, Jiang Tian explained. As he glanced at the time, he realized it was already noon. His appointment with Muya was imminent. Goodness, how could he be late for a rendezvous with Muya? Going out to find clues? Miss Chiu exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. How can you see clues outside? Zhang Jing is the only one who knows anything at this point. At the very least, we could arrange something using him to set a trap. Surely you do not believe that once we interrogated Zhang Jing, that Mr. Yin would remain uninformed? He must have received word long ago. It is impossible to use Zhang Jing as bait. Let me see if there are any other leads, Jiang Tian replied. At present, Jiang Tian had been awarded 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit, with further accolades still in the application process. Yet, he would not overlook any opportunity to achieve distinction, particularly in relation to this Mr. Yun. In his previous life, had it not been for the derision and the despicable demeanor of the other party, he would have certainly forgotten such an inconspicuous incident, even with his extraordinary memory. From a criminal investigation standpoint, Mr. Yun's behavior exemplified the typical psychology of perpetrators returning to the scene of the crime post-incident. The distinction here was that after having harmed Gao Xiaolong and decimating countless drug enforcement officers, this so-called Mr. Yun had appeared before the first victim, assessing the aftermath of his heinous actions. Indeed, when Mr. Yun made his appearance, it was amidst a throng in a bar. Thus, Jiang Tian was certain that even if Mr. Yun were absent from that establishment, there would undoubtedly be traces of him within. Lost in thought, Jiang Tian bid farewell to the others. "Wait for me. I'm coming too." Miss Chiu pursued him. "No way." Jiang Tian shook his head. "What a joke. This is a date. Bringing you along would be absurd. The team leader instructed me to protect you." Miss Chiu's gaze bore into Jiang Tian's with a fierce intensity. All right, Jiang Tian sighed. Damn it. No wonder they say that even Miss Chiu's disheveled appearance cannot conceal her natural beauty. Her eyes, which appeared dull on others, only enhance her allure. It wouldn't be embarrassing to take her along, though she might be a bit of a distraction. "Where to?" Miss Chiu asked. "To the commercial trade building." Jiang Tian replied decisively. By coincidence, he recalled that the bar was situated not far from the commercial trade building. Moreover, due to the nature of the special investigation team, Jiang Tian could openly drive the police department's business vehicle, a plain black Santana. "Ding dong! I have arrived. I'll be waiting for you at the east entrance of the commercial trade building." Moments later, the sound of a mobile phone echoed. Jiang Tian took out his phone and glanced at it. Indeed, it was a message from Muya, confirming that she had not stood him up. Concurrently, at the municipal bureau, Shenhan gazed regretfully at Xiaobo and Sun Haibo. The process for Sun Haibo's transfer had already commenced. As for Xiaobo, had he not completed his probationary period, he would have been dismissed long ago. However, he was now a full-fledged officer, making termination impossible. How to proceed? Shenhan stood at the doorway, dialing Jiang Tian's number to seek the opinion of the person involved. "I see that the environment at the bureau is rather unfavorable. I am uncertain how to manage things. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for the sanitation work at the bureau." Jiang Tian was driving when Miss Chiu called him. It made sense. Shenhan's eyes brightened. After all, it was prudent to reassign Xiaobo to a different position, alleviating any potential burden on Jiang Tian. Otherwise, they might encounter further complications. After hanging up, Shenhan smiled at Xiaobo and said, "Comrade Xiaobo, under normal circumstances, your mistakes would warrant dismissal. But we have decided to assign you the responsibility of managing the sanitation work for your police team." "Sweeping duties?" Xiaobo, who was about to leave, looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 63. The day today has been nothing short a nightmare for Xiaobo. His misplaced confidence in his ability to achieve merit has resulted in a resounding slap in the face, culminating in him being assigned to menial cleaning duties. While dismissal from the organization is nearly impossible due to stringent regulations, even a department head would find it exceedingly difficult to suspend an ordinary employee. Hence, there's a saying that as long as one is disinterested in personal advancement, one can afford to disregard others within the organization. However, one must also be prepared for the possibility of being relegated to an unimaginable department should one commit a grave error. Cleaning duties? Xiaobo was bewildered. How could this happen? Why had it come to this? Reflecting on the past few days, he had navigated the police force with ease. So how had he fallen to such depths? Jiang Tian. Yes, it was indeed Jiang Tian. Xiaobo's eyes reddened. Were it not for Jiang Tian, he would still be the outstanding individual he once was, perhaps even under the mentorship of Sun Haibo. But now, gazing at Sun Haibo's grim expression, a sense of dread gripped him. "You are the true waste," Xiaobo thought bitterly. "You constantly denounce Jiang Tian as worthless, yet have you ever truly accomplished anything? Daily, you sow discord between me and Xiao Jiang, and if not for your meddling, I would never have been reassigned." Sun Haibo's fury intensified. The truth was that Sun Haibo's animosity towards Jiang Tian and Jiang Peng was stoked by Xiaobo's instigation, labeling Jiang Tian as incompetent from the outset. He had exploited this notion, believing it would easily undermine Jiang Peng. At that time, Jiang Tian indeed appeared somewhat inept, leading Sun Haiba to believe Xiao Bo's manipulations, especially since Jiang Tian had been dutifully following Xiao Bo's lead. But now, hold on. Sun Haiba's eyes turned bloodshot as he accused, Xiao Bo, you despicable creature. Have you conspired with Jiang Tian all along? Have you colluded with him and his father, ostensibly to target them, while your true aim is to undermine me? Yes, that seemed plausible. If this were not the case, how could one person's transformation be so drastic? Jiang Tian's initial concealment had surely been a ploy to sabotage him. Director Sun, please believe me, I did not. Xiao Bo's scalp tingled as he desperately sought to defend himself. If he were to lose Sun Haiba as support now, he would truly be left with nothing. After all, even if Sun Haiba were reassigned, his rank afforded him a certain security. Whether he moved to a retirement department or elsewhere, he would undoubtedly navigate it with ease. Moreover, Sun Haiba had his own connections within the system. If he were willing to lend a hand, Xiao Bo might still find a path to redemption, perhaps even meeting the conditions to seek forgiveness from Muya. Indeed, Xiao Bo clung to a significant hope regarding Muya. At this juncture, with the FAAD still intact before me, I warn you, today's events are your doing. If I must suffer, I will ensure you meet the same fate. Sun Haiba, filled with fury, turned and departed after his outburst. In stark contrast to Xiao Bo's woeful demeanor was Jiang Tian. Accompanied by Zhu Tianxiu, Jiang Tian arrived at the commercial building to meet Muya. Upon meeting, Jiang Tian noticed that Muya had donned a pristine white dress. A sense of calm enveloped him. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled. After all, Muya, adorned with light makeup, stood at the entrance of the commercial building, embodying a stunning spectacle. In his past life, Jiang Tian was engulfed in despair, while Xiao Bo basked in success. Leveraging the connections left by Jiang Tian's family to flourish in both career and romance, even winning Muya's affections and reaching the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian languished in misery. However, in this lifetime, the roles had inadvertently reversed. Jiang Tian thrived in his career and love life, while Xiao Bo unwittingly descended into the depths of misfortune. A subtle smile graced Jiang Tian's lips, yet he felt it was insufficient. An important case had emerged at the municipal bureau. Regaining his composure, Jiang Tian promptly offered an explanation and apology to Muya. The case took precedence. Muya beamed at Zhu Tianxiu, introducing herself. I am Zhu Tianxiu from the criminal investigation team. I have an important case that necessitates my presence alongside Officer Jiang. You don't mind, do you? Zhu Tianxiu's lifeless eyes remained unchanged, a sight Jiang Tian had grown accustomed to. Muya nodded, responding with a smile, not at all. As they conversed, Muya inched closer to Jiang Tian, who instinctively took her hand. This caught Muya off guard, her cheeks flushing instantly. Yet to Jiang Tian's delight, despite her nervousness, she feigned a struggle for only a moment before relenting. No matter how astute she was, it was evident that this was her first experience of such closeness with a boy, save for last night with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's smile widened as he felt Muya's clammy hand, instantly realizing that there had been no progress between her and Xiao Bo. Today, I shall cover the expenses, he declared with a flourish, buoyed by joy. Have you struck it rich? Muya exclaimed in surprise. Ha, have you forgotten? The escaped convict who kidnapped you has a bounty of 300,000, Jiang Tian explained. Indeed, the fugitive who had taken Muya hostage was a Class A wanted criminal, with a reward of 300,000. Although the bounty had yet to be collected, Jiang Tian was already in possession of a previous reward of 50,000. Moreover, with further accolades in sight, financial fortune was assured. While accompanying Muya on their shopping excursion, Jiang Tian remained vigilant, scanning for any anomalies. The commercial building was conveniently located near the bar from his past life, allowing his radar to effectively cover the establishment. Meanwhile, in a private booth on the bar's second floor, a man clad in black peered through binoculars at the commercial building. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The target has appeared. Has it? A man in the booth wore a faint smirk, his face marred by a long scar that resembled a centipede, rendering him quite fearsome. At this very moment, the scarred-faced man stood respectfully beside the sofa. Seated on the sofa was a man clad in a white suit adorned with a white tie, who was leisurely slicing an apple with a dagger in hand. Jiang Tian had been quite audacious lately. Not only had he severed ties with Wei Yudao, but I had also received news that the recent operation had been thwarted by him, leading to the complete annihilation of his family. As the man in the white tie spoke, he gradually lifted his gaze. A man nearing 40 emerged, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if extinguishing the life of a mere cat or dog was an everyday affair. Clearly, such acts were not new to him. After a brief silence, the man slowly articulated, "We should eliminate him directly within the commercial sector. The drug enforcement cannot tolerate such a formidable figure." This statement felt like an edict, akin to a death sentence for someone. "Rest assured, Mr. Yun, we have prepared a sufficient quantity of C4. No matter how he attempts to escape, he will find no refuge, especially since Old Chun is leading the operation. He has never failed in his endeavors." The scarred-faced man responded respectfully. Indeed, when Old Chun intervenes, success is virtually guaranteed. It was only at this moment that Mr. Yun had finished slicing the apple, elegantly piercing a piece with a knife and savoring it. As he consumed the apple, Mr. Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing from his vantage point how Jiang Tian was accompanied by two women as they approached the commercial building. Even in his final moments, he has the company of two women, a fitting reward for him, he mused. However, Mr. Yin pondered whether employing high explosives to eliminate him might be excessive and whether it would draw undue attention from higher authorities. The scarred-faced man expressed his concerns. Mr. Yin turned, his expression impassive, and replied, "Precisely for that reason, we must employ vigorous measures to declare our intentions. You are unaware that both Yinhai and even our homeland have seen many mock me lately. If we do not take decisive action, where shall I place my dignity as Mr. Yin? This wretched individual has repeatedly sabotaged our plans. He must not be allowed to live." Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering echoed from the entrance. All present turned their gazes in an instant, discovering a woman in a server's uniform standing at the doorway, trembling and terrified as she held a fruit tray. "Did you all hear that?" Mr. Yun's lips curled slightly as he waved at the server. Yet in her fear, as the server attempted to flee, she turned only to collide with a robust chest. With a resounding thud, the server fell to the ground. The scarred-faced man stormed over, seizing the woman's hair and berating her furiously. "Wretched woman, did you hear and still wish to escape?" Chapter 64. The sudden appearance of TNT. Before move, he was instantaneously defeated with a sharp slap. The scarred face struck without mercy. The waitress pleaded with a face full of desperation, yet he relentlessly grasped her hair, dragging her step by step into the private room. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Jiang Tian, though accompanied by two women, was fixated on the scanning radar, his eyes brimming with excitement. Indeed, he had not made a mistake. This was undoubtedly the bar he sought. To his astonishment, Jiang Tian gazed at the immense red dot on the scanning radar, by far the largest he had encountered since acquiring the device. This red dot was situated within the very bar that lingered in his memories from past life. However, that was not all. Another blood red dot had appeared on his radar, having been tailing him since his arrival at the commercial building. Am I being followed? Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly realized that if he were indeed being tracked, his scanning radar would have detected it. This was the terrifying capability of the device. Within a kilometer, it could instantly pinpoint an enemy's precise location. Armed with a gun, Jiang Tian could eliminate a target from a kilometer away, even without a scope. "What's wrong?" Miss Chiu inquired, noticing Jiang Tian's distraction. "That person has been following us for quite some time, wearing a mask. They may be targeting us. Be cautious," Jiang Tian warned. Nevertheless, he was bold and confident, believing he could evade any potential gunfire while keeping the two women safe. He merely wanted to ascertain the intentions of this pursuer. "Wow, you really can detect them. How'd you know there would be a lead?" Miss Chiu was left bewildered. Initially, she thought Jiang Tian had merely stepped out for a clandestine rendezvous, but now she realized she had completely misjudged him. Clearly, this is all part of Officer Zhang's meticulous plan. I merely seek to understand these drug traffickers. having eliminated numerous of them and apprehended Zhang Jing and Wei Yudao. Even if I wish to avoid trouble, Mr. Yin will certainly not sit idly by. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. He was all too familiar with the arrogance and madness of these criminals. He even believed they would dare to retaliate against his family. Perhaps they had already taken action. Jiang Tian had ventured right into Mr. Yun's territory. It would be bizarre if Mr. Yun did not feel compelled to strike upon seeing his nemesis. He suspected that a conspiracy against his family had already been orchestrated. Yet, certain actions were unavoidable. To safeguard his loved ones, Jiang Tian resolved to take the initiative. "You're quite formidable," Miss Chiu remarked, her lifeless eyes staring blankly at Jiang Tian for a moment before she spoke. Jiang Tian's lips twitched, despite her dull expression. He found her oddly endearing. After wandering a bit in a women's clothing store, Muya handed her bag to Jiang Tian and proceeded to the fitting room to change into a dress. As Jiang Tian reclined on the sofa in the resting area, his eyes were closed in feigned repose, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on the entrance. Sure enough, moments later, a man donning a mask entered, pretending to browse the garments. Subsequently, he stealthily approached a corner of the rack, extracting an inexplicable soft object from within the clothing and discreetly stashing it within the crevice beneath the garments. A smirk curled at the man's lips, and just as he was about to rise, an unexpected weight bore down upon his shoulder, followed by an excruciating jolt of pain that pierced to the very core of his being. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The masked man's complexion drained of color, his body trembling, for he had just suffered a fractured scapula. Indeed, had his scapula truly been broken? Stiffly, he turned his neck, only to discover a hand resting upon his shoulder, indicating that someone had struck him with such force that it had shattered his scapula. His entire arm rendered immobile. He could vaguely sense the brewing waves of agonizing pain. The surge of adrenaline coursing through him masked the severity of his injury. It was easy to imagine the horrific agony that awaited him once the shock subsided. Yet, his capacity for endurance astonished Jiang Tian. Despite the cold sweat drenching his brow, he merely stifled a grunt, not uttering a sound. This level of fortitude was unprecedented in Jiang Tian's experience. "Let me see what you have concealed," Jiang Tian said, bending down to inspect the crevice beneath the garments. However, in the next moment, the masked man suddenly produced a remote control with a red button from his pocket, preparing to act. But before he could maneuver, Jiang Tian's reflexes outpaced him, swiftly drawing a baton from his lower back and delivering a decisive strike that shattered the masked man's wrist. The remote control had yet to fall from his grasp when it was already in Jiang Tian's possession. To his astonishment, Jiang Tian now held the soft object as well. Upon squeezing it, he found it to be remarkably pliable, reminiscent of a lump of clay. Yet, Jiang Tian's expertise from his training in the police academy was undeniable. He recognized this item instantly. TNT? Good heavens! Was such a grand scheme devised to eliminate him? What audacity! At that moment, the most bewildered individual was the masked man himself. He stared at the TNT and the remote in Jiang Tian's hands, utterly flabbergasted as to how these items had so swiftly transferred into Jiang Tian's possession. Despite the severity of his injuries, a fractured wrist and scapula, the masked man remained silent, and astonishingly, he even attempted to flee. Attempting to escape? Jiang Tian scoffed, brandishing his baton. With a resounding thud, he struck the masked man squarely on the head, blood gushing forth as the man crumpled to the ground, struggling in vain. Yet, Jiang Tian showed no mercy. To speak candidly, without the scanning radar, Jiang Tian could hardly fathom the situation. This rudimentary version of C4, if detonated, would not only devastate them all, but also obliterate several nearby shops, resulting in the demise of dozens of innocent lives. Such lawlessness was utterly insane. The more he contemplated, the greater his trepidation grew, prompting Jiang Tian to escalate his actions. Thus, when Muya emerged from the changing room, clad in her new dress, eager to capture Officer Jiang's admiration, she was met with a scene that left her utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Tian wielded a baton, mercilessly assaulting a masked man, who writhed in agony on the ground. What is happening? Muya's eyes widened in disbelief, and before she could utter a word, Jiang Tian thrust a soft, squishy object into her hands. What is this? Muya was bewildered. TNT, Jiang Tian announced, positioning himself with a bent posture, preparing to strike the masked assailant. The sound of his blows echoed. What? A drug dealer, a criminal. I did not seek him out, yet he dared to retaliate against me? Jiang Tian's anger intensified. He had endured too much in his previous life and could not tolerate any injustice in his rebirth. Anyone who dared to provoke him would certainly face dire consequences. TNT? This? Not only Muya, but even Zhu Qianxiu, upon hearing the name TNT, was taken aback. Observing the object in Muya's hands, it indeed resembled TNT, soft to the touch and accompanied by a remote control. Hiss! If this were genuine, it was far from a trivial matter. Moreover, being in a public setting, detonating TNT, with even the quantity Muya held, could potentially level the entire mall. What if it had not been discovered in advance? I must report this to the team leader immediately. Zhu Qianxiu's scalp tingled with anxiety, and there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Meanwhile, the masked man lay on the ground, his hat knocked off, blood streaming from his head. Outside the shop, a crowd had gathered, some even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. A fight. Look, a fight. Quick, record this. Is this person insane? He could kill someone. How could you do this? It's horrific. Among the more than 20 onlookers, 2 young individuals pointed angrily at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian abruptly turned, furrowing his brow, and demanded, "What are you saying?" Chapter 65. Accusation from all sides. Not so. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he recognized the 2 individuals leading the charge against him. They were familiar faces from his past life. It was Xiao Bo's sister, a coincidence he had not anticipated. The man accompanying her was also well known to him, being Xiao Bo's brother-in-law from a previous existence. A fleeting glance revealed that the 2 appeared to be in the throes of newfound romance. Xiao Yuan. Jiang Tian harbored deep resentment towards this woman from his past life. She had leveraged her acquaintance with Wang Yifei to orchestrate accusations against him. It was largely due to her influence that Wang Yifei was able to smoothly arrange meetings with Xiao Bo. Each time, it was Xiao Yuan who instigated the outings. Whenever Jiang Tian expressed dissent, she would swiftly label him a miser and question his masculinity. As for Xiao Yuan's husband, Jiang Tian recalled him vividly. Initially deceived by Xiao Yuan, his fate ultimately mirrored Jiang